Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 241-260. Chapter 241. Murasame is fierce. Zoro's introductory class. Above the boundless sea, the dog-headed warship is sailing slowly. There is not a trace of waves on the sea, and the seabirds fly freely in the bright sunshine. Iger even stood on the deck, raised the black bread cube in his hand, and let the seagull take it away, which was very pleasant. The other naval soldiers were also leaning on the railings, watching the scenery along the way, whistling happily. After such a long toss, the journey is finally coming to an end. When the criminals detained on this ship are sent to Judicial Island and the final handover is completed, everyone's voyage will be over. The future is promising. Although I thought about seeing this Iger every day, and what kind of miraculous ability he still has, but after a long time he became a little frustrated. As a glorious navy who often roams at sea, it has been crushed in all aspects by this little devil who is less than 10 years old. The navy also needs face. Not only ordinary navy soldiers, but even Tom, Big Brother Will, and Adjutant Pockito, who are better than Iger, also want to hurry back to the headquarters, look at the remaining group of idiots, and find a sense of superiority. Everyone moved forward silently in this calm and comfortable atmosphere. In this silence, there are still people who are tense. That is the leader of all, Lieutenant General Garp. When everyone was leisurely, only Garp stood on the bow of the boat and carefully observed the surrounding situation with a monocular. He has more contact with pirates than any navy soldier, so he also knows pirates better than any navy soldier. The reason why pirates are often disgusting is because these people are often unprofitable and cannot afford early, and the two words they like to hear most are treasure. Back then, Roger used the phrase, "I left all my treasures there," and fooled all potential pirates into the sea. This is the situation where pirates are rampant in this big sea and the navy is stretched. And this time countless sea kings gathered in the East China Sea, and even a Tianlong person died here, which is definitely a big event that caused a sensation in the world. With the support of the reputation of the Tianlong people, the legendary gem Poseidon of the Goya kingdom that has never been seen before, even if it is a glass bead, can be blown into a peerless treasure, not to mention an artifact that can summon countless sea kings. Garp could understand even with his toenails. There are definitely countless pirates who will rush to the East China Sea. As for incidents involving the Tianlong people, the navy usually does not have the authority to deal with them, so this time, it is definitely the world's official ship that is tracking the pirates at sea. When they meet, they will inevitably be questioned for a while. When they get enough clues in the Goa kingdom, then there is every reason to doubt Iger. Therefore, it is necessary to discover the ships of the world's official government in advance and avoid them far away. Gollum. Garp looked at the surrounding sea with great vigilance, and suddenly saw the sea not far away, revealing dense bubbles of gurgling, and then, a row of huge shadows was under the sea in front of the dog-headed warship, rapidly expanding. Prepare for battle. Garp frowned slightly and shouted back. At the same time, in Frost Moon Village, dozens of kilometers behind Garp's dog-headed warship, Zoro had changed his clothes and was arranged to prepare for training with the disciples of Yuxin Jim. But just as Kazuhiro was about to announce the start of the training, Zoro suddenly stopped Kazuhiro. Then Kazuhiro looked around at the disciples. His eyes swept over Zoro for a moment, but he ignored it normally. Master Kazuhiro, please wait a moment. Zoro waved to interrupt Kazuhiro's words. Can I see my knife? Before the master left, he specifically explained to me that he must pull it out. Come out and take it back to train. To be honest, Kazuhiro was unwilling to let Zoro do such nonsense. To train Sauron, and this Sauron didn't give him any amazing impression. And what puzzled Kazuhiro the most was that since he wanted to revive Wano, why did he choose this Zoro who seemed to have no patriotism at all? But no matter what, Iger also reminded himself before he set off. He said that in the future, Zoro will be the strongest person in your entire gym. This statement made Kazuhiro dissatisfied. How could his daughter be worse than him? Involuntarily, Kazuhiro began to investigate Zoro in his heart. However, looking left and right, I didn't find anything special about this guy. But since Iger said so, he had to give Zoro a chance. Right, that knife just from the scabbard can tell that it is not a powerful knife at all. You must know that each of the famous swords that can be widely known in the world, from the scabbard knife stand to the knife handle to the knife spike, is quite delicate and distinctive. Although there are many knives that look very old, you can still vaguely see the exquisite and high-level scenery of that year. Look at the knife in Zoro's hand. It's simply tattered. The color of the wrapping hand of the knife handle can no longer be seen, and even most of the area has been coated with pulp. It is obviously a knife that has been used many years ago, but has since been abandoned. This is simply impossible for a famous sword. A real famous knife, even if it changes to any owner, it is impossible not to cherish and maintain it. It can only become like this. It can only show that the owner of the knife doesn't care about this knife at all. The quality quality of this knife can be imagined. Looking at the scabbard, there is rust everywhere. There are pits and depressions, and the paint surface is completely worn. This is definitely not a good knife. Kazuhiro confirmed his judgment again. Okay, then you pull it out and take a look. Kazuhiro smiled and nodded. However, in the next second, Kazuhiro was glad that he didn't say those words. I saw Saran nodded, and without saying a word, he put Iger's scabbard across his chest, holding the hilt with one hand and the scabbard with the other, and gently separated it to the sides. The whole body of the pink blade jumped out coquettishly like a flame, and the strange patterns on it made those who saw it even misunderstood that it had no entity. As the blade was pulled out inch after inch, Kosuro's eyes became more and more sluggish and shocked, and his chin slowly dropped until it was dislocated. Brush brush. The moment the pink coquettish blade was completely pulled out, a demonic wind suddenly erupted. Chapter 242. Start the class. Blood illusion. This. Kazuhiro looked at the blade that jumped like a flame, as if there were countless blood flowing on it, and the whole blade turned bloody light, and couldn't help but marvel. Good guy, it's really faster to slap the face than to turn the book. I just thought that this is definitely not a famous knife, but I was slapped in the face right away. Although he didn't say it, he still felt that there was a popping sound in the dark. Normal famous knives, ranging from 50 good and fast knives to 21 large and fast knives, and then to 12 unparalleled large knives, can be seen by the appearance of the knives alone. It is not that the higher the quality of the knife, the more exquisite the exterior, but the better the knife, the more obvious the breadth of the knife can be felt from the exterior. For example, his own word Hedei, although it does not look very gorgeous on the outside, but from a distance you can feel the peaceful and tolerant nature of this knife. As a swordsman who has been immersed in kendo for decades, Kazuhiro has naturally seen countless famous swords, and almost every sword in the list has similar properties. Only one knife may be excluded. This knife even he has never seen, because according to legend, this knife seems to find its own owner, so its whereabouts are erratic, and the legend about this knife is a bit scary. This is a cursed knife. Legend has it that every owner of this knife died of madness in the end. Every owner burned down his house and chopped down his own family in an ordinary dark night, and no one could escape. When the screams wake up the surrounding neighbors and attract them, the owner will brutally kill the last person, and then kill himself with the knife, and after that the neighbors wouldn't even think about pulling out the knife that the owner had put in their mouths, for fear that they would be cursed by the knife. The mad master was so hastily buried by everyone, until he was buried, the cursed blade was still stuck in his mouth. As for the scabbard, no one had taken care of it for a long time, and it was thrown into a corner that was burnt to black, and after an unknown amount of time, when people once again forget the horror of the curse, the cursed blade buried deep in the ground will disappear strangely and return to the scabbard to find a new owner. This sword has an important and special status in the entire history of famous swords and even the entire history of kendo. The demon sword Murasame. It's so easy to recognize. The flame-like blade body is full of blood-colored light, and no other sword can imitate the coquettish temperament. You can't go wrong. It's Murasame. I really didn't expect it to be this knife. Kazuhiro shook his head gently, still a little unbelievable. If this knife is Murasame, then the tattered exterior that I saw just now would not violate the peace at all. A cursed knife has passed through the hands of more than a dozen masters for hundreds of years. It's strange that it doesn't look shabby from the outside. As for the blade, it is always inserted in the master's throat, protected by the master's flesh and blood, nourished by flesh and blood, naturally shiny and glowing with blood. This eagle. Kazuhiro couldn't help but think of that magical figure in front of him. It's so mysterious. Not to mention that he has a strength that is completely incompatible with him at this age, and even at this age he can build a complete set of theoretical weapons for the Revolutionary Army. Not only that, but he even accepted an apprentice and gave away the most bizarre one of the 21 large swords. No wonder Senior Ryoma said that this kid can make Wano country start a country. It looks more and more real now. I really don't know what kind of terrifying ability this seemingly harmless kid has. On this side, Kazuhiro felt a lot of emotion when he looked at the demon sword Muramura, but the disciples on the other side didn't know what it was, just watching Zoro pull out the flaming and coquettish blade from the scabbard. However, before taking a step forward, his face turned pale and he vomited out a mouthful of blood. What's the matter? What's wrong with you? Kuyuna was shocked when she saw the disciples' miserable state and hurriedly stepped forward to help. This step forward was followed by a mouthful of blood, but she still endured it and turned back and shouted at the disciples, "Go back. Don't get close to anyone. It's too dangerous." As Gina spoke, she pulled the disciple in her hand back and at the same time looked in horror at Zoro, who looked stunned not far away. What was that just now? It feels so scary. Just now, Gina came up to help the disciple who vomited blood and just took a step closer, and suddenly there were countless sharp howls in his mind. It was like the countless evil ghosts who climbed up from the yellow spring to the world. It sounds like there are tens of thousands of voices superimposed together. In just a moment I feel the pain like an explosion in my head. That's not all. She also felt a hallucination in front of her eyes. Everything around him disappeared. He was standing in a bloody desert, and the disciples beside him also fell to the ground. His whole body was tattered and stained with blood, apparently turning into one corpse after another. Immediately afterwards, the blood corpses came to life one after another, staring at the huge round and empty eyes, and they were crawling towards themselves step by step. In this scene, Gina only felt that the blood in her body was out of control, and she spit out a mouthful of blood. It must be because of the knife. Gina looked at the knife that was as coquettish as flames with lingering fears. Absolutely it is. What the hell is that? So terrifying. And I am so far away from it. I have received this kind of shock, so now I hold it and have zero distance contact with it. What kind of torture should I suffer? Damn it, what kind of knife is this? Sauron, who Gina was worried about, was naturally tormented at this moment. What he felt was exactly the same as what Gina felt just now. The only difference was that the horror that Zorro felt was countless times stronger than that of Gina. Sauron only felt that his brain had been blown to pieces, and every piece of flesh and bone was a pain like being cut apart. Even those bloody corpses lying on the ground have surrounded themselves one after another, opening their bloody mouths and eating their own flesh and blood. His skin was getting paler and paler, and even dense tooth marks appeared. The severe pain continued to erode Suo Longshang's young nerves, and finally he couldn't bear it any longer, and a mouthful of blood sprayed on Murakami's blade. This spray, suddenly the world changes color. Chapter 243. Tame the knife with blood and gain recognition. Sauron was spraying a mouthful of bright red blood on Murakami's blade, and then Sauron was surprised to see that the blood he vomited actually swam away like a living thing. Murasame's blade is engraved with thin lines, and these thin lines are crisscrossed, forming strange and coquettish patterns, and his own blood, like a living thing, gathered from outside the lines into the lines, and then followed the lines on the blade, slowly spreading over the entire blade. And the moment Sauron's blood filled the last bit of lines, the entire fiery red blade body suddenly burst into blood. The sky that was still clear suddenly became extremely dark, and the dark clouds seemed to be formed out of thin air. They gathered in the sky above the gymnasium in one heart. Thunders were brewing in the clouds, bursting with dazzling light from time to time. Click, click, call. As the thunder continued to flash, a gloomy and cold wind suddenly blew, and the wind speed was not large, but everyone present could feel a biting chill. It is definitely not the coldness in temperature or physical sensation, but the coldness from the depths of the soul. It's like the wind from Huanquan. Every time it blows, it seems to weaken the fire of everyone's soul. Huanquan wind. At the same time as the wind of the yellow spring was blowing, there seemed to be something screaming slowly. The disciples who wanted to get close to Zorro at first, and Gina's face turned pale when they heard this voice. This is the voice that sounded in my head just now. Isn't it a hallucination? Just when the two were surprised, the screams in the air became clearer and louder. At first it was just a distant cry, but gradually the wailing and shouting got closer and closer, until at the end it seemed that countless unjust souls directly surrounded Yuks and Jim. Countless wailing and screams were superimposed together, making Kazuhiro and the disciples of the gym feel deafening without using a microphone. It's like a big concert. All the disciples turned pale with fright, and even Kazuhiro was a little frightened. For some reason, he even had the illusion that the entire Yuks and gym was faintly stained with blood. Not an illusion. It's real blood light. I saw the lines on the original Murasame blade suddenly jumped up from the blade, and the whole turned into a big deformed hand, which directly slammed Sauron into it, and Sauron was closing his eyes tightly at this time. His face was pale, and he had no resistance. Whoa. The blood-colored deformed big hand stretched out a blood-colored spike from nowhere, and then stabbed into the back of Sauron's head fiercely. Sauron. When Kazuhiro saw this scene, he immediately felt that the situation was not good. He shouted quickly, took out his own words and rushed out. The white blade in his hand was raised high, and the endless domineering and sword intent flowed out quickly. Kenshiro kicked the ground with his feet, and the whole person jumped up high, and then the words Hideoyi in his hand slashed down towards the spikes. However, before the white blade could hit the thorn, another thorn stretched out from the big hand and slammed it fiercely at Kazuhiro. The power is so great that it even sent Kazuhiro out. Boom. After a muffled sound, Kazuhiro fell heavily to the ground, and just as he was about to get up, he felt a vague thought from the words Hideoyi in his hand. Monster is acknowledging. The monster is recognizing the master. Kazuhiro read these words silently in his heart. Is it impossible? Kazuhiro opened his squinting eyes again, and stared blankly at Zorro, who was hung up by Murasame over there. This demon knife actually want to recognize such a child as its master? The demon sword Murasame, as a fairly powerful sword has never been able to tolerate any flaws when it comes to recognizing the master. Each of its previous masters was a famous swordsman with a strong reputation in the history of Kendo. Only such a swordsman can suppress the evil nature of this guy and use it as he pleases. But now, he actually wants to recognize such a child as his master. That little kid talent is a bit scary. When Kazuhiro was wondering why Murasame wanted to recognize Zoro as the master Zoro was experiencing inhuman torture in his mind. Sauron felt that he was standing on a mountain peak. At this moment it was a dark red sky, an iron red earth, and endless blood corpses rushed up from the foot of the mountain like a tide, covering the mountain in layers. And he was holding this fiery red and coquettish long sword in his hand, one at a time, slicing the bloody corpses that climbed up and tried to swallow it alive. He's going crazy. He can't hold it anymore. He feels like he's been hacking here for almost a year, but the sky is always dark red, the blood corpse is always climbing up, and only his own exhaustion always accumulating. He's meow. When the hell can I get out of here? Zoro roared almost madly, asking about the fiery red and coquettish long sword in his hand. Unexpectedly, the long sword made a sound, but the sound was inhuman, with a texture of squeezing and rubbing plastic, and the tone was calm. Kill all the bloody corpses. What, are you kidding? How long have I been hacking here? Sauron went mad when he heard this. These ghosts and blood corpses are not rare at all. If you don't kill it, you will die. Zoro was really tortured mad by this ghost sword. He only felt that his sanity was gradually losing, and then he seemed to be like several people, and his vision began to blur. After a while, he suddenly realized that his line of sight had changed to 360 degrees. Looking down, he actually grew 2 heads and 4 arms. This. Zoro looked at the change in his body in horror. Hey, not bad. I actually realized Azura. Chang Jian smiled lowly. In the dojo, click. The people who looked at Sauron attentively suddenly heard a shattering sound, and then Sauron suddenly fell from the air. After that, everyone saw that the big hand that was holding Sauron was broken into pieces in the sky. Looking at Sauron again, he was already standing on the ground full of energy. His eyes were shining. Without hesitation, he picked up the scabbard and blade on the ground and slowly returned Murasame to the scabbard. Click. When the sword is sheathed, everything is gone. Everything just now seemed to be a dream. The yin wind, the ghost howls, and the dark clouds and thunder, all of which I thought had never appeared, disappeared. He actually succeeded. Kazuhiro looked at Zoro with disbelief, but he was thinking about Iger. That Iger must have expected this kid to succeed, so he gave him the sword, right? Chapter 244 Encounter. Whitebeard Pirates. Kazuhiro fixedly looked at Zoro's hand, the bewitching blade that was half jumping with flames, with infinite emotion in his heart. It's a bit exaggerated that this kid is really powerful, although he very much agrees with Senior Ryoma's way of looking at people. This kid Iger really has the potential to make the country of Wano. But being strong, there is something that makes people feel strong and a little weird. He has seen the world. As a great swordsman who is almost standing in the world's top combat power echelon, he knows too much what kind of genius he is and how far he will develop in the future. As far as his daughter, a genius of Gina's level, will definitely have the opportunity to grow into a super swordsman in the world's top combat power echelon in the future. But with such a talent, at her current age, she is only barely able to condense sword intent, and Iger has already been able to cultivate sword intent to match himself. Even although Kazuhiro couldn't believe his own judgment, he could still feel that this guy, IG, could only touch the extreme sword intent of 1 or 2 by touching that rare existence. This is already quite scary. You must know that even Kazuhiro himself was a super genius who was called the Crown Ju Wano country at the beginning, and that's it. He only touched the threshold a little when he was approaching 30 years old, and Yige, even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it only took 10 years to add up, and he was almost catching up with the achievements of his own cultivation for more than 20 years. This is not enough. More importantly, there are quite terrifying resources behind this kid, not to mention the dragon horse and Kyushui in his hand. Just taking a random knife is the demon knife Muurayu, which is enough to illustrate this Iger's attitude towards the famous knife. It doesn't really matter at all. Taking a good knife casually as a greeting gift is definitely not something that one person can take out. What is even more outrageous is his eye for people. Even in the case of Sauron's poor performance, he concluded that this Sauron has talent, and even said that Sauron will be the strongest existence in this gym. I didn't believe it at first until I saw him tame Muuri with my own eyes. Kazuhiro believed it. This kid really has a talent that is unparalleled in the world. In this regard, Yiji's ability is many times stronger than his own. Seeing Zoro, Kazuhiro couldn't help but think of the intimate idea Iger told him. Good guy, I'm afraid this is the most frightening part of Iger. Although the great white shark alone is very terrifying, it seems that no one is an opponent, but the race that really occupies occupies the top of the food chain in the sea is always a group of killer whales. Only by mastering the power to gather people's hearts can we stand on this sea. This is what all old people tell young children. Whether it's a pirate, a navy, or a world government, there may be a single person who can make a career out of it, but it is absolutely impossible to stand at the top of the world. One Piece Roger, the Navy headquarters, and the entire world government system can truly stand at the top of the world, definitely not relying on one person. Even if the power of the whole world is gathered in the hands of one person, and the hearts of the people cannot be gathered together, the world will be scattered. And this Iger actually has a complete set of thoughts. No, thinking is too powerless. It should be said that he has a complete set of beliefs. The intimacy idea he told himself was really showing him a real, ideal, and quite possible beautiful new world. Simply divine. Before that, he had never thought that the world could be like that. He has no doubt that anyone who hears the idea of intimacy will join this camp without hesitation, and regard it as a standard and as his highest belief, especially when a person like himself in the Revolutionary Army heard this feasible theory that could change the world. His whole body was filled with infinite energy, and he wanted to dedicate everything to this ideal. This is where Iger is the strongest. He was able to impart faith to others. He can make everyone willing to dedicate to the ideal he describes. At this moment, Kao's hero completely understood that this Iger is definitely the key to whether the relationship between Wano Kingdom can be established or not. Say nothing, work hard, cultivate this Zoro into a talent, and it will definitely be used in the future war against Kaido. At the same time, on the dog-headed warship sailing in the sea, one of the sailors on the dog-headed warship is counted as one, and they are all enjoying the salty sea breeze in the calm sailing. Just when everyone was drowsy, Garp, who was standing on the bow, suddenly shouted anxiously, "There is a situation. Hurry up and prepare me for battle." Everyone was a well-trained navy who followed Garp to his death. Listening to Garp's shout, they all became alert all of a sudden, and they couldn't see the lazy look at all. All the navy soldiers were in order, but there was no lack of speed. The ship stopped, the guns were set, and the swords and guns were raised in preparation for battle, while Iger rushed to Garp, wanting to see what it was. Condition: I saw that a huge shadow slowly floated under the seemingly calm sea. From the shape, it was roughly judged to be a shadow in the shape of a whale. However, the fins and tails would not move at all, and as a whale, this head was a bit too big. It is not a sea king. The shape of an ordinary whale should not exceed 40 meters in length, but in terms of the size of this shadow, it can be hundreds of meters in length. It was concluded that it was clearly not a fish, but a huge ship. After watching nearly 1,000 episodes of anime and more than 1,000 words of manga, Iger has a deep understanding of the magical things of sailing at sea, especially the technology that allows ships to sail in the deep sea. The hull is coated, and the maritime power that loves coating wherever he goes. There is only one in Iger's impression: Whitebeard pirates. These 6 words just popped up in Iger's mind. The huge shadow under the sea surface quickly surfaced, and then the whole thing popped out like a little yellow duck in the bathtub. Snap! The crisp blasting sound exploded, and the bursting water droplets splashed, smearing the faces of the Navy soldiers. A huge shadow covered the dog-headed warship, and with the sound of clattering, the huge sails opened, revealing a huge cross skull with a white beard. So la 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 la, Garp, you haven't seen this for so long, and your boat is still this dog. Chapter 245. Peak Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Some Navy soldiers were stunned when they heard this. Good guy, as a pirate, dare to speak to the hero of the Navy Garp like this, and the tone is so familiar. Look at the huge sail, the cross skull wearing a white crescent beard. This is not the Whitebeard who is famous in the sea, has been in the New World for decades, and even competed with One Piece for many years. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Why is Whitebeard here? Are you stupid? The fact that there is a big secret treasure in the East China Sea has spread all over the world. It is said to be a treasure stronger than One Piece. Of course Whitebeard will come. My goodness. Finally got a chance to see Lieutenant General Garp and Whitebeard fight. What a joke. Except Lieutenant General Garp, who can deal with Whitebeard, can the rest of us deal with so many people? The Navy soldiers also guessed the identity of the owner of the voice at the first time, and discussed it behind Garp. Listening to the discussion of the Navy soldiers behind him, Iger also agreed. Edward Newgate, the legendary existence in the sea. No, he is a legend himself. The name Whitebeard resonated all over the world, and even the songs sung by children all over the world described him as more terrible than a monster. Living legend by the pirates, and is called the strongest man in the world. He himself does not care about this title, and believes that the strongest man is also a human with a heart and will eventually die. In the Rocks Pirates, he possessed incomparably powerful strength when he was young. Since he was only in his 20s, his combat power has always been at the top of the world. However, even though he is so powerful, he is an outlier on a pirate ship. He is obviously a pirate, but he has no no interest in treasures. Back then everyone was discussing his dream. He leaned on the side of the boat and said that his biggest dream was to get a family. When he said this dream, he was also ridiculed by everyone, saying that if he wanted a family, he would go home, and running out to be a pirate was not a trouble. But he has no excuse. Until the Rocks pirates fell apart, he finally started his own way of forming a family. Probably the most he ever said to people after that was, "Be my son." Yes, Whitebeard's crew are all his sons, and all sons affectionately call him Dad, because these sons were once despised by society or homeless. He is such a man with the charm of father, and just hearing his voice makes me feel quite secure. So over the years, he has traveled almost all over the world, and the number of sons he has conquered has reached an unimaginable level. The big ship in front of him can hold thousands of people. On the other hand, Garp's dog-headed warship, it is not bad to be able to pack a few hundred people. What's more, each of the cotters on the Whitebeard ship is someone who can match the future generals, and in terms of quality, they are not comparable to the Navy soldiers behind Garp. If you start a full-scale war, your side is really not an opponent. While thinking about it, a row of figures stood on the bow of the huge whale ship. The one in the middle is extremely tall, with broad shoulders, wearing a white coat with red and gold patterns on the bottom. There is no inner lining in the coat, and the fierce muscles are directly exposed. He easily picked up the huge crescent knife, which was taller than him, with one hand. The black turban covered his head, covering the hair that had fallen out due to old age. However, although the traces of the years can be seen, the broad aura and the majestic feeling it gives people seem to be getting stronger with age. Just by looking at it, you can know that this person has no fear, and will definitely meet any threat directly from the front. With such an aura, apart from Whitebeard, there is no other person in the world. Good guy, this is Whitebeard. It's super safe to look at it. Iger looked up at Whitebeard and a group of captains standing beside him, and asked in his heart, "System, how much do you think Whitebeard's aura is?" Ding, the system is testing. Ding, the test is completed. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the momentum value is 50. The system responds fairly quickly, and it responds immediately. After hearing this result, Iger was not too surprised, but felt it was very reasonable. 50. Looking at Whitebeard's figure full of security, Iger couldn't help but look forward to himself in the future. When I can reach 50 o'clock myself, I must give people a similar feeling. Of course, Whitebeard's aura is extremely lethal to young people, but for the contemporary Carp, it is useless. So Carp is completely true to the Whitebeard, and he raised his head and said, "Newgate, you old undead are still alive. Standing so high, you want to break my neck, and then there is absolutely no one in this world who can take care of you." Tisk tisk. When a group of Navy soldiers heard Garp's gunpowder-smelling conversation, they suddenly started to gossip. It seems that these two old guys are in a good mood today, and they should not be fighting each other. At most, it will be a fight between two people. Although they don't know what kind of relationship Garp and Newgate had before, they knew Garp very well. When Garp said a sentence of more than 20 words, it meant that he would never want to start a war. Therefore, this Whitebeard pirates should not be the person Garp has always been worried about. Judging that there was nothing to do, everyone relaxed a little and watched the excitement. "So la 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 la, you old bastard, if you can break your neck, how can you handle me? Are you trying to laugh at me to death?" Whitebeard stood at the bow of the boat with a big knife on his back, looking down at Garp with a look of disdain. "Huh? I think it's because I haven't beaten you for too long. You forgot the pain. Newgate, you're an immortal." Garp rolled up his sleeves aggressively, his domineering surging like a violent ocean wave. "Huh? Beat me? Are you Garp? Are you kidding me?" Newgate frowned when he heard Garp's words, and subtle fluctuations came out from the tip of the knife. "Do you know that I am who? I'm Whitebeard." Chapter 246 Zhen Fruit vs Iron Fist. As Whitebeard's cry fell, a violent wave of sound instantly spread to everyone's ears. Whether it was the crew of the Whitebeard pirates or the Navy soldiers on the dog-headed warship, they all felt at the same time that the air that had wrapped them in a gentle manner suddenly became restless. Every air molecule seems to have been injected with the most powerful stimulant, vibrating violently one after another, hitting every inch of his skin frantically and fiercely. Not only air, but also solids and liquids are more sensitive to vibration. The sea water also seems to have received an order. The originally calm sea water suddenly turned violently as if it had been boiled. The water rolled, and the whale boat and the dog-headed warship also swayed. Two groups of people stood on the boat, and they were suddenly overturned to the ground. Only those who were strong were barely able to maintain their figure. This is not the end. After everyone was overturned to the ground, their faces lay on the ground, and their pupils shrank immediately. Every one of them heard a terrifying voice that was not clear before. Although the sound is not common, I have heard a lot of it along the way. That's the sound of steel being twisted. In this kind of vision, the first place to appear but also the most easily overlooked place, the internal structure of the ship, the bottom of the reinforced keel supporting the hull. There is a a creaking and twisting sound. Not only that, but they could hear glass popping, liquid spilling, and even the sound of boards being torn apart. Iger quietly used the ability of the rustling fruit to let his body leave the deck. I thought that I would not be affected by those domineering vibrations, but who knows, even the sand that I have used my ability to shape, there is no way to avoid the invasion of vibrations. I saw a grain of sand suspended in the air, fixed and squeezed in place by the restless air, and then let the vibration of a fixed frequency pass into the interior, and then it was silently shaken into a puff of dust. Vibrate the fruit. Master the vibration of the fruit. You can freely create vibrations with the same natural frequency as the object, causing resonance in the object. Gas and liquid are okay, but the vibration is more violent. But this kind of vibration is deadly for solids. Any solid, no matter how strong, as long as it resonates, the end result is crushing. And you must know that almost all natural disasters in the world that can bring about large-scale destruction are mostly caused by vibration. Tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, avalanches, mudslides, and even typhoons can all be caused by the most inconspicuous shaking. What's more terrifying is that the vibration can be transmitted. Multiple disasters are superimposed together, and the effect is absolutely devastating. That's why the warring states regarded Whitebeard's shaking fruit as a fruit that could destroy the world. Daddy, the wine cabinet in the cabin will be shattered by you. That's all high-end wine that we spent a lot of money on. Stop it, Daddy. Not only the Navy soldiers suffered, but even the own members of the Whitebeard pirates were shaken up and down, and they all shouted to let Whitebeard restrain some abilities. Of course, as crew members, they have long been accustomed to Whitebeard's vibrations, but it hurts to hear that the wine they spent a lot of money on was shaken to pieces underneath. You know, those are all bought with the money of their crew. Dad didn't spend a penny at all. This pauper and cheapskate father doesn't feel bad about ruining their wine at all. Goo la 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 it doesn't matter. I don't have to spend any money. You can just buy it after it's shattered. Sure enough, this bad old man didn't feel bad at all. He did it on purpose. This old man is very bad. Dad, if you don't have any left, buy it yourself. Whitebeard's unconcerned attitude completely aroused the collective indignation of the crew members. Everyone rolled their eyes and raised their arms and shouted, "It has nothing to do with the Navy at all." Unlike the Navy soldiers, these pirates followed Whitebeard to the north and south for many years. They knew too much about their father, the deceased pirate King Roger, and the old Navy man in front of them. Although every time two people meet they will be turned upside down, but it is definitely not the kind of life and death battle. It is always rumored in the outside world that Garp often fights with Whitebeard, but it is actually an illusion, simply because the two are too strong and they are too familiar with each other. Just move. Domineering will be pushed up with the emotions, and naturally it will be quite lively. What's really scary is that although the two people are fighting very loudly, they are actually joking. So it is absolutely not allowed to smash their precious wine because of fighting with the Navy. Even if they have heard the sound of the glass bottle breaking, they must protect the surviving wine bottle. Fortunately, this time, they managed to persuade their father. La 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 la. Then if you say this, I will add an anti-vibration. Whitebeard said that it was a trivial matter, and he locked the wine cabinet downstairs between thoughts. It was at this time that Garp, who had been ready to go, finally found an opportunity. With a kick of his foot, the whole figure was ejected like a cannonball and flew directly to the Whitebeard standing on the bow of the ship, his arms covered in armor. He also shouted proudly, "You're immortal. Finally let me find the flaw. How dare you lose your mind when you fight with me? Take a punch from me. It's over. Relax, you bastards." Hearing Garp's roar, Whitebeard immediately reacted, training the crew behind him, and then swung the big knife, domineering and shaking fruit at the same time. "Old bastard, do you think you caught my flaw? I'll let you see who is fixing who." With this movement of Whitebeard, the violent vibration of the shocking fruit has not decreased but increased. Not to mention the wine bottles in the wine cabinet, even the layers of dark clouds in the sky were shaken and rolled violently. Of course, the crew members of Whitebeard don't care about the visions of heaven and earth. They are most concerned about those precious wine bottles they bought with their hard-earned money. "Damn it, Dad, you broke all those wines this time. There's absolutely no need to drink it, bastard." Goo la 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 la. "It's just a little wine. Let's be strong. The pieces are all broken, so I'll use more strength." But Whitebeard didn't bother to care about the crew members behind him. Instead, he deliberately increased the vibration of the big sword in his hand. The Overlord and armed colors were activated simultaneously, covering severing the entire blade directly, and then hardened Garp's iron fist. Ruthless. Hit hard. Chapter 247. Terrifying peak collision. Clang. The big sword and the iron fist slammed into each other before everyone could react. The sound of the collision of gold and iron exploded, and the deafening sound of the impact spread to everyone's ears in an instant. Whitebeard was clearly holding the Kongyunki, one of the 12 great swordsmen, but Garp had no impatience with his bare hands. Chi. The turbulent domineering of the two sides hovered around him, as if the two incompatible fields of ice and fire were squeezed together. The momentum of the two sides is extremely brutal and fierce, biting together fiercely, like two male lions fighting for territory, showing each other's fangs fiercely. Whoa. The already violent air suddenly turned into a tyrannical wind, overwhelming the sky and surging towards the surroundings. The sea water was violently pushed away in an instant, revealing the bare seabed directly. Navy soldiers and pirates. One counts as one. They all grab whatever they can grab around to avoid being overturned into the sea. A few that could fly all flew up into the sky. Marco's hands suddenly turned into gorgeous blue and yellow wings, and the wings flapped with great difficulty, hovering in the air with great effort. Iger also worked extremely hard to maintain his sand form, while not letting the sand he created be shattered, and being careful not to let himself be blown away by the extremely strong wind pressure. No way. At this moment the surrounding air was almost pressed a few kilometers away by the collision between Whitebeard and Garp. The only remaining air was chaotic because of Whitebeard's ability. Trembling. Therefore, they have the ability to float in mid-air with the help of air, and it is quite laborious to float. Good guy. How strong are these two old men? This is just a punch for a joke. Iger didn't look at the two colliding monsters under him, but looked up at the sky above his head. This is the real horror. I saw that the dark clouds in the entire sky were dispelled, but right above the sea area where the two ships met, there was no blue at all, but a black hole. The sky was beaten to reveal a big hole. Really a big hole. Iger was stunned, turned his head to look at the sky in the distance. It was still blue, but with the movement of his eyes, he came directly above him, and suddenly it was a black round hole. This scene can't help but remind Iger of the old news he heard in his previous life. Back then, when the sister country and the Soviet Union were engaged in an arms race, each other would come up with some scary weapons and experiments every day to prove to the world that they were more powerful than the other. And once, when I heard that the Soviet Union was going to carry out a nuclear explosion experiment, the leader of the sister country at that time immediately decided that we should do it too, and it would be a big one. As a result, several nuclear bombs were detonated directly and with great fanfare close to 10,000 meters from the ground. With a bang, a big black hole was blown out in the sky. Countless satellites have fallen, and people can see the dark universe outside by standing directly on the ground, just like the sky now. Iger couldn't believe it. Just two people, one with a knife and the other with a fist, slammed into each other. Can they hit a nuclear bomb effect? No, it's more than a nuclear bomb. After all, they detonated at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Good guy. These two pierced the sky directly from the ground. That's it. They still have the power to control the aftermath of the battle and not spread around, so as not to directly grind the boats on the sea and the fish and shrimps under the sea into powder. These two guys are really terribly strong. Just at the peak of Whitebeard and Garp, Iger finally realized that the name of the strongest man in the world and the name of the naval hero really didn't come out. Even Shanks, who already has the appearance of the four emperors, is not enough to see in front of these two. I am afraid that the only people in this world who are qualified to participate in the battle between these two people are the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Sara, and the deceased One Piece Roger. This is the case for Iger, not to mention the Navy soldiers on the warship and the pirate crew behind Whitebeard. Everyone is holding their own body tightly, and the turbulent wind pressure blows them so much that they can't open their eyes, but they still insist on opening their eyes and watching the two monsters in the center shake. There is no way. As a martial artist, when you see the battle of the strong, you always want to take a look at it, and the naval heroes Garp and Whitebeard are the real peaks of combat power in this world. Therefore, even if everyone is about to be blown away, they should insist on watching the two bosses confront each other. There is no reason for him, just because it looks so cool, at such a close distance, to feel the strong wind that can blow off the scalp, and then to experience the strong and domineering arrogance that either of the two sides can crush a country. It is really a refreshing feeling that the body and mind are completely shocked. A truly violent aesthetic. Cap, why is your fist so soft? Whitebeard firmly grasped the handle of the knife with both hands. All the muscles in his arms bulged, and the thick blue veins ran under the muscles, conveying the surging power of the sea. And under his constantly vibrating blade, there was a black iron fist the size of a casserole. The fist and the blade rubbed frantically, sparks splashing. What did you say? You said my fist is soft? Garp raised his head with a black black face. The blood vessels on his face were bursting, and force after force continued to gather from the limbs to the fist. "I think your knife is soft." After he finished speaking, he stepped on the moon with his feet, and suddenly he had a point of strength. The whole person was like a rocket, and he slammed upwards. Feeling the tremendous force from Kong Yunki in his hand, Whitebeard also clenched his teeth tightly and refused to admit defeat. Down. With Whitebeard's afterburner, a mass of white light expanded from Whitebeard's blade, and the vibration that had been adapted to the surrounding environment became even more intense. Clap clap. The sea water that had been pushed away was pushed away again, and then everyone was horrified to discover that terrifying cracks spread out on the exposed seabed. Not only was it cracked, the rocky seabed was even shattered by the shock, and pieces of debris were suspended by the shaking air, revealing the fiery red magma underground. Chapter 248. Whitebeard and Garp lose your mind. "Fuck, you two are not out of your mind." Seeing this scene, Iger immediately shouted anxiously, "Good guy, this grandma's one punch and one knife is about to hit the ground. Didn't you see that the seabed broke you? If it goes on like this, I am afraid that the volcano directly under the sea will explode. Is this the level of the world's top combat power? It's just a little bit of forgetfulness, and there is such a fierce power." "Iger is a long-term acquaintance today. Dad, stop it. If you keep fighting like this, everyone will be finished." In the opposite sky, the Phoenix Marco also shouted at Whitebeard with some worry. "Just look at the suns behind them." They were shivering when they hugged the group on a dying boat, and they all looked so frightened. And if this were to be fought again, it would not fall to the bottom of the sea and be submerged by sea water, but would be directly burned to ashes by the magma in the ground. Even the boat is gone. No matter how strong the father is, he can't withstand the curse of the sea god. Even if he is the strongest man in the world on land, if he falls into the sea, he is just a human being cursed by the sea god. Besides, these two guys are not rational people. In this case, they will definitely get more and more excited and forget themselves more and more. In the end, they will directly overturn this sea. Back then, some of those bastard reporters wrote, "Following the collective pilgrimage of the Sea Kings, the East China Sea has changed again, and mysterious power suddenly erupted, overturning the sea." I have already thought of a title for them, and when things get bigger, Garp may be forced to fight with his own side due to the situation. Ahem, it's too far away. In short, we can't let them fight anymore. "Yeah, Dad, stop it. We're so dizzy." "You don't have to buy it." "Okay, we'll buy it ourselves." "Stop it, Ka. Lieutenant General Garp, you should stop fighting. If you continue to fight like this, we will all feed the magma." The pirates and the navy, who have never met each other and are naturally opposed to each other, have all unified their calibers at this moment, insisting that the bosses of the two sides stop. However, if the boss would obediently listen to what the people under him had to say, then he wouldn't be called the boss. Whitebeard and Garp, who were fighting passionately in midair, were fighting excitedly at the moment. How could they have ears to hear what the boys behind them were saying? And they were all about the other's next move. "Cool, la la la. Garp, did you pull it like this after not seeing him for so long?" Whitebeard couldn't help being a little proud and smiled when he saw that his big knife was firmly pressing against Garp's iron fist. You're just condescending. How capable do you really think you are?" Garp had a dark face, clenching his teeth tightly, and with his feet stepping on the air, he was indeed at a disadvantage in the wrestling stage. "Just kidding. Do you think I'll take advantage of you? Who do you think I am? I'm Whitebeard." As expected, Garp knew about these big pirates. Immediately pulled back. "What's the matter? Want to try a different pose?" Garp looked sideways at Whitebeard, obviously disdainful. "Of course. Let your unrealistic fantasies be completely destroyed. Don't think you can compete with me." Whitebeard slammed a sentence, and then the muscles in his back bulged. Kong Yunki lifted up, and the whole body flew backwards by this inertia. Garp also accelerated and retreated by the weight of Kong Yunkiang's fist just now. After a few seconds, the two of them fell back to the bow steadily at the same time. Seeing that their leader had returned to their ship, everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, secretly sighing that they had saved another life. However, in the next second, they can't wait to put their hands into their heads and dig out the idea just now. These two half-hearted old men, who had just hit the front foot on the boat, bent their knees slightly and then jumped up with fierce force, and the entire boat was shaken. Everyone's bodies swayed, but their eyes were locked tightly, and the two figures were ejected into the air like cannonballs. Only this time, Garp was condescending. His bulging muscles burst open, and his sturdy arms were rounded and smashed down, and the white beard that made the man's hair, also attached more domineering and turbulent to the knife head, turned around in mid-air. Kong Yunki beautifully drew a crescent moon, and went straight to the card from bottom to top. Pu's iron fist. These two old guys not only did not intend to stop, but they fought more and more fiercely. More powerful fluctuations spread from the collision between the two people. Whether it was a pirate or a navy soldier, they all saw the helplessness in the other's eyes. Of course, immediately after that, that the deep helplessness was replaced by a deep panic. I saw the seabed that had been torn under everyone's feet, and the deep cracks became deeper and wider, and the faint red light was now so strong that it was about to overflow. It's like a paper bag that can't hold too many things, and it will be directly torn open by the magma in it. That's too late. A thought flashed into Marco's mind. The two old guys fought more and more excitedly. It was useless to talk, and they had to be separated. Thinking of this, the aura on Marco's body suddenly increased sharply, and the blue flame suddenly surged like a disc wing, spreading directly from the original hands to the whole body. Just now, he was a human with wings. After the flames spread, Marco turned into a giant flaming bird, flapping his wings, and he was about to dive towards the place where Whitebeard and Garp collided. However, before he could speed up, there was a black shadow not far away that was faster than him. It's Ignatius. Is that kid? This kid looked less than 10 years old and rushed directly to the center of the battle between Whitebeard and Garp. Isn't that courting death? Who are Whitebeard and Garp? They are the pinnacles of the world's fighting power. The battle between these two people, let alone children, even if it is an adult man, 99% of them cannot get close to half a step. A child rushes in, and there is absolutely no possibility other than being torn apart by the aftermath of the violent battle. Marco's half-open eyes suddenly opened. The boss, and he didn't care about being shot. He swooped down and shouted involuntarily, "Hey, that kid, do you know how dangerous it is down there? Come back quickly." However, contrary to his expectations, the kid listened to his words and instead swooped faster. Chapter 249. Give me face, don't fight. Iger cancelled the ability of his rustling fruit in the air, and the whole person turned into a shadow like a bullet and dived towards the center of the battle. The violent and restless air swept through the body at high speed, and some places were even as hard as a blade, cutting Iger's clothing and skin piece by piece, scraping out blood stains. Marco, who was behind him, also saw this scene, and a worried look appeared on his face. This kid just getting close to the battle area. His skin can't stand it anymore. If he really gets to the battle center, he will definitely be torn apart by the violent fluctuations there. After all, even I didn't dare to approach these two people who were fighting excitedly. I dared to rush down because of my own self-healing ability. No, definitely get this kid out of here. Marco thought so. His wings burning with gorgeous flames shook violently, and he accelerated again and again, hoping to catch up with the kid in front of him sooner. However, what made him feel strange was that no matter how much he accelerated, the distance from the kid in front of him not only did not shorten at all, but instead became farther and farther away. Good guy, you run really fast. Marco didn't know whether it was admiration or what, and said in a low voice. He didn't know what Iger's ability was like, but he was faster than himself, which was quite powerful. Then I can't be looked down upon by you. So many people watched. If he couldn't catch up with the child, then Marco felt that he was too shriveled. Immediately, a strange light appeared on his wings, and then he shook violently, and the speed of the whole person increased here. 1 gear. This time, Marco finally felt that the distance between himself and the kid was gradually shortening. However, when Marco felt a little smug in his heart, he suddenly felt that the surrounding air seemed to be strangely moist, so moist that his flame feathers were a little dim. Could it be the water vapor that Daddy and Garp made? Impossible. I am a person with the power of the phoenix fruit, and my whole body is burning with flames. Although it is not as fiery as the flame bird, it is still a flame. Not to mention at this high altitude, even on the sea, he has never felt any moisturizing discomfort. Any water vapor, when it is close to him, will be evaporated by the flame. Just when Marco felt strange, he suddenly found that the surrounding air became more and more humid. Not only became humid, but even a touch of water vapor came out. Those water vapors seemed to have their own consciousness, and they even actively adsorb on their own feathers, making their body heavy and slow, and at the same time eating their own feathers like a little devil. Not only that, as the water vapor became heavier and heavier, he even felt that the surrounding air and water vapor showed deep disgust for him. Breathing becomes difficult, flying becomes slow, and even the flames on the body are about to be extinguished. Looking down again, Marco was shocked. I saw that on the sea surface separated by Whitebeard and Garp, a stream of milky white pure water vapor was pulled out like a cocoon, and then gathered into pieces in the air, moving towards a certain center. It was sea water. It turns out that this white fog is the power extracted from the sea. No wonder I felt that my strength was weakened, and I was disgusted by these water vapors. It turned out to be sea water. Thinking of this, Marco stopped immediately. The water vapor below was more than 10 times denser than here, and if he rushed down, he might not even be able to maintain the fruit ability. And what made Marco stunned was that the water vapor that was pulled out of the sea water, the center of the collection, turned out to be Iger, who swooped down before him. How is this possible? Didn't that kid just fly like him? I haven't seen him kicking the air like Garp. Shouldn't he have the ability to fruit? How could it be that he gathered the water vapor, and in doing so his ability did not change in the slightest. This is too scary. For this kind of thing, Marco can only come up with one explanation. That is, this Navy boy is definitely a super genius. A genius. At this age, you can cultivate the 6 forms of the Navy to a super high level. The principle of the moon step itself is to kick the air, and if you practice the moon step to a certain level, you can use a small high-frequency vibration to make the body stagnate in mid-air. However, this kind of thing seems to exist only in theory, and no Navy has ever seen such a thing. Because to achieve this level, it is necessary to have extremely strong physical fitness and extremely superb technology. But if this is the case, there is no way to explain why this kid can draw strength from the sea. The common sense of all pirates since ancient times is that the sea is completely isolated from the joys and sorrows of the world. It will curse the power of devil fruits, subvert sailing sailboats, and provide you with abundant food and safely send you to the other side of the sea. Although some people say that human beings have already conquered the sea, that is actually just an extremely arrogant statement. The sea has never participated in any disputes between people, but just watched it quietly and never changed. This kid is far from being as simple as it looks. Not knowing at all that his casual move would bring so many ideas to Marco behind him, Iger's attention at this time was all focused on his body and the water drawn from the surrounding sea water. He deeply knew the strength of these two old guys. Naturally, it was impossible to get naked. He must be fully prepared. Between the lights and flints, he thought of his new superpower, Poseidon. To deal with such a high-level battle, you have to use this high-level power. More and more water turned into streams of milky white water vapor, which lingered around Iger. Feeling that the power in the body is getting more and more full, Iger also has some confidence, and when the water vapor around his body is so dense that it is almost condensed into substance, Iger feels okay. Clang clang. In mid-air, the fierce collision between Whitebeard and Garp was still going on. At this time, the two were not wrestling statically, but kept colliding with their fists and knife heads. After another collision, Garp clenched his fists again, and his domineering increased again, and the Whitebeard on the other side was also a gambler who usually added more domineering to the knife head. The eyes of the two of them were almost red, and at the same time, they shouted loudly and smashed towards each other. And at this moment, between the knife head and the iron fist, a figure descended from the sky. I saw Iger raised his hands to block. His face was gloomy, and endless domineering flowed on his face. Afterwards, Iger said in a childish voice mixed with a low tone and a hoarseness, "Give me a face, don't fight again." Chapter 250. Iggy, be my son. Give me a face, don't fight again. In the midair, Iger's face surged with endless domineering, and the refined water all over his body turned into mist and slowly drifted away. During the surging fog, even the violently vibrating air due to Whitebeard's powerful strength slowly calmed down. Everyone with their eyes closed, sensitively aware of the movement in the air that would crack the skin when they touched it, has become much more docile now. What happened? How do you feel? The ability of Dad Whitebeard seems to be weakened by something. Everyone opened their eyes with difficulty and looked at Whitebeard and Garp, who were facing each other. It didn't matter. Everyone almost forgot to grab the railing in their hands. I saw between the Whitebeard and Garp a thin figure suspended in the air. Behind the milky white mist, the left palm was flat to block Garp's domineering iron fist, and the right palm was half holding Whitebeard's knife firmly. Head, stay still. Fuck. Marco, who flapped his wings and watched from a distance, scolded him directly. This. What is this? Nema kidding? A kid under 10 years old, on their own ship. They can only stay on the ship and wipe the existence of the deck. Now, at this moment, right in front of his eyes, he swooped down at a speed that was even more terrifying than himself, and borrowed the power of the ocean in a miraculous way, and squeezed into the pair of Garp and Whitebeard abruptly. Hit the gap. This is not enough, and I don't know what kind of power he got from those sea waters, and he was able to resist the attacks of two people in two directions. This scene is really fantastic. I even suspected that Whitebeard and Cap clearly sensed that Iger would appear in advance, and then deliberately withdrew their strength. But looking at the expressions of the two people carefully, it is clear that they are both equally stunned. The two were not prepared at all, and Iger was completely, unexpectedly, in the middle of the two. Looking at it this way, this little devil who is less than 10 years old is really scary. Who are the two people below? Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, naval hero. Garp, two men who stood at the pinnacle of the world's fighting power. These two men fought. Even if it was just a joke, the power would be devastating. The big hole in the sky, the ocean pushed aside on both sides, and the cracked rock formations on the exposed seabed all explain this destruction. Those with insufficient strength break in without authorization, only to be squeezed into pieces. Even himself, he was sure of the ability of his phoenix, and he could definitely recover from his injuries quickly, so he dared to prepare to go in and take a hard blow. Otherwise, with your own small body, you will be directly crushed into meat patties by two giant forces. But the child, who was less than 10 years old, actually got into the middle of Whitebeard and Garp and was able to block attacks from both directions at the same time safely. To say that this guy has some kind of monster-like system, Marco absolutely does not believe it. As a doctor, he is too clear, not to mention creatures. Even if the steel is a seafloor stone, he must be crushed into embarrassment. Therefore, the strength that can support this kid to resist the pressure from both sides is definitely the milky white mist that surrounds him. That mist not only has a power that is so weird that it can dissolve all abilities, it can also provide Iger with super powerful power. And that mist, which Marco saw with his own eyes, came from the vast sea, and it was truly inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Is this really something a kid can do? Marco looked at Iger's figure and suddenly felt a chill behind him. At this age, you can achieve this level. After that, can you still do it? Not only Marco, but everyone who opened their eyes to see Iger suddenly widened their eyes with a ghostly expression, and the same voice sounded in their hearts. This he's meow. Are you really Whitebeard and Garp? Are you paper? But looking at Iger's fairly stable center of gravity and his calm expression, the dense fog beside him slowly trembled, as if he was telling everyone lazily that it was really just paper. So horrible. In the entire scene, I am afraid that the most surprising are the two people at the center of the battle, Whitebeard and Garp. However, different from everyone's thoughts, these two old guys are thinking at this moment, who is this kid? He meows. How dare you? Laozi was having a good time. Why did he suddenly come in? And what did he say to give him face? I can go to your grandma's. However, when the two of them looked closely, they saw a thin figure wrapped in a dense white mist. Iggy. Garp immediately screamed and quickly withdrew the fist that he smashed out and tugged at the trend, trying to bring Iger back to his side. However, in the next second, he found that he didn't move at all. The white mist that wrapped around Iger's body turned out to be like a seafloor stone, fixing Iger's body in mid-air. No matter how much strength Garp exerted, he would not move at all. Your name is Eagle? Whitebeard also said in a loud voice, looking up and down at Iger with his eyes. But his thoughts had already drifted to 7 years ago. At that time, he could be said to be his best friend, Roger, the Pirate King, drinking with him under a tree where cherry blossoms were falling. The setting sun set in the west, and the crimson setting sun shot through the petals, which was extremely beautiful. The topic of chat is also about the future and family. It was this topic that Newgate was able to know that Roger, who was so carefree and free, actually thought about what his child would be called. Hey, Newgate, if I have a son in the future, I must have two. Roger took a sip of wine, his eyes full of pride. One, I'm called Ace, and the other, IAO now. IG. Whitebeard's eyes flashed some tenderness when he looked at Iger, but in an instant it was replaced by an anger that would never give up. What happened to Iggy? Even if the name makes Whitebeard like it, it can't hide the fact that this kid just pretended to be X in front of himself and Garp. In particular, he dared to catch the attacks of two people with one hand. Absolutely unbearable. Stinky boy, who are you, little brat, telling you to give you face? I'm Whitebeard. Whitebeard waved his big knife angrily again and kept roaring in his mouth. Stinky boy, you can only be mine. Son, I forgive you. Chapter 251. Iger was my grandson a few years ago. In fact, Whitebeard didn't think so much at all. He simply felt that this child had the courage to forcibly persuade him to stop, and most importantly, he had the hard power to stop Garp and himself at the same time. This is what makes Whitebeard quite like it, much better than those stinky brats. Whitebeard suddenly remembered that many years ago there were two little devils, one with a red nose and one with red hair, who threatened to kill him every time he saw him. But it seems that, until now, their captain is no longer there, and their head has not been taken away. Even the two little devils never touched him. But this is enough to make Whitebeard look up to Iger. This kid is very tough, just do what he says. Plus, that guy Garp just now said his name was Iggy. You must know that as the most powerful pirate group in the world today, the information network of the Whitebeard pirates is also quite powerful. They sent someone to check the situation here early. That so-called sea god is just a legend at all. As long as you send a random person nearby, go to the Goa kingdom and find someone to ask. It was obvious from what they said. The sea god descended on a child less than 10 years old and angrily summoned the sea kings capable of destroying the world, swallowing the officials of the world government and the heavenly dragon Manhamak holy city. After that, Poseidon left behind 3 books, which were passed on to the most respected priests in the area. Immediately afterwards, the priests were deeply moved and continued to tour the Goa kingdom. As for the details of the killing of King Goa at the beginning, some people said that it was the son of a local nobleman, and the nobleman did not give a clear explanation for the reason for the killing of the king. Coupled with the legend about the gem Poseidon, it is impossible for any human to get it, let alone Hamak killed to snatch the treasure. If the king of Goa holds this, then the kingdom of Goa will will be overthrown by the Sea King's first flip. Therefore, it is basically certain that this Poseidon thing is fake. Since it is fake, then there is no need for me to go to see this matter specially. I want to say why I am here, because the person who sent back the news said that the child who was possessed by the sea god was named Yai. Within a year of Roger's death, there were rumors that he had a child somewhere, and he knew Roger's guy very well. He said that whatever name he wanted to name the child, he would definitely choose it. According to the description of the informant, the child was probably 7 or 8 or 9 years old, so Whitebeard immediately concluded that it was him. It can be said that the ship Whitebeard came here to see the child named Iger. It's just that I didn't expect that this Iger was actually on Garp's boat. Is it? At that time, Roger said that one thing to get rid of Garp was to hand over the child to him, etc. Something seems to be wrong. Whitebeard seemed to suddenly think of something. You know, compared to himself and Roger, who are pirates, Garp, who entered the Navy, can be said to be a standard of life trajectory. At the age of 20 or 30, they got married and had children. At this age, the sons are all upright and mature, and they have even given birth to a son. After all, Garp, who had a grandson at the time, was still showing off, saying that he was already a grandfather. Then count the time. Now his grandson is almost the same age as this Iger. Garp has grandchildren. Well, isn't that kid entrusted to Garp's care? Garp's grandson. The big knife waving in Whitebeard's hand suddenly stopped. He looked at Garp opposite him a little dull, and then a burst of shame suddenly filled his cheeks. I saw the old Garp on the opposite side, who was looking at himself with a smirk. His expression was simply filthy. It's as if you're taking advantage of it. Hey, I'm sorry, Newgate. Garp was happy, and his face was full of smiles, and the wrinkles on his face were laughing out. A few years ago, Iger was already my grandson. You old bastard. Whitebeard's originally fair skin turned red with anger now, and pointed at the smug Garp on the opposite side and roared, "Aren't you taking advantage of Roger? Is there such a thing as you?" They just walked away. You treat someone's son as a grandson? What, are you kidding? Who made you get married late? Especially you. You're still a bachelor. Garp didn't bother to answer Whitebeard's accusations. He stuck his little finger in his nostrils and tugged it repeatedly. What's wrong with my bachelor? Whitebeard seemed to have been stabbed in the sore spot, and his voice increased several times. We men at sea are sailing for our dreams. Besides, even if I'm not a bachelor, I still have it. So many sons. Newgate stretched out his hand and pointed his big finger to the group of squad leaders behind. The guys behind were pointed out by Dad, and they all raised their heads proudly. All right, I see. Garp looked at the pirates behind the same Whitebeard indifferently, and he still couldn't stop picking his booger. You have quite a lot of sons, nephew. What did you say? Do you still want to fight? Whitebeard suddenly became angry, and the big knife in his hand began to swing again. Dude, do you think I've ever been afraid of you? Garp rolled up his sleeves on the other side. Oh, well, are you two old men finished? Seeing that these two old people were bickering like children, and they were about to fight again, Iger just felt a nameless fire rose in his heart, and immediately shouted out. This roar was really effective. Garp listened to Iger's words quite a bit, and stopped what he was doing at that time, and obediently stopped doing it. However, the Whitebeard on the other end is a person who is used to being a father. How could he stop talking about a kid casually? Not to mention that he is still in a state of anger and anger. You're Roger's son, right? You dared to be so arrogant with me just now. To save face, Roger didn't even talk to me like that. Dude, Roger didn't tell you anything like that. What's the matter with me? I'm just talking to you like that. Not only do I want to talk to you like that, I'm going to take care of you, an ignorant old man. Iger also has a violent temper. Of course, there are some intentional elements in it. Of course, he knew that Whitebeard was just joking, so he wouldn't take it seriously, but he would never let go of this opportunity to play against Whitebeard. Chapter 252. Give it a try. The strength of Roger's son. Roger's son? After listening to the conversation between the two people, the Navy on the dog-headed warship and the pirates on the whale ship caught the most gossip-worthy information in the words. The Navy had already heard about this matter early, but they still felt a little strange to hear Whitebeard say it so openly. Although Iger's identity was covered up by Lieutenant General Garp by various means many years ago, but from the attitude of Whitebeard, it is obvious that he has known it for a long time. Look, this matter is definitely not a high-level secret. If this matter were written as news, it would definitely be rendered as a shocking scandal by the Navy headquarters by those wicked reporters. Roger's son, the Devil's son, was adopted by the naval hero Garp after Roger's death, and even thought about bringing this kid into the naval headquarters, and also wanted to arrange the Siggy as a naval general. If this thing came out, it would be quite outrageous. The most important thing is that these words came from the mouth of a pirate with Whitebeard, or followed the Navy Garp on the opposite side. It's hard not to make people feel that there is some shady deal between these two people, and when the pirates heard it, they all exploded. Is he the son of that bastard Roger? It seems that he did say that Roger has a son, but isn't it Ace? Hey, what do you know? Roger has a deep friendship with his father, and of course he will talk about anything. That's right. Don't you know why Daddy is here? Isn't it because there's a kid here named Iggy? Oh, that's what it looks like. Good guy. It turns out that although Daddy and Roger fought often, and they fought every so often, they were such good friends behind the scenes. Of course, at this moment, Iger doesn't have the heart to think about these gossips. The opponent he is facing now is the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Even if it's just not serious at all, it's definitely not something that can be treated casually. Iger waved his palm, and two long swords, Longma and Kyushui, appeared in his hands immediately. To deal with the white-bearded Kongyunki, Iger is very self-aware, and he will never use his immature domineering arrogance. Seeing Iger take out two Japanese knives, Whitebeard showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he snorted disdainfully and sneered. That's it? Are you like hitting me with those two knives? Hey, do you think that your knife is really big at the beginning? Iger also responded with a mocking smile. It depends on how big it is in combat. I'll show you my big baby right now. Iger shouted loudly, and the water that was entangled all over his body suddenly received the call, and hundreds of strands of water vapor, which were like training, were scattered in succession, and then one strand was entangled, and the swords that were entangled in the dragon horse and Kyushui repeatedly staggered on the body. Longma and Kyushui are only 1 meter long at best, and the white water vapor formed by water is more than 10 meters long. Hundreds of them were repeatedly entangled and wrapped around the sword body, extending the blade body directly in the direction of the sword body for a full 10 meters. At this moment, Iger looks like a little sparrow with two phoenix wings suspended in the air. Iger's choice of water vapor rather than sand, which he uses the most, was carefully considered. Just in the battle between Whitebeard and Garp just now, he was only in the aftermath, and the sand he summoned had been shaken into a pinch of dust. If you were to fight against Whitebeard now, even if you took out the hardest crystallized sand, it would definitely not be able to withstand the violent shock of Whitebeard. Water extracted from the sea water, although it does not look so hard, is better than the ability to resist the Whitebeard's shocking fruit, and this is the only way to rely on it. How is it? How big is mine? A condescendingly looking at Kongyunki, who was only 3 meters long in Whitebeard's hands, said proudly. Young man, many times it's not enough to be big, it has to be tough enough. Whitebeard glanced at Iger's big knife lightly, and suddenly changed his tone from size to hardness. Don't talk so much nonsense. Make a move. Iger can't be bothered to talk nonsense with him anymore. His ability to use seawater is limited by time, isn't it? Is that kid really going to fight Dad? Marco, flapping his wings and hovering in mid-air, looked down at Iger with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Does he not know who he is facing? Whitebeard. That is the strongest man in the world who can compete with the Navy hero Garp behind him, and can even pierce the sky with just a single move. What kind of courage does this kid have to fight him? Not only Marco, but also Tom, Pakuto, and Big Brother Weir on the dog-headed warship also forgot the gossip for a while, and stared blankly at the two long swords that Iger drew from his waist. Good guy. How capable is this kid? In the face of the strongest man in the world, the man who can destroy the world with a wave of his hand can even draw his sword. This courage is really admirable. Just everyone expected the ending. Undoubtedly, only one move is needed. Not even one move. Maybe the two people have just collided, and the erratic sword in Iger's hand will be shattered instantly. In less than half a second after that, Iger will fly backwards at a speed too fast to see. After all, the difference in strength is simply too great. On one side is the strongest man in the world, and on the other side is a rising naval genius. Everyone knows which side will win. Even Garp, who stood at the front with the most calm expression, had the same idea as everyone else. He didn't move because he knew the urination of this guy with white beard. If he could talk like that, it meant that he definitely didn't intend to exert his strength, but just wanted to try Iger's strength. After all, this kid actually stopped his fist and Whitebeard's big knife just now, and this hand will suddenly arouse Whitebeard's curiosity. But even if it's just a test of strength, Whitebeard is a guy who is powerful enough to destroy the world. His strength test is usually to directly knock the opponent into the air, and then see how far the opponent can fly. The stronger. Therefore, although Garp is not worried about Iger's safety at all, the result is beyond doubt. Just when everyone was overwhelmingly supporting Whitebeard in their hearts, Iger had already carried two powerful treasures and rushed towards Whitebeard. Chapter 253 The power of the sea god is earth-shattering. Hurula. Water refined from the sea water is the pure power condensed by the water spirit in the sea water, and every inch affects everything in the sea water. Iger rolled the pure water into the shape of a blade and extended it out, and every trace of water affected a considerable part of the sea water. So when Iger slashed at Whitebeard with his sword, all the sea water was Iger is making a move. move. The sea surface that was originally separated because of the fierce collision between Whitebeard and Garp suddenly merged together like a wound that was artificially stitched together. The dog-headed warship and the giant whale ship floating on the sea were also pulled together like a plaster attached to the skin. The boat was about to see how Iger was being cleaned up by Whitebeard, but he immediately followed the boatman under his feet, and many people braked on the deck with their cheeks. There are even a lot of people who were directly thrown out high and fell into the sea, especially the guys on the Whitebeard ship. There are a lot of capable people. They basically can't come back if they fall into the sea. So many crew members who can swim followed the people who fell into the water in front and jumped. The two ships were suddenly in a mess, a scene of shipwreck. This is not the most serious thing. The most serious thing is that Garp's dog-headed warship and Whitebeard's whale ship are about to collide. Not good. Marco, hovering above the sky, saw that the two ships below were about to collide with each other at an extremely fast speed. The blue flame erupted with extremely dazzling light, and a huge flamingo with splendid wings chirped high and dived straight toward the space between the two ships. In a blink of an eye, Marco had come to the middle of the dog-headed warship and the whale ship. All the power extracted from the sea has been taken away by Iger, and there is no more white mist floating on the sea surface, so Marco's ability is no longer limited. The ability is not limited, and Marco felt a little relieved in his heart. He looked at the two large ships left and right and spread his wings to both sides without hesitation. Bump! After just a few seconds, the dog-headed warship and the whale ship collided with each other at an extremely fast speed. However, what surprised everyone who screamed and closed their eyes was that, as expected, the field where the two ships fell apart did not seem to happen, and after a muffled sound, the two ships seemed to stop. Everyone opened their eyes curiously, but they were seeing a yellow and blue flame flashing wildly between the two bows. Some crazy roars exploded in the middle of Marco's throat. His whole body burst into blue veins, and the blue-yellow flames jumped wildly. As his roar became more and more high-pitched, the flames on his body also expanded little by little. It was at this time that the two sides of the sea that had originally merged seemed like someone was pulling the thin thread that sewed the wound. All the sea water was pulled up and turned into a monstrous wave straight towards the Whitebeard. Shoot it! In this shot, the dog-headed warship and the whale ship were directly shot away. Marco, who was caught between the two ships at the beginning, was naturally shot into the sea by the huge waves that could swallow the mountain. With just one move, Yue almost wiped out the entire army of the Navy and the spectators of the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, whether it is the Navy soldiers who are holding onto the railing to prevent themselves from flying out, the pirates who have fallen into the sea and are struggling, or the guys who are being thrown high and flying, all they have in mind is an idea. His grandmother. How could this Iger be so fierce? Just waving a knife. Oh no, two knives. How did they suddenly overturn the river? This kid is holding Aquaman, isn't it? To have the ability to manipulate the sea. Everyone has known one thing since ancient times, that is, there are indeed superpowers in this world, and people who know that there are superpowers in the world also know another thing, that is, there is absolutely no superpower of any kind that can have the power to manipulate the ocean, because all superpowers are cursed by the ocean. Naturally, there is no superpower that can give humans the power to manipulate the ocean. Therefore, since ancient times, there are only two ways to manipulate the ocean, either to master the super ancient weapon that can destroy the world, the Sea King, or to cultivate domineering kendo or even more advanced abilities. But do you want a child who doesn't seem to be 10 years old at all, who can practice domineering or kendo to the point where he can command the ocean? Can you extract power from the ocean? That's like being kicked in the head by a donkey. No, it must have been squeezed by two ships to have this kind of unconscionable idea. How many people? 99% of the people in this world have spent their entire lives working hard on domineering and kendo, and they have never been able to reach the extreme way. A little devil who is less than 10 years old. Can you learn? Is the world coming to an end, or is the universe going to explode? God is going to send this kind of evildoer to make people all over the world die of anger? Everyone's hearts are filled with a deep disbelief, but don't believe it. The ability this little devil has shown is really unbelievable. Can only believe. But even so, the pirates watching the battle still made a fairly pertinent judgment. The power that this kid is exerting now cannot shake his father at all. Even Garp, who knew that Iger had attached the spirit of the sea god to him, looked at the two large knives in Iger's hands and shook his head indistinctly. Although the power of the sea god is powerful, what can be borrowed from Iger is limited after all. Who is Whitebeard? Although this has been emphasized countless times, as the Warring States General said, he is a man who can destroy the whole world with a single thought. As far as Iger's power is now displayed, the Newgate guy, even if he doesn't use the power of his shocking fruit at all, just relying on the Kongyunki in his hand and his powerful domineering, it is enough to clean up Iggy. Sure enough, the white-bearded Newgate who gathered everyone's attention, looked at Iger, who was slashing aggressively, but only he smiled lightly, and then the invisible domineering surged up, directly covering the entire surface of Kong Yunkai. So la 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 la, you kid, are you looking down on me? Chapter 254 Whitebeard, Legendary Overlord. There is no power that seems to destroy the world. The air does not vibrate, the ocean does not shake, and even the domineering arrogance attached to the blade is colorless and invisible. Only the big hole exposed in the sky is still slowly rotating, reminding the force of the collision just now. Compared to when he had just confronted Garp, Whitebeard's power at this moment was obviously weaker by a level, but even so, it was definitely not the kind of team captains around who dared to collide easily. Whitebeard just stood silently, holding the big knife across his chest and staring at Iger, who seemed to be slashing with the power of the entire ocean, without saying a word. Although the state is quiet and nothing around him is surging with his power, but standing so quietly, it makes people feel that the sense of oppression is stronger than that of Yig, who is overturned. Is this my father's tyrannical color? It's so powerful that there is absolutely no way to match it. On the whale boat, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Joes, looked at the Whitebeard like a god of war in front of him. His eyes were full of admiration and awe. What? Is this Overlord? Obviously I didn't see anything. Hearing what Jaws said, a group of newcomers behind him who had never seen the world suddenly felt incredible and started chatting. As we all know, the cultivation of domineering is divided into levels. Although there is no clear level standard, the performance of domineering is also different according to the difference of ability attributes and users. Generally speaking, as far as the Overlord's arrogance is concerned, usually when he first awakens, it is the kind of power that is colorless and invisible, and depends entirely on will, and advanced players can attach it to objects. If you practice to a higher level, you will be accompanied by the unique red and black lightning of the Overlord, and even in use, it will attract a super huge red and black thundercloud. Many people call this thundercloud the king of dark clouds, and this king's dark cloud is usually considered to be a realm that can only be achieved by cultivating the domineering arrogance to a high level. So when Jaws sighed that Whitebeard's domineering was unusual, the newcomers would inevitably have questions. As far as the state shown by Whitebeard is concerned, it is clearly the most intangible and insubstantial state at the lowest level. How can Dad's Overlord color be the lowest level of Overlord color? As a result, some people expressed doubts at a loss, saying that their idol father, it is impossible to use such a weak chicken's domineering. However, hearing this question, Jaws directly hit the newcomer with a diamond fist, shaking his head while saying that the newcomer had never seen the world. You bastard, of course you can't only use the lowest level, bastard. Back to basics. Haven't you heard of back to basics? Who is father? Whitebeard. The limit is reached. Joke. Dad, that's it. The man at the top of the crowd, at the top of the world. He is a living legend, the strongest man in the world. You tell me he will use that kind of low-level domineering that any kid can use casually? I want to slap you with a big mouth when I hear it. It hurts to be lonely. Did the king's dark cloud form? Of course, because he was inspired by the domineering arrogance of the Overlord. The power of heaven and earth has gathered. This shows that the domineering at this stage is the ability to use domineering to influence the movement of everything between heaven and earth, but it is precisely because it is not strong enough that it can only be used to summon the so-called king's dark cloud, and it cannot make any changes at all. And the domineering Daddy is using now, although it doesn't seem to have any effect, as long as you carefully feel the space around the old man, you can find the air and sea water that Iger had made turbulent were surging restlessly from a few hundred meters or even a few kilometers away, but in the center of this chaos there was peace. Only in the surrounding area of about 10 meters, whether it is air, sea water, or even sunlight and the thick water vapor just extracted by Iger, all flow extremely quietly and docilely. Even the time seems to have slowed down a bit, and in this scene, it is precisely because the Overlord of the Father is so powerful that it can suppress everything, that the air, sea, sunlight, and moisture that should be restless obediently lie around the Father and dare not move. Although it seems that Iger is now aggressive, but in fact, as long as Iger enters the range of Dad's aura, all the power he has gathered now is just adding some chips to the sword. It is impossible to have any influence on Dad through the surrounding environment. After Jaws' explanation, the group of newcomers behind him nodded thoughtfully, admiring the strength of Whitebeard, and apologized for questioning his father's behavior just now. After that, everyone looked at Iggy in the air with worried eyes. This child is destined to be cleaned up. Although it is said that you should see more of the world while you are young, but seeing this world too early is a kind of deep psychological damage. Whitebeard stood still as a mountain, while Iger raised his sword like a thunderbolt and leaped high. Two people, one old and one young, 2 generations apart in age, were among the worried eyes of everyone in the blink of an eye. Slammed into each other other fiercely. Kang. The distance of 10 meters was approaching in an instant, and Iger's sea god sword slashed fiercely on the conjuun cut paper in Whitebeard's hand, and a loud crash of gold and iron burst out immediately. However, looking at Whitebeard's unfathomable eyes, Iger also felt a little strange, with a look of surprise on his face. The water just now was actually peeled off layer by layer when he approached the last 10 meters of Whitebeard. Until the end, Longma and Kyushui slammed into Kongyunki fiercely, leaving only the white mist wrapped around the sword body at the beginning. Not only that, but the closer he got to Whitebeard, the more clearly Iger could feel the pressure from Whitebeard that was like a mountain on top. And now that I have zero distance contact with Whitebeard, I feel that every inch of skin on my body is under great pressure. Goo la 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 la, little devil, you look good. Whitebeard looked at Iger and smiled meaningfully. Under the oppression of a tyrant like me, you can still exert so much strength. What, are you kidding? That's all. Iger also gritted his teeth and fought back. You're still a long way from the pressure. Chapter 255 Forcibly Summoned. The King's Dark Cloud. Chi chi chi. As soon as Iger's voice fell, he heard the sound of water vapor evaporating, and then everyone saw that in the sea a few kilometers away, the same milky white mist rose again. Goo la 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 la. I like your courage. You can't stand against me like this. Yeah. Whitebeard's wild and admonishing shouts from the elders slowly spread to everyone's ears, ushering in the unanimous approval of everyone, whether it was the dog-headed warship or the spectators on the whale ship. All nodded in agreement. Does this still need to be questioned? Just now, with 1,000 waves of waves nearly 100 meters high, Iger rushed towards Whitebeard aggressively, but the surroundings of Whitebeard seemed to be completely another time and space. In a 10-meter radius around him, the violent and turbulent waves smashed down with the force that could directly smash the mountains. Even the fish in the sea were rolled over, and even some big fish that surfaced were directly smashed. But within a radius of 10 meters around him, everything, the waves, the wind, and even the sword intent and sword chi brewed by Iger, all stopped in just a few seconds, as if a child was having fun. The splash of water is not worth mentioning at all. That's it. Iger has only 2 big knives left after crossing this short 10-meter distance. This is the legendary Overlord color, the ability to suppress ordinary humans. Under this kind of oppression and restriction, not to mention Iger, even Garp would have to spend some effort at least to show the same Overlord. Therefore, what Whitebeard said, everyone agreed that it was the truth, but Iger didn't think so at all. You say it's useless if it doesn't work? Iger's hands even trembled slightly because of some lack of strength, but his eyes were still firm and full of fighting spirit, staring at Whitebeard. Whitebeard stared back at Iger without any stage fright, but staring at him, he suddenly found that in Iger's eyes there seemed to be red and black thunder flashing frantically. No, not just in his eyes. The red and black lightning has flowed out from every inch of his body, wrapping his whole body. There is even a lightning bolt as thick as an arm, extending from the tips of his fingers, intertwining with each other into a double helix, and filling it directly into the big knife that was originally made of mist. A high-pitched sword cry rippled from the enlarged version of Longma and Kyushui. At the moment when the sword cry resounded across the sea, the absolute domain that could suppress everything wrapped around the Whitebeard actually made a creaking sound and began to squeak. Distortion. Immediately afterwards, everyone was surprised to see that the seawater air that was docile, obedient around Whitebeard suddenly rioted like a poisonous snake biting back. Boom. This is not the end. When Whitebeard's absolute domain was in shock, the pitch black hole that had broken open in the sky suddenly merged. Immediately afterwards, as if it was going to be the next big rainstorm that could drown the whole world, almost all the dark clouds from all over the world gathered, covering the sea area hundreds of kilometers in a radius. Dark clouds. In that dark cloud, countless thick and terrifying thunder snakes circled and circled frantically among them, like the nests of countless pythons. The people standing on the boat, whether it was the Navy soldiers under Garp or the pirates under Whitebeard, all had their necks raised, their eyes dull, looking at the razor layer above the sky. What is it? Jaws and Marco, who had just been fished up, looked at the razor's nest above their heads, and their jaws were about to fall. Is this the King's Dark Cloud? The King's Dark Cloud? This is the King's Dark Cloud, and it still stretches for hundreds of kilometers on such a large scale. The King's Dark Cloud. Navigating on the normal sea, encountering such dark clouds will be mistaken for a storm. Even in the New World, even in the most violent storms, the size of the dark clouds is not much bigger than this. What's more, the red and black sturdy 30 thunder snakes wandering around here give everyone a magnificent momentum that they can't help but want to worship. What happened? Even in the face of Dad's unparalleled overlord, neither of them would have such a feeling. You may feel that you are being suppressed and feel extremely heavy pressure, but you will never have the feeling of wanting to worship. That is a kind of psychology that may only arise when facing the Godhead. And the most fantastic thing is that the initiator of all this is actually the little devil under the age of 10 who is suppressed by the absolute domain of Whitebeard. On the other side, the Navy soldiers showed this expression because they did not expect that this is Iger, who has been at sea for more than a month, and it has not been a month since he learned to be a king. It is already possible to summon a king's dark cloud of this scale. This is the king's dark cloud. Ordinary person to cultivate to the point where he can summon the dark cloud of the king, but this guy has been able to summon this scale in less than a month since he learned it. Not a month. If it was said that he learned the overlord's color to be able to summon the king's dark cloud, it may have only taken less than a week. This brother Will stared blankly at the flashing thunder in the sky and once again sighed. This kid is just a monster. Garp listened and nodded in agreement. The last time he saw him summon the king's dark cloud, it was only a small piece, completely unfriendly, like a joke. But today, even in the face of Whitebeard and under the suppression of Whitebeard's absolute domain, he can still summon a king's dark cloud of this scale. No more words to come. As the king's dark cloud continued to spread and spread, the area of the sea water where the water vapor was evaporated was also constantly expanding, and the thick fog-like water vapor collected to Iger without money. Due to the appearance of the dark cloud of the king, although the absolute domain of Whitebeard would not collapse, it still suffered some fluctuations. It is these fluctuations that allow the water vapor condensed by Iger to gather on the blade again. Looking at this scene, even Whitebeard was full of admiration and couldn't help but praise. "You big baby, it seems a little hard." Chapter 256. Hard or not? Try it and you'll know. Stop talking nonsense. Eat my big baby. The sword stance in Iger's hand has already accumulated and he has to release it. Although he is somewhat proud of Whitebeard's admiration, his body still has to perform the next move. Under the rumbling red and black thunder, Iger's thin figure waved a huge red and black blade, followed by a stream of water vapor from the ocean behind him. Without the suppression of Whitebeard's absolute domain, Iger's momentum suddenly soared like a volcanic eruption. Originally it was just like an ordinary little cat, but now it has directly transformed into a fierce tiger. Facing the sudden change of Iger, Whitebeard didn't dare to be too scornful. After all, he had seen it just now that Iger, with the bonus of water vapor, could completely block his attack with his bare hands. If you add the famous sword and domineering in your hand, the power of the attack will definitely be greatly enhanced. With the domineering and naked skin alone, even Whitebeard himself has no confidence to resist. "Okay, then it's as you wish. I want to see how tough you are." Newgate also roared excitedly, although Carp, an old friend, heard it as soon as he heard it. This guy was not serious at all, and even had a smile in his tone. It's like coaxing a child to play. But Carp also knows that even if the Whitebeard Newgate mentality is a playful mentality, he will never be soft when he starts. Just as Carp expected, although Whitebeard's tone was relaxed, he still clenched his fist tightly, and a terrifying wave spread from his fist. In the face of Iger, who has the power of the sea god, Whitebeard decided to use his fruit ability. A group of translucent white light appeared on Baybeard's fist holding Kongyunki. After that, everyone could clearly see that the blade of Kongyunki's blade in Baybeard's hand began to vibrate slowly. At the beginning, it was like a piece of iron fluctuated by a hand, but as the vibration frequency increased, the vibration of the knife head began to decrease a little bit, until in the end, even Jaws, who was closest to Whitebeard, there is no vibration at all. The only one who can tell that it is still vibrating can only be felt through one's own keen sense of sight. Around Kongyunkai, the air, space, and time have all begun to distort violently. The whole process was quite fast. In just 1 second, an extremely terrifying force rippled from the hands of Whitebeard. Air, sunshine, domineering, water vapor, space and even time began to vibrate wildly with Whitebeard's thoughts. In the next second, the mighty and domineering enhanced version of Longma and Kyushui in Iger's hands were already slashing down towards Whitebeard. Keng, clang, clang, clang. As soon as the two crossed swords touched the head of Kongyunki, they bounced high. But then, Iger used his terrifying power to press the bounced sword again. Return. Pure water and domineering arrogance was once again pressed firmly on Kongyunkai, sending out an extremely high-frequency strong vibration. The incomparably violent vibration was transmitted from the water vapor to the blade, and then from the blade to Iger's hand. In an instant, Iger only felt that there were tens of millions of worms inside his arm before twisting like crazy. Every muscle, every bone, and even every muscle is like being grasped fiercely by a pair of big hands, and then torn apart like crazy. Some people think that vibration is vibration and can't cause any consequences at all, and some people even design vibration as a massage machine, which leads more people to think that the vibration transmitted to the human body is not only painless but even somewhat comfortable. But those are just low frequency and slight vibrations of a small magnitude. At this moment the shock transmitted to Iger is quite violent and crazy. You can imagine that your blood was originally flowing in the blood vessels, and suddenly every blood vessel up and down the body seemed to be slammed by a bare child, and the blood all over the body became turbulent everywhere. You can imagine that the current is running regularly in your own nerves, but suddenly the neural network is tangled up like an earthquake. You can imagine that your brain was originally arranging everything in your body, but suddenly the smooth and stable cerebral cortex suddenly became magnificent. These are all things that Iger is going through at this moment. Black eyes, dizziness, severe pain all over his body, unbearable colic, and even auditory and visual hallucinations. Totally insane. The most uncomfortable thing for Iger is that even if he uses the power of water to dissolve some of the vibrational power, more and more vibrations will follow, tormenting Iger's mind and body all the time. And these, there is no way to see it outside. All the people watching the battle did not see any visions from Whitebeard at this moment. They could only see the dark cloud of the king summoned by Iger, and the waves with water vapor behind them, all of which were extremely irregular, twisted. It was as if they had encountered something super uncomfortable and were struggling with all their might. And these are the powers connected to Iger. It seems that this Iggy is being punished by his father. Just kidding. How could I, Iggy, just be taken care of by you? As if hearing the thoughts in the hearts of everyone, Iger roared in the sky, and then added force in his hands again, and an extremely powerful suction burst out from his body. In an instant, within a range of dozens of kilometers around, all the misty sea water seemed to be summoned one after another. With the inflow of mist, a bright blue light emerged from the enhanced version of the blade, and the blade that was originally condensed from the mist suddenly had some substantial luster. Longma and Kyushui received the blessing of water, and let out a high sword cry more and more cheerfully, and then, an incomparably tyrannical force burst out in an instant. On Iger's muscle-twisted arm, the blue veins burst out in an instant, and then with all his strength, he slashed the white-bearded Kong Yunkai to the side. Whether a man is tough or not, you have to try it to find out, Iger yelled, and with a pick in his hand, the white-bearded Kong Yunkai was directly shaken out. Chapter 257 Shock. Whitebeard took a few steps back. Clank Kong Kong. The two reinforced swords in Iger's hand were vigorously picked, and several consecutive sounds of gold and iron clashing sounded, and then Kong Yunkai in Whitebeard's hand was thrown out with a high tone. Da-da-da. Huge force passed from Kong Yunkai's blade through the handle and onto Whitebeard's arm, and the half-body with Whitebeard fell backwards together. As a last resort, Whitebeard had to quickly step back a few steps in order to maintain the stability of his body's center of gravity, and it was just these few steps that gave Whitebeard a judgment on Iger's strength. King's dark cloud above the sky has dissipated for some time, and the milky white mist, like boiling water, frantically evaporated from Iger's body. The white mist that evaporated, as if knowing his own home, one after another in an orderly manner, which sea water came from, and returned to which sea water, and with the return of water, the sea water that was originally dead still regained its vitality. Fish, mammals, plants, and algae have recovered signs of life one after another, and they are swimming and drifting happily. On the other hand, Iger, who had returned the power of water, suddenly withered the skin all over his body, and wrinkles appeared one after another, as if all his strength had been directly taken away, and he was softly supported on the two swords. Looking at Iger's violently undulating chest, Whitebeard knew that this was definitely the limit of Iger, and after that, no matter how light he exerted himself, it was not something he could bear. Oh, well, okay. Whitebeard looked at Iger's unyielding eyes, sighed softly, and said generously, I admit, your eldest baby is tougher. As soon as these words came out, everyone on the dog-headed warship and the whale ship, one counted as one, fell into a long silence and a strange silence. What did the old man just say? Foyle Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, stared blankly at the Whitebeard on the bow, poked Jaws, who was very close to him, and asked stuttering, he said. Jaws was also confused at this time, unable to understand the situation. That kid's big baby is tougher? That is to say. Marco also looked solemnly, looking at Iger, who was panting opposite the Whitebeard. That trick just now, this kid won. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates knows this fact, but they don't dare to say it. They can't believe it's true. Even after the 3 squad captains finished talking, everyone took a deep breath as if they had heard something super incredible. Own father, Whitebeard. Even with the mentality of having fun just now, he was full of arrogance and fruitability, and he even used Kong Yunkai, one of his 12 supreme block swords. The blade of the blade was rounded, and it collided with that kid's double swords. legs. As a result, Dad actually took a few steps back. Are you sure he's not kidding me? Look at that kid named Iger, with thin arms and thin legs, and tender legs. He has never undergone brutal training and a lot of battles at all. He is a child's arms and legs. Look at my father again, several meters tall, with broad shoulders and strong chest muscles, as well as 8-pack abs that are distinct from each other, and arms that are thicker than that child's head. Even if there are people fighting on the street, so two people with very different body types use weapons to fight each other, and the ending is obvious. It's obviously a one-sided crush, not to mention his own father, but the world's strongest man who the whole world calls him a living legend, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. On the other hand, Iger is still a little-known little devil, and he has not even reached the age to go to sea. Under such circumstances, the strongest man in the world sacrificed his fruit ability and legendary arrogance, and he was shocked and retreated to the last kid who had nothing at all. This motherfucker, to put it humiliatingly, even if it is me facing a blow of the level of my own father, I am a little frightened and my scalp is numb. Fly out. But this little devil who looked like a bean sprout didn't even know what technique he used, and he actually resisted the blow of the father, and even made the father back several steps. Although Dad didn't show his real strength, this little guy is simply a monster. Moreover, he is quite a tough monster. Is this still a child? Marco looked deeply at Iggy. At this age, he has already been able to do this kind of thing, and it won't take too long to let him grow up for a few years. As long as it takes only 2 or 3 years, I am afraid that a legend of him will be circulated all over the world. The pirates on this side were in shock, and they were discussing how Iger could possibly do such a thing, but the Navy soldiers on the other side seemed to have become accustomed to it, which was not uncommon. He even laughed at the pirate's expression on the opposite side while leaning on the railing. Look at that bird man, the one who flew up just now. Look at how funny his expression is, ha 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 ha. And look, that guy with diamonds on his body looks like he's in hell. I'm dying of laughter. Emma, look, that one over there. The snot is already running so old. I'm going. These guys are really unfamiliar with the world. Are they really the world's #1 pirate group? This group of people really has never seen the world. Whitebeard. It's true that Whitebeard is strong, but it's not enough to be shocked by a few steps back and be surprised like this. Could it be that your father weighs several thousand tons? Even making him move a step is difficult. What a joke. It's really normal for a super genius monster like Iger to do this kind of thing. Even if you say that he can withstand more powerful blows from Whitebeard, I believe it. This is completely possible for Iger. The Navy soldiers under Garp have really developed antibodies to the various evil things that Iger has done. No matter what Iger does, they think it is normal. On the contrary, those who will shock Iger should not be so strong here and should not be so powerful there are the real ones who have never seen the world. The Navy soldiers seem to have forgotten that dozens of days ago, when they saw some scenes of Iger, such as the slaughter of the Sea King, they would drop their jaws in surprise. And now, just seeing the expressions of those pirates who had seen a ghost, a strong sense of pride flooded into my heart. It's even better than defeating Whitebeard himself. Chapter 258. Oh yo, I have to call you big nephew. Iggy, what kind of structure is in the body? How long does it take? Can you fight that guy in Newgate? Unlike the group of Navy soldiers who were inexplicably proud behind him, Garp still maintained an extremely calm heart, staring blankly at his grandson, his face full of astonishment. As an old friend and rival of Whitebeard, Garp knows much more about this guy's strength than the crew on his own ship. Not only understand his strength but also understand his temperament, not to mention that this guy has the title of the strongest man in the world, even if he doesn't have these boring titles. As the most terrifying pirate group decades ago, the Rocks Pirates have one of the best combat power. It is definitely not something that people of this generation can easily contend with. It can be said that the leading figures who participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Roger, Newgate, and even himself, possessed a fighting ability that these young people who were ready to go to sea in the era of great pirates could not match. Just pull one out and put it in the pile of the strongest in this era. It is definitely a level higher than the existence. Among the current generation of young people, only Kaido and Lingling Shanks, who have something to do with Roger and Rocks, can touch the top of the world's combat power. To put it simply, with the improvement of living standards in this era, people's lives have become more and more comfortable. An obvious phenomenon that follows is that the general combat effectiveness of people in this era is lower than that of the previous era, and the white-bearded man in front of him, Edward Newgate, is a man who truly stood on the top of the previous era with his own strength. It can be said that Whitebeard is a notch stronger than anyone imagined, and this level is a gap that very few people can cross in this era. Not only is his strength far stronger than everyone imagined, but even Whitebeard's temperament and habits are far more radical than everyone imagined. After all, he is a man who has traveled all the way from the previous era to the present, and his own vision is too high, so if he wants to test someone's strength, he will definitely show a considerable part of his own strength. This part of his strength is the strength he has the confidence to kill any of his crew members. Not only that, the guy with white beard is a pirate. He is very casual, and this person is quite respectful. Maybe he will put a lot of effort in the process of fighting so as not to make himself embarrassed. And under such circumstances, his grandson, Roger's son, Iger, was able to use his own sword to crush Whitebeard's head so powerfully. And that trick Carp has never seen before. Whether it was his rustling fruit, his thunder and lightning ability, or his tyrannical arrogance, Garp had seen it before and thought that these abilities were the limit of his Iger. But who knows, not long ago, this guy unexpectedly summoned tens of thousands of sea kings in the barren waters of the East China Sea and swallowed the heavenly dragon man Chirmakeshan. It was at that time that Garp discovered that Iger, his ability, was far more than the so-called sand, lightning, and swordsmanship. He can even connect with the ocean. Garp can be sure that the hand that Iger showed just now to extract power from the ocean has a great relationship with the time when he was able to summon the sea kings before. Is it possible? The last time I summoned tens of thousands of sea kings, it was really because Iger was holding the legendary treasure in his hand. Sea God. Garp was caught in a reverie for a while, but he couldn't figure it out. It stands to reason that the treasure sea god is something called by the god of the sea that cannot be polluted by humans. Someone got it hundreds of years ago, and it was crushed by the army of sea kings that could destroy the world. There's no slag left. However, Iger obviously has enough devil fruit ability to arouse deep disgust in the god of the sea in his body. As a result, not only was he not destroyed by the sea kings, but he also obtained this ability to connect with the ocean. It's his grandmother's, and the journalists from the newspapers wouldn't dare to write like this. This problem, not only Carp can't figure it out, but also Whitebeard, who is also a strong man of the previous era, also can't figure it out. He looked up and down the little boy leaning on the knife and panting heavily, and his mind was full of the scene where he had just extracted countless powers from the sea water. How can there be such power? As a pirate, and a pirate who has been galloping on the sea for decades, he deeply knows that no human being can use the power of the ocean except the mermaid with the power of the Sea King when sailing on this sea. Not even Roger. This kid, what has he experienced? How can he have this kind of power? Do you say it true that the rumors of the Poseidon in the East China Sea have been making a lot of noise in the past few days? There was a hint of confusion in Whitebeard's eyes, and he opened his mouth to ask something, but he still felt that it was not good, so he didn't ask after all, just nodded slightly and praised Iger with admiration. Good job, little devil. I have used a considerable part of my own power just now. I didn't expect you to be able to suppress me a little bit. It is indeed Roger's son. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard's heroic laughter spread throughout the dog-headed warship and the whale ship. Although in front of a group of Navy soldiers under the old enemy and his sons, he admitted that he was indeed suppressed by a kid, but he did not annoyed meaning. On the contrary, there is a sense of joy and relief. Oh, it's not that powerful. I just felt that I couldn't lose the momentum, so I subconsciously exerted some more strength. Iger also smiled generously and slowly stood up straight. Looking at Iger, who stood up straight with a confident face, Whitebeard's eyes seemed to see the shadow of a certain man. Roger, the man who accompanied him through an era and used his life to create a new era. Goo la 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 la. It's really good. His son has such promise. Whitebeard's eyes leaked some crystal liquid and said to Iglin, hey boy, be my son. That no old man. Yo, Newgate, I can't believe that you, the strongest man in the world, can bend and stretch. When Carp heard Whitebeard's words, he was happy at the time. Then do I have to call you the eldest nephew? Long time no see, big nephew. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 259 Hero. Blackbeard Titch. Shut up, you old bastard. Hearing Carp join in the fun, Whitebeard immediately became angry, turned his head and glared at Carp, shouting, what's the matter? Didn't you just say that you want to recognize my grandson as your son? Carp put his little finger into his nostril again and poked it slowly and gracefully. Isn't that what this generation talks about? What did you say? Whitebeard's eyes immediately turned red, covered with red blood, and the big knife in his hand was about to move again. Are you on purpose to make it difficult for me? Just you still want to be my father? What? I think you're not convinced, big nephew. Garp also flicked the booger from his hand and cracked his knuckles again. Do you still want to fight? You think I'll be afraid of you? Whitebeard's fire suddenly came up, staring at Garp, who had an incomparably fierce look, and the surging, sea-like overlord color erupted again. Yoha, then come and try it. When Garp saw Whitebeard attacking first, he was also dissatisfied. The two strands are equally powerful, but the nature is completely different, and they collided in mid-air. Whoops! The gust of wind resumed, and thunder once again gathered in the sky above everyone. Seeing that these two people were about to shoot again, I said the two of you are not finished. Iger was also anxious when he saw it and quickly discouraged the two from left and right. Well, the rivers and lakes are divided into rivers and lakes. You two are still good brothers. You are still my good uncle with white beard, and Garp is my good grandfather. Okay. However, these two crazy old men seem to block all the information around them 100% as long as the other party appeared in their eyes, and they didn't listen to Iger's advice at all. Seeing the waves around the dog-headed warship and the whale ship, wave after wave swelled into an impenetrable high wall. At this moment, a high roar came from far away from the waves in the distance. Daddy, Daddy, we're back. It's me, Thatch. Huh? After this shout came, Whitebeard was stunned for a moment, but when the name of Sachi came to Whitebeard's ears, Whitebeard's overlord, who was ready to go, suddenly froze. The overlord's aura, which was brewing like a thunderstorm and was about to collapse, suddenly became quiet like a trickle of water that was suddenly frozen in an instant. Seeing Whitebeard's aura on the opposite side suddenly subsided, and Garp on the opposite side also put away his aura. After all, this is just a joke. Now that the crew of the pirate ship on the opposite side of Whitebeard has returned with a full load, it is not easy for him to continue to entangle. The sky that had been dark at first suddenly became clear again, and the restless air and the disturbed sea water also slowly returned to calm. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice from a distance, only to see a small boat with a Whitebeard logo sail swaying from a distance. Above the bow, a row of pirates stood side by side on the bow, waving happily at Whitebeard and shouting. Obviously they went out to do some task and returned with a reward. Iger also narrowed his eyes, stretched his neck and looked at the few people on the bow carefully, and saw two familiar figures. The head of the person stood in the middle, a white robe stood at attention, his yellow hair was neatly combed, and a pair of squinting eyes curved into two crescent moons. Although this person did not appear in the comics very much, as a senior Haimai who has been in various post bars, Iger still has some impression of this person's appearance and name. Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Captain Sachi. He is definitely a very important figure in the Whitebeard Pirates because he is in charge of everyone's stomach and taste buds. Cook. Although he is a chef, his combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. If he hadn't run into a white-eyed wolf like Blackbeard, he would have been a strong player with a lot of records. Speaking of Blackbeard, Iger turned his gaze to the chubby figure beside Sachi. On the top of his head is a black hat with a red rim covering a messy black curly hair, a messy black short stubble, a black vest that barely covers any part, still bare chest and breasts showing the whole round chubby's big belly. This dress is definitely well known by everyone. Almost all Haimai, as long as they see this dress, even if they cover their faces, they can definitely recognize it. Marshall D. Teach. In the whole comic there is a super boss with a huge weight. Maybe I can't see anything yet, it's just a member of a weaker squad under Whitebeard, but no one would have thought that after more than 10 years, this guy will definitely be a giant who will shock the world. Dormant under Whitebeard's hands for more than 10 years, in order to cling to Whitebeard's huge power as the Four Emperors, he has collected devil fruits everywhere. Obviously as a member of the 2nd Division, but as long as there is any task of devil fruit he will follow up cheekily. And finally one day, he followed Sachi and found the god-level devil fruit that he had been looking forward to. The secret fruit. Originally, that was the day when Sachi finally made it out. He finally got a devil fruit that belonged to him. Seeing that he could have a super powerful natural fruit, his strength has further become the mainstay of the group. However, on that lively night, Blackbeard Titch finally got the fruit he had always wanted, so he started. Without warning, he directly killed Sachi, who had been with him for more than 10 years, and swept away the dark fruit that was supposed to be Sachi, and fled. I originally thought that this was a sinister and vicious crew member who would not hesitate to kill his companions to gain benefits. No one took it seriously. Ace volunteered to hunt him down, and no one thought he would fail. But then, everyone discovered that they had really underestimated the strength of this Blackbeard before. Ace, who went to hunt down, did not return, and even not long after, the naval headquarters broke the news that Ace was about to be executed. Because of this, the entire Whitebeard Pirates, facing the entire naval headquarters, brazenly launched a huge war to rescue Ace, known as the War on the Top in history. That is, after this war, Blackbeard Titch's name completely resounded through the sea. Chapter 260. The new achievement is complete. Sign into the fruit of the wish. Long before the top of the war, when Ace set out to hunt down Blackbeard, Titch was running away while collecting crew members who smelled like him. For this reason, he even sneaked into the advanced city and rescued many ferocious criminals living in legends, including Yuzhiliu. Not only that, but this Blackbeard even got a position in Shishibukai at the Navy headquarters before the top war. With the identity of Kaiwuhei and a group of powerful crew behind him, Blackbeard dared to stand on the battlefield of the top war. Even so, he still did not participate in any positive conflict conflict but waited until Whitebeard exhausted almost all of his strength before killing the original captain Whitebeard with his crew. It can be said that the purpose of his participation in the top war is quite clear, which is to kill Whitebeard. In other words, just to kill Whitebeard. Tiki chose to let Ace, who has a special status, be the captain of the 2nd Division, let him hunt him down and send him to the execution platform. He is going to use the hands of the Navy to eradicate the incomparably powerful dragon Whitebeard. It was because he knew what would happen next, so when Iger saw Blackbeard, his heart subconsciously tightened. This guy's scheming is really deep and terrible. What is even more terrifying is that this guy completely possesses the action and strength to turn his complicated calculations into reality. From boarding Whitebeard's boat, he has been dormant for more than 10 years, to brutally killing his companions and then running away decisively, to promoting Ace to the top, attracting him to hunt him down, and even finally executing Ace to win Kaiwuhei position. A series of operations, etc., etc. All of this has a strong taste of Blackbeard's scheming. It can be said that this guy Blackbeard is the real hero of the pirate world. Although I hate him quite a bit, I have to say that this guy is really amazing. While thinking about it, Thatch's boat was slowly approaching, came to the front of the whale boat where Whitebeard was, and stopped. Carp looked at Thatch's ship with boxes after boxes of goods, and immediately understood what they were going to do, and decisively ordered all the sailors on the deck to return to the cabin and prepare for dinner. The Navy soldiers are not stupid. Of course they know what Carp is doing, and they all obediently returned to the cabin. Whitebeard nodded gratefully at Carp, who waved his hand, folded his arms and watched them go about their business. Except for Garp, only Iger remained on the deck. Daddy, when we went this time, we not only got those goods, but also the fruit that was not certain in the news at the beginning. Thatch stood on the boat, looked up at Whitebeard, and shouted with joy, "So la 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 la, well done, Sachi. Then you have to invite everyone to a drink." Whitebeard was also quite happy when he heard the good news that Sachi personally sent back, and immediately smiled. "Titch, you traitor, you're going to get fruit with Sage again." Behind Whitebeard, a group of members of the 2nd Division also raised their arms and made dissatisfied voices like a joke. "Hey, don't do this." Sachi smiled with a good temper and patted Blackbeard's shoulder very intimately to defend him. "If Titch is not around, this thing really can't be done." "Come." "Yeah, because it's not what he wanted at all," Iger murmured inwardly, while secretly looking at Blackbeard from the corner of his eye. At this moment this guy is putting on a simple and honest smile like iron, scratching the back of his head embarrassedly, as if he is a little embarrassed to explain. "After all, I also have the fruit I want, so when I hear that there is such a task, I want to go and see it." "Tisk tisk, there is nothing wrong with what I said, because I absolutely cannot miss any devil fruit, so I have to follow every mission. Like this sincere guy. Good guy. I didn't say a single lie, all the truth, but it just didn't make people feel any danger. Ha, it's really ha. Hey hey hey, we are all partners on the same ship. What else do we have to care about?" Sachi was obviously in a good mood after completing the task. His expression was like a spring breeze. "Tikai has already helped us get the 4th fruit, and none of them are." "Yes, he." Blackbeard still scratched the back of his head, smiling embarrassedly. "Good guy, this stuff can really hold up." Iger pouted secretly, his heart full of contempt. The Whitebeard pirates were very lively for a while, and the whole ship was filled with the joy of returning home. Everyone temporarily forgot about Iger's existence and began to put the treasures brought back by the 4th Division. "It's not too boring." Iger sat on the bow of the dog-headed warship, leaning on his chin and watching the group of pirates busy up and down. "Ding, congratulations, Master, the new achievement has been completed. Got a new title." And just as Iger was very interested watching the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates busy, a gentle and magnetic female voice rang in his mind. "He has completed a new achievement again, presumably because of the trick he had with Whitebeard just now." Iger also stopped looking at the pirates, but concentrated on listening to what the system was saying. "Ding, congratulations to the Master for completing the new achievement. Men's toughness, must practice true knowledge. Obtain the new title Hard Man." "Ding, congratulations to Master for completing the new achievement Nephew of the World's Strongest Man." "Obtain the new title Strongest Nephew." "Ding, I detected that the Master has a title that can be fused, and the Master has been automatically fused." "Ding, congratulations to the Master for his new title the Hardest Male Nephew." "Ding, the unlock achievement reward has been issued. Please pay attention to check it." "What the hell?" Iger listened to a series of system broadcasts, and the muscles of his entire face were almost twisted together, not because of pain or anger, but because of weirdness. "This is his meow, the toughest male nephew. How did the system think of it? This Nima is drunk, but the spit returns to spit." Iger has already adapted to the urine of the system, and has developed a hard heart which can be regarded as the title of hardest. Ignoring the title that the system said, Iger went straight to the point, opened the system mailbox, and saw an apple circle surrounded by colorful rays of light standing there. Item name: The Fruit of Wishing. Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 261-280. Chapter 261. Big Brother Titch, I want to fight with you. Wish, the fruit of a wish. Iger looked at the apple with colorful rays of light all over his body, and his expression was a little surprised. This is not an ordinary apple. It is surrounded by colorful rays of light and milky white mist. The most important thing is that there are countless curling circles on the surface of the apple under the light and mist. This is the devil fruit. Iger looked at the circles and made a judgment without thinking. He is too familiar with devil fruits, and he has not read too many cartoons. As long as it is a fruit with a circle on its body, it is definitely a devil fruit. Just, he has never seen this kind of fruit before. It is obviously not an ordinary fruit, but a magical fruit that falls from the heavens and glows with light. What the hell is this thing? Curious, Iger clicked on the item description. Item name: Wish Fruit. Item rating: SS. Item description: On a legendary island there is an extremely tall tree. No one knows how old this tree is and how many years it has passed, only that this tree is taller than the highest mountain in the world. Its dark trunk alone is tens of meters thick, and the lush foliage above the clouds is magical with tens of thousands of colors, and on the branches of each color there is a fruit hanging. The fruits have different shapes, and it seems that they are not fruits that can be produced by the same creature at all, but the strange thing is that they all grow on the same tree. Of course, these fruits are not completely in common. The surface of each fruit has a pattern in the shape of a circle, as if it could be painted by someone. Finally, one day, these fruits matured and fell into the sea and drifted along with the waves. On the way, some fruits were picked up by the sea god. After the sea god tasted it, he immediately hated this kind of fruit, calling them devil's fruit, and gave birth to a curse that everyone should not eat this kind of fruit, otherwise they would not be liked by the sea. Even so, the sea god still tried to transform a few fruits, so he used his divine power to make some of the fruits beautiful and delicious. This is the uncursed fruit, and later people also discovered that this kind of fruit possesses part of the divine power of the sea god. As long as you think about the power you want, this fruit can become the fruit with that power, and the original fruit will disappear. So this kind of fruit is called wish fruit. How to use: swallow whole, cut into pieces, take a bold bite, or squeeze into juice. Remarks: If you don't wish to eat it randomly, the taste is very good, but if you make a wish, master, then get ready to eat. Well, after reading this entire description, Iger's eyes just lit up. Make a wish. Wish any kind of ability, and although it's a bit unpalatable, it won't be cursed by the sea god. Although, Iger also wanted to know what would happen if he ate the cursed fruit even if he had the status of the sea god. But for ordinary people, this fruit is a life-changing destiny. I believe that everyone has dreamed that if the future self has a certain superpower, you can do this and that, and imagine how happy it is. Even how to use the superpower to make oneself super invincible and powerful has already been planned for the second. However, with the plan, I actually found a devil fruit, but I didn't dare to eat it because I didn't know what abilities I could get. Even a powerful organization with a devil fruit illustration book that can be identified at once will not change anything at all. It is what you want, not necessarily yours. Not what you want. Give up and then find another one, but it is difficult to reach the sky. But this wish fruit is different. Just like its name, make a wish. After you get it, you will never suffer, never be fooled. As long as you make a wish, there are thousands of abilities in the world for you to choose. There is no need to be a grandson for decades like Blackbeard and then grab the fruit and be chased and killed. It takes a lot of effort to get a dream fruit. Just move your lips, you can have whatever you want. Iggy is really happy. He can't wait to tell everyone he knows about this, saying that he has obtained a fruit that can be wished and is quite almighty. But you can't say it yourself. If you say it, it will be revealed. How will you explain it then? Said that he had just caught a devil fruit in the sea. No one will believe it at all. Iger understood this truth at once, and the joy of just getting the super fruit was instantly drowned out by most of it. Alas, happiness that cannot be shared with others is not very happy. Feeling a little depressed, Iger looked around, and when he rolled his eyes, he saw the Blackbeard, who was smiling and chatting with everyone. This guy is now pretending to be embarrassed, scratching the back of his head and mingling with everyone. The whole ship is a happy scene. Good guy. Really, his grandma can pretend. Iger, who was already a little depressed, became even more annoyed when he saw this guy. For some reason, he had the urge to press him to the ground and beat him. Is it okay to beat him yourself? That is to say, to learn from each other. Could it be considered revenge for Ace in the future? No, maybe after the fight with him, Ace won't be sent to the naval prison by him. Oh my gosh, this is just God's will. The more Iger thought about it, the more he felt that the best way to prevent Ace from going to sea in more than 10 years was to clean him up now. This is definitely the right choice. Ace will thank me in the future. Cough cough that, Dad. The more I thought about it, the more feasible it became. name. He cleared his throat immediately and called out to Whitebeard on the whaleboat. "What's the matter, kid?" Whitebeard looked at Iggy. "Then what did you just say that the big brother named Titch?" "Yes, that is the one who looks very good and is very strong." Iger pointed to the black beard next to him. "So la 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 la, what do you want to do, kid?" Whitebeard also guessed Iger's intention at once, but he didn't feel offended but found this kid very interesting. "No matter who you see, you want to try it. It is a symbol of courage. Whether it is a navy or a pirate, such talents are needed. I just heard you chatting and said he was very strong, so I imagined that I wanted to learn from him." Iger rubbed his hands and smiled at Blackbeard. "Brother Titch, may I ask you?" Chapter 262. You are the future 4 emperors. Is that okay, big brother Titch? Iger's light words floated past the dog-headed warship, but Blackbeard was confused. "What, do you want to spar with me?" Titch pointed to his face, a little confused. He wasn't pretending this, he was really dumbfounded. "Good guy, I just came back and I don't know what the road is here. The dog-headed warship over there looks like Carp's ship." Judging from the fact that Carp arranged for his navy soldiers to return to the cabin just now, the situation is not a tense situation. That can't be the scene of a tournament. Looking at that kid, it was obvious that he had a temporary intention, and after seeing himself, did he decide to learn from him? Really can't figure out the way. And the most strange thing is that he is a little devil. Why dare to challenge himself? Looking at him with thin arms and thin legs, even a person with a bad mind can clearly see the difference in strength. Blackbeard couldn't touch Iggy Road for a while, and then looked at Garp beside him, but saw Garp holding his arms, looking like he had nothing to do with him. Is it? A conjecture rose in Blackbeard's mind. Garp wanted to give that little navy soldier a chance to try, so why choose yourself instead of others? Blackbeard's big brain is full of question marks. He was originally a scheming man. No matter from the current form or from the people who may have offended him before, there is absolutely no reason for him to be challenged by this guy. Then maybe this kid really just chose someone right away. After thinking about it, Blackbeard can only give himself such a reason, but since people have brought it up, it doesn't matter to play with a child. After he figured it out, Blackbeard's expression gradually became indifferent. He looked at Whitebeard standing on the bow and asked tentatively, "Dad, can I go?" "So la 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 la, of course you can." Whitebeard touches do not care about the idea of a Blackbeard. He just wanted to see the son of Roger can give him. Bring any surprises. Go ahead. Do not stay the hand. This kid is strong. Although Whitebeard had already tested his strength through that move just now, he was more able to see things by observing off the court than fighting himself. Also, he is too strong, and it is difficult to give Iger a chance to continue fighting. Blackbeard Tiki, although I don't know much about him, but based on the intensity of the breath that I can perceive, I think Blackbeard is only slightly stronger than Iger. Simply the best material. So Whitebeard had no reason to stop him at all. As for Carp, he has long been used to it. His grandson often sees strange people, and then Barabara is ready to go. Don't care at all. Without any hesitation, the two parties decided to find an open island nearby for Iger and Blackbeard to discuss. The two jumped off the boat at the same time and stood opposite each other. Looking up and down Iger, a trace of imperceptible disdain appeared on Blackbeard's face. "That's it? Just such a brat who doesn't have any naval reserves?" "I was far away and couldn't see it clearly, but this time I was far away, and Blackbeard could see the whole picture of this Iger thoroughly. Thin arms and thin legs, smooth skin, except for the eyes and a little spirit. There is no merit in other places. He is not a genius of physical arts, so there is only one possibility. This kid is just a guy who can fight with the power of relying on the ability of the devil fruit. Think about it too. How could someone at this age have the ability to match young people in other aspects other than devil fruit? What's your name?" Blackbeard tried his best to make himself appear as amiable as possible for the purpose of playing with children. Hey. The opposite Iggy didn't have any idle baggage at all, and smiled at Blackbeard with a very wretched expression. "I finally found you, big brother Tiki." "Finally find me?" This sentence directly made Titch's heart explode. The possibility that he had been selected at random was immediately overturned, and Blackbeard braggingly activated his mind, carefully recalling whether there was anyone he might have offended. But no matter how he thinks, no matter how he recalls, he has a complete impression of the child in front of him. Although he is the kind of person who is extremely powerful in execution, he has never killed innocent people indiscriminately. Apart from robbing treasures, he has never done anything harmful, especially the people related to the Navy. I have never touched one. How could he have known him? Don't think about it. You never saw me or anyone related to me before today. Looking at Blackbeard's brainstorming look, he knew with his toes that this guy was frightened by the fact that he was going to challenge him without saying a word. This guy is also a scheming person, obviously thinking about what kind of way he is. "How can you guess? Have you never seen me?" Blackbeard was even more stunned. "Then what did you say just now?" now have you finally found me? Why is this kid talking so clueless? On the one hand, he finally found himself as if he had known him for a long time. On the other hand, he said that he had never met anyone who had anything to do with him. Isn't this bullshit? How is this possible? Oh, it's like this. Iger sighed. Actually, I came from the future, and when I met you, it was also in the future world. Are you from the future? Blackbeard asked. Is it the fruit of time? If it was the fruit of time, then he should have come back on purpose. Combined with what he just said, could it be that he knew his future self in his original world? But it's not right. When I went to Wano before, didn't I hear that the wife of the Kojiki family has the ability to travel through time and space? But if this guy is lying, how does he know himself? In a way, it is. That's why I was able to get to know you. Iger laughed more slyly. Do you want to know what you will become in the future? Well, what's it like? Blackbeard suddenly became interested. After all, he is a person with a big plan in his chest, and he is naturally very concerned about the future results. So when such a result is placed in front of him, how can he not be curious? Of course, you successfully obtained the dark fruit and became the 4th emperor. Blackbeard, the future 4 emperors. Chapter 263 Wish. Dark fruit. 4 emperors. The future self successfully obtained the dark fruit and became the 4th emperor. Hearing what Iger said, Blackbeard was confused for a moment, but he was awakened by the chill full of fear in an instant. Blackbeard reacted instantly and quickly turned his eyes to his whaleboat. The dense cold sweat flowed down his forehead like a waterfall and instantly soaked his vest. Fortunately, this Iger seems to have deliberately brought himself far away from the coastline. Whitebeard and the crew of the Whitebeard pirates who were in the distance did not hear such whispered words. I am so surprised. I thought I was going to die immediately. Hey, you bastard, you can't talk nonsense. Blackbeard was frightened for a while. He patted his chest and let out a low growl at Iger. Roar to roar, fierce to fierce, but there was still a trace of fear that climbed into Blackbeard's heart. Although Iggy on the opposite side just smiled and didn't speak, Blackbeard had already believed more than half of it. This kid definitely came from the future, and he must have succeeded in coming, and he must have some interest relationship with this kid. Otherwise he would not be able to travel thousands of miles through time and space to find him. Otherwise, this eagle, how could he even know about this? This is the secret that I have buried in the deepest and darkest corner of my heart. If I hadn't recalled it every night, it would have been a shocking secret that should have been rotten in my stomach for so many years. It includes the fruit that I want most, ideas about fruit development, and even the detailed plan of breaking away from the Whitebeard pirates to find various legendary pirates to become emperors after obtaining the dark fruit. These, on weekdays, are all deeply buried under a simple and honest appearance, and they don't even dare to reveal any clues, not even a little note or any information. Only in the dead of night, when lying on my bed and looking at the darkness, can I use the quietest silent reading and recall my plan step by step. Even if it's a word, I don't dare to say it. Even when I usually drink with everyone, I am very careful. I never dare to get drunk, and even if I drink a little more, I don't dare to approach those guys who brag about their dreams. Everything I do is to ensure that no one can know my plan, and he really dared to be sure that even his closest friends would never know his plan. This eagle, I have never met him at all, and I have never even met anyone related to him until now. If he wants to know these things, it can only be that he has really achieved these goals in the future. Although he knew that it was a happy event to achieve his goal, Blackbeard was not happy at all at this moment. Feeling even a little scared in my heart, the cold sweat that had stopped a little bit began to come out layer by layer. Just ask, if you go back to the past, do everything possible to find someone, and then propose to fight him, and say that it is because he has done something in the future. So what do you want to do? There is no doubt that this product will be killed directly in the cradle. Otherwise, for what? If he was this guy's benefactor, he would definitely come back to relieve himself from disasters. What does it mean to fight with yourself? Then, why did you come back to me? Blackbeard's mind was full of Iger's purpose. Since this guy dares to appear in front of him now, he must be ready to kill him. Although he didn't think that he could kill himself. I'm here to tell you a story. Sure enough, Iger gave an answer that Blackbeard imagined. Tell a story? Obviously, what bad thing he did in the future, what a disaster he brought to this guy, and then how bad this guy is, how resentful he is in his heart. So the old-fashioned story of coming here for revenge. In the legend, there is such a magical fruit. It is the only fruit that is not cursed by the sea god, but has magical powers. Iger smiled mysteriously, and then spoke slowly. As an indigenous inhabitant of the One Piece world, Blackbeard is naturally unlikely to have heard of the things fabricated by the system, but who can decide whether these legends are true or false? Blackbeard put on a stunned face again. Co-authoring, when you say storytelling, is it really just storytelling? This kind of fruit, because it is blessed with divine power, it also has more power than normal fruit. Iger continued while observing Blackbeard's expression, but it's not that it's more capable. What's that? Blackbeard couldn't understand Iger's way, so he could only ask along the lines. This kind of fruit has the power to replace any devil fruit. As long as you promise it the fruit you want, it will become that fruit, and the original fruit will rot away. Also, there is such a thing? Are you kidding? Blackbeard also understood for a while what story Iger told him, but another legend about devil fruit. I have been sailing on the sea for so many years, and I have never heard of any fruit that can be wished, let alone, as long as you make a wish on it, you can get the fruit of that ability. Isn't that the omnipotent fruit? How could there be such a fruit? You, really? Blackbeard said in disbelief. How could there be such a fruit that can turn into anything? I was just afraid that you wouldn't believe me, so I brought it here on purpose. Iger was not afraid that Blackbeard would not believe him, so he took out a box from his waist and slowly opened it to Blackbeard a few meters away. The colorful light was like flowing water flowing out from the gap of the box, and the milky white mist followed the light, slowly entangled in the air. Blackbeard stared blankly at the curly patterns on the surface of the fruit, and suddenly doubted his decades of sailing experience. Since he went to sea, he had come into contact with several devil fruits. He dared to use his life as a guarantee, and the one Iger was holding on the opposite side was definitely a genuine devil fruit. However, he had never seen this kind of glowing fruit that didn't have the slightest devilish aura at first glance. Is it really the so-called fruit of a wish? Well, I have no other purpose in looking for you today, Iger said, holding the wishing fruit in his hands with a smile. Just to make a wish for you and give me the secret fruit. Chapter 264. Be the face of Blackbeard and eat the dark fruit. Dark fruit. The four words Iger said lightly made Blackbeard's whole body tense. His heartbeat accelerated instantly, and violent blood flow hit his heart immediately. For a time, he only felt that there was a violent seeking in his chest, rolling frantically. All the muscles in his body were working hard, trying his best to restrain himself from jumping on it directly, his eyes fixed on the colorful fruit in Iger's hand. I saw the wishing fruit shrouded in white mist, as if it had grown ears. After hearing Iger say dark fruit, the whole body changed drastically. Originally, the colorful light and mist surrounding the fruit were sucked into the body by the fruit in an instant, and then the shape of the fruit changed from an apple to a pineapple. Not only that, after absorbing the colorful light, the color on the surface of the fruit finally changed from an erratic streamer to a deep purple. The deep purple color is like an abyss. The whole body is snail-shaped, and the shape resembles a pineapple. Blackbeard's eyes are about to go straight. That's right, this is the page where I was about to turn the devil fruit illustration book to shreds. This is what I dream about every night. This is the foundation on which you can realize your 10-year plan. This is what I have always dreamed of. This is dark fruit. You can't go wrong. That texture, that luster. As someone who has been sailing at sea for decades, and who is well versed in the way of devil fruits, he will never admit it wrong. The dark purple fruit that Iger was holding in his hand at this moment was indeed the dark fruit he had been looking for. But this is so amazing. Good on. Blackbeard swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared blankly at the devil fruit in Iger's hand. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is there really such a devil fruit that was not planted by the sea god? I have been researching devil fruits for so many years, and I feel that all my research is in vain. I have never heard of such a thing, and today, right in front of my own eyes, Iger Kid took it and realized his dream in person. But then again, why did this kid deliberately travel thousands of miles through time and space to find himself and use the fruit of God that he had never heard of to create a dark fruit? Blackbeard, who has always been thinking a lot, keeps his head calm even at this moment. He felt a little strange for no reason. This kid, is it possible that he came back on purpose to give him the devil fruit? If it is, then he can find a reason to get close to him and then give him the fruit of wishing that has become a dark fruit. There is no need to be so flamboyant to discuss with himself. But if not, Blackbeard's forehead was involuntarily dripping with cold sweat. But if this is not the case, what is the purpose of this kid? You are. Blackbeard couldn't understand Iger's behavior and asked with blinking eyes. But maybe he didn't even notice it. After the dark fruit appeared, all his movements became more cautious, and even his breathing became extremely shallow, so much so that the words that are spoken have a cautious meaning. Of course, Iger could hear the cautiousness in Blackbeard's words, and he didn't even need to think about it because he was afraid of what he would do to this fruit. You tell me. I'm not. I'm here to show you what this dark fruit actually looks like. Iger threw the dark fruit up and down, making it spin. Look, this fruit, it's big and round. Blackbeard can hardly hear what Iger is saying at this moment. His eyes have turned purple, and as Iger's palm bounces up and down, he wants to stretch his thick palm up, but sorry again, and said with a little heartache, hey, play with care. What if you roll into the sea? If it rolls into the sea, then I can't help jumping into the sea to get it back. Go into the sea. Iger laughed jokingly, then give it a try. After he finished speaking, he caught the dark fruit that just fell from the air air, raised his arms back, squatted down halfway, put on a standard bowling posture, and then sent his arms gently. The dark fruit that he had firmly held in his hand suddenly rolled towards the coast like a wild horse that had run away. Hello. Although Iger moved lightly just now, he actually used a lot of strength. The dark fruit rolled on such a bumpy beach without slowing down at all, like a galloping and jumping wild horse rushing to the sea. Blackbeard only felt that his entire head was rolling with the dark fruit. He immediately gave a loud drink, turned around and chased out. However, before Blackbeard could take a step, he only felt a flash of silver light beside him, followed by a rumbling sound, and then a flash of lightning rushed to the front of the dark fruit. The pale and slender palm made a light move, and the dark fruit, which was galloping like a wild horse, was honestly held in Iger's hand again. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard felt more or less that he was being tricked, but the big stone hanging in his heart also fell to the ground. Those who can. This Iger is indeed a capable person. Since he is a capable person, he can only keep playing with the dark fruit. No matter what his purpose is, the result he fears most will never happen. No matter how you get the devil fruit, there will be almost no damage. Even if it is lost, it can be found again, but if it is eaten by someone, it will be nothing but killing the person. Way to go. What I am most afraid of is that this guy eats the dark fruit in front of him. He must have collapsed on the spot. Fortunately, he is a capable person. At least the dark fruit is quite safe in his hands. Just thinking about it, IG, who ran out to pick up the dark fruits, also came back. What the hell are you doing? Blackbeard asked frantically because he couldn't stand his torture. Good question. Iger is waiting for the sentence. He neatly placed the dark fruit in his palm, then took out the autumn water from his waist, and after a few swipes, the peel was shaved clean. Since I used the wishing dark fruit, Iger looked at the Blackbeard whose saliva was about to flow out and smiled sinisterly. Of course I want to eat it. After speaking, without hesitation, he swallowed the pulp in one gulp under the astonished eyes of Blackbeard. Hiccup, this thing is a bit unpalatable. There's nothing more satisfying than letting Blackbeard's dreams shatter. Chapter 265 Completely cut off your way of life. You. Blackbeard stared at Iggy, not knowing what to say for a while, just pointed at Iger, who was burping with trembling fingers, unable to believe his eyes. You just eat it? Yuck. When Iger heard Blackbeard's words, he remembered that he had eaten the devil fruit just now, and suddenly remembered the smell like shit just now, and immediately retched out. After retching, he wiped away the spit that was drawn into a thin line on the edge of his lips at a very fast speed, and quickly restored his image, and then burped beautifully at the Blackbeard. Yeah, or else I'll share it with you. No way. This thing is very unpalatable, and you will never like it. Yes, Iger did it on purpose. Long before the top of the war, Iger had no affection for Blackbeard at all, only deep disgust, and this emotion also came to this pirate world with him. At that time, after playing against Whitebeard and signing in to get a wishing fruit, Iger had already brewed this plan in his heart, that is, the super revenge method pursued by his ancestors. Killing hearts. Why do you say it's revenge? It's naturally because, in a few years, my brother, Ace, Luffy and Sabo, will suffer so much because of this guy. This is absolutely intolerable. Even if Ace hasn't gone to sea yet, and has nothing to do with Whitebeard or even Blackbeard, that won't work. As long as I think about it, maybe after 10 years, I will no longer be there, and it is very likely that I will go to other worlds, and at that time, I will leave Ace with a slight possibility to meet this Blackbeard tiki. I can't stand it at all. Just thinking that Blackbeard might attack Ace because he wants to realize his own plan. Iger can't stand it. Although I have only been with them for more than 10 days, Iger has already fallen in love with these three brothers from the bottom of his heart, and truly loves them as his own brothers. So when faced with this Blackbeard, I only have a deep dislike, and my mind is full of thinking about how to make him uncomfortable. From the moment he got the wishing fruit and saw Blackbeard, Iger had already thought about how to make this guy feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. That is, tell this guy in advance that he will really get the dark fruit in the future. He not only obtained the dark fruit but also successfully escaped from the Whitebeard pirates and became the 4 emperors who can be called emperor on this large ocean. Blackbeard has a deep mind. Even if he simply said a word, he could think about it hundreds of times in his heart. I just said that. Don't think about it. He will definitely guess through various possibilities and guess that the future he said is absolutely true, and he is convinced that he can get the dark fruit. And just when this Blackbeard was convinced of his future, he took out the dark fruit that he had dreamed of many years ago and swallowed it directly in front of him. This is simply, even if I just think about it, my blood pressure rises. Sure enough, the Blackbeard on the opposite side at this moment was full of the light of broken dreams. He lowered his head and looked at the peel that Iger had cut on the ground. His lips trembled slightly, and he murmured as if he was muttering something, but he couldn't hear a word in the end. However, even if you can't hear what he's saying, it's not hard to guess what he's trying to say. Dark fruit, my dark fruit is just like this. Gone, just gone. I have dreamed of the dark fruit for more than 10 years, and I am counting on the dark fruit that will dominate the ocean with it. In this way, after being glanced at by yourself before the eye addiction is over, he was eaten in person, or this little devil himself came to the door. This little devil, who traveled thousands of miles across time and space, came to find his place, and even spent a lot of effort to find the fruit of a wish that he had never heard of, just to tell yourself about your future in person, and then get the dark fruit in front of you, and then slowly eat it in front of you. Eat it up, eat it up. No, I can't think of these two words now. As long as I think of these two words, I can remember that just now, this damn brat ate the fruit of his dreams. Damn it, this kid has worked so hard just to shatter his dark fruit dream in person. You told me so much just to eat the dark fruit in front of me. Blackbeard widened his eyes angrily and pointed at Iger with a trembling finger. The muscles all over his body were tensing, and the blue veins all over his body had burst out on the surface of his skin. Yeah, otherwise, what am I going to do with you? And I'll tell you. Iger nodded with certainty and smiled slightly. This fruit has been blessed by the sea god, and there is no debuff that will not be useful. Oh, you bastard. Blackbeard has never suffered such grievances before. His eyes are about to burst, and a broken tooth is clenching his teeth. His mouth is full of blood. Why on earth are you doing this to me? Blackbeard doesn't understand why he is so good. He has to encounter such a thing. You don't understand that. Iger was even happier when he saw Blackbeard's expression. After more than 10 years, when my brother was treated like this by you, maybe he also thought about this kind of thing, huh? 10 years later, you really are here to seek revenge. Blackbeard still caught the key words in Iger's words, and immediately judged Iger's intention. Yeah, I'm here to seek revenge, Iger admitted generously, and his calm attitude made Blackbeard feel that he really did something wrong. I not only want to find Shu, I have to take precautions before it happens. What do you mean? You want to kill me? Blackbeard laughed angrily, and a sinister smile climbed up his rough cheek. A trace of domineering wrapped around the steel claws, and Blackbeard stepped towards Iger step by step. Prevent problems before they happen. Of course, that is to cut off all the variables that may appear in the future. Seeing that Blackbeard was ready to fight, Iger laughed inwardly, knowing that his plan was successful. If you want to hit me, I'm afraid you will run away. Okay, I will take precautions before it happens, and this will completely cut off your life. Chapter 266 Appear. Fruit of Light. When Iggy and Blackbeard landed on the island, they were about to learn about martial arts. Docked on the coastline, the Navy soldiers on the dog-headed warship and the pirates on the whale ship are also busy with their own affairs. The Navy soldiers on the dog-headed warship were trying their best to avoid seeing the evidence of the Whitebeard pirates' robbery, but they still couldn't hold back their curiosity. Although people were eating in the cafeteria, there were still many Navy soldiers holding their rice bowls and sticking their heads out of the porthole to see what was going on. Garp didn't notice this, and even if he did, he didn't plan to stop these guys, because even he couldn't hold back his curiosity at all, and stretched his neck to see what the devil fruit on the whaleboat was. However, because there were too many pirates on the whaleboat, they were all crowded together in a circle, leaving no gap for themselves at all. As a Navy, he couldn't even look down to join in the fun, so he can only prick up his ears and listen carefully to what the guys on the whaleboat not far away are discussing. And right now, on the whaleboat, almost all the members of the Whitebeard pirates, except Blackbeard, formed a circle on the deck. The heads of large and small are crowded into a black piece. The outermost is the apprentice pirate, the middle is the ordinary squad members, and a little further inside is the captain of each squad and the Whitebeard. When I heard that an extra devil fruit was obtained outside the plan, everyone was a little curious, and they came to watch the results of Sachi's trip. As for Tich, from the beginning, I didn't know what I was talking about with that kid, and he refused to fight. That guy also knew what was in this box, so there was no need to pull him over to join in the fun. Hey, Thatch, show us the baby you just got. The captain of the 3rd Division, Jaws, was so impatient that he dragged Sachi to the ground and asked him with his arms in his arms. Yeah, Marco also looked at him curiously, wanting to know what he got back from this trip. What good things did he get? Let's take a look. He rarely made a great contribution. Sachi himself was so excited that he couldn't say anything, and he kept playing silly, gently opening the box containing the fruit in his hand. It's the fruit of light. Sachi had just opened a gap, and a red golden light was like a newborn sun. It shot out from the gap in an instant, and it shone on the entire deck in an instant. No, what kind of fruit is this? Have you not met? Then tell me this. On the other side, on the dog-headed warship, various Navy soldiers also saw this magnificent scene at the same time, and they all guessed what the devil fruit they got from Whitebeard was. But almost everyone watched it once, but no one could recognize what this was. was. It's no wonder they have shallow knowledge. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to see the fruit illustrated book. Even if they can see it, they can't memorize it at all, because there are too many devil fruits in this world. Everyone was chatting, but no one could tell why, until the adjutant Pakuto stuck his head out and saw the golden light that burst out. This is. He shrank his head back, his face full of shock, his eyes were as big as copper bells, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Okay, Sir Pakuto. Big brother Will looked at his expression and immediately pouted. Let's stop pretending. Just now, several boys have this expression after reading it. Stunned. Can't say anything. I can't say it. Pakuto still had a stunned expression and murmured along the words of Brother Will, because this fruit is really amazing. Now, if you can't say it, then we won't. What did you say? Do you know what this is? Brother Will just wanted to interrupt Pakuto, but he reacted halfway through. This adjutant Pakuto really knows. Brother Will's voice was the loudest, and all the naval soldiers in the dining hall could hear it softly. When he heard this adjutant Pakuto might know what it was, he immediately became interested. All gathered with their rice bowls and watched eagerly. Adjutant Pakuto. Pakuto saw that so many people wanted to hear it, so he cleared his throat and said, cough cough. This fruit is called bright fruit. This is the fruit of light. Whitebeard curiously stretched out his thick fingers and poked at the golden yellow fruit that was as warm as the sun. This fruit is golden in color, with a little red in the golden yellow, like the shape of a dragon fruit, but it has a roundness that is different from that of a dragon fruit. That's what makes him look like a little golden sun. Among the curious eyes of the pirates, Sachi also slowly started his story. The fruit of light sounds a lot similar to a devil fruit called sparkling fruit owned by the Navy today, but it is not the same fruit. It can even be said that the bright fruit is the superior fruit of the sparkling fruit. It's hard to imagine that the glittering fruit itself is too powerful, and it turns out that it still has a superior fruit. In fact, there is. It can be said that the glittering fruit is a power derived from the fruit of light. Legend has it that at the beginning of the creation of the world, the gods used light to dispel the darkness that blinded everything. The darkness at that time was not the shadow of an ordinary light, but the devouring power of a huge evil. It greedily absorbed everything into its own body, and mercilessly crushed everything that entered its body, causing great damage to the world. In the whole world, only the light that gathers the attributes of holiness, cleanliness, and radiance in one body can have the kind of power that can compete with it. It is because of this that the fruit of light and the fruit of darkness are two of the oldest devil fruits in the world, because they symbolize the power of the original light and darkness. A person who has this fruit is equivalent to having a godhead. Just standing there can make people worship him. Not only that, but it can cleanse any enemy, relieve hunger and exhaustion, heal injuries, and even create life. In addition to being unable to be elementalized, this is definitely one of the most powerful fruits. Chapter 267, Blackbeard vs Eagle. The most powerful fruit. Yes, this is one of the many fruits that originally grew on the top of the devil fruit tree. It was the first to be produced and the last to fall into the ocean. The most amazing thing is that from the very beginning of its birth, it has been a pair with another fruit with completely opposite properties. Dark fruit. It is said that there is light and there is darkness. Light and darkness must be accompanied by each other, and cross-talk and mutual restraint. The two fruits are in this mutual entanglement, and the power they contain becomes incomparably exaggerated. Many other fruits do not have this treatment. The pirates on the whale boat all stared at the beautiful fruit shining with golden light in the middle, and their eyes were suddenly filled with infinite yearning. Old, what are we going to do with this fruit? Joe's greedy saliva was almost drawn into a thread, but he already had a diamond fruit, so he could only watch him being eaten by others. What a pity. I knew earlier that I was like Titch, waiting and waiting until I found the devil fruit I wanted before I decided to eat it. Yeah, the valuation of this one is much more expensive than the fruit of surgery. Marco on the side also looked at the fruit of light with gleaming eyes. So la 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 you bastards. You really fell into the eyes of money. Whitebeard laughed and teased. All the other treasures are yours. Dad is right, Captain. In the end, this fruit is what you brought us to get, and it should be eaten by you. Yes, instead of selling it, we might as well eat it as the captain. This is the fruit of light. It's a pity to sell it. Eating it for our captain can strengthen our strength. That's it, Captain. Eat it. The pirates under Sachi are also quite sensible, and they feel very distressed about their captain, and they all put forward their opinions and let the captain eat him. Well, so, that's what it is. That's pretty good. Jaws and Marco pretended to be pity. The two of them were also joking. Everyone knows the rules of the Whitebeard pirate pirates. Basically, whoever finds anything valuable will own it, except for the wine and meat treasures that need to be handed over. The rest are owned by themselves. But this, Sachi was a little embarrassed to say that the great hero should be Tiki. Without him, we could not get this fruit at all. What Sachi said was indeed the truth. They were able to get this fruit of light, and a large part of the credit was due to Tich. If he hadn't followed, he really wouldn't have gotten this fruit. In other words, according to the rules of the pirates, this fruit should be given to Tiki to be serious. But not everyone thinks so. Oh, it's alright. Foil Baista came over and patted Sachi's shoulder. Tich is just here to help. If he wanted, he would have already asked it out, and there's no need to wait for us. That's right, that guy helped everyone get several fruits before. Jaws also picked up the conversation and came over. He also said that if he wanted any fruits, he would never bring them back to him. What do we all see? Yeah, that guy Tich never looked at this fruit from beginning to end. Marco was very close at the time and could see clearly. Obviously he doesn't want it. Captain, eat it quickly. Let's see what this light force is. Hearing the constant persuasion of a group of people, Sachi's expression also changed from wandering to firm, and then nodded fiercely. Since you said so, then I will eat it. After speaking, he carefully picked up the small sun-like fruit with his hands, slowly brought it to his mouth, then opened his mouth gently and slowly bit down. Everyone was watching expectantly from the side, and they slowly opened their mouths that many people were looking forward to. Rumble boom. However, just when Seiki's mouth was about to bite the fruit of light, there was a sudden gust of wind on the coast. The violent gust of wind directly hit the huge sails that had not been retracted and set off huge waves on the sea next to it, almost overturning the whaleboat. The pirates who originally focused all their attention on the fruit of light had no time to react, except for a few who responded extremely fast. The rest were all overturned to the ground, including Sachi. The fruit of light that had just been delivered to the mouth had not had time to take a bite, and it was shaken and flew out, rolling all the way on the deck. He hurriedly chased after the fruit of light, picked it up from the ground, and quickly put it back into the box, and was relieved. After that, he looked up and had a chance to observe what was going on around him. It didn't matter at the sight. It made him dumbfounded. Not only Sachi himself, all the pirates on the whale ship, and even all the Navy soldiers on the opposite dog-headed warship were all stunned. Strong winds and waves, these are nothing. The focus is on the sunny and warm sky, but at this moment it is suddenly completely covered by two distinct dark clouds. Why is it said to be two? Because on the huge dark cloud that almost covered all the blue sky in the sight, there is a huge crack that runs through the entire dark cloud, and in that crack there are countless black and red thunders surging frantically. Obviously they are all red and black thunderbolts, but they seem to belong to different camps. They grow like branches from both sides of the crack and then slam towards the opposite thunderbolt. The two thunderbolts were like two giant thunder pythons fighting in a group, entangled in a desperate way, and the red and black electric lights kept flashing between the entanglements. King's Cloud 2. Until this time, everyone finally remembered why they came to this beach. It's because of Iggy and Tich. It was because Iger and Tich proposed to learn from each other, and the two parties gathered on this beach. But learning from each other, they never thought that these two people would use such a strong force to learn from each other. The most important thing is that none of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates thought that this Tiki, who has always been simple and honest, could even summon the King's Dark Cloud. Is he also a man with a domineering look? And not only that, I have been his companions for so many years, and I have never seen him use the Overlord color. It's enough to say that he hides his strength. What makes people feel confused is why in the face of a child less than 10 years old, Tik will choose to directly unleash his strongest power. That little devil, what power does he have in his hands? The Fruit of Light appears, and the follow-up plot will continue to be fun. Chapter 268 Real Strength Ability Enhancement. This Tich, why didn't you find out before? Is this guy so strong? Marco stared blankly at the beach not far away, wrapped around Tiki with domineering, and muttered in his mouth. Tiki, although he is considered a relatively powerful person in the Whitebeard Pirates, but compared with their squad leaders, he has always thought that he is inferior. But now, just the dark clouds that filled the sky, the aura that shook the air and the ocean waves violently, was enough to judge how much more fearless his strength was compared to his own squad leaders. I'm afraid. Jaws also looked at Blackbeard with a dignified expression. I was with us before, and no mission could make him show his true strength, but such an inference is really quite unreliable. With them, the world's top pirates, he couldn't show his full strength. Instead, he could show his true strength by learning from the child named Iger. Then I really have to see how capable this kid who is less than 10 years old is. For a time, the attention of everyone, including the pirates and the Navy soldiers, shifted from the Fruit of Light to the battlefield not far away, leaning on the railing one by one, chatting and discussing the battle situation. Only Whitebeard and Garp said nothing, staring at Black Blackbeard not far away with their small eyes. The incomparably accurate vision started scanning around Blackbeard over and over again. After half a day, he slowly retracted and then calmed down and watched the battle between Blackbeard and Iger. Although this guy is very strong, he is still far from the point where he can't control it. As long as the situation is not right, it will be fine. On the battlefield, you arrogant brat. On the back of Blackbeard's hand there is a pair of claws shining with cold light. Iger knows that pair of terrifying weapons. Blackbeard used it to fill the red-haired face with such a scar. The violent domineering even ripped through the air. Although there is no entity, the terrifying fluctuations can even tear the surrounding air into a void. If this claw is caught, even if it is not caught to pieces, it will have to be pulled out a few big holes. Although Blackbeard looks thick and sturdy, his speed is not slow at all. The whole person turns into a blurred after image and charges towards Ig, who is a few meters away. I didn't provoke you or provoke you. Why did you treat me like that? Boom. With the attack of Blackbeard, the dark cloud of the king above the sky also moved along with it. The red and black lightning slashed down like a punishment from the sky, condensed into red and black dense light spots attached to the hooks of the claws. Superior. Click click. At the moment when the red and black light spots attached to the hooks along the path of Blackbeard, the sound of glass breaking one after another came out, and the space behind Blackbeard shattered like smashed glass. This grab is not very powerful, but its destructive power is definitely the strongest in the world. Since you ate the dark fruit directly, then I had to kill you reluctantly. Only then can the dark fruit be reborn. Just looking at Blackbeard's grab, Iger felt a chill in his heart and his scalp was numb. He didn't dare to neglect at all. He immediately stretched out his hands, and then his two arms instantly dissipated into the sky full of sand. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The sand particles bursting out of Iger's arms seemed to be endless, like two sandstorm generators spewing endless sand mist into the surrounding air at a frantic speed. Shao swam wildly out of Iger's arms like an angry dragon, and no matter how the angry dragon swam, its body would never reveal all of its body, just swimming frantically. In the blink of an eye, the two salons had already swum out for nearly a kilometer, and the two huge bodies were twisting and twisting in mid-air. In just a few seconds, Iger and Blackbeard saw them twisted into one side with a diameter of several hundred meters. The dragon sand curtain. At the moment when the dragon sand curtain was formed, Iger's arm instantly returned to its original state, and then a gleaming blue light slowly rose from Iger's eyes. Shasha fruit crystallization. A low roar shouted out from Iger's mouth, and then the huge dragon sand curtain exploded into a cloud of sand, which directly blocked everyone's sight. Facing Blackbeard's attack, Iger chose the sand crystallization that he was most familiar with, because at this moment the crystallization of his own sand is no longer comparable to the previous version. Whoa, whoa. The bright blue light overflowed from Iger's eyes and instantly filled Iger's whole body, covering Iger's whole person. The sea water within a radius of several miles rioted like it was boiled, and countless milky white mists evaporated from the sea surface, condensed into white smoke after another, and madly gathered towards the sand and dust. Ever since Iger received the title of Sea God, he has hardly used any other fruit abilities. In fact, Iger learned from the system that the pure water extracted from the sea water using the ability of Sea God is actually an extremely pure energy. In addition to his own abilities, in fact, he did not obtain it through devil fruit, including the dark fruit that he just ate, and he was not cursed by the Sea God at all. Water extracted from the sea water by using the ability of Sea God can be used to strengthen the ability of the fruit. The dust and mist in the air spun frantically, as if coffee and milk were placed in a huge cup, and the brown and white were being stirred frantically by a huge spoon. In less than a second, the brownish yellow and the white were perfectly fused together, forming a crystal clear pale yellow. Then, the dust that was still filling the sky suddenly collapsed toward the center at a very fast speed, as if being sucked by a vacuum cleaner. In half a second, the dust and fog that originally filled the air like a sandstorm were all squeezed together, forming a pale yellow crystal wall that was only about the same height as Iger can. Almost at the moment when the crystal wall was formed, the figure of Blackbeard was already deceived, and the claws on his hand shone with light that could tear everything, and grabbed on the crystal wall fiercely. Cross la la la. On one side is a violent sharp edge that can tear space, and on the other side is a god-level shield that gathers the 10th level rustling fruit and the power of the sea god. The two collided and sparks burst. Chapter 269 Killing Intent. Top collision. Crunch. The sour sound resounded on the beach, and it could even reach the dog-headed warships and whale ships watching the battle from a distance. The members of the Whitebeard pirates who were watching the battle kept sighing while enduring the sharp voice. Hey hey hey, did you see it? Titch's blow just now seemed to tear up the space. That's right, when I was on a mission with us before, even if I ran away, I wouldn't show this kind of attack power. Tisk tisk tisk. If you can have such destruction destructive power. That domineering must have been cultivated for more than 10 years. A kind of pirates leaning on the railing, you and me, discussing lively. Tiki has never shown their hidden strength. As soon as Tich made this move, all the squad leaders suddenly became uneasy. If nothing else, just this kind of tyrannical arrogance that can summon the king's dark cloud. There is no one else on this ship except the captain, the white-bearded father. What's more, he also has the physical skills that are completely worthless to anyone except Jaws and Daddy, and his style of playing wounds for wounds like a madman as long as he fights. These plus his strong and powerful tricolor domineering. If you only talk about combat power, I am afraid that he will directly overtake most of the squad leaders. For a time, the faces of the squad captains didn't look good. It's not because of the strength that Tich is showing at this moment, but they feel a little dangerous about Tich's behavior of hiding his strength. Everyone thought that Tich was very strong, but he was not strong enough to defeat all team captains, and it was his part that was properly hidden, which made everyone feel that he was safe and could be entrusted with important tasks, like looking for devil fruits. However, if this guy achieved such a position in the world's #1 pirate group, it was through the appropriate hidden strength. Then its purpose is worth thinking about. It is impossible that in all the battles so far, there has not been any battle that made him exert his full strength. There must be some reason. As for what the reason is, I'm afraid it has nothing to do with what Iger talked to him just now. Yes, speaking of this, Iger is a more mysterious existence. He has never had any intersection with the Whitebeard pirates. He even used a few words to force Tiki's hidden strength out. What did they talk about? Looking at Tich's red face, he was obviously provoked. Even Sachi, who has partnered with him many times, has never seen him so excited. Does this kid named Yig know any secrets of Tich? So I just named my name and wanted to discuss with Tich. In fact, it was to discuss some shady transactions. If so, Iggy's move is not wise at all. As far as Tich's current strength is concerned, even the elites like Marco Jaws dare not say that they can beat him, let alone Iger. You look at the sand wall he used for defense, and it's a little trembling. It's very possible that Iger will get off the hook and be killed. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, crunch, the sharp claws with red and black light spots were still rubbing against the translucent pale yellow sand wall, making a sharp rubbing sound. A steady stream of red and black lightning flashed frantically from the red and black light spots, like manic thunder snakes, irrationally charging towards the pale yellow sand wall. Bang bang bang. The red and black thunder snake opened its bloody mouth and tried to stand on the sand wall one after another. A whiff of milky white mist suddenly oozes from the surface of the latter, wrapping the razor's fangs and resisting the sand wall. When the two collided, it was like a frying pan met water, and the milky white mist mixed with red and black thunder and lightning exploded. Boom boom boom. One after another, the electric sparks exploded, and the series of explosions even shook the crystallized sand wall strengthened by the sea god's water. Iger's eyes are a little dignified. It seems that he really underestimated the strength of Blackbeard. I originally thought that Blackbeard was just a young man 12 years ago. Although he got into Whitebeard's boat, he was also a wretched fellow. Who knows, this guy is already quite fierce at this time. If nothing else, I know the sand wall best. This is a sand wall strengthened by the 10th level sand fruit and the blessing of water. Even if Cow's hero is here, I am afraid it will take a lot of effort to break it. And now, this young version of Blackbeard almost shattered it with just one blow. Don't look at it from the outside. It seems that you have directly blocked Blackbeard's attack, but in fact, it is on the verge of breaking. Man, what a great hand. Iger looked at Blackbeard's murderous eyes from behind the sand wall and gradually put away his play mentality. This Blackbeard deserves to be a man who will become the 4th emperor in the future. Although his spirit and strength are not comparable to that of the Whitebeard, he should at least be similar in strength to Brother Ming. At the same time, the Blackbeard on the opposite side, although his expression was fierce, his heart was also overturned. Oh my god, what kind of identity is this kid? Could it be that the general combat effectiveness of humans in the future world will be higher? You must know that even if you don't add this king's dark cloud, just using the armed color can leave traces on Jaws in the diamond state. Not to mention the domineering arrogance of the overlord. He even felt that he could grab all the hailstones with one claws. But with such a ferocious blow, this little devil resisted it with just a little sand. Not only that, although he did not use the so-called armed color, this overlord color was even stronger than the overlord color that he had cultivated for 10 years. He is not even 10 years old this year. Even if you start training in the womb of your mother, it is impossible to have such a powerful domineering. What kind of monster is he? No, absolutely kill him. A frantic red burst from the bottom of Blackbeard's eyes. As far as this kid's malice towards him, his eating the dark fruit, and his unparalleled terrifying talent, as long as everyone knows it, keeping him is digging his own grave. I said I'm going to kill you today, and I'll definitely do it. Blackbeard gritted his his teeth. His gums were almost bleeding, and he hoarsely squeezed out such a sentence from his throat. Hey, just you. Yige, who was opposite the sand wall, smiled strangely. Want to kill me? You don't even look at how much you have. Chapter 270 Lightning Flashes. Ability switch. I have a few pounds and a few tails, and I'll let you know right away. Hearing Iger's words, Blackbeard suddenly became furious, and his two arms with hook claws suddenly burst into blue veins. Immediately afterwards, the thunder above the sky flashed, and the red and black rays of light rose instantly. At the same time, the sharpness on the hooks also skyrocketed. Complement. In just an instant, the sand wall shattered with a sound, and the hook claws unabated and directly took Yike's face. Although Iger had long expected that his sand wall was broken by Blackbeard, it should be a matter of time, but he really did not expect that it would be broken so quickly. Blackbeard's afterburner claws. The sand wall has no room to resist. Just like a paper paste, it is broken in an instant. Complement. The sand wall, as thin as a cicada's wings, shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye, and among the shattered fragments in the sky, Blackbeard's hook claws flashed a sharp edge that could tear apart space like a flashing thunder, and grabbed Iger's face at a speed that could not cover his ears. Iggy. On the dog-headed warship and the whale ship, two completely different ships, Whitebeard and Garb, two big hands clasped the railing of the ship at the same time, but they all restrained their urge to shoot. Although both pairs of eyes were fixed on the battlefield, and the claws of Blackbeard's straight attack had immediately pierced into Iger's skull, the two of them were still looking forward to something in their hearts. Wait. Intuition tells them that at this moment it is not the limit of Iger at all. The pirates who stood behind the two bosses watching the battle had such expressions on their faces. Sure enough, this Iger really can't deal with Tiki, who has shown his true strength. Is this his limit? Seeing his fatal blow, Blackbeard was about to stab into Iger's head. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face, and the hook in his hand leaned forward a bit. Red and black rays of light flashed at the tip of the hook, and the endless sharpness turned into cracks that cut people, and there were bloodstains on Yike's white and tender cheeks. Such an extreme sharpness, as if it can pierce the world. Even the dragons and horses he encountered before are not comparable to it. After all, the blade of a knife is still not as sharp as a needle. In the face of such a blow, Iger's eyes were startled, but he was not afraid, and even slowly closed his eyes. Alas, this time it hurts a bit, but there is no way. It's important to save your life. Opening his eyes again, the sand-like khaki in Iger's eyes has faded away, replaced by a silvery white like a razor's lair. Look at my lightning flash. Boom. The faint sound of thunder sounded in the air, accompanied by the silver white light that appeared on Iger's body. Blackbeard just felt like 100 suns suddenly exploded in front of him, and the extremely dazzling light lit up, almost burning through his eyes. And then, only listening to the rumble of thunder, Iger's breath seemed to move back like a teleportation nearly 100 meters away. The Navy soldiers and pirates who were far away on the two ships were horrified to see that Iger's body turned into a ball of lightning at the moment when Blackbeard's hook was about to be stabbed. It really is a ball of lightning. Not only did it turn into lightning, it even took less than a blink of an eye to pull out a shining trajectory in the air, and instantly moved back a distance of nearly 100 meters. More than 10 seconds have passed until things have passed, and the people who saw Iger moving just now still have that serpentine shining trail in their field of vision. And those who didn't see it asked the surrounding companions about the situation just now with a confused look. It happened so fast. In the blink of an eye, I only felt a group of bright lights light up, and I opened my eyes quickly. Who knows, in this blink of an eye, Iger has appeared nearly 100 meters away from Blackbeard. Fortunately, I didn't shoot just now. Carp looked at the scene in front of him and let out a long sigh. The old man almost forgot. This kid Iger seems to have obtained the power of the Ott family, and the speed is very fast. That's it. It's the one named Tiki. Although his power is very scary, but if he wants to hit Usagi, he can't catch up with him at all. At some point, the Navy soldiers who were originally fighting in the canteen of the warship all stepped onto the deck and began to watch the battle between Blackbeard and Iggy. Although I don't know what kind of way this Tiki is, I can't brew such a terrifying dark cloud of kings like him at all, let alone launch such a powerful attack like him. But every Navy soldier, inexplicably, has boundless confidence in Iger. That is, he firmly feels that this guy named Tiki will not be Iger's opponent at all. Looking at it, sure enough, Tich's blow that could pierce the sky, although it pierced Iger's sand wall, but in such a small amount of time, Iger used the power of Ultra, and he was stunned to dodge away. What can you do? There is nothing you can do. The Navy soldiers immediately put on their faces and held their fists to support Iger. After a while, they felt that this was not enough, so they raised their arms and shouted. Carp looked back at the group of idiots and shook his head helplessly, but didn't stop them in the slightest. After all, in myself, I also feel that Iger will never lose to the one named Tick. Everyone on the Navy side knew about Iger's strength and they were full of confidence and cheered, but on the side of the pirates they were really frightened. I saw the pirates staring at each other, their jaws dropped to the ground and they reached out to touch their foreheads. What did I just see? I am not wrong, right? This kid just used the ability to control sand, right? Really used it? I just saw that the sand wall was directly smashed. How? Why did it turn into a thundering fruit again? Everyone is a person who has seen the world, and it is clearly recorded in the fruit illustrated book that can turn the body into a thunder and lightning fruit, only one of the natural thunder fruit. This guy, why didn't he explode? How could he control both abilities without being overwhelmed? If two devil fruits are eaten at the same time, the user will explode because they cannot withstand the two curses. This is already common sense, but this guy, he is safe and sound. Not to mention him, even if it is his own father, the man standing at the top of the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who eats two devil fruits, it should explode. This guy, is he a monster? Chapter 271 Brain Supplement Explanation. The worldview collapses. This is, it's amazing. Jaws stared blankly at Iger, who was surrounded by thunder, and sighed. I've never seen such a miraculous thing before. Marco's eyes were also straight. You are still young. It's normal that you haven't seen it before. Whitebeard glanced at the sluggish crew, turned his head and stared at Iger again. The sea is so big. There is nothing surprising about it. Dad, do you know how this Iggy has so many powers? Hearing Whitebeard say this, the pirates behind him couldn't help asking. Well, Whitebeard touched his chin, showing a thoughtful look, but he couldn't say anything. You really don't know? Well, I just said I've seen people who can have more than two abilities, Whitebeard said, glancing at his lips and defending. I didn't say I was sure Iger was the one. Which one? Dark fruit. Whitebeard's eyes were a little excited. Yes, even if Whitebeard once followed the most terrifying pirate group in the world, the Rocks pirates have been walking for decades, and they have only seen it once. A dark fruit power user. Whitebeard didn't think at the time that he would meet a guy with multiple abilities in his lifetime. Similar to the light fruit, the dark fruit is also one of the oldest fruits that grow on the top of the devil fruit tree. The source of the dark fruit's power is its dark and huge gravitational force. Since ancient times, darkness has symbolized the fall, and the pure darkness that exists in nature is a terrifying celestial body like a black hole that can even absorb light. It is because of this terrifying devouring ability that the dark fruit has the ability that no other fruit has, that is to devour ability. He can use the way of devouring to obtain the ability of other devil fruits. Quite a perverted fruit. So, this kid is the power user of the dark fruit and the one that absorbs the power of several fruits. After listening to Whitebeard's description, the pirates around seemed to understand a little, and there was still a reasonable explanation. Anyway, in this case, if I say all the possibilities, there is only that Iger, who was on the battlefield, didn't know at this moment. Just now he just wanted to target Blackbeard, and the act of eating the dark fruit would give himself a serious reason to explain the multiple abilities. Of course, on the entire beach, compared to the people of the Whitebeard pirates, the one who was most shocked was Blackbeard himself. He stared blankly at the hook that he had caught empty, and then looked at Iger, who had dodged out the moment he hit it, and his heart was filled with countless question marks. This guy called Iggy has more than one ability. What's happening here? As the person who may have the most in-depth research on the dark fruit in this world, Blackbeard knows too well that the only possibility that can be compatible with both abilities is the dark fruit, but this scene in front of him directly destroyed his ingrained worldview. He's meow. As we all know, the ability of the dark fruit is to swallow, and everything can be swallowed, including the ability of the devil fruit. So using the swallowing ability to swallow, you can master a variety of abilities without being burst, but that has to be after eating the dark fruit and developing the ability of the dark fruit to a certain extent. This guy named Yig had just eaten the dark fruit in front of him, and he trusts his eyes and judgment very much. What he just took out was the genuine dark fruits. After that, he didn't eat anything at all. If his statement about the fruit of wishing is true, the dark fruit transformed from the fruit of wishing will not be cursed by the sea god, so there is no such thing as self-destruction if it cannot withstand the curse. Then this can only barely explain why when he ate the dark fruit there was no explosion on the spot. But since he can show at least two kinds of fruit abilities now, it means that he has eaten two devil fruits long before he ate the dark fruits. Why didn't he explode? How can there be such a thing in the world? Isn't it that the only possibility that can be compatible with multiple devil fruit abilities is in the dark fruit? How could such a thing be possible? Blackbeard only felt a buzzing in his mind, and even his determination to kill Iger just now faded a little, and his mind was full of collapsed sounds. He felt like the world was falling apart. Is there really another way? If there is really a way other than the dark fruit, why did you spend so much effort dormant in the Whitebeard pirates for so long? But how could there be any other way? That is the curse of God. If you want to fight against this curse, unless you use use the power of the sea god, that is, the devil fruit itself. How can you use human power to fight against the curse of the sea god? Hey, are you thinking, why can I have multiple abilities when I don't eat the dark fruit? Blackbeard was in shock when he suddenly heard Iggy's voice ringing in his ears. Goosebumps all over his body were instantly aroused, and a trace of chill rushed directly to Tianling Gai, and Blackbeard raised his claws and grabbed his side. However, he used a lot of strength and even made his body turn in a circle, but there was only the sound of cutting through the air above the hook. Looking up, Yike was still standing nearly 100 meters away. What are you doing? As a thunder fruit that has been strengthened by level 10, there are many abilities that have been developed that Iger has yet to use. As it is now, using the principle of a telephone to control the weak current in the air and directly connect the two sides' mouths, Iger can also do it. You don't even need to have a sense of sight. How did you do it? Blackbeard was also anxious. How could you have two abilities before this? Oh, what a joke. How is it possible? Blackbeard roared directly. If you can you use it yourself? Hey, okay, I won't tease you. In fact, this is the reason why I came to you. The disadvantages of the dark fruit for you are too great. I am here to teach you how to be directly compatible more than two abilities. Chapter 272, Compatibility Reasons, Intimacy Ideas. Come teach me how to have two abilities. Hearing this kind of rhetoric, the first thought in Blackbeard's heart was nonsense. This guy is definitely lying to himself. What is the method of having two abilities? I have never heard of it. There was a hint of disbelief on his face, and Blackbeard was about to refuse, but Iger, who was on the opposite side, opened his mouth first. The tone is full of temptation. I know you won't necessarily believe it. If I've never heard of a thing before, I wouldn't believe it if someone came over and told me this. Blackbeard nodded and said nothing. Even if you go to the street to buy a vegetable, someone else sells toad oil to you, and the wound is healed on the spot in front of your eyes. It's all fake. What's more, there are too many things about devil fruit that I haven't heard of. There are countless legends, big and small, and few of them can be believed. Walking on the sea, everyone only pays attention to the research results of a world's official laboratory on devil fruit, subject to official certification. The rest are folk remedies. But today, in such a remote sea area, on such a barren island, there was a child who actually said to him that there is a way to make people compatible with two kinds of fruit abilities at the same time. If only someone could believe it, it would be a ghost. But I really have to say this, I'm not bragging. Iger put on a pious expression. His body was straight and his hands were clasped in front of his chest. Many of the official research results have been whitewashed. What's wrong with the whitewashing? Blackbeard looked disdainful. Iger was obviously a liar now, and he had seen more of such people. At least the results they came up with were universal. Even if he thinks with his toes, Blackbeard can guess what this kid wants to say next. Charlatans such as there is no absolute unity of laboratory results. They dare not release the results. Many things are possible, including success and failure and so on. When the time comes, if his own set is not completed, he can advance and retreat and defend. While saying it must be a problem of improper operation or luck, he suggested to himself, why do you try again? It will definitely succeed. If he has tried many times and failed, he will definitely say, oh, this thing has no fate with you. It seems that you want to try it in a different direction. This kind of shit is useless. As expected by Blackbeard, Iger was stunned for a moment when he heard what Blackbeard said, and then said, yes, but because many things are inconclusive, the laboratory can only give a test report, but every time the result is uncertain, there is no way to release an accurate official guideline. Blackbeard looked at Iger with a sneer, thinking he had seen through all of Iger's tricks. These are all the leftovers he played before he went to sea, so he wouldn't be fooled. And Iger also looked at the guarded Blackbeard opposite and cursed his mother secretly in his heart. Good guy. The Blackbeard who killed this day has such a deep routine, and his previous set of handing out flyers and selling goods on the street didn't work. But today you have to believe it, or you have no choice. Speaking of which, why did Iger have to make Blackbeard believe in himself? Of course, that's because Iger thinks just like this fight with Blackbeard, and from then on, I don't know when I will see each other again from all over the world. Even if this fight is won, it doesn't matter at all. In other words, it didn't reach the cool point that Iger dealt with Blackbeard. What does Eagle want? It was Blackbeard's plan to completely destroy it, making him uncomfortable and unable to turn over. Eating the dark fruit in front of him was just the first step, and what's next is what Iger really thinks. I don't talk so much nonsense anymore. Iger smiled slightly. You and I both know your purpose. Dark fruit is second. Compatibility with multiple abilities is what you want, right? So what? Iger already knew all his plans, so Blackbeard didn't hide it and simply admitted it generously. So, if you have recognized that only the dark fruit can be compatible with multiple abilities, then your plan has already failed. How dare you say it? It's because of you. If you hadn't used that wishing fruit, made a dark fruit and ate it, how could I fail earlier? Blackbeard is now furious as soon as he hears the words dark fruit, staring directly at him and roaring. That's why I'm telling you. Iggy made a shush gesture in the air, interrupting Blackbeard's roar. Look at me. Isn't this a ready-made example? Look, didn't I have 2 abilities before I ate the dark fruit? Iger's words instantly choked Blackbeard. The anger that had erupted in his chest also stopped in an instant. That's right, this guy named Yig just now in front of his eyes showed the magical operation that can be compatible with 2 abilities without the dark fruit. This. I was stunned by this overly exaggerated rhetoric just now, and even forgot that Iger's performance just now was the most exaggerated. This is the strongest evidence. Blackbeard is shaken. The Blackbeard, who had been cut off by Iger himself for his future plans, suddenly remembered that he had never heard of the fruit of a wish before this moment. It was what Iger told himself, and he even took out the real thing to show himself. Wish fruit in front of himself to get a secret fruit. What's even more amazing is that the fruit that looked like an apple turned into a pineapple-shaped fruit in front of his eyes. Really dark fruit. In addition to the double fruit ability that Iger showed to himself just now, Blackbeard has developed his brain to the extreme, and he was stunned that he could not find the slightest flaw. What Iger said was surprisingly believable. Then tell me, what kind of method is it? Blackbeard looked up at Iger. His eyes were a little shaken. Can you tell me what method can make me compatible with the 2 fruit abilities? Hey, you're asking the right person, Iger said with a secret sly smile on his face, and took out a small black book from his arms. I don't know if you've heard of it. Intimacy Idea. Chapter 273. Communicate with Poseidon and engage in sneak attacks. Intimacy Idea. Blackbeard froze for a moment, then shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of such a thing at all. Today, he has gained a lot of knowledge. After this day, he has seen 3 things that he has never seen before. The first one is the wish fruit that Iger just held in his hand, which is also the main reason why he can be curious about what he said. The second is the dual ability that Iger showed, which is also what he saw with his own eyes, which can be used as evidence for what he said. Can master 2 abilities without the dark fruit. And the third thing is the key to realizing the same thing that he swore to himself. A way for people to master 2 abilities without relying on the dark fruit. But this name, I always feel that it has nothing to do with devil fruit. But looking at the serious expression on Iger's face from a distance, and the black book in his hand, doesn't it really look like a fake? What is that? Does it have anything to do with the devil fruit compatibility you just said? Blackbeard's face was very complicated. Half he couldn't believe it, but half he thought it was true. Of course it matters, Iger replied without hesitation. I ask you, why can't people who eat devil fruit swim in the sea? And why can't people eat 2 fruits at the same time? Aren't you talking nonsense? Of course, it's because the devil fruit is the curse of the devil, and the inability to swim is the curse of the sea god. If you eat 2 fruits at the same time, the human body can't bear the power of the 2 curses. Bingo. That's right. That's it. Iger snapped his fingers, looking like a child who could teach him. It's a curse. It's the curse of the sea god. What happened to the curse? Blackbeard wondered. Think about it. Because of the curse of the sea god and the devil, the ability person can neither swim nor eat the second fruit. Iger smiled. If the sea god can withdraw the curse on himself, then it is possible swimming. Then if you let the sea god give him instructions to cancel the devil's curse, then people can eat the second fruit. As sharp as a Blackbeard, Iggy has already connected to the next sentence before he finished his last sentence. You are very good boy. Iger nodded in admiration. I have learned to answer quickly. So, what does this have to do with the intimacy idea you just said? Blackbeard ignored Iger's nonsense and grasped the crux of the problem at once. That's a big relationship. Iger showed a mysterious expression. You must know that this intimate idea is the key to communicating with the sea god. What's the point? Isn't your pirate group here for the gathering of the sea kings in the East China Sea? I laughed. At that time, the sea god used my body to give the rubbing of this intimate idea to the priest so that the priests could spread his teachings. That's when the sea god said something to me. What? Blackbeard already had some letters. Iger said something and he immediately asked. He said. Ig changed a very sacred tone, and the solemn atmosphere came out of the language, hitting Blackbeard's heart word by word. My thoughts and my concerns are all faked by your mouth and your body, and then passed on to the world. Your merit is high and you should be rewarded. It was just such a short sentence that made Blackbeard completely believe what Iger said just now. No matter how hysterical what Iger said before, and even took out the so-called wishing fruit or showed 2 kinds of fruit abilities in front of himself, Blackbeard had doubts. After all, as a pirate who has gone to sea for many years and has read countless tricks, as long as he is given a little time to prepare, he can definitely show these things. So in this regard, seeing is not necessarily believing. I would stop and listen to Iger entirely because the dark fruit had indeed been been eaten by Iger, and I had no choice but to observe what way Iger was and then find a way to kill him. And when Iger talked about that intimate idea, Blackbeard almost gave up listening to Iger continued. The lie is so bizarre that even if it is told to a teenage boy, he may not be able to believe it. But just now, when Iger imitated the tone of the sea god and said that sentence, Blackbeard believed it, not because Blackbeard couldn't understand what Iger said just now, but because of that breath. Maybe even Iger didn't notice that when he was imitating the language of the sea god just now, there was a trace of ancient, mysterious and noble aura flowing from him. This nobility is not the kind of nobility of the Tianlong people, but a high position that is separated from the human world and overlooks thousands of red dust without a trace of fluctuations in the heart. You say that a child, no matter how talented, no matter how he can fight, no matter how exaggerated his arrogance, no matter how powerful his physical strength is, it can be justified. However, this breath is definitely not something that any human can disguise. Attention, any human being, including Iger, including himself, including Whitebeard and even including Tianlong people, as long as it is human, it is absolutely impossible for this kind of breath to appear, because it doesn't belong to humans at all. A storm surged in Blackbeard's heart, and at the same time, a surge of joy came up. Are you really saved? He looked up at the void, as if he really saw a glimmer of dawn. That's the feeling of hope. The moment hope was born, a plan was created in his mind. Blackbeard smiled slightly, as if nothing had happened, and asked, "What did the sea god tell you?" "He said that I spread his thoughts and affectionate ideas among the people, so he rewarded me." Iger didn't see Blackbeard's abnormality. "So as long as you spread this to other people, you will definitely be favored by the sea god." "Yes, that's it." Blackbeard's eyes showed a hint of understanding, and then a smile of excitement appeared on his face. Then, even a person like me can do it." "Of course. You wait for me to come over and give this to you." Iger held the rubbing of his affectionate idea in his hand and walked towards Blackbeard step by step. "Good guy, finally hooked." Iger was secretly happy in his heart. Here it is." Iger stepped forward and handed out the little black book. "Thank you." Blackbeard took the idea of intimacy and bowed deeply to Iger. "But I still think that there is only one person who can be compatible with devil fruits." In the next second, Iger just felt his hair stand on end. Blackbeard's face was fierce, and his hook claws were sharp and domineering, and he quickly stabbed to Iger's abdomen. Chapter 274 Shock and New Abilities. The Blackbeard, who was originally facing the ground, suddenly flashed a fierce light in his eyes. The last second he was gentle, as if he really wanted to preach for the sea god, but the next second he could even break the sea floor stone. The sharp claws cut straight to Iger's belly. A successful smile appeared on his face, and black and red lightning bolted out from the surface of the hook like a poisonous snake and began to unleash his terrifying power. Dormant. Ignatius never thought that the black-bearded Tiki's tyrannical domineering looks like their master, deeply dormant in his claws, as silent as hibernation. When there is a chance, the thunder will be dispatched directly, and the prey will be killed with one blow. Really Blackbeard style. This guy never thought about letting Iger go from the beginning to the end. From the beginning to the end, he was thinking silently in his heart how to kill Iger. Blackbeard has always believed in the truth, that is, the earth-shattering power may not be able to completely kill the enemy, but the poisonous snake that is carefully dormant can definitely kill anyone he wants to solve. From the very beginning, when Iger ate the dark fruit in front of him, Blackbeard had already decided that no matter what, he must kill this little devil called Iger. There is no other reason, just because this guy knows a lot and his methods are outrageous. Wish fruit that even a pirate who knows the devil fruit way has never heard of through some unknown method, and it can really turn into a dark fruit. From this, it can be inferred that what this guy said later is very likely to be true. In that case, this Iger is likely to teach this method to others in the future. No, until he returns to the future. In time, there will definitely be more and more people with the ability to be compatible with devil fruit. Even in the end, it is very likely that any capable person you can see on the sea is someone who can be compatible with devil fruit. Then by that time, the devil fruit abilities that you can collect will become very few, and the difficulty will be greatly increased. So, this Iger must die. The change on the beach was too fast, and everyone was just wondering why Blackbeard and Iger were facing each other at a distance, but they were reluctant to take action. It didn't take long for Iger to suddenly approach Blackbeard step by step, holding a small black book in his hand and handing it to Tiki, and Tiki even bowed respectfully to Iger. And just when everyone thought that the two had reached a reconciliation by some means, Tiki, who had bowed deeply, suddenly burst into flames, and the hook in his hand poked straight at Iger's abdomen. Sneak attack. With such a powerful strength of Tiki, he would choose a sneak attack. It was just a casual discussion, but this guy actually attacked. "And you said that you can sneak attack. Even if you have learned from each other with such a 10-year-old child, you even have to sneak attack when you have have already revealed your hidden strength. When this matter spreads out, I really don't know where to put this face. But it's not right. Tiki is usually simple and honest, so he can't do such a thing. What did this Iger do to him, so that he would rather reveal his strength but also leave the face of a member of the Whitebeard pirates and choose to attack this child? Iggy. Garp on the dog-headed warship and Whitebeard on the whale ship saw this scene, and at the same time their jaws were split and they shouted. Faster than the sound was their aura, the violent domineering gushing out directly from the excitement, and all of a sudden the dark clouds of the king, who were originally entrenched in the sky, dodged as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying. Boom! Blackbeard and Eagle's two dark clouds of kings dodged in horror, revealing a higher sky, and above the higher sky it is not a blue sky at all, but more magnificent and terrifying two bigger dark clouds. Garp and Whitebeard stared at Blackbeard, who was about to succeed in the next second. At this moment the two of them only had one idea. Titch is dead. Everyone held their breath together, and their eyes locked tightly on the hook that even the space was torn. Just die in peace. I'll take good care of your intimate idea for you, Blackbeard shouted with a grin on his face. Iggy was so excited that all the hairs on his body stood on end. He really did not expect that the killing intent of this Blackbeard was so firm. I didn't even notice his killing intent. This guy burst into flames in an instant, and he didn't even have time to dodge. What a vicious guy. But luckily, less than half a second passed in a blink of an eye, and Blackbeard even showed the expression of success, and the hook in his hand stabbed in Iger's abdomen without any suspense. However, the expected bloody scene where Iger was stabbed in the opposite direction did not appear. Iger was even unharmed, and Blackbeard's hook stabbed a glass plate in front of Iger's abdomen fiercely, splashing bright sparks. Barrier fruit, Iger said softly, and then his mind moved. He could only resist the barrier of his abdomen, and began to rise against the storm, turning into a big glass that took his whole body behind him. Screen. Barrier fruit. Blackbeard looked at the claws that he could pierce through everything, but was completely blocked by this glass-like thing, and his eyes were about to pop out, not because of the defensive power of the barrier fruit, but because this kid actually has a third ability. You bastard, you must die. Seeing that the sneak attack that had finally been brewed was not successful, Blackbeard became angry and bloodshot all over his eyes. Dark cloud of kings, which had been almost dispelled by Garp and Whitebeard, gathered again. Clang clang clang. Blackbeard's figure flickered, and the hook on his hand stabbed frantically on the barrier. In an instant hundreds of afterimages had been stabbed out, but there was not even a trace left. Go. With a wave of Iger's palm, the barrier in front of him was like a rocket launch, knocking Blackbeard out at an extremely fast speed. Boom. A muffled sound suddenly sounded, and Blackbeard raised his hand high, preparing for the next attack, and suddenly he was shot on the barrier and flew out from a distance. Immediately afterwards, one after another thunder light as thick as a python lit up on Iger's body, intertwined. There was a crackling sound in the air, and Iggy's hair stood on end. Chapter 275. Ray Born. Rumble boom. Rumble boom. Above the sky, one after another deafening thunder exploded. It was clearly the thunder that sounded in the distant sky, but everyone at sea felt like it was ringing in their ears. It was as if there were countless huge war drums in the sky, and Thor commanded hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals, waving the mighty drumsticks and shaking the huge and heavy drum surface. As if something on the ground angered the gods in the sky, the heavenly soldiers and generals sold their strength as if to smash the drum face in front of them. The rumbling war drum shook the sea water. Thousands of waves. The layers of waves are wave after wave, and the waves are circle after circle. The whole ocean seems to be packed in a huge bowl. That bowl is full of water, and the thunder in the sky, the huge energy transmitted, is like the big hand holding the huge bowl, shaking wildly. The sea is overturned, and the dog-headed warships and whale boats parked at sea are naturally not much better. The navy soldiers and pirates above also hurriedly grabbed anything that could be grasped at hand, and did not let themselves fall on the ground. At the same time, over the whale ship, a black shadow slammed onto the deck from a height. Everyone saw that it was Titch. Tiki was pushed so hard just now that he flew directly to his own boat. It's okay, Titch. Seeing that Blackbeard was slapped flying back, Sachi hurried over to help him up, his eyes full of worry. Click. Another blast. The pirates immediately shrank their necks, and then they all looked up. It didn't matter if they looked, their eyes suddenly popped out. You can clearly hear the deafening thunder, but in the dark clouds above the sky, you can't see any thunder. Obviously, this is as if the huge thunder that will directly pierce the ocean is not from the king's dark cloud above the sky at all. Not Iggy, not Titch, not even Carp, not even Whitebeard. It came from a sky higher than the dark cloud of the king, higher than the dark cloud of the king of Garp and Whitebeard. Click. Just when everyone was wondering, there was another thunder that almost shattered the world, and then everyone was horrified to see that the four kings' dark clouds above the sky suddenly began to tremble violently. violently. Yes, it is trembling. Not tumbling or surging, just trembling. It seems that something extremely terrifying is still entrenched on top of their heads. Are you afraid? No. Garp and Whitebeard are men at the top of the world. How could they be afraid? King's dark cloud that they randomly spawned. Because there was not too much support from the domineering and domineering, the momentum was seriously suppressed by some existence in the higher sky. King's dark clouds of Iggy and Blackbeard. Even the clouds that Garp and Whitebeard swayed at will because of their emotional excitement are much tougher than the two of them. What exactly is it? What is it that can make the King's dark cloud spawned by the domineering arrogance of the overlord to be so severely suppressed? While everyone was horrified, the four dark clouds of the King suddenly trembled more and more violently, and at the same time began to bulge, as if something was about to break through their obstacles and come to this world. Click. This time is different from before. With the sound of explosion like thunder, a thunder light that is enough to illuminate the whole world instantly penetrates the heaven and earth. All the King's dark clouds were penetrated by the huge violent thunder light, and the accompanying cloud holes slowly rotated around the thunder light. The silver-white thunder light, as huge as the sky-reaching giant tree, smashed straight down from the sky of unknown height with an aura that seemed to pierce the earth and slash to the ground ruthlessly. Iggy on cross la la la. The huge thunder tree with a thickness of hundreds of meters twisted and curled frantically in front of everyone's eyes with a fiery and violent aura, causing everyone's skin to sting violently. Even the air that is dozens of kilometers away is illuminated by crazy and fiery thunder. After more than half a minute, the thunder light, like a giant tree reaching the sky, slowly dissipated, and when the thunder light completely dissipated, everyone discovered that, standing on the beach, Iger, who should have been killed on the spot by Blackbeard's sneak attack, was at this moment like the god of thunder. Terrifying. I saw that at this moment Iger's hair stood upside down, each of which exuded silver-white brilliance, and the thick lightning condensed into a chain of lightning chains wrapped around him. Under the chains, there are pieces of gorgeous thunder armor with a ferocious and violent aura. The shoulder armor, breast armor, back armor, arms and wrists, abdomen and legs are all tightly wrapped. The base is silver and white, and the embossed patterns and decorations are distorted and crazy like thunder and lightning. Even Iger's skin, which is not particularly white, is brightened by the silver white of the manic thunder. The Navy soldiers and a group of pirates were full of horror at this moment, staring blankly at Ige, who was like the god of thunder on the beach and was speechless. The power that just shattered the world just now was actually created by this kid. Shouldn't he have been attacked by Titch just now and stabbed with a claw and seriously injured? How? Tiki, who was about to succeed, was suddenly blocked by some force and then shot directly on the whale boat. Then there was a thunderbolt in the sky. Why did the situation jump here all of a sudden? And the most exaggerated thing is King's dark cloud that can only be condensed by the overlord's domineering cultivation to a certain level. No, it's not suppressing at all, it's directly punching through. Marco, Jaws, Hokuto, and others are still looking at the sky in disbelief, and their hearts are about to stop shooting. I saw the four dark clouds of Kings that were originally entrenched in the sky. At this moment, a large hole was stabbed out one after another, exposing above them even more dark and gloomy huge thunder clouds. Titch, I know you hold a grudge against me about what happened just now, but I also gave a solution. Iger looked indifferently as Tiki slowly climbed up from the deck. His eyes flashed with dazzling thunder, and his voice seemed to be echoed by thousands of thunder. But you're obsessed with it, and you're still thinking of sneaking an attack on me and killing me, so don't blame me for being rude. Wait, Tiki has been beaten back to the boat by you. It stands to reason that there is no need to continue fighting. Sachi stepped in front of Tiki, shielded him behind him, and shouted at Iger. However, he did not expect that this would be the last word he left in the world. Chapter 276 Insane. Sachi's death. Blackbeard stood behind Sachi, looking over Sachi's shoulders at the beach. Ig, who was like the god of thunder, had a solemn expression and a very complicated mood. Just when I felt that my sneak attack would definitely succeed, this stinky brat called Iger actually showed an ability at that critical moment. Blackbeard is driving him crazy. The third ability, barrier fruit. This guy is also making a woolen thread. There's 1, 2, and 3. Who knows if there's a fourth? What? There really is a fourth. He also had a dark fruit that he just ate in front of him. It is because of this dark fruit that I am so embarrassed today. Thrown so high by a little broken boy and thrown back to my own boat. Shame on his grandma. And more than that, this guy did it on purpose because he knew he didn't eat the dark fruit. It's like saying that he doesn't have any fruit ability. He knows it. This is true. He knows his length, but he does not know his depth. This grandma's is a Harry. This guy has a total of 4 abilities. Even if he is a super master in Taishu, he can break through 1 or 2 of his abilities with his arrogance, but the ability of the thunder fruit and the barrier fruit are all the largest in the Taishu department. The nemesis, an absolute defense, no matter how much domineering he has blessed or how much strength he exerts, he will definitely be resisted. Just now his claws were not broken and he was lucky. The other is absolute speed. Even if he breaks his leg, he can't catch up with him at all. With these two abilities, you can live and die. Just like just now, after all the hard work of the boss, he finally earned a sneak attack opportunity so that his lightning ability could not be used in time. I thought this would be a one-shot success, but this guy still has a barrier on his body. Only in this round can I basically foresee that if I have to fight him hard, there is only one ending. That is, no matter what, he can't break his barrier fruit, and then he is bombarded by his thunder and lightning to the scum. Hey, Titch has been beaten back to the ship by you. At this moment, a not tall figure stood in front of him, and Blackbeard looked closely. It was Sachi. I didn't expect that this guy could actually stand in front of him and speak for himself at this time. Blackbeard looked at Thatch, 10,000 thoughts flashing through his mind. What is the purpose of being dormant in the Whitebeard Pirates? It's a dark fruit. I just want to join the Whitebeard Pirates, this powerful force collecting devil fruits everywhere. But in fact, I have no feelings for this bunch of friends at all. It can be said that every day he stayed in the Whitebeard Pirates was a torment, because the guys in this pirate group are too naive. Everyone is terribly friendly, terribly stupid. Blackbeard can't tolerate his partner being this kind of person. What he needs is evil. He was born like this, and his greatest wish, in addition to the dark fruit, was to sneak into the advancing city and release the most vicious pirates in the legends as his companions. Only among those people can I feel that I can truly relax. So even now, if I admit defeat and end this battle, not only can I not swallow the sigh of relief, but I also lose the motivation to stay in this pirate group at all. Since they decided to leave the Whitebeard Pirates sooner or later, why not? It's now. Blackbeard once again showed a fierce look, but this time his target was Sachi, who was standing in front of him and was talking for him. It stands to reason that there is no need to continue fighting. Sachi just said the words, but before he finished speaking, he only felt a chill in his chest, and then only felt a severe pain that spread from his chest. He lowered his head and saw 3 silvery claws protruding from his chest, and drops of bright red blood rolling down from above. He knew it was his own blood. Ticket. Why? Sachi's whole face was contorted by the severe pain, but even so, he still looked at the man behind him with a puzzled expression. Blackbeard. He really couldn't understand how Titch, who seemed to be honest and docile on weekdays, became like a different person after seeing this Iger. Not only did his strength greatly increase, he even attacked himself. I'm really sorry for you, but I still have to fight, and I may not stay here in the future, so I have to aggrieve you, Blackbeard said softly next to Sachi's ear, reaching out to put the light on the latter's body. The fruit was taken out. Immediately afterwards, he did not dare to stop at all. He exerted force under his feet, and his body instantly turned into a blurred afterimage, rushing towards the beach outside the whaleboat. Sage. At this moment, the surrounding pirates also discovered the situation here. Marco reacted the fastest, and immediately rushed over to support Sachi and slowly lay him flat on the ground. Immediately after that, without saying a word, the undead flame rose up in his hand and pressed directly on Sachi's chest. Hold on, Thatch, Marco shouted anxiously, then turned his head to face Blackbeard, who had already jumped out of the whaleboat. Hurry up and stop that bastard Titch. How dare you attack Thatch? All the pirates were also furious. They picked up the guy and were about to rush up, but when they rushed to the side of the ship, they were stopped by Whitebeard and Kongyunki, who was raised horizontally in his hands. Dad. The pirates were puzzled and looked up at Whitebeard. I saw that Whitebeard's complexion was as black as charcoal at this moment. Every blue vein burst out on his forehead, and the breath around his body was already violent to the extreme, but he still controlled his urge to do it, and his voice was low. Say, outside this ship, it's still the battlefield of Iggy and Titch. Don't disturb their battle. After they're finished, it's time to deal with our housework. Go and help Marco first and save Sage. After listening to Whitebeard's words, the pirates still stared at Blackbeard, but they put away their weapons and went back to help Marco. At this moment, the Blackbeard, whose body is still in the air, directly opened the box containing the fruit of light, and the red golden light suddenly burst out like the sun. Without hesitation, Blackbeard immediately took it out, opening his mouth is a mouthful. Good on. As soon as his Adam's apple moved, he directly swallowed the pulp. In the next second, countless red golden rays of light shot out from his body. Carat Omega Carat. Chapter 277. Ray vs Brightbeard. Tiki, are you still human? On the beach, Ignatius, who witnessed everything happening, was even more angry than the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. He pointed at Blackbeard, who was peeling and eating fruit in midair, and scolded, "What a Blackbeard! I really did not expect this guy to be so mad. I thought that in front of him, I ate the dark fruit he had always wanted, but at most this guy wanted to kill him madly. But who knows, this guy would dare to take a shot at Sachi, who usually takes breaks heart and lungs with himself in front of all his partners when he knows he can't beat him. And once you make a move, it's a killer move. He had seen it just now. The hook that could pierce through everything stabbed Sachi from behind. What a hero. It's really ruthless, and his partners can do it. Iger understands a little why. When he was in the war, Whitebeard would attack him so angrily that he wanted to shatter everything he had. It is because this guy is a white-eyed wolf who is not familiar with him at all. Totally inhuman. Hey, don't say that. In order to kill you, I even found you a burial. You shouldn't be thanking me. The Blackbeard in the air has completely digested the fruit of light at this moment. He smiled sternly at Iger, who was covered in lightning on the ground, and then the bright red golden light instantly burst out from every inch of his body. The Navy soldiers on the dog-headed warship and the pirates on the whale ship only saw the back of Blackbeard rushing out, peeling the skin and gnawing the fruit, and then an extremely dazzling light burned from his body. Everyone just felt that there seemed to be a sun burning in the air, dispelling all the darkness. In an instant, even Raiden IG, who was so shaken that he couldn't open his eyes, became dimmed. The air vibrated with cheers. The sea water slowly calmed down, and even the dark clouds that had gathered in the sky because of the overlord color of the four people dissipated. The king's dark cloud dissipated, revealing a higher level and broader cloud of thunder and lightning, completely covering the thunder god's cloud for hundreds of kilometers. And even in the face of the mighty and terrifying thunder god's cloud, the red golden light was not polite, and it shone directly into the past as if nothing was there. It's like the snow meets the fierce sun, and the dark clouds that are irradiated by the red golden rays of light suddenly melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed of the thunder cloud dissipated quite fast, and after a while it was dissolved into big holes, revealing the blue sky behind. A few seconds later, all the thunder clouds on Blackbeard's side were completely dissolved by the red golden light radiating from his body. The sky behind the Blackbeard is like a rainy day, and the sky is clear. As far as the eye can see, there is a blue sky, and the endless thunder clouds summoned by Iger are clearly occupying half of the sky. The fruit of light was once used by the god of creation to dissolve darkness, purify sin, and purify everything that was malicious to him. It is said to be purifying, but in fact it is eradication. Especially a guy like Blackbeard, who has a tendency to destroy, has greatly strengthened the purification ability of the fruit of light. Anything that is illuminated by the red golden light shrouding Blackbeard's surroundings, as long as it doesn't suit Blackbeard's intentions, will be mercilessly dispelled. Everyone looked up at the scene blankly, the boss with his mouth open. Before Titch ate this fruit, no one thought that this fruit would be so powerful. It was not until they saw the scene in front of them that they truly understood the preciousness of this fruit of light. The thunder fruit controls thunder and lightning, and it is already a godlike existence, and at this moment Tiki, after eating the fruit of light, can compete with Yig. This is enough to explain the value of this fruit, but that's it. The white-bearded crew on the whale ship hated Tiki even more. Such a powerful fruit was eaten by such an immature white-eyed wolf, just such a bastard who hides his strength secretly and dares to attack his partner. At this moment he is suspended in the air like a god. Unfair. It's not fair. It's not fair at all. You ate such a fruit that you hate just to kill me. What about Sachi? Iger knew that Blackbeard really hated the fruit of light, and letting him eat this fruit would make him disgusting. Iger was even happy to see Blackbeard eating this, but just to defeat himself he must attack his companion Saki, which is absolutely intolerable for Iger. Since you want to defeat me so much, then you should try it. Extreme Electric Chidori. Iger's eyes widened, completely ignoring the dazzling light around Blackbeard's body as nothing, and there were countless thunders echoing in the roar. He stretched out his hand to Blackbeard and then made a fierce move. Crackling. Countless thunders were like living creatures, and the moment they were inspired by Iger, they rioted in an instant. One after another, violent thunder snakes with a thickness of tens of centimeters, roaring and thundering, drilled out of Iger's lightning armor, twisted and entangled with each other, and coiled in front of Iger's palm to form a circular mirror of lightning. The thunder light round mirror was aimed at the Blackbeard suspended in the air, and then a thunder sound that seemed to shatter the world. Countless thunder and lightning falcons with sharp thunder beaks brazenly pierced from the thunder light jet out from the round mirror. Puff puff puff. The lightning falcons fluttered their wings and flew out of the thunder mirror one by one. In less than half a second there were already tens of thousands of thunder eagles around Iger. Then, as Iger's thoughts moved, the densely packed thunder eagles tore a shining white line in the air and stabbed straight at Blackbeard. Ha 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 ha. IG, you don't have to worry about me. After killing you, I will first spread the faith for the sea god, and then find your dark fruit, and finally, I will become the most powerful man on this sea. Blackbeard's laughter came out from the depths of the dazzling light, and then, an incomparably powerful breath spread out in the direction of the light, turning it into a huge pressure and transmitting it to everyone around. Blackbeard's voice reverberated in the air for a long time, but the movement movements in his hands did not stop, and streaks of red golden rays of light aimed at the menacing thunder eagle and shot out brazenly. Chapter 278 The Power of Light, the Power of Terror. Above the sky, the densely packed thunder and lightning falcons turned into a thunderstorm upstream, rushing towards Blackbeard aggressively. At the same time, countless red golden rays of light shot out from every skin on the surface of Blackbeard's body, and then condensed arrows with golden rays of light aiming at the oncoming lightning falcon outrageously shot. Chi. The Thunder Fruit Division was destroyed, and the Bright Fruit Division was purified. The incarnations of the two abilities collided fiercely in mid-air, and the scene was naturally extremely exciting. Every arrow accurately hit every falcon. The red golden light arrow collided with the silver-white thunder eagle in the air. The power of destruction contained in the thunder and lightning was immediately entangled with the power of purification in the light. Together, the arrow of light hit Lei Ying's chest first, and the latter was directly destroyed and melted away, and then the arrow also exploded into red gold light spots all over the sky. The thunder eagle first pierced the arrow's body with its sharp beak, and the violent thunder and lightning power spurted out directly from the sharp beak, and the golden arrow exploded into splendid gold and silver sparks. For a time, incomparably splendid artificial fireworks exploded wildly in mid-air. One after another, thunder flowers or red gold light spots continued to sow gorgeous light from the air, causing the eyes of the people on the sea to hurt. Of course, they care more about the pain in the heart than the pain in the eyes. Sachi, who fell in a pool of blood, was still unconscious during Marco's rescue. Most of the energy of the pirates on the whale boat was actually involved in Sachi. However, the anger that was burning in his heart to kill Blackbeard was getting more and more prosperous. Every time they saw the Blackbeard's ability to use the Fruit of Light, they could remember that this fruit originally belonged to Sachi. And every time they saw the powerful strength of the Fruit of Light, which was enough to compete head-on with the Fruit of Thunder, they all wanted a sharp knife to stab him directly into his exposed belly and dig out the fruit. This fruit was given to him to eat. It was really fed to the dog. Igor, we must win. I don't know since when the members of the Whitebeard pirates began to have the same expectations for the outcome of this battle as the dog-headed warship next door. They all held the heavy weapons in their hands tightly, their eyes closely following the blossoming of the hundreds of flowers in the sky, and they all madly called Iger, who was surrounded by thunder. Ah ha 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 ha. Blackbeard, then a bunch of light shot, mouth proud, shouted, "You do so much power and influence. The result is this." Blackbeard has a reason to be proud. After all, he has just eaten the fruit, and his grasp of the fruit's ability is not mature at all. However, even so, he can compete with Iger. This Fruit of Light is really too powerful. Although I feel quite disgusted with it in my heart, there is nothing I can do. The most important thing right now is to kill Iger. Hey, it's just the outbreak period when the fruit has just been eaten. Can this blow? The thunder mirror in his hand gradually calmed down, and gradually stopped spewing out thunder eagles. Iger gritted his teeth and looked at the sky above. Blackbeard slapped with hatred. The last thunder eagle spewed out of the thunder mirror, drawing a fleeting white line in the air, and then was hit by Blackbeard's last arrow, and it exploded into a sky of light. Well, how come Tiki has just eaten the Fruit of Light so he can fight on a par with Iger? Although it was said that the first move of the two reached a tie, it was not a good sign for the members of the Whitebeard pirates. A trace of worry began to flood into everyone's hearts, especially Garp and Whitebeard. This is not a good sign. Just now, Blackbeard's all-round abilities were restrained by Iger, so even if he wanted to sneak attack on Iger, he could still handle it. However, even so, Iger was almost killed. Once Blackbeard gains the power to confront Iger as it is now, the gap in combat experience will undoubtedly be revealed, and Iger's situation will instantly become quite dangerous. This kid, don't let anything happen. Iger looked at the halo that remained in the sky, and cursed his mother secretly in his heart. His grandma's miscalculated. Although I had long thought that this Blackbeard would definitely take away the Fruit of Light, I didn't expect him to start so quickly. What I didn't expect was that the ability of this Fruit of Light was so powerful. Still sloppy, but even so, if you want to take care of this Blackbeard, it's not a big problem. Ha 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 ha. Then I'll take advantage of this outbreak to destroy you. Blackbeard was obviously quite satisfied with the power of the Fruit of Light, and he couldn't stop laughing. Since your turn is over, take over. It's my turn to come down. As soon as he finished speaking, the red golden light shrouded in the Blackbeard's body suddenly rose sharply. If Blackbeard was like a small sun suspended in mid-air just now, then now he is like 2, 3, 5, 10, and the brightness is still increasing. Everyone can feel the burning sensation above their eyes even if they close their eyes tightly and put their hands in front of their eyes. The strange thing is that other than the sensitive eyes, other parts of the body did not feel any discomfort and even a little cool. There are only Garp and Whitebeard on the entire beach. They have caught the powerful domineering and can look directly at Blackbeard Blackbeard's body through the light. In addition, there is only IG who is very shining. This is just the beginning. When the brightness of the red golden light suddenly increased to an extremely exaggerated level, Blackbeard slowly raised his palm towards Iger. Immediately afterwards, the people standing behind Blackbeard watching the battle suddenly felt that the strong rays of light that filled the field of vision suddenly began to darken. Not only the dog-headed warships and whale boats, but also the surrounding waters, beaches, and the sky, which were originally more dazzling than the sun, turned back to normal little by little. In front of Blackbeard, Iger, who was shining with lightning all over his body, felt that the brightness around Blackbeard had skyrocketed again, so high that even his own could not open his eyes. Blackbeard turned out to gather all the light around him in front of him, condensing them into a palm-sized red golden ball of light. In front of this shining red gold ball of light, even IG, who exploded with lightning all over his body, became extremely dim. Chapter 279. You golden will, you have no muscles. Ha 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 ha. Iger, look at this trick. You can't take it. Above the sky, Blackbeard held an extremely dazzling red golden light ball in his hand, and an extremely terrifying light shone in front of him, while his back was blocked by his body, casting a huge shadow in the air. Just kidding. With just your shoddy moves, can you beat me? Iger stood on the ground, looking directly at Blackbeard's face without fear, and responded with a tone even more arrogant than Blackbeard's. Even if his eyes had been burned by the intense light, the pain was unbearable. Even if he could feel the terrifying energy contained in the ball of light, even if he completely wiped out the island under his feet. However, even if you think this move is very strong, you can't lose the momentum. What's more, this move really hasn't reached the level of destroying oneself. Iger's face was solemn. He adjusted his body's center of gravity and set up a new posture. His eyes locked tightly on the ball of light in Blackbeard's hand, and he thought about countermeasures in his heart. Compared with the one who dared not despise Iger's face, the spectators on the whale ship and the dog-headed warship had more intense worries on their faces and in their hearts. The strong light that shone on Blackbeard just now suddenly began to dim a little, and everyone was able to open their eyes to watch the situation, but this sight made everyone even more worried. It turned out that the Blackbeard concentrated the golden light behind him and around him into his hands. Looking at the huge shadow cast on the sky, whether it is a navy soldier or a pirate, there is some anxiety in their hearts. Light is the most magical existence in human hearts from beginning to end. On the one hand, they are quite dependent on light and they can't do anything without it. On the other hand, they are in awe of light and dare not get too close. Just like in ancient times, people were full of awe in the face of flames, lightning, and the sun. So bizarre things happened when Blackbeard focused all the light on one point. Everyone was not blinded by the strong light, and they were able to see how shining that ball of light was through indirect means. When the light is far away from you, you will long for the light. When the light warms you, you will be grateful for the light. When the light is a little stronger, you will fear the light. And when the light is violent and angry, you will fear the light. Yes, it was this sight that directly aroused the deepest fear in everyone's heart. Iggy, can he really do it? I don't know. Look at Titch's move. I see Iger's eyes are no longer dazzling. Hey, just in terms of momentum, it's just a little off. Iggy, I hope he wins, but hope is hope. Facts are facts. Whether it is the Navy soldiers on the dog-headed warship or the pirates on the whale ship, they are all invariably afraid of the red golden light ball shining in Blackbeard's hands. In contrast, Iger's thunderbolt is not very optimistic, and just when everyone felt extremely worried, Iger, who was looking directly at Blackbeard from the ground, suddenly moved. I saw that Iger slowly raised his arms straight up all the way above his head, and finally, his two palms pointed straight to the sky, like a cloud of thunder entrenched like a dragon. Click. It seems that the call of Iger's will was sensed, and the thunder clouds in the sky suddenly rolled violently, and after a few seconds, another sturdy lightning like a giant tree that reached the sky fell fiercely from the black cloud. The huge thunderbolt, which was as violent and cool as a thunder dragon, instantly crossed a distance of nearly 10,000 meters and smashed directly on Yi. In the next second, the silver-white lightning on Iger's body suddenly began to soar. At the beginning, everyone saw that the light on Iger's body was still silver-white, but as the brightness increased, the light on Iger's body began to become pure white, and then a light blue halo radiated out. Its brightness, even compared to the red golden light ball in Blackbeard's hand above the sky, is more unbearable. Crackling, one after another terrifying blasting sound erupted frantically from the Thor armor on Iger's body, and the manic thunder snakes, which were as thick as adult arms, drilled out one by one from Lakai. Sizzle. The razors howled and twisted, with fiery and terrifying temperatures and shimmering thunder, each with their heads held high and their mouths open, accepting the baptism of Tianli. Immediately after, the flashing thunder light was absorbed into the body by the thunder snakes one after another, and then the thunder snakes, dancing wildly in the air, immediately rose against the storm storm and directly transformed into a thunder and lightning dragon with a length of hundreds of meters and a thickness of more than 10 meters. Roar! Hundreds of thunder and lightning giant dragons extended from Iger's body. Each giant dragon had distinct scales and beards, and its huge vertical pupils stared fiercely at the sky with surging anger. Blackbeard, thief, ha 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 ha, clean up these useless things. Blackbeard glanced at the giant dragon, who could look down on him just by its length, and he was stunned, but he still laughed and mocked. That's all you are capable of? Well, I'm afraid you are doomed. As soon as he finished speaking, Blackbeard immediately spread his palm, and the brightness of the surrounding space instantly increased a few notches. A rotating red golden light wheel slowly rotated and flew out of Blackbeard's palm. Come on, with this move, I will destroy you. Purify the golden wheel, Blackbeard shouted with all his strength, and then with a stroke of his palm, the golden wheel in front of him suddenly expanded twice, and there was a full adult man size. Immediately afterwards, the rotation speed of the golden wheel suddenly skyrocketed. Originally it was just the speed of conveyor belt sushi, but in an instant it became the speed of the wheel spinning. With the high-speed rotation of the golden wheel, the surrounding air seemed to be flickering with a faint light, and then a huge vortex was formed around the golden wheel in a form visible to the naked eye, as if the surrounding air was absorbed into the golden wheel. The vortex turned faster and faster, and the golden wheel in the center became more and more bulging, more and more dazzling, as if there was something in it. It was about to burst out. Boom! Finally, the golden wheel, which had been bulging all the time, finally couldn't bear the pressure inside, and it burst with a bang. An extremely terrifying and extremely fast golden light sprayed out from the center of the golden wheel with an aura that seemed to melt the world, and charged straight towards Ige on the ground. Iger, who was on the ground, looked at the golden light that burst forth. Although his scalp was numb, he still said disdainfully, "You golden wheel can't do it. You don't have a single muscle." Oh. Chapter 280. The Ancient Will. The Power of the Sea God. The golden light erupted from the golden wheel like a shooting star, pierced through the sky and smashed straight towards Ige on the ground, just like the finger of a god. This golden light does not belong to any kind of thing in this piece of time and space, but it has the ability to dissolve everything it wants to dissolve. Air, dust, space-time, and even light, as long as it wants to, can dissolve it in an instant. Completely alien, does not belong to any part of the world, but can destroy everything. It is such a strange thing. The speed of the golden light is not fast, but it has endless power. Every inch it moves forward, its terrifying aura that can destroy everything becomes stronger. After walking a few meters, it directly changes from the thickness of the original finger to become the wash basin is thick. The majestic light spread from the beam and directly enveloped Iger. The air around Ige, the dust in the air, the ground under Ige's feet, and even the shell crabs in the ground, all disappeared inexplicably, as if someone had pressed the delete key. Only Iger himself was not affected by this strange effect. The light hit him, and he was instantly smashed by the thunder light shining on him. Iger looked up at the terrifying beam of light that sprayed towards him and rose against the storm. He didn't dare to neglect at all. After a quick measurement, after the thunder dragon behind him and the power to purify the golden wheel, Iger immediately did out the next action. Iger's arm continued to be raised upwards, but unlike just now, the thunder and lightning rays wrapped around his hand. I don't know when it was replaced with warm water vapor. An incomparably vast and ancient will erupted from Iger's palm, directly penetrating the air between Iger and Blackbeard, establishing a connection with the vast ocean in the distance. Whether it was the Navy soldiers on the dog-headed warship or the pirates standing on the whale boat, they all felt at the same time that an extremely ancient, vast, and quite terrifying will descended on the beach. But this will is completely different from the domineering and magnificent feeling brought by the bright fruit of Blackbeard, but instead gives people a sense of infinite tolerance, extreme quietness, and unfathomable and unshakable gentleness and softness. A strong feeling of worship rose up in the hearts of everyone inexplicably, and when everyone raised their horrified eyes, they found that the object of their worship impulse turned out to be the 10-year-old Iger. How is this possible? The feeling that this powerful will gives them, at least they have to live for thousands of years and tens of thousands of years. In any case, it can't be the will that a child under 10 years old can have. Even the pirates on the whale ship secretly glanced at their father and swallowed a little uneasy, although they really don't want to admit this, but they all agreed that even if it was their own father, Whitebeard, the man who stood at the top of the world, even if he tried his best, he couldn't match that will. Compete. This is the most terrifying point. At this moment, the Whitebeard, who was compared with that will by his sons, also looked at the one on the beach with deep eyes. He didn't look tall, but with a daunting expression, he muttered to himself, said to himself, "This little guy. I'm afraid that the Sea King's coming to the court mentioned in the news should have nothing to do with him. I really didn't expect it. The trick I just had with me was even didn't use all your strength." shrank. Whitebeard, who couldn't laugh or cry, seemed to sense something, but after thinking about it he gave up. The vast and ancient will instantly wiped away the pressure brought by the purification of the golden will, and even the air that was being dispelled was restored to life and made a cheering sound. Even the expansion of the golden will light pillar was restrained by life. The terrifying pressure from the golden will light pillar was dissipated in an instant, and the calm sea water that had been strongly suppressed also began to vibrate crazily like boiled sea water. The first to be affected were the Navy's dog-headed warship and the pirates' whale ship. The people on both ships were already used to the situation, and they steadily grabbed whatever they could grab next to their bodies, with flat expressions on their faces. Stay in shape. But what happened next made everyone nervous. Everyone standing on the boat felt at the same time that the surrounding sea seemed to be getting higher, but at the same time, Iger, who was standing on the coast, also became higher. What's the matter? Is the bottom of the boat leaking? Go check it out. How can we drive away if the ship leaks for a while? Yes, go and check right away. Seeing this situation, the captains of the various divisions arranged for their crew members to go to the bottom of the ship to check for water leakage. However, after a while, the trainee sailors who were sent to check ran back in a hurry. Report, Captain, there is no leakage from the bottom of the boat at all. What? Except for Sachi, who was still struggling on the line of life and death, and Marco, who was treating him. All the squad leaders were shocked. Their eyes widened, and they all shouted, "How is that possible? Then why are we sinking?" "No need to check. It's not our problem at all," said the white-bearded man who had been standing on the side of the ship while everyone was in a hurry. "It's the seawater problem." "The problem of seawater?" Everyone made a puzzled voice. Whitebeard didn't explain, just pointed to the surrounding seawater. The pirates immediately ran to the side of the ship to observe, and immediately took a breath. "I saw that in the seawater around the whale boat. The sea fish that should have been swimming all sank to the bottom of the sea, and the fish body and tail were still struggling. Even the aquatic plants that were supposed to be swaying and swaying repeatedly in the water were lying on the ground obediently at this moment, as if the sea itself could no longer float anything. This kid." It turned out that he was able to drain all the power in the sea. Whitebeard looked at the water vapor gradually rising around the boat, shook his head slightly, and said to himself. When everyone heard the sentence, they suddenly woke up and looked back at the vast sea behind them. The whale boat is close to the coast, and the steam is so faint that it is invisible, but on the farther sea surface, the sea water seems to be boiled, and thick white smoke that cannot be seen is billowing up. Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 281-300. Chapter 281. Thor appeared in the world, and the thunder and the sky flashed in an instant. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, one by one, stared at the disaster-like scene in the distance. A few hundred meters away, thick white smoke like a volcanic eruption was tumbling violently at this moment, completely ignoring the red golden light shining on Blackbeard's body, soaring to a height of 10,000 meters, and the clear sky again cover up. On the surface of the sea as far as the eye can see, every minute and every inch of the sea water is violently tossing, like boiling water in a large pot. The thick smoke continued to evaporate, and it was almost impossible to dissolve in the air, and when the white smoke was so thick that it could no longer be thick, all the water vapor, like a tornado absorbing water, frantically moved towards Yige. The direction is sweeping, as if a typhoon was passing through. Even the dog-headed warship and the whale ship were almost overturned. If it weren't for Garp and Whitebeard standing on the boat, I am afraid that this water less than 1 meter deep would have drowned everyone who fell into the water. Whoa. The violent white smoke turned into billowing air waves, and directly turned into a huge eye of the typhoon, which surrounded Iger and the thunder and lightning dragon nearly 100 meters high behind him. Even the golden light beam and the Blackbeard emitting the golden light beam were wrapped in one. No, what makes Blackbeard puzzling is that his golden will of purification, which can obviously dissolve everything, can't dissolve this strange white smoke at all. What's even more exaggerated is that when his own golden purification will was shot into the thick white mist, it was as if it was shot into a quagmire. It got slower and slower, and in the end it was almost impossible to move an inch. Not only that, Blackbeard even felt that the power he passed on to the purification golden will was even absorbed by this strange thick white smoke and turned into a part of the white smoke. What the hell is this? Blackbeard looked in horror at the white smoke that wrapped himself in it, and the red golden light on his body was consumed little by little with the surging of the white smoke. Blackbeard panicked and hurriedly pushed his bright fruit with all his strength, and the red gold dazzling light immediately drilled out from every inch of his skin. With constant consumption, he grew up little by little, trying to pierce through the reach of white smoke. Chi. A stream of white smoke, like an all-pervasive elf with the power of the entire ocean, drilled into every open pore of Iger. Even in the mid-air, the violent and twisted ferocious thunder snake was drilled into it by by the thick white smoke that could not be dissolved. Hoo. The thunder and lightning dragon, hundreds of meters high behind Iger, raised his head and roared towards the sky, not refusing any white smoke to be injected into his body. In the blink of an eye, only a small amount of white smoke was injected, and the thunder and lightning dragon behind him suddenly shrunk a bit. Although the size has shrunk a bit, the terrifying thunder light shining on the thunderbolt dragon has become more shining and more solid. Immediately afterwards, the giant dragon directly opened its huge dragon mouth and began to frantically smoke the white smoke from the sky. Obviously, the more white smoke it absorbs, the smaller the dragon's body becomes, but as the body gets smaller, the speed at which the dragon smokes white smoke increases exponentially. In less than a few seconds, millions of cubic meters of white smoke were sucked into his stomach by the dragon at a speed visible to the naked eye. The air was once again clear, and Iger, who was originally wrapped in white smoke, appeared in everyone's field of vision again. At this moment, the hundreds of thunder and lightning dragons behind Iger have all disappeared, but they did not disappear, but turned into dragon-shaped thunder and lightning wrapped around Iger. Unlike the thunder snake just now, the thunder dragon this time has been blessed by the power of the sea god, and the original thunder and lightning have been condensed hundreds of times. The essence of thunder, an incomparably terrifying and fiery light, erupted from Iger's body. Even at such a distance, the dog-headed warship and the people on the whale ship, including Garp and Whitebeard, all felt a slight tingling and smelled a burst of pain. Smell. That is the smell of his own hair, after being scorched by the tiny thunder and lightning in the air. As for Iger, they can't see it at all. Even if the rich red gold light around Blackbeard's body is as dazzling as hundreds of suns put together, Iger, surrounded by it, still shines like a nuclear bomb about to explode. The current Ignatius is thunder itself. The current Ignatius is Thor. The body was filled with an incomparably full feeling, and Iger felt that he was full of strength. This time, he was confident enough to defeat the muscleless golden wheel. Looking up, the golden wheel of purification is rushing straight towards him. Blackbeard's insistence was not in vain. Instead of being dissolved by the white smoke, the golden wheel of purification became more solid and terrifying, directly turning into a falling sun, smashing towards himself. Iger stared at the sun-like golden light and sighed softly, but didn't want to. Boom! Just sighing, an explosive thunder light shot directly from his mouth. Now his body is simply a dynamite barrel. No, it is a nuclear power plant. Just move it, it will cause a devastating explosion. Rumble boom. Iger moved his shoulders and neck casually, and there were thunderous sounds in the air. Iger spoke again, spitting out a trace of current that wandered, and the sound was like thousands of thunders superimposed together. Tika, you show it to me. This is the ultimate fruit ability developed by catching the power of sea god. Now, I am Thor. I'm going to do this next move to completely defeat you. Thief, ha 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 ha. Hearing the words, the black beard of the mountain in the sky laughed wildly, and his excitement rushed to his limbs. Come on, Iger. Let me see how strong your strength is. After he finished speaking, countless red golden rays of light flashed out of his hands, one after another, into the rapidly falling purification golden wheel. The latter's light suddenly soared, and the whole world was dyed a red gold color by it, as if the end of the world had come, and the whole world was burning. And Iger was also unwilling to show weakness at all, and his whole body erupted with light comparable to a supernova explosion. In the red golden light that burned the whole world, he forcibly opened up a blue-silver position. Instant thunder and sky flash. Tens of thousands of thunders were superimposed into this roar, and Iger suddenly made a thunder that almost shattered the world. With a huge blue-silver light group slammed into the purification golden wheel. Chapter 282. New title, Master of the God of Light. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, the explosions exploded wildly between Ig and Blackbeard, and the brilliant electric sparks raged wildly, evacuating all the air on the beach almost instantly. Her la 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 la. The violent wind was like a typhoon, turning the sand into a dust storm, and swept the audience directly. Everyone wanted to grab the things around them, but many people were still knocked to the ground. However, even under such a strong wind pressure, there was not even a little wave on the sea surface. All the sea water seemed to be dead, without buoyancy, no flow, and even the waves could not be turned up. The gust of wind made a creaking sound as if it had swept through a layer of ice cubes for thousands of years. Rumble, rumble. Fire and thunder are intertwined, but neither the Navy soldiers on the dog-headed warship nor the pirates on the whale ship can see it, because just at the moment when Blackbeard and Iggy collided, the violent burst of light had caused everyone's eyes to temporarily lose their sight. Oh, my eyes hurt. Who can help me? I'll grab what you can grab by your side. It's best to lie down on the ground. Oh, it hurts. Sage, are you there? Help me find out where Sage is. Everyone on the boat was in a mess. Those with burnt eyes ran around with their eyes covered but couldn't find anyone to help. Adjutant Paquito, who found the situation but couldn't see it, felt the strong wind wind hit, and hurriedly lay on the ground to buckle the gap on the deck, honking the horn and shouting, but no one listened to his command, and obviously next to each other, one receiving treatment and the other using the ability to heal each other's Sachi and Marco, so close they can't sense each other's existence. It's not just vision. At the moment when Iger exploded with violent thunder, it was like hundreds of nuclear bombs exploding at the same time. The extremely terrifying thunder caused the ears of everyone present to bleed. Everyone lost their sight and hearing, and they all made a mess on their own boats, and the Goya kingdom, which was separated from this island by an ocean, even felt a vision. On this day, the Goya kingdom, with all the strength of the whole country, built a temple and a church for the sea god next to the king's heights, and the bishops were the three priests who had been taught by Yige himself the idea of intimacy. The reformed Utluk has replaced the dead king of Goa and has become the new king of Goa. He is leading all the people of the Goa kingdom to participate in the preaching class of the three archbishops in front of the church, and just when the archbishop mentioned that the miracle left by the sea god in the world, Iger summoned tens of thousands of sea kings with the title of sea god at that time, and directly swallowed up the heavenly dragon man Churmakeshan. Everyone was astonished. I saw a flash of light coming from the distant sea. Everyone, look at me, I look at you. Each sees the surprise in each other's eyes, and wondered if the sea god was happy when the priest mentioned this part. Everyone was chatting and talking, and some serious scientific observers scoffed at this, saying that this could never be the masterpiece of the sea god. It was just a coincidence. And there were also fanatical sea god believers who insisted that this was definitely the manifestation of the sea god. And then, as if to confirm everyone's conjecture, there was a distant and loud thunder on the sea in the distance. That's right, it's thunder. Rumbling. What is not thunder? Just. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. It was cloudless. Where did the thunder come from? What's more, this thunder came from the sea. Could it be that there will be thunder clouds in the sea? The serious scientific observer was at a loss for words, and even he couldn't explain why the thunder sounded at sea. For a time, everyone knelt down in front of the sea god temple, shouting, "Long live sea god." The priest also felt the miracle coming, and he was moved to tears. He raised the affectionate idea in his hand, faced the direction of the thunder, and knelt down deeply. Island. The fierce collision like purgatory is far from over. The blue-silver thunderbolts and the red-gold rays of light that were entangled in the air were just as enemies met, biting and killing each other with ferocity. And in the very center of this frantic sea of light, Iger, who was transformed into a thunderbolt, used his body as a weapon to brazenly meet the golden wheel of purification. Click click. At the moment when Ig, who was transformed into thunder and lightning, collided fiercely with the golden purification wheel laid by Blackbeard, a sound of glass breaking sounded in the air. It was clearly in the midst of the thunder that could deafen people's ears, but such a tiny sound resounded very clearly in the ears of Iger and Blackbeard. There is no other reason, just because this is the voice that decides the outcome. With the sound of cracking, the red golden beam of light that was about to condense into a solid body in the sky suddenly formed small cracks on the surface. Although the cracks are not big and not many, they are spreading wildly at a very fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, they have spread all over the head of the golden wheel. Seeing the cobweb-like cracks appearing on the golden wheel, Blackbeard's pupils suddenly shrank, and streaks of red golden light appeared in his hands, frantically hitting the purification golden wheel without money. However, even so, it has not been able to stop the decline of the golden wheel. Seeing the cracks appear, Yige laughed, and immediately his whole body spun at a high speed like a top. The thunder light beside him was aroused with Iger's movements, and with the rotation of Iger's body, it kept exploding shining thunder light. With the explosion of the lightning, the crack on the golden wheel quickly began to expand. Tiki, let you see my move. Thor, Tianming flash, Iger shouted at Blackbeard, and then the speed of the rotation suddenly increased, and the blasting of the thunder light became more and more frequent and violent, until finally, it exploded like a nuclear bomb detonated. Boom! The indescribable thunder light raged, and Iger disappeared in place in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a white line suddenly flashed in the center of the red golden wheel that was stagnant in the air. The speed of the white line is so fast that it penetrates the entire golden wheel in an instant. Click click. It was not until the white line penetrated that the golden wheel made a continuous sound of shattering, and at the same time it shattered like a smash. The white line, on the other hand, has the same momentum and speed, and instantly crossed a distance of tens of meters, directly like a shooting star, hitting Blackbeard's belly straight. No, impossible. How can you be so strong? The incomparable blue-silver light engulfed all the red-gold colors in an instant, and even the exclamation of Blackbeard was also swallowed up. Amidst the blue-silver rays of light, an extremely magnetic female voice came from Yige's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the master for unlocking the new achievement and obtaining the title Master of the God of Light. Brothers gathered, is it better to have a single heroine or multiple heroines? begins. Chapter 283 Design. Missionary Titch. The blue-silver light that drowned everything slowly dissipated after more than 10 minutes. Vision and hearing finally returned to everyone. At first it was just a blurry white shadow and distant, small voices. They gradually began to be able to hear and see the surrounding situation clearly. Everyone just felt like they had a dream, suddenly woke up, and the world reappeared around everyone. It wasn't until this time that everyone finally saw clearly how the shocking collision that turned almost the entire day into night just now was the end. I saw that there was no sand on the beach at this moment. Every grain of sand was burned and melted by the lightning and red gold light that had just collided, turning into piles of blackened stones. On the beach that turned into a blackened area, there was only a figure that was not tall. Eagle. That's Iggy. All the thunder light dissipated from his body, and faint white smoke slowly floated from all over his body, and even his originally flowing hair was electrocuted out of the shape of lightning. The white smoke drifted out, came to the surface of the sea, was gently entangled on the surface of the sea, and then was slowly absorbed by the sea water. The sea water regained its vitality, and the comfortable and leisurely waves surged up again, and the whale ship and the doghead warship also slowly floated on the sea surface. Sea creatures such as swimming fish and aquatic plants also regained their vitality and swam freely. Compared with the comfortable and leisurely waves of the waves, the dog-headed warship and the Navy soldiers and pirates on the whale ship have set off a stormy wave in their hearts. This kid, it's a monster. Jaws stared at the white smoke rising from Iger's body and directly shouted out the common thoughts of all the pirates. He. Just now, he directly defeated Tiki, who ate the fruit of light right here. You must know that even if Tiki did not eat the fruit, the hidden strengths he just showed were enough to kill most of the people on this ship. Those who can stabilize his head are their top-rank squad captains. However, it was Titch like this, and after that, he ate the incomparably powerful fruit that the Sachi team grabbed back, the fruit of light. After that, the tricks that Tiki used also deeply confirmed how powerful this fruit is. Titchy, who has shown his strength plus an extremely ancient and powerful fruit, can catch up with the gap between him and these squad leaders almost instantly, or even surpass them. In other words, Iger just now used his ability to defeat the entire Whitebeard pirates head-on, except for the Captain Whitebeard, the men at the peak of their combat effectiveness. In other words, the current Iger, at the age of less than 10 years old, is already able to become one of the strongest squad leaders in the Whitebeard pirates. This is simply amazing. This kid is a monster. When I fought with my father before, because of the huge gap in strength, I couldn't see how strong he was at all. I didn't expect that when he faced Titch, the strength he showed would be so amazing. It's so powerful now, and then he becomes a navy. Isn't it even more terrifying? When the Whitebeard pirates arrive, they don't want to face this guy anyway. Therefore, it's really Roger's son. There is this kind of strength when you are young. Whitebeard also took the wine bottle to drink. Heroic laugh. Complete forget the anger at Blackbeard. This is not bad compared to this kid. No matter whether he is a pirate or a navy in the future, he is definitely a character who can turn the world upside down. Roger, you have a great son. Compared with the horror on the whale ship, the navy soldiers on the dog-headed warship seemed much calmer and looked at the pirates next door with disgust. I really don't know these guys. They had been by his side since the little guy Iggy had just set out to sea, and they had seen him grow up along the way. From a young genius who could only use a big sand gun to clean up small sea kings, he has now even stood in the Whitebeard pirates, and he can be on an equal footing with strong men like Marco Jaws. What did they say? They didn't say anything. They were just deeply dormant by this growth rate while Yig grew like a monster again and again. So now, even if I see Iger swallowing Tiki, I don't feel strange. Even meeting the peerless genius outside, I feel like an idiot, and there is no way to compare it with my own Iggy. Each of them has considerable confidence in Iger, and they feel that Iger can complete the most difficult challenge in the world. Even the Tianlong people dare to clean up. What else does he dare not? So they don't think it's a problem at all. Even Carp just looked at Iger with relief, feeling that his grandson had grown a lot again. Although this Titch looks quite powerful and has rich combat experience, even far stronger than the Moria he met before, but Carp actually felt that Iger defeated him without any sense of disobedience. It's true that he sees this kind of thing a lot. No matter how outrageous things happen, he won't feel strange anymore, even looking forward to seeing what miracles Iger can create. At this time, Iger did not seem to have experienced an unusual war at all. He stood straight on the ground, staring at the direction where the Blackbeard flew away just now, and muttered in his mouth, "My good fellow, this bastard's blood bar is really long. My thunder god Tianmingshan didn't even kill him. Let him run away. Even if the dark fruit can't fly, this bright fruit can still fly." But, although it was said that he was run away by Blackbeard, Iger was deeply aware of the power of his move just now. but he hit him directly, and the lightning that burst out in an instant was enough to make him unable to eat and walk away. Lightning strikes into his body in an instant, and the damage to his body is incalculable, and it may even leave him with some disabilities for the rest of his life. So at least for a long time, he will no longer be able to make waves. Of course, Iger couldn't understand the personality of Blackbeard. With his personality that wants to keep doing things, he will definitely use this training time to accumulate strength and power everywhere. The Whitebeard pirates will definitely hunt him down everywhere, and the dark fruit has already been eaten by himself. Apart from going to the advanced city to gather his evil subordinates, the only thing he can do is to rely on the sea god and go out to spread the idea of intimacy. This is Iger's design. Chapter 284. The belief function is turned on, and the strength skyrockets. Judging from Blackbeard's daring to endure disgust and eat the fruit of light just now, he was 100% convinced of his own nonsense. He believed that as long as he was favored by the sea god, he could be compatible with the fruit's abilities. Although he repeatedly shouted that he wanted to kill himself to get back the secret fruit, but if he couldn't kill him, he would have no choice but to die as a living horse doctor and go out to preach. That's what Iger wants him to do. From the very beginning, Iger's ultimate goal is to let the evil and cunning Blackbeard run around for his great ideal of building a perfect world. Just imagine, even those friendly partners on weekdays, Blackbeard feels like sitting on pins and needles living in the middle. If he is allowed to spread the idea of truth, goodness, and beauty everywhere, he must be believed. This is simply a torture comparable to hell. Not to mention, this guy just grabbed Sachi's fruit of light and ate it. It's really just like what the old thief Oda portrayed. This guy is really a very extreme gambler-like character. For an ethereal dark fruit, he was able to dormant on Whitebeard's boat for more than 10 years. After knowing that the dark fruit was eaten by himself, he immediately stabbed his partner and ate the most hated fruit without hesitation. Just because he said it, sea god can be compatible with the second ability. Just to kill myself desperately. What he didn't know at all was that Iger himself was the sea god. He is really a pretty crazy pirate, and he really has the spirit that a pirate in the real world should have. It's just a pity. Ugh, maybe you will be able to see such a scene at sea in the future. Advocating strength, insidious, cunning, cruel and greedy. The Blackbeard has black hair, black pupils, black beard, and black clothes. His body exudes a red gold full of divine light, and he takes the trouble to preach to people every day. I drop mom. It's exciting to think about it. Hey, I'll see if you will become the fourth emperor of the pirates, or a generation of archbishops. Iggy smiled slyly. You bastard, you are struggling in the preaching career without a track record. It can be regarded as the god of the sea to relieve the disaster for you. Iger has no doubts whether Blackbeard will persevere in order to obtain the second ability. The answer is absolutely beyond doubt. This guy will put on a kind face every day, and then preach in the most lively cities in various countries. Just because he absolutely cannot tolerate the rest of his life, he is accompanied by this fruit of light. Therefore, he will definitely try his best to win the favor of the sea god. With his gambler-like personality, he will definitely spread his affectionate ideas for himself conscientiously before he gets the second fruit or before he meets him again. Even with his tricks that are good at coaxing people and his special personality, it is estimated that he is even more powerful than the priests of the Goa kingdom. When you are down, you must see how many believers with affectionate ideas this guy has attracted. Oh, right. Iger felt relieved for a long time, and finally remembered that after he knocked Blackbeard away just now, the system seemed to inform him that he had unlocked a new achievement, but he was so happy just now that he didn't listen. System, what did I accomplish just now? Ding, report to the master. You just unlocked the special achievement of the Sea God series, the Missionary of Red Gold. Obtain the title, Master of the God of Light. Good guy. The Golden Missionary. Isn't this the Blackbeard who just ate the fruit of light and was preparing to make a career for the Sea God's affection and fight for life? It turns out that this self-directed and self-acted production actually has this benefit. Never thought of it. Not to mention eating a fruit of darkness. It just happened to force Blackbeard to have no choice. Ate the fruit of light and then coaxed him to preach, which unlocked this achievement. The Missionary of the Red Gold is well deserved, and himself, as the leader of his shining missionary, is of course his master of the God of Light. Ha 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 ha. This system is not a good cake. Iger was even more excited and hurriedly asked again. Then, after I unlocked the new achievement, what reward was given to me? Ding, report master. After this preaching, your faith panel has finally been successfully activated. From now on, your accumulated faith points will be turned into your power. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have much strength now, Iger would just take off on the spot. I just said why I didn't feel much power increase before. It turns out that the panel of this belief has not been activated. Ha 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 ha. This is more fun than playing with Blackbeard. Iger hurriedly opened his title Sea god and found the faith panel at once. Click to open the panel and a line of large characters is written on the top line. Dear Mr. Poseidon, this is your faith record book. Every human being who believes in you will accumulate the power of faith for you. Tisk tisk tisk. It's almost like a game. Iger looked at the light blue fluorescent faith panel. At this moment a cloudy blue sky was painted on the panel. A few drops of rain fell and there were a few big characters floating in the rain. Your current belief level, Xiao puddles. Dude, this is too out of character, isn't it? Iger's eyes wandered for a long time and finally found the description of the faith level at the bottom of the panel. Poseidon's belief level: desert, water drop, rain stream, small, medium, heavy, heavy rain, flood, tsunami, big flood. Seeing such a rating, Iger suddenly became happy. It turns out my idea of making out so many people have begun to believe it. I have to be happy because according to the statistics of the system, even if it is a light rain, thousands of people must provide faith before it can reach it. For such a result, Iger is quite satisfied now. It has only been less than 2 months since his debut. Every time he encounters a character he once liked, he will pass on intimate ideas to others and he hopes that these will be spread by others. Now it seems that my previous efforts were really not in vain. The Murlocs, the Revolutionary Army, the residents of the Goa Kingdom, and Kosiro's Gym. These places are the source of the power of their own beliefs. I don't know why, but Yiji's heart suddenly felt moved. Of course, apart from being moved, the more important thing is how much your strength has grown. Iger found the option of collecting the power of faith, and as soon as he selected it, the raindrops scattered on the panel suddenly turned into light spots and disappeared into Iger's body. Chapter 285. Shock: the truth of the sea god's existence. As soon as the spot of light sank into Iger's body, Iger suddenly felt that his body, which had been empty because of the war, was filled up, and as the spot of light submerged a little bit, the injuries on Iger's body were completely recovered. Don't look at it, just a few moves just now, but in fact Iger felt that the fight with Blackbeard was even more exhausting than the fight with Cow's hero. With the help of the ability of Sea God, although Iger can draw a lot of energy from the sea water anytime and anywhere, but after all, that is not his own power, so every time, it is a great echo to Iger's body. Just when Garp and Whitebeard collided passionately, Iger had already extracted a large amount of refined water from the sea water, and then he went to have a few moves with Whitebeard, and that move was almost Iger's full strength has been used. After that, Iger just returned the water to the ocean, and immediately saw Blackbeard Tiki again, thinking that with his remaining physical strength he should be able to clean up the Blackbeard that he had more than 10 years ago. Unexpectedly, just the first move, Blackbeard taught Iger a lesson. He had never seen such a destructive move. When Redhead came to Whitebeard's boat alone, he persuaded Whitebeard to call Ace back quickly, and mentioned that the scars on his own eyes were caused by Blackbeard. When Iger saw this episode, he still had the same mentality as Whitebeard, and felt that Blackbeard was not a ruthless character. Even if he saw Blackbeard defeat Ace with his own eyes later, he felt that it was the credit of Darkfruit, and knowing just now, he discovered the details that he had ignored. That is, after the Darkfruit shields Ace's burning fruit, relying on pure physical skills, he can beat Ace without fighting back. Who is Ace? That is the son of Roger, the Pirate King, a genius among geniuses who is as talented as Luffy, and he has to admit that long before Ace ate the burning fruit, his physical skills were able to crush Luffy. But such a ruthless man, Ace, was beaten by the Blackbeard. This definitely shows the strength of Blackbeard. Even without the power of the devil fruit, he is still a terrifyingly strong guy. Therefore, Iger had to rely on the power of Sea God combined with the crystallization of his own 10th level rustling fruit to be able to block Blackbeard's incomparably sharp claws with a strong face. However, this is the only way to resist Blackbeard for less than a minute. As a last resort, Iger gave up the defense of the sand wall and switched to the barrier fruit, and it was because of the use of this barrier fruit that Iger understood how terrible Blackbeard's blow was. At the beginning, Seong's air nuclear bomb had been accumulating for so long that even the other side of the Goya Kingdom could feel it, which directly wiped out nearly 80% of Iger's physical strength, and Blackbeard's unremarkable few hit hooks actually directly took away nearly 1/3 of Iger's stamina. You must know that the current Iger has been strengthened by the power of Sea God. Although the attribute value of physical strength has not changed, every point of physical strength is nearly twice as durable as the original physical strength. That is to say, if it is converted into the previous Iger, Blackbeard's few scratches will cut off nearly half of Iger's physical strength. This is quite an exaggeration. This is only on defense. On offense, because Blackbeard ate the fruit of light with purification properties, Iger needs to spend at least 0.5% more if he wants to exert 10% of his power. As a result, the cost of the attack is greatly increased. This is why, in the final blow, Iger will do his best to extract all the power of the surrounding ocean, temporarily turning the surrounding sea water into stagnant water. Only in this way can Iger be confident that he still has a strong attack power under the dispelling of the red gold light. It was because of this that Iger finally felt the backlash from water. As soon as the battle was over, he felt that every cell in his body was like a balloon, originally very elastic but suddenly filled with excessive water. When the excess water faded away, the skins of the balloons themselves suffered a lot of damage, and even many balloons were directly swelled up in the process of being swelled by the water. Regardless of the fact that after the battle, Iger stood up straight as if he was nothing, but the fact was that he didn't have the strength to make any other actions at all. He could only stand to make himself look less embarrassed. All in all, this battle, even for the current Iger, is quite dangerous, and it was such a fierce battle that almost emptied Iger's terrifying consumption, and it was made up within a few seconds when the light spot began to sink into Iger's body. This is just the beginning. Faith, the rain on the panel doesn't seem to be heavy, and every drop of rain is collected, and there are thousands of grains, and there are only less than 2,000 raindrops used to repair Iger's injury and supplement his physical deficit. Brush brush. The remaining nearly 8,000 drops of rainwater were all submerged into Iger's body in just a few seconds. Iger looked down at his body and clearly felt that in the depths of his body, a force comparable to the ancient dragon had grown out. The muscles on the arms and legs bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and rocks could be seen on the chest, abdomen, and back. What's even more amazing was that Iger even felt that his visual, auditory, tactile, and even intuition was strengthened in all directions. He has this confidence: if the guy with the black beard dares to come again, he will definitely be able to kill him with one move. The current self, even the Whitebeard, who is nearly 100 times stronger than him before, should be able to have a 9 or 28. With excitement, Iger opened the attribute panel that he hadn't seen for a long time. Brothers gathered. This is the first time to write a pirate. It is better to have a single heroine or multiple heroines. Comment me Kong Kong at the end of the chapter. Mua. Host Eagle. Physical fitness 100, strength 100, speed 100, momentum 24, skill 50. Skills: Shasha Fruit LV10, Awakening, Skill Tree, Overlord Color Dominance LV10, Supreme Swordsmanship LV10, Skill Tree, Thunder Fruit LV10, Awakening, Skill Tree, Dark Fruit LV10, BGM Skill Tree. Title: The Giant Spear of Harvesting the Bad Old Man, Heirs of Intimacy in Heaven, Fascinating Everyone, Lord of the Shadow Stream, Sea God, Master of the God of Light. Items: Caps Leftover Senbei, Great Books from Another World, Famous Sword Ryoma, Famous Sword Autumn Water, Key to Shadow Kingdom. Evolution Point 0. The plot has entered a new plot. Continue to be cool. It's just that there are plots involving girls, and it's fundamental to be cool all the way. Chapter 286. The Sea Kings reunite again. Condolences to Sachi. 100 physical, 100 power, 100 speed. Iger looked at the explosion attributes one after another on his attribute panel in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is this dreaming? 100. It's more than double the original. Iger knows quite well that he has only dozens of attribute points, and he can kill most of the major level admirals in seconds, and even simply wrestling with the Sea Kings can easily win. At this moment, just by absorbing thousands of raindrops of faith, his omnidirectional attributes have been multiplied several times. What's more, this attribute point cannot simply correspond to the combat power. What you need to know is that before and after Iger obtained the title of Sea God, his own attribute points did not change at all, but his combat power was simply a heaven and a ground. Not to mention anything else, just the level of the opponent Iger is dealing with is completely different. Before obtaining the title of Sea God, at most I can deal with things like Moria. Of course, although Moria here is quite inconsistent with the image portrayed by the old thief Oda in the comics, and his strength is also much stronger, but this should actually be because he and the system are involved in this world. At the same time that Moria became stronger, a group of people stronger than him, Whitebeard, Redhead, Garp, and Dragon, had nowhere to be strengthened. Originally, more than 10 years later, the level of collision between the Redhead and the Whitebeard was only to crack the sky, but I saw with my own eyes that Garp and the Whitebeard's joking trick can actually be achieved. Punch a hole in the sky. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that after obtaining the title of Sea God, he actually defeated a guy of Blackbeard's level, and his combat power has doubled. And according to what I have learned from the system, the higher the basic attribute of oneself, the greater the amount of water of the essence that can be accommodated. For example, now, his physical strength and speed technology has all multiplied several times, and the amount of water that his body can accept has also multiplied several times. Originally, I might only be able to drain the water of a few kilometers around, but now I can cover a range of almost 10 kilometers. What's more, he just ate another dark fruit. In this way, I can finally perfectly explain why I have so many many fruit abilities since I went to sea. It is conservatively estimated that if the Blackbeard just now comes back and fights him again, he may be able to easily kill him just by moving casually. Just so confident. It's no wonder that so many gods and gods like to let people believe in themselves, so the benefits are so great. Iger closed the attribute panel with a smile on his face. It seems that this intimate idea must find a way to spread it. After clapping his hands, Iger flashed silver light on his body, and the next second his figure appeared directly on the deck of the dog-headed warship. With such a flash of lightning, Iger clearly felt that his current strength was really much stronger. From the moment he got it, it was the fruit that Iger was most reluctant to use. There was no other reason, because the consumption of physical energy from the thunder fruit was too great. So Iger has always used it as a big killer, the kind of Italian gun. It used to be the simplest move, a flash of electric light. I am afraid it will consume 5% of Iger's physical strength, not to mention those moves such as the lightning flash, the thunder god and the bright flash. As long as a few moves, you will be taken out empty. And now, with a flash of lightning, I don't even feel anything at all. Physical energy only consumes less than 1%, and faster and stronger. Iger became more and more fortunate that he had an accidental flash of inspiration before and told Jinp about that intimate idea. It's back, Iggy. Seeing Iger returning to the ship, Garp, Adjutant Pakuto, and Big Brother Will all surrounded the navy. Ha 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 ha. It is indeed the grandson of the old man. It really gives the old man a face. Garp patted Iggy on the shoulder with a big laugh and laughed out loud. Lieutenant General Garp, please keep your voice down. When Pakuto saw Garp's unrestrained laugh, he immediately shrank his neck, grabbed Garp's arm with a low growl, and gave him wink. Iger followed Pakuto's eyes and saw a group of people forming a circle on the whaleboat next door, crying silently. Thatch is dead. Blackbeard's blow, even Marco's phoenix fire, still failed to save his life. At this moment, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates gathered around Sachi, taking off their hats and bowing their heads in a collective silence. Pakuto is also kind-hearted. Although the pirate group has a different position from his own navy, it can be seen that he is a very kind person. After all, the death of a companion is quite sad. That's why he persuaded Garp to stop laughing so loudly. Garp also looked a little embarrassed at the boat next door, scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and waited until the silence was over before shouting at the Whitebeard, "Hey, Newgate, shall we have a funeral for that lad? Let him rest in peace. You bastard navy. I'm so embarrassed to say it. Thatch was killed by that kid over there. If he hadn't had to challenge Titch, he wouldn't have." Woohoo. Whitebeard hadn't spoken yet. The pirates who had been friends with Sachi on weekdays rushed directly to the side of the ship, tears streaming down their entire faces, roaring hysterically, and then kneeling on the ground in tears. "Don't say that." Before Garp could reply, Whitebeard picked up the pirates and roared with sorrow. "It's not Iger's fault. I even want to thank him for us to find out such a shitty beast." After Whitebeard's roar, everyone seemed to understand immediately, standing in a row one by one, and bowed to Garp in unison to apologize. Cough cough. "Don't talk about this. The dead are bigger." Iger also felt sorry for Sachi's death, and felt a little guilty in his heart. "I'll preside over his funeral. I hope it can make rest of your soul, you." As soon as these words came out, everyone on the Doghead warship and the whale ship was immediately stunned. "You are not an elder, and you are not a pirate. How can you be?" But then, everyone's doubts and disdain disappeared. I saw Iger's whole body lit up with blue light, and then, where the sea and the sky communicated, countless huge fins came in groups. Chapter 287. In fact, I am the spokesperson of the sea god. What, are you kidding? That's right, you are a navy and a junior. How can you be qualified to preside over the funeral for Sachi? When the pirates heard what Iger said, they were immediately dissatisfied, and even Whitebeard's expression was not very good looking. "They're right, Ignatius," even Adjutant Pakuto whispered to persuade him. "They hold a lot of resentment towards you now, so let's not do anything at this time. Won't you be squinting quietly, Eagle?" The navy soldiers also shook their heads from behind, thinking that Iger's idea was quite unreliable. Although it's not wrong to say that Iger, as the cause of this incident, thinks about doing something for the pirates, but it doesn't need to be this way. Not to mention that you are a peer at most compared to others. If there is no such seniority as Whitebeard, I am afraid that you would have to be called Uncle Sachi. The more important thing is that his father, Whitebeard, is still there. That is Whitebeard. In terms of pirates seniority, he is a man from the previous era like Roger. In terms of strength, he is also the pinnacle of this world. No matter from which aspect, this funeral must be made by others with Whitebeard. Yeah, you are such a jerk, rashly rushing up to do this kind of thing to others. Isn't that embarrassing to others? Looking at the group of pirates on the opposite side, it was obvious that they thought so too. They were slightly apologetic for taking their anger at Iger, but after hearing what Iger said, the haze on their faces thickened again. And what's even worse, this time even Whitebeard doesn't plan to say anything. But Iger didn't care about this kind of thing. Completely ignoring that, Adjutant Pakuto took his hand and strode forward to the side of the ship. Don't worry, I said that I will host him, and naturally there is a reason why I host him. Done. Hearing Iger's words, Pakuto directly supported his for it. The pirates on the opposite side, listening to this brat being so outspoken, also opened their mouths to scold. Although I don't blame him for this matter, but this guy is a bit too stubborn. But just by defeating a Tiki, can you have such arrogance? The pirates couldn't control their tempers one by one, and the words to greet Ige's family were about to pop out of their mouths. But just as they were about to speak, they suddenly felt an extremely vast and ancient will come suddenly. The bright blue light was released from Iger's pupils, and he slowly drew a circle in the air, wrapping Iger's whole body in it. Immediately afterwards, Iger slowly raised his arms and spit out an extremely ancient and obscure word. It was these words that made the pirates, who were just about to scold their mothers, to step on the brakes urgently. Because what Iger just said is completely impossible. It is something that a kid like him can say. They have never heard of this language at all, but it doesn't affect it at all. They can hear a magnificent aura that is completely detached from the world in that ancient and obscure language. It is definitely not a language that can be born in the human world. Just as soon as it was spoken, the surrounding water vapor and sea water shook. Even the pirates on the whale boat, who had faith in the sea, had a desire to worship from the bottom of their hearts. Impulse. Follow the law. How can it be? Thick horror rose from the hearts of the pirates. On the one hand, the surrounding water vapor and sea water trembled with Iger's words, and on the other hand, it was because of the object they wanted to worship. Worship Iger? Just kidding. Worship a child less than 10 years old. Although the pirates are resolute in their hearts, there is still a sign of weakness in their knees. Even if they are Whitebeards, they have to have respect from the bottom of their hearts. What is even more exaggerated is that although they cannot understand this ancient language, they can understand the meaning contained in the words. Sea kings, come here and mourn for this human being. Does this speak human words? Oh no, that's not what it means. Is this what a human being can say? Just ask. There is no human in this world who can say such arrogant words to the Sea Kings. Aquaman class, the guy who treats human beings as food on his plate, even if it is the father of his own family facing the Sea Kings. At most he can tame them, then it will take a long time to get along with it. This kid seems to know that he is far more advanced than the Sea Kings, as if the Sea Kings are his servants. Yes, did you hear it wrong? Some people are so suspicious. After all, it is a bit out of the ordinary to be able to directly order the Sea Kings. However, the facts are often far beyond human imagination. Every pirate who suspected that he had heard it wrong, when he cast his eyes on the sea, saw the black spots that were densely gathered from the junction of the sea and the sky. At first, it was just a black dot, but then, the black dots turned into thin lines. In the end, everyone could see clearly that it was a fin. Thousands of giant fins. Aquaman class. It turned out to be true. Originally, I thought it was a bit exaggerated when I saw the news, but now that I saw the truth, I felt that what was written on the news was not true at all. It didn't even write that momentum, the majestic momentum of the thousands of Sea Kings coming to court, etc. Everyone looked at the Sea Kings and suddenly woke up from the shock of the Sea Kings. These Sea Kings seemed to be summoned by the little devil named Ig. What the hell? No, it is true. This guy can really summon the Sea Kings from all over the sea like a servant. Then what kind of identity is it? Cough that. Poseidon said. Just as everyone was horrified, Iggy on the dog-headed warship spoke again. Well, he is deeply sorry for his spokesperson for the missionary activities that accidentally caused Seiki's death, so he specially prepared a grand ceremony for Seiki. Condolences. Wang fried. Everyone seemed to be in a dream, looking at each other's eyes and seeing each other's astonishment. This guy just say, Poseidon said. His spokesman? It means this little child is the spokesperson of the sea god. Good on. Everyone couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and layers of cold sweat seeped from the top of their heads. Good guy. No wonder he just said he was going to officiate Thatch's funeral. As a pirate with no fixed place to live, he has to get along with the sea under the boat every day, and he has long regarded the sea as his home, and the sea god is undoubtedly the master of the sea. Then, the god of the sea, the one who does his part, is the head of all the pirates. Everyone wants to offer condolences to a pirate. Isn't this still qualified? There is a big one. Chapter 288. Set sail towards the fruit of surgery. Iger said this. Of course, he made it up himself, because after all, he didn't have any property, and facing the world's largest pirate group, he really couldn't come up with anything decent. What can be more valuable than the fruit of light? Even if it can be more valuable than the fruit of light, what can be more valuable than Sachi's life? What can be worth more than the beauty that once owned Sachi in the Whitebeard pirates? If he really gave something, he would appear rather arrogant. After all, people are dead, so what's the use of these compensations? Although Tich did not do this. Iggy knew in his heart that if he ate the dark fruit in front of him, he would not have forced him to that point. So Iger racked his brains trying to figure out what he could do for them, but anything he could come up with seemed quite cheap. There is nothing in the hearts of friends. The life of the dead is more important. So when Garp said that he was going to have a funeral, Iger had a flash of inspiration and decided to hold a grand funeral for Thatch, which could relieve everyone's emotions. As for the position of identity, it is natural to put on airs so as to be able to give Zioseki and the Whitebeard pirate's face. Sure enough, after listening to Iger's words explaining the meaning of the sea god, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates softened their attitudes. Whitebeard looked at Iger's eyes, and the original coldness also softened. It turned out that the sea god borrowed Sachi to complete the spread of his beliefs. Since this is the case, there is nothing to say, not to mention that the sea god has personally summoned so many sea kings to express condolences. Although everyone felt very sad about Seki's departure, but when they thought that he had dedicated himself to the belief of the sea god, he was still a little proud. Whitebeard also bowed slightly in the direction of Iger, and said solemnly, "Then I, Edward Newgate, here I am. Thank you, Lord Sea God. However, since Hisachi is a member of my Whitebeard pirates, we have one more condition. Please allow Sea God, and we will accept it. Condolences to the god of the sea." "Are there conditions?" Iger was also a little confused by Whitebeard's hand. "Poseidon came to offer condolences, but there are still conditions. Although I don't know the number of ways." Iger still summoned the will of the sea god and asked in an ancient and vicissitudes language, "What conditions?" "Please, Sea God, give our belief to the Whitebeard pirates. Since it is the belief that Sachi devoted his life to, it must be worth every one of us to believe in." After Whitebeard answered, neither humble nor arrogant, he bowed deeply to Iger. Iger stared at Whitebeard's tall, but now a little humble figure, and a hint of sourness could not help but come to the tip of his nose. "Please, Sea God, bestow your faith on the Whitebeard pirates." After Whitebeard bowed, the crew behind him also shouted in unison, and then bowed deeply towards Iger. Rao is Yig, a person from another world who didn't know what to say for a while, just felt like a sting in his throat. "Is this the family? Even if you are killed by the so-called sea god, I will never hate the guy who took you away, but I will stand by your side and accompany you until heaven." "Okay." Iger nodded heavily, and didn't say a word for fear that his choked voice would reveal the stuff. A touch of self-blame flooded his heart. He secretly hated himself. Why did he shoot Blackbeard on his boat at that time? Why didn't he save Sachi at that time? Of course, it's too late to say anything now. Iger took out the black book of affectionate ideas from his arms and solemnly gave it to Whitebeard. The funeral was held on the sea, and everyone sang the song of the pirate for Sachi. The amazing thing is that all the sea kings at sea can sing. One sea king turned into a huge sound, resonating layer by layer, spreading Sachi's ode to the other side of the distant ocean. Since it was the funeral of the sea god, everyone decided to bury Sachi in the sea, which is also Sachi's own wish. He once said that one day he died and he must be buried in the sea, and in the last link everyone buried him in the ocean, and Iger seemed to smile when he saw his face. The king of the offshore sea gently grabbed Sachi's clothes, and the rest of the sea kings circled around it. Thousands of sea kings revolved around the vast sea into a vortex of sea kings. Little by little, swim down to the bottom of the sea. They'll be there, burying Thatch on the bottom of the sea. With all this arranged, the dog-headed warship and the whale ship are ready to part ways. After saying goodbye to each other, Iger finally stopped Whitebeard again. "Dad, Roger has another son named Ace. That kid is determined to be a big pirate. If you can meet him in the future, let him be your son." La 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 la. "Don't you want your brothers to turn against each other?" Whitebeard laughed while holding the wine bottle and agreed. Immediately afterwards, the Whitebeard pirates, who had already figured out the truth, returned to the New World, and the dog-headed warship was also heading in the established direction, the Navy headquarters, and continued to march. Along the way, Iger was immersed in the family atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates. Thinking of his parents and family in the original world, he couldn't help feeling a little sad, and he was not even in the mood to eat dinner until Carp got the call. "Hey, oh, I'm Carp." Carp dug out a piece of booger with his little finger and blew it away lightly. "What's the matter?" Waring states, "There's nothing good about you when you call me. Hey, it's not because you came back too slowly." The voice of Zhangguo's roar could be heard softly through the phone. "I'll give you a holiday and let you walk around. You're good." "It's all a walk. It's been almost 2 months." Hey, what do you say?" Carp was unhappy. "I've done so many tasks for nothing." "Hey, okay, you have done the most. Credit not to mention it is useless. This time there is a clue for you to follow. follow. I have seen all the comments of the brothers. So many people read my novels. Thank you everyone. Add more today. What clue? Carp frowned. There is only one clue, so let yourself go for a run. It's the pirates of Barrows. Oh, that bastard who went to be a pirate. He went to Kokosia village in the East China Sea, probably because of the Poseidon incident, and we got reliable news that the purpose of their visit was the fruit of the operation. Oh, are you going to buy fruit? No, it's for sale. What? Garp jumped up from the chair, pointed at the helmsman and yelled, quick, let's go to Kokosia village. Go and grab the fruit of the surgery. Grandma's bastard, how dare you sell this kind of thing? The new story set sail. The rhythm continues to be refreshing. Let us go to work. Oh. Chapter 289. Kokoya West Village. Little Nami. The Navy soldiers on the dog-headed warship didn't know what was the reason for Garp, and suddenly it exploded and they rushed to the Koko West Village in a fury. But even so, before Garp hung up the phone, many Navy soldiers accidentally heard the news, and several Navy soldiers gathered together to discuss. Iger, who was standing by the side, also leaned up wanting to hear a general idea. After listening to a group of Navy soldiers discussing it for a long time, there were several words that kept circling in Iger's mind, but putting them together, Iger felt very contrary to what he said. And Barrero's Pirates, Koko West Village, fruit of surgery. Iger of the Barrero's Pirates knew that Barrero's was the guy who used Don Quixote da Flamingo as a middleman more than 10 years ago to sell the fruits of surgery to the Navy. Barrero's, whose full name is Dies Barrero's, used to be an outstanding naval soldier trained by Zephyr the Black Wrist, and later became a pirate for some unknown reason. It is estimated that Garp has heard of this matter, so he has no good feelings for this guy at all, and his mood is so bad. The funny thing is that even if this guy has fallen into a pirate, he still secretly keeps in touch with the Navy, and even the fact that he has obtained the fruit of the operation can be known by the Navy, and he can also issue 5 billion Baileys high price. That is to say, from this business, Iger, who was still very young at the time, realized that the world of pirates is not black and white, and there are still some gray areas in the middle. In this gray area, perhaps the most trusted by the Navy is Doflamingo, who used to be a Tianlong man, is now a great pirate in the Shichibukai, and is also the most reliable middle joker in the gray world. The Navy and Barrero's through Doflamingo built this sky-high deal. The content of the transaction is the fruit of the operation in the hands of Barrero's. The fruit of surgery can be said to be one of the most precious devil fruits in the entire pirate world. Just from the high price that the Navy gave him, you can understand that the power of this fruit cannot be underestimated. On the surface, this is a devil fruit that can cure diseases, and those who are capable can use its power to perform completely harmless surgical operations on the human body at will. But in fact, the power of this fruit is space. Ability can create a spherical space. In the space, you can arbitrarily cut, exchange, splice, move anything, and even exchange the minds of two objects. The life cut off by the capable person will not die or bleed. Even if it is cut into countless pieces, it will still be alive, but it will only feel a slight pain. Operating room created by the capable ones. The capable ones are the gods who control the space. He can even make the air, water vapor, and even electric current flowing in the space to move at will with his will. As long as you step into this operating room, if you don't have enough domineering arrogance, even if you are a natural devil fruit person, you are a lamb to be slaughtered. However, this is far from the highest state of the ability of the fruit of surgery. According to legend, the highest realm of the fruit of surgery is the eternal surgery that can endow human beings with eternal life. Once this surgery is performed, the capable person will die, but the person who is operated by him can gain infinite life later. That's why the surgical fruit is called the ultimate fruit, and the price is far more than the 5 billion bounty of almost all pirates. As a senior Haimai, Iger knew all these information very well. He even knew that Brother Ming's younger brother Rosand would take the young Lugo to the scene of the robbery and trade, and then feed Lugo the fruits of the operation just to cure Lugo's disease. These are the things that happened in the original book, and Iger also understands it. But this happened in Koko West Village, and IG couldn't understand it. As we all know, Koko Yaxi Village is a feng shui treasure land that nurtured the entire pirate world. With her beauty and wisdom, she was able to take pictures of the top 3 Nami in the world. In the original book, it was the fishman Aaron who occupied the island and was later killed by Luffy and liberated again. And the initiator of all this, Aaron, was killed on the first day Iger went to sea, and he should still be locked in the prison on Fishman Island. Originally, after taking out Aaron, Iger was still very at ease, but little Nami in Koko Yaxi Village finally didn't have to be bullied by the bad pirates, and she didn't have to suffer the life and death she once parted with Belmer. Good guy. It turns out that this underground transaction that should have happened in the New World actually happened in the village of Koko West. What's the matter with this Nima? It was obviously supposed to be Lugo's home home. So why did Nami come in? Iger was puzzled and pricked up his ears to listen carefully to the discussions of the Navy soldiers. After listening for a long time, he sorted out what was going on. It turned out to be because he changed the development of the original plot. Iger's original idea was to eliminate as many unavoidable regrets as possible without changing the development of the original plot, so that the partners who will be together in the future can still be together a few years later. This is Eagle's original intention, but he found that he had missed one thing, and that was the influence of the Tianlong people on the world. As the nobles of the world, the Tianlong people are watched by the world for their every move, not to mention the shocking event of being buried in the East China Sea. Moreover, the method of death of the Holy Chermak is not an ordinary method of death at all, but it is eaten by thousands of sea kings and died. Combined with the legends that had already been circulated in the East China Sea, as well as the further support of his own affectionate ideas, the fact that the Goya kingdom possessed the sea god's secret treasure has spread all over the sea in just a few days. It is also because of this that the pirates who have gone out to sea because of Roger's One Piece will naturally flock to the weakest East China Sea, which is countless times easier than the Great Route. Even Barrows, who can be defeated by Krasen, came here and occupied Coco Asia Island. For a while, Iger also blamed himself a little. If it wasn't for such a big battle, little Nami wouldn't have to suffer. But it does not matter. Iger secretly swore that he would use his affectionate idea to drive away all the pirates. Just when Iger made up his mind to solve the mess he left behind, the fast-moving dog-headed warship has approached Coco West Village. The follow-up plot is guaranteed to be cool, and the heroine has a solution. Chapter 290. Eat my oranges. Give me money. Uncle, buy an orange. One is fine, but it's delicious. Sister, you look so beautiful. Oranges match you well. Buy one. Big brother. On the streets of Kokoyasi village, a little girl with orange hair stopped people coming and going on the street one by one, holding a yellow orange in her hand, which she wanted to stuff into people's hands. The little girl's expression was a bit complicated. Her big and lovely eyes were clearly full of anxiety and despair, and she had to force a smile to sell her oranges to everyone. The oranges she holds in her hands are big, round, and sincere. Every resident living in Kokoyasi village knows that if you want to eat oranges, you can buy them from this little girl. It is the best. Today, however, this little girl was 2 hours earlier than usual, and she set up a stall before dawn. It has been sloping westward, and half an orange has not been sold. Everyone who was stopped by her looked at the little girl with sympathy, then waved their hands and pushed the orange back and put on a helpless smile, and then walked away cruelly. No way, they are helpless. It was rejected by a big brother again, and the despair in the little girl's eyes increased, but she did not give up at all. Her eyes quickly locked on a kind-hearted grandmother, and immediately rushed over and hugged her thigh, sobbing, "Grandma, look at the oranges you like the most in my house. Didn't you say that the oranges grown by Belmer are the best? Buy one. Woohoo." The old grandmother looked at the crying little girl. Her heart was full of distress, but he didn't bring any money on her body, so she could only pat the little girl's head with a wry smile and said, "Nami, Grandma bought your oranges just the day before yesterday, and the family hasn't finished eating them yet. When you're done, leave." The little girl was in a hurry at first sight. Her two arms hugged tighter, and she cried louder, "Grandma, Grandma, just one, okay." Grandma was also embarrassed. She also wanted to buy 2 oranges, but all the money in her hand was taken away today. "Nami, it's not that Grandma doesn't want to buy it, it's just that the money in Grandma's hand was handed over to Nabarus today. Why can't such a good orange be sold?" Just when Grandma was ruthless and was about to reject Nami, an extremely young voice suddenly sounded beside her. Grandma was stunned for a moment, and Nami stopped her tears. The two of them turned their eyes to the side at the same time. It didn't matter when they saw it. "I saw a little boy in a navy uniform, about 1.56 meters tall, with flowing black perm hair, who nimbly peeled the oranges with one hand, and frantically stuffed the peeled oranges into his mouth with the other hand." Just when Nami was entangled with the old grandmother, there were more than a dozen orange peels piled up on the ground under his feet. This little boy in a navy uniform is exactly Iger, who just arrived at Coco West Village. "Hey, you! Stop it! No, stop it! Oops, that's not right! Stop it!" Nami watched this guy put oranges in his mouth without any distress, and she was so angry that tears came out. For a while, she didn't know whether to stop this guy or stop it, so she rushed forward and knocked it out. Orange peeled by Iger. 1, 2, 3. After knocking out the oranges, Nami didn't say a word, just squatted on the ground and counted the peels of the oranges, and then directly extended her small hand to Iger, who still had several oranges in his mouth. "You ate a total of 16 oranges from me. Give me the money." "Well, you little girl, you are too rude." Iger smiled slightly. "Can't I give you money when I'm full? Who knows if you'll pay back when you're full? Give it now. Pay as much as you want. Now you've eaten 1,000 Bailey's oranges." Nami pouted shouted, not caring about that much. The lion opened his mouth directly. What the hell? I just ate 16 of your oranges and you asked me for 1,000 Baileys. Iger was shocked. Is this price so expensive now? Young man, you don't know. Their oranges are expensive, but they're super delicious. You ate them just now. You should know. The old grandmother helped with a smile. That's right. You don't pay for eating other people's oranges. You're a big bad guy. Nami pointed at Iger angrily, but there was a sly smile in the depths of her eyes. Ah, okay. Iger sighed and took out a 10,000 belly bill from his arms and handed it to Nami. Here, I can eat your 160 oranges. 10,000. As soon as Nami saw the banknotes in Iger's hand, her eyes were straight and she took the banknotes with trembling hands. She couldn't believe it was true. You must know that 10,000 Baileys are the money earned by selling oranges for 2 months to these villagers. The 16 oranges that Iger ate just now can only be sold for over 100 Baileys. With this money, having this money is enough. Not only is it enough, but I can have chicken thighs tonight. Seeing that Iger actually took out 10,000 bills, the grandmother nodded reassuringly and then left on crutches. Is that enough? I'll continue eating if I'm done. I haven't eaten all day. I'm starving to death. After Iger gave the money, he wanted to throw himself at the orange, but Nami stopped him. What's wrong? Iger stopped peeling the oranges in his hands. Dad, brother, can you do me a favor? Nami tugged at the corner of her clothes with one hand and held the 10,000 Bailey bill with the other, looking carefully into Iger's eyes. Looking at Yige with this look, is it still good? Iggy's little heart was thumping at that time. Who could resist the pitiful eyes of the little girl? Although Iger is not a lolicon, Iger still has a kind heart and will definitely help without hesitation in the face of the little girl's request for help. What are you busy with? I have to go back and pay Belmer's protection fee. Brother, can you help me take a look at my orange stand? Protection fee? Iger was startled. Good guy. So it turns out that collecting protection fees is something that all pirates do. Aaron doesn't need to charge the protection fee. He has already killed him, and as a result another Barrows came and he still needs to pay the protection fee. Is it because of the protection fee that poor Nami is in this place? Can't sell a single orange from morning to night. If he hadn't come by himself, I'm afraid the tragedy of Bermel's brutal beating would have been staged again. Right? Fortunately, the 10,000 Bailey I just gave to Nami was deliberately given by him. Looking at Nami's reaction, I think it should be enough to pay the so-called protection fee. Right? No problem, Iger assured, patting his chest. Chapter 291. Belmer, don't touch my child. That's really good. This orange, the best way to supplement vitamins. Iger slowly peeled the orange peel and then peeled the orange into petals. He also brought hot tea and snacks from the shop opposite, drinking tea and oranges while eating snacks. He was waiting for Nami to come back because he didn't know when the little girl Nami would come back, so he planned to taste this delicious orange bit by bit. Tisk tisk tisk. No one buys such delicious oranges. It's really too much. Iger chewed the oranges while thinking about the protection fee that Nami just mentioned. Just now, I launched the thunder fruit by myself. From the port of Kokoyasi village, I walked around the entire Kokoyasi village and found that there are many people in the whole village selling goods, but they are basically unable to sell. And unlike Nami, he saw little boys, little girls, and even grandma crying, hugging the thighs of passers-by to sell goods, and every passerby refused with sympathy. It's because of the protection fee. Nami didn't say just now that she was going to help her family pay for protection, but from what he said just now, it's not hard to guess what she's going to do today. How much do you charge for this protection fee? Iger frowned slightly. He had no idea about Bailey's purchasing power. He thought it was true when Nami said 1,000 Baileys and 16 oranges. But if so many people are crying and begging for help because they can't pay the protection fee, then the protection fee must be very high. Some passages about the protection fee suddenly flashed through Iger's mind, and a bad premonition suddenly flooded into his heart. No, still going to see it? Iger stood up, and with a stroke of his palm, the sand on the ground suddenly rose and turned into a cover over the orange stand to protect the oranges safely. Then a silver light lit up on Iger, and he turned into a lightning bolt and flew into the sky. On the other side, Bermel's orange grove. Bel Emil, with a slick pink hair, was pruning the branches of the orange tree, smoking a cigarette, when he heard a loud bang, and then there was a loud noise, and the wooden door of the orange garden was violently kicked open by the pirates. Hey, you are Bermel. The one who kicked open the gate of the forest yard was Barrow's confidant, one with flower arms, one with bald head, and one with a mace, standing fiercely at the gate of the yard, shouting with a broken gong. Well, why did it come so quickly? Bermel scolded secretly, and finally sipped the cigarette butt on his mouth and threw him on the ground. The boss appointed us to find you. Brother Huaji frowned. What about your family's protection fee? You know what happens to those who don't pay the protection fee. Your boss, that bastard of Barrows. Belmer was very annoyed when he heard others mention this guy. The two of them would not know each other, but even if Belmer retired from the Navy, he was still very concerned about the news in the Navy, so he heard about Barreros's deeds from the beginning and said to this person disdain. Coincidentally, there was a big event in the East China Sea a few days ago. It was said that the Tianlong people died in the East China Sea, and many people rushed here for a while. Among them was Barreros, who directly took a group of pirates and invaded Coco West Village. As a former Navy, Bellmeyer simply scorned this guy. He led a group of militiamen to resist, but of course he failed, and because of this, he got to know Barreros. Be polite, our boss has given you a chance. The bald-headed elder brother shouted, if you don't pay your own protection fee today, then go to our boss to stay for one night, and you will naturally be spared. Overnight stay. Hearing the harsh words, Bellamel's eyes twitched. Of course she knew what kind of staying in for one night these bastards were referring to. I am afraid that after this night I will never come back. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Vermal lit another cigarette, expressing that he was not interested at all, and took out 10,000 Baileys from his pocket. This one Bailey was lent to him by the kind-hearted Ajian in the village, said to thank him for helping him before. The family received 10,000 Bailey plus Nami and Nyakajeo for 3 people. This great kindness, Vermal, is really unforgettable. What? Big Brother Mace couldn't help but shouted loudly. How could you get 10,000 Baileys together? Joke. This number was calculated carefully by them, and it was impossible for Vermal to come up with it anyway, just to bring this rebellious woman back. Where did this guy get this one Bailey? Hateful. Someone must be helping her. The 3 hated their teeth but still had no choice but to prepare to retreat. Belmer also breathed a sigh of relief. Belmal, I'm back. I've got the money. However, just as the 3 pirates were about to return home, a young female voice sounded behind the 3. Everyone followed the voice and saw that 2 little girls with orange and blue hair ran back from a distance, and the orange-haired girl was holding a 10,000 Bailey bill in her hand. Nami, Nyakajeo. As soon as Bel Emil saw Nami and Nyakajeo, his stern face immediately smiled, and then he turned into a cold face in seconds and said to the 3 of them, please come back to the 3 of you. Well, my child is home. After speaking, he went out and squatted down, picked up the 2 girls one by one, and prepared to walk into the house. Wait. However, just as Belmer was about to enter the room, the Mace's eldest brother suddenly threw the mace on his shoulder and slammed into Belmer's feet with a bang. What? Vermal frowned. When we said 10,000 before, we thought you were the only one in your family. Big Brother Huaji pondered, smiling slyly. Yeah, if you count these 2 little girls, you should pay 30,000. The bald-headed elder brother also smiled and said, even if you add her 10,000, it's still 10,000 short. You guys. Belmer's teeth were about to be crushed. He glared at the 3 pirates and quickly put Nami and Nyaki on the ground and protected them behind him. Come back with us, you. Just when Bermal stood up and was about to reason with the 3 of them, Big Brother Mace didn't play cards according to the routine. The huge impact force directly caused Belmer to spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out more than 10 meters horizontally. Belmal. When Nami and Nyakajeo saw this, they hurried up and went to get Big Brother Mace. You two, be honest with me. However, how could the flower arm and the bald head allow the 2 of them to move around? They also took out their knives and stabbed them at the 2 children. Don't touch my child, Bel Emil shouted sternly with a splitting gaze. Chapter 292. Didn't you say, help me see the oranges? Nami. Nokago. Belmer fell to the ground, roaring hoarsely, but he couldn't help in the slightest because Big Brother Mace was swinging the mace in his hand and smashing it towards his head. Call out. The club head, which is as big as the torso of an adult with the power to smash everything, violently shreds the air along the way and waved a chilling sound of wind. If this stick is smashed firmly, even if Belmer had been a soldier in the Navy back then, he would be killed or disabled. But at the same time, his own child is being attacked like himself. Belmer was holding his dizzy head, trying to figure out the distance between himself and the 2 children in his head. Just now, he was smashed so far, but the 2 children also ran towards him very far, and now the distance between the 2 sides is only about 2 or 3 meters. With the power of this mace, he had to pounce on the 2 children despite being injured, and then pounce on the 2 children to block the blow for them. The firm gaze that looked at death as if at home lit up in Bellamel's eyes. She gritted her teeth fiercely, straightened up her not sturdy upper body, and brazenly faced the mace head that was smashed fiercely. Even if you fight for the ending of either death or disability, you must not let your child suffer any harm. You just fall here obediently and let us pull it back as the boss's plaything. Big Brother Mace roared high, and the mace in his hand added some strength. Belmer opened his eyes tightly, not allowing himself to close, and stared straight at the 2 children Nami and Nakajeo, as if to engrave the images of his 2 children in his mind. The sound of the wind was approaching, and Belmer could even feel the wind pressure from the mace swept across his face. I don't know if it was an illusion, she She even seemed to feel that the breeze of the knife passing through the air seemed to hit Nami and Nakajao's cheeks. Never let their cute faces leave scars that will never fade for life. Some crazy scarlet emerged from Bellamel's eyes and her muscles tightened, and she was fully prepared to take this blow. The navy in the East China Sea is really rotten to the core. Even you rubbish can make waves. However, just as Bell-Emer looked at death and was about to take the fatal blow from Big Brother Mace, a disdainful voice suddenly came from the sky. Immediately afterwards, an incomparable silver light suddenly flashed in the air. The silver light is extremely shining. Even the sun that is still hanging in the sky looks a little dim in front of it. The moment the light appeared, the mace in Big Brother Mace's hand was only a few centimeters away from Belmer's back, and the next second it seemed that he could see the tragic state of Belmer's blood splashing on the spot. However, the blow from Big Brother Mace still failed to hit Belmer. Just as the mace was about to hit Belmer, a transparent square barrier suddenly appeared on Belmer's back like a ghost. The mace slammed on it without reservation. Surprisingly, between the sparks, the seemingly thin glass barrier was not only not broken, but not even the slightest trace was left down. Instead, the mace, which looked majestic and incomparably hard, was bent directly at the head of the club with a squeak. No, Nami, Nakajao. The expected ferocious attack did not come. Not only did Belmer not breathe a sigh of relief, but he became even more anxious. His eyes were about to pop out of his sockets, and he screamed in the direction of Nami, which was almost beyond the limits of the human body. Voice: I'm fine, but my children, Nami and Nakajao, will be attacked by that terrifying knife. Just when the mace behind him stumbled into something invisible and stopped, the knives in the hands of the flower-armed elder brother and the bald elder brother were also close to Nami and Nakajao's cheeks. Belmer felt that his heart was dripping blood for a while, and he secretly hated that he was useless and couldn't slam into that mace earlier. Don't worry, this is my little boss, and she will definitely protect her, the flashing silver light above the sky said in a hurry. Before the words could be said, the air in front of Nami and Nakajao was trembling, and then two transparent barriers quickly appeared in front of the two little girls. Almost at the same time, the knives in the hands of the flower-armed brother and the bald-headed brother stabbed hard on the barrier as if they were broken with a bang like chopsticks, and the broken blade spun and flew far away. If this blow is sincere, let alone a little girl, even if Belmer really flew past with the power of the mace just now, he would have been pierced by two deep blood holes. These two bastards are completely dead. Everything happened between lightning and flint, and by the time the three pirates reacted, the weapon in their hands had already been damaged into a lump of garbage, and the target they were about to attack in front of them had not suffered any damage at all. At this time, the three of them remembered the sound that resounded in the sky, and they didn't care about Belmer and Nameno Chijao who were lying on the ground. They clenched their broken weapons and looked up at the sky and shouted. Belmer seized the gap, quickly got up from the ground and stumbled towards Nami and Nakajao, who were frightened in place, picked up the two little girls and hurriedly pulled with the three pirates. Distance. Belmer and Nami Nakajao looked up together and were surprised to find that the silver light that was originally flashing in the air was violently surging at this moment, and then condensed into a human shape and slowly descended. As the human figure descended, the person's appearance was gradually seen by everyone. Nami, who was hiding in Belmer's arms, looked at the human figure slowly descending from the sky. Her mouth gradually opened to the point that it couldn't close. Little brother. Nami pointed to Iggy, who fell from the sky. Didn't you say help me look at the oranges? What should I do if the oranges are lost? Hearing this, Iger fell directly from the sky. Don't worry, I've settled the oranges. Iger shook his head helplessly. Is it your kid who did it just now? The three big brothers, the bald head and the mace, looked at such a kid and their eyes widened. Oh. Chapter 293. Actually, I'm here to find your boss. Big brother flower arm, big brother bald head, big mace, all stared at their big eyes, looking at their damaged weapons, and raised their heads to look at Iger, their faces full of incredulity. This Bermal retired from the navy because he liked raising children and opening orphanages everywhere, didn't he? Why do the kids follow one after the other? Originally thought that the three of them would return with a feather, but I don't know when this woman actually collected her 10,000 Baileys. But then, the turning point came. The two little girls took the initiative to run back with 10,000 Baileys. The three of them used almost 3 times their brains to think of such a reason for forcibly taking Bermal away. However, this is far from over. Just when the three of them agreed that the trouble they came to Belmer this time would finally not come home empty-handed, they didn't know where a kid appeared. More importantly, looking at the little girl with orange hair, it seemed that he still knew him. The three big brothers with the bald head and the mace were preconceived and subconsciously felt that Iger, who appeared later, was also Belmer's child. And what means does this child Bel-Emel have to destroy all his weapons? This surprised the three of them. You must know that those are all made of steel. As far as they know, being able to deform weapons made of steel is something that can only be done at the level of the boss. But what is worth thinking about is that this kid didn't seem to do anything just now. When he used the weapon just now, it seemed that he hit an invisible wall and was damaged. In other words, this little ghost head who appeared later should just have some kind of weird fruit ability. The three eldest brothers exchanged glances with each other, understood the meaning in each other's eyes, and immediately settled down and stood side by side. In the final analysis, it is only the ability of a bastard and it can deal with one, but with three people together, this stinky brat is definitely not an opponent. I said, Bermel, you really like children. The elder brother Hwaji raised his chin, stared at Bermel and the three children with his nostrils, and said arrogantly, well, this child. Emil looked at Iger, who was blocking their mother and daughter, and suddenly a sense of motherhood surged in his heart, lit a cigarette and blew a smoke ring. I don't know him. Don't get him involved. Something is coming to me. It is absolutely impossible to let this little boy get involved. Just now Nami said that he should watch the oranges, so 80% of the time she said that the little brother who bought the oranges with 10,000 Baileys was also him. Such a kind little navy must not let him be bullied by these pirates. Little brother, thank you for saving us just now. Please watch the next thing from the side. After smoking a cigarette quickly, Belmer gave a cool laugh and wanted to stand on the ground. Stand up. However, just as she stood up, a sharp dull pain swept through her whole body, and she had no strength in the pain, and immediately fell down again. Belmel, Nami and Nyaki exclaimed, and hurriedly ran over to help Belmer's upper body. That's it for you. Let me watch it. I'm afraid it's not appropriate, right? Iger looked helplessly at the three pirate brothers, and then at Bermel, who couldn't even stand up. He couldn't help but complain. One sentence. This matter has nothing to do with you in the first place. They are a vicious pirate group. I know you are a small navy, but this is not a guy you can deal with. Big sister, I was a navy before. Let me come. Belmer ignored Iger's complaints at all, and still struggled to stand up, but after standing up, his body didn't obey him at all. Belmel, brother, please help Belmel. Even though Nami and Nokijeo were desperately trying to hold on, they couldn't hold Belmer, who was thinking about protecting the three of them. They could only watch Belmer with tears in her eyes as she stood in front of her tremblingly. She couldn't help crying, asking for help. Iger couldn't stand this the most, and he thought about rushing over because he was worried about the safety of Belmer and Nami, so he had to step forward again and block Belmer from behind. Bermel watched Iger step forward, but he had no strength to stop him, so he could only shout dryly, hey. Ig didn't even need to think about what Belmel wanted to say. He sighed and said earnestly, don't worry, since I'm here, it's naturally me. The purpose is to intervene in any case. Belmer didn't know what to say for a while after hearing Iger's words, but there was a feeling somewhere that this guy had no purpose. What is he doing, a little boy less than 10 years old, to find so few pirates who have never known each other? Are you drinking and making friends? That's it. The three big brothers. Iger turned his eyes to the three pirate big brothers on the opposite side and smiled slightly. I want to see your boss a little bit. You have to tell him anything, and if you take me to see him, I won't make it difficult for you. The three pirate brothers stared blankly, and Iger said these words to them with a serious face, and fell silent for a while. In the silence, the cheeks of the three people bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their respective cheeks quickly turned red. Finally, after a long silence, the three of them hugged their stomachs at the same time, bursting out with shocking laughter. Ha 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 ha. Bald, did you hear what this brat said? The flower-armed elder brother touched the top of the bald-headed elder brother's smooth head, laughing until tears flowed out. Ha 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 ha. He said he is asking our boss to discuss something. I'm really convinced. Ah ha 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 ha. He said that he would not embarrass us. Big brother Mace, also tossing his bent mace, laughed frantically. Hey, you three, do you know how impolite you are? Iger looked at the three idiots and laughed, frowning slightly. It's really a bit uncomfortable. Good guy. No matter where he goes, there are people who laugh at him for being young. What's wrong with being young? Hey, you still know how to be polite? Big brother Hwaji couldn't stop laughing. He stepped forward and patted Iggy's cheek provocatively, saying, I'm still like this. Isn't it worse? Be polite. Come and beat us. Bald and Mace also mocked from behind. Since you ask, don't blame me for being rude. Iger looked at Big Brother Flower Arm and made a bold move. Chapter 249. Don't pretend it hurts so much. Iger didn't use any ability, just jumped up slightly and smashed the unremarkable fist of the flower-armed elder brother. This blow, whether it fell in Belmer's eyes or in the eyes of Big Brother Flower Arm, was a powerless attack, and he even shook his head in his heart. What kind of power can a child's fist have? Not to mention a child, it was Belmeyer himself, an adult who used to be a navy, with a powerful straight punch that didn't even break the block of this flower-armed brother. brother. Don't look at these three people but their combat power, but the only naval colonel stationed in the East China Sea can't compete. Otherwise, it is impossible for them to be the Cotter of the Barrows pirates. Her Belmer's combat power is almost at the pinnacle in this Caucosia village. Not only in Caucosia village but also in the surrounding islands. No one can beat her alone. But even such a former navy is not the combined enemy of these three people. How could such a little boy in the navy be able to cause any effective damage? How strong is he? No matter how perverted his ability is, can he still be stronger than the colonel in their navy? Impossible. The fate of this child will definitely be tragic. There was a trace of worry and self-reproach in Belmer's eyes, and she secretly hated why she couldn't be stronger so that this innocent little boy didn't have to come and be beaten. Whoops. Look at you. I'm still angry. Belmer didn't take Iger's punch seriously. The flower-armed eldest brother who once knocked her out with one punch naturally didn't take Iger's punch seriously. He has seen the world, following his boss, the outstanding naval soldier trained under the legendary Black Wrist Zifa, who has been across the sea for so many years and knows what a really powerful fist looks like. You have to be arrogant. A fist like him, who doesn't even have domineering, can't hurt himself at all. Brother Hwaji looked at Iger's unremarkable, unpleasant, and unheavy fist, and while sneering, he indifferently stretched out a palm to block in front of the fist. It's just such a punch. You don't have to force yourself, just shake it lightly. Just before the thoughts in Brother Hwaju's heart were finished, Iger's fist had already landed on his palm. It seemed like an ordinary punch, but it made him unable to read the thoughts in his heart. A bright flush rushed to Big Brother Hwaji's cheeks, and the veins on his entire face burst frantically, as if he had eaten the hottest chili pepper in the world. Open your mouth. How is this going? Why would it hurt so much? Big Brother Hwa's arm just wanted to roar in the sky. At this moment he just felt an indescribable pain exploded in the palm of his hand, and then along the base of the palm, the wrist, the ulna, the radius, and even the shoulder of the humerus, all the way back to the brain. Is this kid's fist a cannonball? There is no other feeling at all in the palm that I went to receive the fist, only the pain that hurts my muscles and bones. Even he can't feel his complete palm at all. Do not. Even the complete arm can no longer be felt, and now my arm has completely lost the ability to move. Shouldn't the bones of his entire arm were all shattered by his punch, right? Click, click, click. As if to confirm Big Brother Hwaji's guess, a crisp sound of bone cracks erupted one after another on Big Brother Hwaji's arm. Tisk tisk tisk. Let me just say it. This kid is here to be funny. Do you think? The bald head caught Iggy's palm without any suspense when he saw the flower arm, and couldn't help but sneered with his mouth open. Flower arm, why is your face so red? Click. Before the bald head's words were finished, a crisp sound of bone cracking came from the hand of the elder brother Hwaji. It seemed that something was wrong, and the bald head asked tentatively, Hwaji, have you heard? It seems that something is broken. You bastard, shut up. Brother Hwaji's eyes are about to burst with blood, and the blood vessels in his head are almost bursting. However, before he could finish speaking, his body had already escaped the control of his mouth, causing him to open his mouth hysterically and scream wildly. My hand, my hand. When he called out, Big Brother Hwaji simply stopped pretending and fell straight to the ground, hugging his broken arm from the inside, screaming and rolling frantically on the ground. The bald head and Mace standing behind the flower arm, and even Belmer and Namenaki Jo standing opposite the flower arm, are speechless. Silence. No, except for the miserable background sound of the flower-armed Big Brother floating in the air. The audience was silent. Everyone looked at it dumbly, and the twisted and disembodied arm on Brother Hwaji couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is too outrageous. Not only the injury of Big Brother Hwaji, you can feel the physical discomfort just by looking at it, but also the weird punch from Iger. What the hell is this? Just a few seconds ago, whether it was the three pirate brothers or Bellmeyer, they all felt that Iger's ordinary punch would definitely be knocked to the ground in reverse. Even when the flower-armed brother and the bald-headed brother made a mockery, they didn't think there was anything wrong with them. Although it is not pleasing to the ears, it can even be said that it is very hard to hear, but it is the truth. But now, the reality has given them a slap in the face. No, the reality slapped Belmer to wake up, but it slapped the bald-headed flower arm and the face of the Mace, making a slap. It's really too loud. Bang bang. Even the big brother Mace, who didn't speak on the other side, is digging the ground with his toes at this moment, so he can't wait to find a ground seam to get in. What a shame. One second I was mocking other people's fists, and the next second I was directly interrupted by someone. The most terrible thing is that there is a person next to you who can help you. Brother Mace glanced at the bald-headed brother beside him, and was surprised to find that at this moment the latter's face and even his entire forehead was green. He felt embarrassed for him, embarrassed and thrown home. Chapter 295. What can I see your boss? I don't believe it. You brat must have played some tricks. The bald-headed elder brother brother blushed and shouted loudly that he absolutely did not believe in such a thing. What a joke. He was a child, and that punch was so ordinary in their eyes. It was even a rather weak punch. Even if this kind of fist hits the two little girls over there, it is impossible to have any effect. The result was such a soft punch, which was able to deform Big Brother Hwaji's hand. If he dared to draw like this in the comics, he would be the first to complain to the editorial office. But, oh, is that so? It seems that you have good eyesight, big bald brother. The kid across from him said a word out of nowhere, and suddenly it was like a basin of cold water slamming out his shock and passion. The bald-headed brother calmed down and looked at Iggy. The little devil in front of him doesn't seem to care what he thinks and says, but instead he hooked his finger and asked himself to try it. The bald-headed brother panicked. Seeing this little devil react like this, he really didn't dare to go up and beat him. This kind of reaction, anyway, it's a little disturbing. The bald-headed brother has no idea how this kid can beat the flower-armed big brother with one punch, and at this moment Iger, who is opposite to him, also thinks it is quite outrageous. It's true, he himself thinks it's outrageous. How could oneself be able to punch this kind of power? There is a lot more than what these spectators felt. When Iger was punching, it was really useless, just a punch with his own body. And the flower-armed eldest brother who was on the opposite side at the time looked like he didn't care at all, but in fact the palm that resisted his fist had some kind of domineering aura attached to it. Don't look at the amount, but if it is really in actual combat when the opponent is not domineering, this is definitely the result of crushing. Just by reading the original work you can see how miserable Luffy was abused when he first entered the world of domineering, and it's the same here. The reason why Bellmeyer can't shake Big Brother Flower Arm at all is because Big Brother Flower Arm looks like a condescending man, but he is actually a master of domineering. Belmer, who is not domineering, was directly knocked down by the domineering flower-armed brother. This is the standard ending for two people who use domineering and those who do not use domineering to fight. And just now, he really didn't use anything. He didn't use the ability of Devil Fruit, he didn't use the Overlord color, and he didn't even use his full strength, so he just punched this guy's domineering power and broke his hand. If there is no domineering, it is the power of his punch, which is beyond imagination. Unexpectedly, Iger looked at his fist, which was much rougher and stronger than when he just went out to sea. Unexpectedly, the strengthening of basic attributes, the changes brought to one's body, are so powerful. As far as his current physical fitness is concerned, he can almost be compared with the 19-year-old Luffy. If that's the case, then you should just use your physical skills more. What are you doing, bald-headed brother? Come on, how about letting you experience it too? Iger looked at the bald-headed brother who was cringing across from him, and couldn't help laughing. He waved at him very enthusiastically and greeted him. The sweat on the bald brother's face, layer after layer, and the sweat on his back, one after another. He looked at the kid on the opposite side who was smiling enthusiastically, and then looked at the elder brother Hwaji who was lying on the ground with his arms wailing, and he couldn't help swallowing a saliva. Is this guy bluffing? Oh, this big brother? I don't seem to be familiar with you. Did I let you in? Iger raised his eyes and looked at the big mace who was leaping high. Your mace is already like that. Take a break, isn't it? After speaking, Iger did not neglect. His right hand slowly clenched his fist, and then aimed at the deflated eggplant in the hand of the big brother mace, and punched again in a normal way. Boom! In the heart of big brother mace, before the vision of flying the stinky brat with a single stick appeared, the head of the mace, which had been bent over in his hand, broke away from the bend with a muffled sound. Shhhhhhh. The broken half of the eggplant head flew out in a frantic spin in the air and landed on the ground with a bang. Silent. Even the wailing elder brother Hwaji temporarily stopped his wailing and looked at the half mace that flew out. He interrupted big brother Mace's mace. The mace made of fine steel was directly interrupted by him. Being attacked by a little devil without domineering power or fruit ability simply broke the steel with a punch of the flesh. The three pirates have seen it now. This little devil in front of him is not a means at all. He is just super powerful. Then what? Can I see your boss now? Iger asked lightly, looking at the three people who were dumbfounded. With only a light sentence, like a thunderous thunder, the bald-headed brother fell to his knees on the ground in fright, rushed over and hugged Iger's thigh, tears streaming down. Big brother, you are our big brother. Don't stop hitting us. We'll take you to see our big brother right away. There's no way. It's really frightening. Even if they are domineering, they can't directly interrupt the steel. This kid can do it directly with his fist. This is definitely not an enemy they can deal with. They can only hope that the boss of their own family, Barrows, can take care of this kid. Chapter 296. Don Quixote family show up. No kid. Seeing that Iger wanted to go back with the three pirate brothers, Vermal became anxious and rushed forward to grab Iger's arm and shook his head. Belmer has seen it, and he has seen Barrow's combat power up close and personal. It is no exaggeration exaggeration to say that this Barreros is definitely the elite among the naval soldiers. You must know that within the Navy and the officials of the world's official government there is a set of extremely simple and straightforward but quite powerful physical skills, that is, the 6 forms, and it is the set of 6 that makes the Navy have a strong suppressing power over ordinary pirates. Of course, if you want to learn the 6 forms, you must first have a very strong physical fitness, and at the same time you must go through rigorous training to master it, and after learning, you can continue to develop new techniques. Belmer had learned the 6 forms back then, but because his physical fitness was not strong enough, he never learned it, and when Barreros landed in Kokoyasi village, Belmer saw with his own eyes that Barreros used the 6 naval maneuvers when facing Kokoaxi village. This is enough to show that Barreros' combat power is absolutely powerful, so powerful that even if Iger has innate divine power, he may have nowhere to use it at all. Don't worry Belmer, it'll be fine. IG turned back and smiled at Belmer and shouted at Nami, who was worried. Girl, don't worry about your orange, wait for me to come back. You see them again, then be careful. When you come back, I'll treat you to oranges. Although Nami didn't know what Iger was going to do, she was still concerned about the little brother who rescued Belmer. Worried? Well, then you have to prepare a lot of big oranges. After finishing speaking, Iggy followed the 3 pirate brothers without looking back and left far away. Late at night, this is the most central location and the most prosperous area of Koko West Village. It may not be accurate enough to say that. It should be said that a few days ago, this place was the richest area in the entire Koko West Village, and now, this is the site of the Barreros pirates. In the only municipal hall in the entire Kokoyasi village, Barreros took the seat of the village chief and managed everything in the village. All production and life in the entire village must be managed by him, and even the surrounding navy was handled by Barreros, who turned the village over to him to manage. And as a traitor to the navy, why is Barreros able to act so arrogantly and unscrupulously under the eyes of the navy? Of the deal with the navy, which was mediated by the middleman Joker. On this day, Kokoyaksi village welcomed 2 groups of special guests. One was Doflamingo, the tyrannical Kaiwohe Tieniasha, who was already famous in the world at a young age, and the other was sent by the navy headquarters, the cross-dresser in charge of the transaction. The 2 groups of people quietly converged in a remote spot in the village of Kokoyasi, and then the disguise personnel changed into the costumes of the Don Quixote family and pretended to be Doflamingo's subordinates. It was not until the dead of night, when the lights of all houses were extinguished, that he swaggered into the city hall. Hey, Barreros, it's coming out soon. Get the goods out. Brother Ming was wearing a flamingo coat on his back, purple striped layered pants on his legs, and purple high heels on his feet. He completely ignored the 2 pirate guards at the door and swaggered open the door of the city hall. Behind him, several people followed. A very tall and strong man with dark golden armor all over his body and a dark golden mask with spades on his face. This is a fierce general under Doflamingo who doesn't speak much. Pika. Behind Pika was a tall man who was also quite tall but as thin as a hemp pole, covered in colorful and garish stripes, and even a bright red flag was draped behind him. This is the most popular and strongest sword fighter, Diamanti, in the eyes of Dressrosa's fighting fish lovers. Walking behind the 2, there was a man who moved quite slowly. His body was covered with sticky green liquid, his face was wrinkled, another huge drop of snot dripped from his nostrils, and he was holding a golden stick in his hand. Grass Scepter, the one who took a fancy to Doflamingo at first glance, and fed him the fruit of the offline line, and led him to form the Don Quixote family, was him. Torapol. The 4 members of the Don Quixote family were followed by civilians from the navy, carrying several large boxes in their hands, apparently filled with 5 billion baileys used to buy the fruits of surgery. When Doflamingo came, he arranged his younger brother Corazon in Dressrosa and let him sit there. He only brought these 3 top cotters out, naturally to ensure the safety of the transaction. Yes, the Barreros pirates are so flamboyant that they dare to openly carry out such transactions in the city hall. Doflamingo swaggered at the front, frowning at the empty hall, and then at the clock hanging on the wall. The time displayed on it was a few minutes earlier than agreed. Hey, a broken pirate group is really powerful. With a disdainful snort from his nose, Doflamingo thought that Barreros had to wait until time to come out, and a strong dissatisfaction suddenly appeared on his face, and he sat directly on the sofa in the middle of the hall, quietly waiting for time. However, time passed by minute, getting closer and closer to the agreed time between the 2 parties, and still no Barreros came out to deliver the goods. Doflamingo got a little irritable and started shaking his thighs uneasily. After another 5 minutes, and even 3 minutes beyond the originally agreed time, the entire city hall is still not even a ghost. Brother Doflamingo finally couldn't bear it anymore. The blood vessels on his forehead were about to burst. He jumped up from the sofa irritably, stepped on the high heels angrily, and walked walked up the stairs. "This bastard, if he dares to destroy the steel, I will tear him up directly." Doflamingo kept talking and slammed the door of the office open, but this kick made his face completely black. The room was clean and tidy, but no one was there. "This Barreros is not in the city hall at all. This goddamn bastard, he played with us." Brother Doflamingo's entire brow was frowned, and a few thin invisible lines were thrown out, directly cutting everything in the room into pieces. Chapter 297 The Fruit of the Operation. "I want it. An hour ago. The pier in Coco West Village. Hurry up, we have to move to the town hall in an hour." Under the moonlight, a pirate ship had just docked steadily on the beach, and the rope ladder was lowered from the side of the ship, and the pirates hurriedly climbed down the rope ladder. On the beach, a big man with a square face could clearly see his face clearly, and he was anxiously urging the crew members who were still on the ship to throw the boxes containing the cargo to the crew members who had already landed. At this time and place, it is still possible to dock and unload the cargo, and the one who said that the cargo will be moved back to the city hall within an hour can only be the pirate Barrows, who has a deal with the Navy tonight. Yes, until an hour before the transaction, there was no cargo required by the Navy in Cocoyasi Village. Surgical fruit. He also explained to Doflamingo in advance that in order to protect the surgical fruit and his own personal safety, he would first place the surgical fruit in a secret place and wait until an hour before the transaction to transport it to Coco West Village. As a man who has been in the Navy for a few years, Barreros is well versed in the urination of these people in the Navy. If he doesn't tell them how much insurance he has, he might be sacked directly. Even if the fruit of the operation is quite valuable, it has to be spent on life. What's more, the scumbag Navy is looking for a master who doesn't seem to be reassuring. Doflamingo, that man just doesn't look normal. Under such heavy threats, he can only choose to protect himself. So I chose to ship the goods back at this time. Hurry up. Barrows looked at the cargo on the ship with some worry, for fear that something was wrong with them. With all his attention on the cargo, he didn't notice two sneaky figures behind the rocks by the beach. "Hey, Corazon." A kid wearing a black spotted hat on a white background raised his head to look at the man beside him in a black flamingo coat with a clown makeup on his face, with a hint of worry in his eyes. "Do you really want to do this?" The two sneaky figures hiding at the unloading site of Barreros are Doflamingo's younger brother, Corazon, and his younger brother, Lugo. "Don't worry, it's okay. As long as we run fast enough, there will be absolutely no problem." Corazon patted Lugo's head and smiled. Even so, his heart was trembling. As a Navy lurking in the Don Quixote family, Corazon has always held a glimmer of fantasy. That is, one day he can awaken the trace of humanity in his brother's mind. "Back then, my father decided to give up the identity of the Tianlong people, and the family of four returned to civilian life. However, because of this, the civilians who were oppressed in the eyes of the Tianlong people had someone to vent. The mother died of illness under the scolding of everyone, and the three of them, father and son, were also tied to a pillar by angry civilians to be burned to death. At the critical moment, the elder brother broke out into a tyrannical look and stunned all the civilians. Just when he thought that the father and son were saved, the elder brother pointed the gun at his kind father. Boom! There is no suspense. The father fell in a pool of blood, and the two brothers were separated. Many years later, when he embraced saving his brother's lost humanity again, he found that his brother had completely drowned in the memories of that year. Just when he was in despair, he met this little guy beside him, a little kid who was almost dehumanized by the perch disease. Because of the lead disease, he died soon, and was avoided by everyone as a plague god, and even cursed to death. So he wanted to destroy everything he saw. When he volunteered to join the Don Quixote family, his eyes were exactly the same as when his brother was young. Since then, Corazon has decided that he must heal this little guy's mind. It is absolutely impossible for him to set foot on the road of his brother this time, and if you want to cure him, the only way is to get rid of the great despair deep in his heart and cure his lead disease. Although he has gone through countless large hospitals and smashed countless large hospitals, he still has not been cured, but he still inquired about an absolutely reliable treatment method. That is the fruit of surgery. As long as you eat the fruit of surgery, any disease can be completely cured, and the fruit of the surgery right in front of you. He pretended to stay in his brother's lair, but in fact he had already secretly inquired about all the details of the Operation Fruit transaction, including the fact that Barrows would deliver the Operation Fruit an hour before the transaction. It is always convenient to have the news network of the Navy. Everything is ready. Now I just have to rush up and grab the fruits of the operation. He even arranged his own way back. After finishing this vote, he went directly to the Navy, who was on the other beach, and left with Lugo. Corazon's eyes were fixed on the unloading site. Looking at the rows of boxes, he knew that the fruit of the operation was there. Finally, the last box was thrown down too. It's time. Corazon's eyes narrowed, and he immediately patted Lugo and himself on the head. A strange wave dissipated, and in a flash, all the sounds made by himself and Lugo would not be heard. The fruit of silence, the ability to cancel sound. After doing all this, Khorasan finally gave Robbie a quiet gesture and was about to rush up. However, just when Khorasan was about to rush out, three figures came over from the other side of the beach, one with a flowered arm, one with a bald head, and one with a half-half mace, shouting while running, "Boss, boss, someone wants to see you. Someone wants to see Barreros." Doflamingo's face quickly appeared in Khorasan's mind. "Is it my brother?" Khorasan thought for a while, but still stabilized his body and did not dare to rush out rashly. "Meet me, you three idiots. Didn't you go and get Belmer back? Get back someone who wants to see me." When Barreros heard these three people's words, he was furious. He turned around and yelled at the three of them. The three of them were sprayed with saliva, but they didn't dare to say a word. There's no way. Who can't afford to offend them on both sides? The three did not speak, but a silver light flashed behind them, and a childish voice came from afar. "I'm here to see you on behalf of Bermel. In addition, I'm here to inform you of one thing. I want the fruits of your surgery." Chapter 298 New Sign-In, Navy 6. I want the fruit of your surgery. With the tender voice resounding on the coast, the silver light lit up and dissipated, and then everyone saw a little boy in a navy uniform strangely appearing in front of the three pirate brothers. This little boy who appeared strangely was Iggy. As soon as Ignatius appeared, the entire beach, including the pirate crew who were preparing to deliver the goods in full swing, and Barreros, who was furious and was about to reprimand the trio of flower-armed bald mace, even Khorasan and Lugo, who were hiding behind the rocks and covered with the fruit of silence, all stared out of their sockets and smashed their chins on the ground. This silence didn't last long, and a burst of thunder-like laughter suddenly erupted on the beach. "Hey, ha 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 ha, it's really laughing at me. Do you listen to this kid just now? Ha ha ha. He said he wanted the fruits of our surgery. Is he just a kid? Is there no one in the Navy? Ha ha ha. Oh no, I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Hey kid, will your Navy send you alone to snatch our cargo? This is not a Navy game, so hurry back and find your big army." The pirates next to the beach suddenly burst into laughter, hugging their stomachs one by one, laughing so hard that they spit mercilessly. However, Barreros, who was standing at the front of the group of pirates, did not show any smile at all, but his face was abnormally gloomy, like a dark cloud about to thunder and rain. "You said you're here on behalf of Belmeyer?" He grabbed the point of his words at once. "Do you still want the fruit of the operation?" Barreros looked at Iger, and at the aggrieved combination of flower-armed bald-headed mace in front of him, and immediately understood in his heart, does that even need to be said? These three idiots, one Belmel didn't solve it, and even stabbed the secret delivery point on his side. "You three traitors! How dare you fornicate with the Navy?" Barreros roared, punching three punches, throwing the three of them to the ground, without the three even having a chance to speak, just fainted. On the other side, Khorasan saw that the visitor was a little boy wearing a Navy uniform, and thought of the most likely possibility. That is, this guy, on behalf of the Navy's backhand, came directly to the rear, intending to directly snatch the fruit of the operation. Just as he was about to talk to Lugo, Khorasan suddenly saw that Lugo looked at Iger with a trace of envy in his eyes. Cough. "So what? Don't get me wrong." Iger coughed, thinking of defending these three poor fellows. "The three of them also took me around this Cocoa West village for a whole night. You can see that it's almost 12 o'clock. If they didn't have nowhere to go, they wouldn't have come here. They are not traitors." "Don't talk nonsense." Barreros directly compared his hand to the shape of a pistol and pointed at Iger's head. "What does Belmel want you to tell me? To be honest, my flying finger gun can blow you up in one fell swoop." Brain. Compared to his worries that this kid could single-handedly steal the fruits of the operation, Barreros obviously felt that Belmer was more important. Looking at this kid wearing a Navy uniform, he was obviously a trainee soldier in the Navy. He must have heard of the sixth form. Compared with his own flying finger gun, it would have a great deterrent effect on him. Iger felt the slight stinging pain between his eyebrows. He knew that it was the advanced version of the Navy's sixth form, the flying finger spear. Unexpectedly, this Barreros has already cultivated the sixth form to the point where he can use the flying finger gun. It doesn't look very good, but it's not enough to use this trick to threaten Yig. "Ah," Belmer said. Iger looked directly into Barreros' eyes with a small smile. "You can die quickly." "You." Barreros never dreamed that the stinky brat would dare to be so arrogant when a gun was pointed at his head. A trace of angry killing intent emerged from his eyes crazily. He was in a hurry to deliver the goods to Brother Ming, and he didn't have time to delay him. And this kid made it clear that he was here to grab the fruit of the operation. Killing it was definitely the most correct choose. Kill. Even in the face of a child, Barreros still won't show any mercy. Boom. The arm trembled, and an incomparably tyrannical wind shot out from the fingertips of Barreros. It was an invisible bullet, but it was more destructive than a real brass bullet. If If you can be domineering, you have to see if the domineering is tough enough. Iger is not afraid at all. He has already put a barrier on his forehead. Even if he leaves Barreros empty, he will never break the barrier above his head. However, just when Iger was going to use the barrier to resist this gas bomb from the chin, a beautiful and magnetic female voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, remind the owner, it's already the second day. Do you want to sign in? Play against this Barreros without any pressure. Sign it. Iger measured the speed of light in his heart. Compared with the battle with Barreros, Iger still felt that the sign-in was more important. Yes. Ding, congratulations, master, because your strength and fitness value have exceeded 100 recently, and your skill value has exceeded 50. You are specially rewarded 6 forms for signing in this time. Ding, the prize has been put into the system backpack. Please pay attention to check it. Navy. 6 types. Iggy's eyes lit up instantly. Does this even require a description? It doesn't need to be explained at all. Skill name, 6 forms. Rating, S. The 6 superhuman tricks practiced by CP9, a secret organization of the world government since childhood, are extremely powerful. If they learn all of them, even those with devil fruit abilities will have the power to fight. Due to its high practicability, some admirals will also be 1 or 2 of them, including shaving, lanyard, iron block, finger gun, paper painting and moon step. Remarks. There are no remarks this time. Iger suddenly felt that there was a lot of information in his mind, and some memory suddenly appeared in the muscles of his body. Without hesitation, Iger directly removed the transparent barrier in front of his forehead and shouted loudly, "Iron block hard." As the voice fell, Iger only felt that not only his head but also his body was as hard as a piece of iron. Not to mention gas bombs, even artillery shells can stop it. Boom. Sure enough, the flying finger gun that Barreros was proud of knocked down Iger's forehead like a breeze blowing, leaving no trace. What? Barreros was really shocked in cold sweat, and the words Iger had just shouted echoed in his ears for a long time. This kid, he knows 6 styles. Just as Barreros looked at Iger in a daze, a blue light shone from under Iger's feet on the opposite side. Land feed. Chapter 299. Three-legged cat. 6 style vs genuine 6 style. Barreros looked at Iger blankly. Obviously a blue light had been thrown from the opponent's feet, but his mind and memory still stayed on the last second. The sentence Iger had just shouted, "Iron nuggets are hard." This is the 6th form, and it's not the naval version of the 6 forms that the Navy borrowed from the world's official government, but the real, the orthodox 6 forms that CP9 has been practicing since childhood. Although in the Navy, there are also 6 styles that can only be learned by secret officials of the world's official government, but those are simplified versions, which are general-purpose versions that can be used by naval soldiers whose training level is far lower than that of special agents. And that's it. In the Navy, it is still a technique that can be learned only with considerable combat effectiveness. Higher-level development and special applications are simply not something that can be learned in the Navy, because those higher-level and more specific development applications require not only more advanced technical guidance but also hell-like rigorous training. Except for the secret organization that has been in the world's official government since childhood, the personnel of the espionage agency who have received rigorous training, and any naval soldier, there is no way to learn it. So when Iger called out the name of the move, Barreros really felt a blast of thunder which blew through his entire body from his heart. This kid, not the Navy, is a world official spy. Barreros never imagined that his single transaction would lead to the people of the world's official government. Iger's kick seems to be slow, and one leg is very rounded and draws a blue wind from the back to the front, as if the sharpness that can cut everything radiates from the middle, and then it seems to be off the string. The arrow shot out suddenly. The blue wind rose against the storm almost instantly, extending from less than 1 meter in length to 5 or 6 meters high. The sharpness exuding from the wind also expanded dozens of times at the moment when it skyrocketed. Almost everyone present, including the crew watching the lively on the ship in the distance, including Khorasan, and the other behind the rocks farther away. Look, I feel my scalp is numb. It wasn't until this time that Barreros realized that Iger had used the most difficult move of the 6 styles against himself, Lanjiao. The original shock in his heart was dispelled by the numbness that could be felt in the pores all over his body. Barreros knew deeply that if he dared to neglect this blow, he would directly kill him. Immediately, he chose the most correct choice. Shave. Barreros shouted. His feet instantly exerted force, and his entire body turned into a blurred after image perpendicular to the direction of the blue light. Dodging out. Laugh. Almost at the same time, Iger's languid feet cut through the air fiercely, and directly cut deep knife marks on the ground where Barreros had stayed before. Card la 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 la. The huge half-moon-shaped blue light slid fast against one side, cut everything along the way, and flew out a few hundred meters, creating a deep ravine between the pirate ship and the beach behind it. Che, it's really the first time. It's a little rusty. IG couldn't help help sighing when he looked at Barrows, whose reaction flashed out quickly. Ooh, that's dangerous. Barrows dodged to the side, looking at the bottomless ravine beside him. His heart almost jumped out. This gully is not wide, but it is very deep, and even the sea water is gushing out of it. This kick actually cut off the rock formations on the entire coast. Barrows suddenly broke out in layers of cold sweat on his forehead and back. Fortunately, he didn't resist hard just now, otherwise he would have been cleaned up by the trick. Then, Iger looked at Barrows' eyes, and there was a trace of excitement in his eyes. It's time to try the next move. You, what are you doing? Barrows looked at Iger's eyes, not knowing why his heart was a little chilled. Just now I thought that this guy was just a little devil, and he was not afraid at all. Who would have known that this little devil actually had the background of the world's official spy agency? From the moment he guessed that he was an official of the official government of the world, Barrows was a little reluctant to do it. It's not because of the power of the world government behind him, but because of the fear of his strength. So when I saw Iger looking at him with that kind of eyes, my heart tensed subconsciously. Hey, I just want to try my new trick. I smiled. Then his body sank slightly, his eyes aimed at Barrows not far away, and he drank softly. Shave. Before he finished speaking, his whole body turned into a blurred thin line, and at an extremely terrifying speed, he rushed straight to Barrows. That speed compared to the speed of shaving that Barrows showed just now, I don't know how many times faster. Iger even had the illusion that even if it was faster than the speed of his own thunder fruit, he would still be unstoppable. Barrows only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and when he reacted, Iger's straight fist flashed in front of him, facing his face. Iron Nugget Meteor. Another soft drink came out of Iger's mouth. Iger's body underwent a strange change in an instant. The skeletal muscles all over his body seemed to be condensed into a ball, and the hardness was directly turned several times. This is a development technique created by Iger, using the simplest idea. Speed and hardness are equal to strength. Using the speed of shaving and the hardness of the iron block, the entire body was turned into a meteor, and it slammed straight into Barrows with a destructive attitude. Barrows looked at Iger, who was wearing a meteor-like meteor, and rushed towards him at a speed several times faster than when he dodged just now, and his scalp exploded in an instant. This speed is definitely not the speed that you can avoid. Layer after layer of cold sweat came out from every piece of skin on Barrows' body, and countless thoughts emerged in his head in an instant, but none of them could perfectly resolve the situation in front of him. A hard fist that is so fast that it can't dodge at all. How can there be an absolutely perfect way? Iron block. Barrows is worthy of being a Navy soldier, and his reaction is also exceptionally fast. When he was sure that he had absolutely no way to avoid such a punch from Iger, he directly chose to sink into his dantian, and all the muscles in his body contracted into a lump. In less than a second, his body was as hard as steel. Boom. Almost at the same time, Iger's hardened fist and Barrows' hardened forehead collided fiercely. In the next second, Barrows' body was directly attached to the ground and flew straight upside down. Chapter 300. The fruit of this operation, I accepted it. Bang bang bang. Barrows flew out all the way upside down, smashing the countless boulders he hit along the way into pieces. As early as the moment he was hit by Iger's fist, the hardening on his body had already been broken up by Iger's fist, and he was able to smash so many stones in a row, all relying on Iger's powerful punches. Finally, after flying out for hundreds of meters and smashing dozens of boulders, Barrows finally hit another oversized stone, deeply engraved his body on the stone, and then softly fell to the ground. Cough cough cough. The continuous violent impact on his back caused Barrows to break almost all of his ribs. He lay down on the ground softly, coughing out mouth after mouth of blood. However, this is still not the biggest damage this blow will bring him. The crew of the Barrows pirates, and even Corazon and Lugo, who were hiding behind the boulder in the distance, saw from a distance Barrows, who was lying on the ground and struggling to stand up. The original square head was flattened by a corner, because the inside of the head was so severely squeezed that the blood inside the skull had nowhere to put it, and it flowed out of all the holes it could find. Eyes, noses, ears and mouths are constantly bleeding out. Looking at the tragic state of Barrows from a distance, everyone could not help but take a deep breath. This kid, who seems to be less than 10 years old, is simply strong and completely inhuman. Who is your boss? Barrows. If we want to talk about the record, that is the man who was able to tie with the admiral of the Navy and the black wrists he fought, and even the strong physical fitness can learn the 6 forms of the Navy. It can be said that even if all the pirates present are added together, they will definitely not be able to beat their own Captain Barrows. The second is that it is so powerful that it is almost invincible in the hearts of pirates, and it was beaten by a child who seemed to be only 8 or 9 years old under their noses. Not with one punch, but almost killed. Even looking at the child's relaxed gait and expression, he did not use even half of his strength at all. Looking at his performance just just now. It seemed like he was trying out his newly learned skills. This kid is so scary. Iger's performance was completely beyond the pirate's cognition, and everyone regarded this child as a god of plague and did not dare to approach it. However, it backfired. The plague god in everyone's eyes didn't stay too long after knocking his captain out from a distance. He walked straight towards the remaining crew members with a slight smile on his face. Very perverted laugh. Every pirate, whether on or off the boat, felt a chill running through his body from the bottom of his heart. This guy, shouldn't he be a murderer? Iger walked slowly towards the pirate ship of Barrows step by step, and the members of the pirate group stepped back step by step, as if they had seen some terrifying monster. One pirate even tripped over the box while retreating and sat on the sand. When he reacted again, the little god of plague had already walked in front of him. "You don't come here." The pirate put his hands on the ground and crawled back inch by inch. His back was already soaked in cold sweat, and a distant light hit Iger from behind, pulling his shadow along. No matter how hard the pirates crawled, they couldn't crawl out of Iggy's shadow. They just felt as if they were being stared at by some evil ghost, and their whole body was cold and numb. Iger, who was carrying the light, couldn't see his expression clearly. The pirates only knew that he was smiling, and then Iger reached out and bent down. This action of Iger almost sent the pirate away, and the pirate was so frightened that his soul flew away, and he quickly closed his eyes. However, after waiting for a long time, the pain in his imagination never came, but instead he heard the creaking sound of opening the box. Quietly opened his eyes. The god of plague was indeed rummaging through the box in front of him. "What are these? I thought you could ship some gold or something. What the hell are these heart-shaped apples?" Iger muttered while rummaging. "Good guy. This Barrows really brought his dog's life to the extreme. There are 50 big boxes, all of which are apples in exactly the same shape as the surgical fruit in the picture book. Everything is the same except no patterns. These guys are so tossed." Iger dared to guarantee that this Barrows would definitely take everything away on the second day after the transaction, leaving absolutely no traces, leaving no place for the Navy to kill a carbine. "I still don't believe it." Ig got angry and stretched out his hand. 50 boxes were instantly lined up by the sand, and then 50 palms condensed from the sand stretched out from the sand and opened them together. The box, carefully rummaging. All the pirates present were so frightened that they did not dare to come out and held their breath as Iger rummaged through the box. The boss was directly killed by someone. Can he still go up? What are you kidding? The boss is so miserable. Isn't he good to live? After a while, there was a hand of sand holding a fruit covered with curly patterns, and moved to Ig hurriedly, handing over the fruit. "Well, it's not bad." Ig received the fruit, weighed it in his hand, and then looked around the pirates of the Barrows regiment. "Well, I accept this fruit. You have no opinion?" "No." All pirates, whether on board or off, old or new, no matter what old or new grudges they have with each other, are all extremely consistent, and they shout these two words in unison, and they are full of anger. Not only that, but everyone even put on a grin that was brushed together, revealing rows of white teeth shining with crystal light under the moonlight, as if afraid that Iger would not take this devil fruit away. "Okay, that's fine. I'm afraid you will be embarrassed, but looking at this, you are all good people." Iger nodded with satisfaction, praised the pirates, then collected the fruits of the operation, turned around and prepared to leave. This time, the fruit of the operation has also been obtained, and now it is almost time to find Khorasan and Luo. As long as you hand over the fruit of the operation to Khorasan before the transaction, everything can be done without anyone noticing. Just as Iger was ready to leave with joy, a steady voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Wait, this little brother, can you give me the fruit of the operation?" Pirate I, the son of Roger, a 9-year-old admiral. Chapter 301-320. Chapter 301. Khorasan and Luo. "Do you agree?" As soon as this voice came out before the figure appeared in everyone's field of vision, the crew of Barrows immediately scolded in their hearts. Which one is the one who doesn't have long eyes? Wouldn't it be nice to quietly send such a god of plague away? Why stop him? Stop him and you'll be beaten, right? You don't have a little bit of eyesight. A large amount of resentment and shadows suddenly gathered above the heads of the crew members, and they almost scolded the guy who spoke. "If you say that, what if he stops again?" Sure enough, hearing this uninvited guest's voice, Iger stopped his steps to leave. In just 1 second, countless possibilities flashed through his mind. This voice is definitely not Brother Ming or Fergo, and it can't be Pika or Diamanti, let alone if it's the master. How could he be so polite? It can't be the Navy. After all, he is wearing the uniform of the Navy. If it is the Navy, he should stop himself for questioning after he leaves here completely, right? There is someone who can figure out the number of cargo routes of Barrows in advance, but he has absolutely no idea of his trajectory, or even where he will go in the future. Then, there is only that person. Iger looked back and saw two figures, one big and one small, coming out of the pile of rocks. The older one was wearing a black flamingo coat, which was almost almost exactly the same as Brother Ming, except that he wore a black hood covering his yellow hair and had a clown makeup on his face. Next to him was a child staring at a dead fish. The only distinctive feature was the big hat with black spots on a white background on his head. It was this hat that told Iger who he was. Is that Doflamingo? Several crew members on the barrows also recognized Corazon's clothes, but they didn't make much of it in the dark. Can see colors. Oh, aren't you stupid? That's Corazon, Doflamingo's younger brother, the second head of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo is in pink. Someone immediately patted at the heads of these confused bastards. Corrected. That's the Don Quixote family. Are we safe? As soon as the other crew members heard that it was from the Don Quixote family, they immediately apologized in their hearts for those thoughts just now. This is obviously our savior. The people of the Don Quixote family have come to protect the fruits of our surgery. It seems that Joker, the most stable middleman, is really quite reliable. The news on their side has not been sent out. They originally thought that the fruit of their operation was just about to be robbed. This business has not been completed. Who knows that their people will be magical at the critical moment. Lord Corazon, get rid of that kid. Yes, it's up to you, Lord Corazon. The crew of Barreros, seeing Corazon's appearance, immediately put their hearts in their stomachs and shouted at Lord Corazon, looking forward to Corazon's ability to guarantee the success of this transaction. On the opposite side, Iger looked at Corazon with a cold eye and compared a thumbs up to the crew members from a distance, and made sure of one thing in his heart. When I arrived just now, I heard the flower-armed bald mace and the others mentioned something about 1 hour. Maybe their deal with the Navy is about to start, or in other words, it has already started. What is absolutely certain is that Brother Ming has already arrived on this island, and even if he has Pika by his side, once he finds something abnormal, he can rush here almost instantly. Looking at Lugo next to Corazon, Iger knew that he had to speed up a bit, as far as possible, before Brother Ming finds anything abnormal. Give this Lugo the fruit of the operation to eat. That, are you planning to steal the fruit of the operation? Iger didn't have any hostility, spread out his hands, put the fruit of the operation in the palm of his hand, and said hello to the two. Aren't you talking nonsense? Corazon stared at the surgical fruit in Iger's hand, his eyes erratic along with the movements of Iger's hand. This is what our Don Quixote family promised to protect. Is it normal? After all, with the crew of Barreros watching behind him, Corazon couldn't say anything outrageous. Although Corazon had previously decided to directly challenge the Barreros pirates to steal the fruit of the operation, it was only on the premise that he had enough backup players. Whether it can run away is another matter. At least everything is within the plan. But Iger's appearance directly broke all his plans, especially when Iger showed the combat power that could instantly kill Barreros. He knew that it was very unlikely that he could get the fruit of the operation by force. There are only a few minutes before the time between the Navy and Barreros. Once the elder brother finds something wrong, he will definitely ask Pika to look for Barreros everywhere, and he will arrive here soon. Until that time, there might still be a chance. While Iggy and his brother were fighting, alas, Iger sighed. His feet exerted force and almost instantly flashed to Corazon's side. Corazon only felt that the pores all over his body had exploded. He didn't react at all, and Iger had already appeared beside him. With hindsight, Corazon immediately wanted to jump away, but before the action was performed, Iger quickly attached to his ear and said, "Wait a minute, I'm not malicious. I know you want to cut off the fruit and treat the child named Lugo." La Song was stunned for a moment, and then the purple halo in his hand touched Iger's shoulder lightly, and then he still exerted force on his feet and jumped a few meters away. "Speak slowly now, they won't hear it." Corazon looked at Iger. "Why do you know such a thing?" Corazon can be sure that he and Lugo will not disclose this kind of information to anyone, because revealing a little bit means capital punishment. So this little devil will know about this, which makes him feel quite dangerous. "I don't want to explain too much." Iger shook his head, showing a very tough expression. "I just ask you, the fruit of the operation, I want to eat it for Lugo. Do you agree or not?" "Well, of course I agree. What conditions do you have?" Hearing this, Corazon immediately gave up all ideas. As long as he could eat the fruit of the operation and cure Lugo, it didn't matter what conditions he had. Chapter 302. Feed him fruit. "Have you asked me?" "I don't care what conditions you have, as long as Lugo can eat this fruit, I promise you." As soon as Corazon heard Iger's words, his eyes lit up, staring straight at Iger's eyes, his face full of excitement. "Although I don't know why this powerful child in front of me knows his plan. I don't know why he rushed over to grab the fruits of the operation. He didn't even know why, but he wanted to hand over the fruit of the operation he had finally snatched up to Lugo, who seemed to be quite inaccessible beside him. But none of these are important. He has only one purpose. As long as he can let Lugo eat this operable fruit, no matter what the conditions are, he doesn't care. With a sigh of relief, Iger was secretly glad that he didn't say too much nonsense. He knew knew that as long as he said that he would give Lugo the fruit of the operation, Khorasan would definitely give up any nonsense and just agree. Oops, is this the world of the strong? Oh my god, didn't you see it just now? The two of them have already passed a trick between the lightning and flint. As expected of the second in command of the Don Quixote family, with a child behind him, he can even play against that boy. Now the fruits of our surgery are here. Just when Iger and Khorasan reached an agreement, the thoughts of the surrounding Barrow's crew were still immersed in the collision between Iger and Khorasan. Iger and Khorasan were so fast that they made so many small movements that the scoundrels outside couldn't see it clearly. Until now, they still thought that Khorasan was guarding the child behind him, quietly confronting Iger, and no one could find a chance to kill the other party, especially Khorasan's tall and straight back and the arm that always protected Lugo. It was about to turn them into fans. Really, so handsome, so manly. They immediately had confidence in the outcome of this battle. Lord Khorasan from the Don Quixote family will definitely solve this nasty little devil for them. Of course, among the crew members, there were also some sharp-eyed people who frowned and looked at Iger from a distance as if they found something wrong. Okay, then next. Iger didn't want to have any dawdling. He directly took the fruit of the operation and turned his head to look at Lugo, who was guarded by Khorasan. Let's start now. Don't dawdle, just let Lugo take a bite and let them run away directly. Khorasan doesn't have to stand in the position of his father and face the muzzle of his brother after many years. However, just when Khorasan and Iger were both relieved and felt that this matter was finally being completed, Lugo, who had never spoken, suddenly raised his head and looked at Iger, with a hint of stubbornness in the eyes of the dead fish. I don't want to eat it. What did you say? Iger was shocked. What are you talking about, Lugo? This is the only chance to cure Percy Stein disease. Khorasan was also stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and tried to persuade Lugo. But no matter how Khorasan persuaded, Lugo's eyes never changed, and he still stubbornly looked at the surgical fruit in Iger's hand with a disgusted expression on his face. Although he didn't know the value of this fruit, he knew that the Don Quixote family relied on the brokerage of the sale of devil fruits to survive. And this fruit, the reason why Khorasan can get so much information is because this fruit is the name of the navy. Originally, the Don Quixote family was only an intermediary, earning an intermediary fee, and the real buyer was the navy. But now, this guy in the navy uniform has appeared in this place and robbed the devil fruit. Apparently it was an arrangement within the navy. If you eat this fruit here, how will Khorasan beside you explain it? Why did Khorasan, who was supposed to be based in Dressrosa, appear inexplicably on the beach where Barreros was carrying goods, and didn't tell Minga the news? Even if you can use the news of the navy and come to protect the fruit of surgery from being robbed by this navy boy, why is he eating the fruit of surgery even though he is protecting the safety of the fruit? There is absolutely no way to explain these things, whether it is himself or Khorasan, and the result of not being able to explain these things is that Khorasan, who has been protecting himself and making himself happy, protecting himself and caring for himself and loving himself, will not only be hunted down by the Don Quixote family, but even be held accountable by the navy above. So no matter what, you must never eat this fruit, otherwise Khorasan, who is so kind, so gentle and so loving to himself, will definitely be in danger of his life. Absolutely right, do not can eat. However, although he thought so in his heart, Lugo put on a rather nasty expression on his face and questioned the two people present loudly. You want me to eat the fruit of the surgery? Have you asked my opinion? I just don't want to eat it. I just don't want to be cured. Can't do it. Why do you have to force me to drink it? Lugo. Khorasan, who had just been ignited, was suddenly drowned out by Lugo's reaction, and he was at a loss for a while. No way. He really felt that Lugo, a child, had some problems in his heart, and he might really be unwilling to eat this fruit. But Iger didn't have any scruples, and he came here with all the hard work so that he wouldn't let Khorasan be killed by Ming Ge. Isn't it just to let Lugo eat the fruit before Brother Ming finds out? Now that Brother Ming is coming soon, where is there so much time for him to talk nonsense? You brat, the fruit that I grabbed for you personally is just for you to eat. How can you not eat it? Iger was immediately furious and his eyes were angry. The violent overlord's domineering arrogance swept out in an instant, and the crew of the pirate ship behind them didn't even understand what was going on, and they were already on the ground. Immediately afterwards, Iger made another gentle force at his feet, and he appeared in front of Lugo like a ghost. He grabbed Lugo's mouth and forcefully opened his mouth. Then, he held the surgical fruit in his other hand to put it in his mouth. Let me eat you. Iger's hand was quite fast, and it was delivered to Lugo in less than half a second. However, just as Iger was about to put the fruit of the operation into Lugo's mouth, his strong arm suddenly jumped out of the rock next to him, grabbing Iger's arm tightly, preventing him from advancing even a bit. Phew 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 phew. You said you want to eat the fruit of the surgery. Have you asked me, Joker? Iger must save Khorasan, the most gentle gentleman. Small climax is coming. Get ready to fight. Oh. Chapter 303. Then you two, let's go together. Joker. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Iger's heart tensed subconsciously, and then he made a decisive decision. The ability of Shasha Fruit was activated instantly. The whole body turned into a handful of quicksand, rolled the surgical fruit and drifted out more than 10 meters away. Brush. The flowing sand slipped away from the fingers of the originally clenched palm, quickly gathered with the sand that had just drifted away, and reassembled into Iger's human form. Although Iger couldn't remember who this name was for a while, but with that wild laughter full of demonic nature, as well as that sinister tone and domineering magnetic voice, Iger couldn't forget what he said. You don't need to look at all. Just hearing his voice, Iger can guess who it is. Tieniasha, Don Quixote Doflamingo. The reason why Iger is so nervous is because of the name. Brother Doflamingo can be said to be one of the most charismatic villain bosses in the entire pirate world. When the old thief Oda first portrayed him, he made various elaborate arrangements for this person's fate from childhood. Originally supposed to be a celestial dragon, he was born as a man at the top of the world, but because of his father's kindness and weakness, he was forced to give up his identity as a celestial dragon and return to the world of mortals. Father's initiative to give up his identity as a Tianlong person did not make the oppressed commoners feel relieved, but aroused their boundless malice. Revenge. In the face of the Tianlong people, they can be said to be the only remaining kind-hearted beings, and they chose to vent their anger against them that they have been oppressed by the Tianlong people. The mother fell ill and died of sickness and starvation, and the three of them, father and son, were tied to a pillar and were to be burned to death by angry flames from heaven to hell. I am afraid that is the case. Brother Ming, who has endured such great suffering for no reason, has since then been full of resentment towards this world. Therefore, he has no sympathy for ordinary people, whether they are children, women, or the elderly, and he does all kinds of inhuman deeds firmly and ruthlessly. Stealing gold in the sky, acting as a middleman in the underground world, seizing power in Dressrosa, providing devil fruits under Kaido, and even for this purpose, the evil scientist Caesar has been conducting secret experiments. These great achievements were all made when Ming Ge was still young, and the rate of increase was many times faster than those of the so-called extremely evil generations 10 years later. He is not a racially talented player like Kaido Lingling, who is at the peak of his debut, but he is definitely the most ruthless super genius among normal humans, the most perverted in talent, and the deepest in the city. And what Iger met now is a super genius who has grown up completely. This guy, apart from Shanks and Whitebeard, is definitely the strongest opponent he has ever encountered. Weird and fantastic application skills, boundless domineering, and the awakened super perverted thread fruit. Iger had simulated countless times in his mind, but he still couldn't think of what the battle between himself and Doflamingo would be like, and I finally saw it today. The flying sand that Iger turned into, at a distance of more than 10 meters, slowly rotated and condensed, and then recondensed into Iger's body. He looked back, and sure enough, a man with exaggerated purple-red sunglasses on his nose, a pink flamingo coat on his back, purple-pink floral pants, and dark purple high heels was standing frowning at K in front of Raison and Lugo. It is Tieniasha, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Phew, you're pretty good, kid. If you weren't wearing navy clothes, I would have invited you into our Don Quixote family. Brother Ming still smiled inexplicably, protecting Lugo and Corazon behind him. Brother Doflamingo. Iggy looked at the road. Just standing there, there was a figure exuding an evil charm, with a puzzled expression. Why did you suddenly appear on this island? Where and what happened? As long as I want, I can know. Doflamingo grinned and pointed to the stone beside him. With the movement of his hand, the surface of the huge rock next to him, like a lake agitated by stones, rippled in circles of ripples, and then an incomparably huge rock fist emerged from the ripples. Reach out. The fist stretched into the air and slowly opened, revealing two figures inside. One was green as thick as snot, and the other was tall, thin, and fiery red. The two figures raised their legs and stepped forward, and the fist that originally wrapped the two people suddenly turned into a tall and strong human figure with black and golden armor. These three people, Iger, knew each other. They were the top cotters of the Don Quixote family, Pika, Toripole, and Diamante, who had followed Doflamingo's childhood. It turned out to be so. Iger looked at the three figures and immediately understood. Doflamingo brought Pika here. This is a rock assimilation person. As long as the rocks exist on this island, they can become his heirs, eyes, and siblings. Not only can he hear and see what he wants to hear and see, but he can also perform ultra-long distance teleportation, which is simply a more convenient ability. Judging from this time, when I confronted Corazon just now, they were already discovered by them. What's more, Corazon was very wise to open the fruit of silence just now, and the content of their conversation was not heard. Good guy. The Daking troops are here. Iger looked up and down down the top cotters of the Don Quixote family, throwing the fruits of surgery up and down in his hands. Kid, do you know what the middleman in our underground business would do to someone like you who sabotages the business? Brother Doflamingo is also one of the 7 Wuha, and he has a strong confidence in his own strength. Naturally, he doesn't feel that such a kid poses any kind of threat, and he is immediately playful. Your younger brother has already told me about these things, Iger said lazily, looking at the 3 top cotters in front of Brother Doflamingo. Isn't it that you killed him? After listening to Iger's words, Corazon raised his eyebrows at the side and didn't understand Iger's way. This shows that I want to clean myself up, but why? It was the first time I saw this kid. Why did he do this? Okay, I understand. Then let's go together with you guys. Iger didn't know what Corazon thought, so he raised his chin at the top cotters. Chapter 304 Top Cotters Teach You How to Be a Man. When Iger said these words, not only Pika, Toripole, and Diamante, but even Doflamingo and Corazon were stunned. Good guy. Obviously a member of his Don Quixote family who came to destroy him. A deal breaker who robbed the fruits of surgery was actually made by him as if he was taking the initiative to challenge him. What gave him courage is Liang Jingru. Although they don't know who Liang Jingru is, they just feel that saying these 3 words is right. Pika, Toripole, and Diamante suddenly felt insulted. His grandmother had never seen such a brazen person. Who are they? Is the highest cotter of the entire Don Quixote family. What kind of power is the Don Quixote family? It is a super family that dominates the second half of the New World. Dressrosa, making all the surrounding countries have to bow down to their heads, and control almost more than half of the transactions in the underground world. Even among the 7 Martial Seas, they are definitely the #1 super pirate group in terms of power. To say why they can own and operate such a huge force, of course, it is because their Don Quixote family holds absolutely powerful power. To say that in the sea they are afraid of only the 4 emperors on the sea, the 4 emperors, and even the 4 emperors, it is absolutely impossible to ignore the entire Don Quixote family and directly snatch the important content of the transaction. The most important thing is that in the whole sea, the only one who dares to say the words to challenge the 3 top officials of Don Quixote at the same time is the 4 emperors himself. Even the deputy of the 4 emperors would never dare to say that he could challenge their 3 top cotters at the same time. On the other hand, this person is just a child less than 10 years old. Even if he is wearing a navy uniform, he is still a stinky brat. What kind of confidence does he have to be so arrogant? And he doesn't even think there is anything wrong with what he says. Looking at that posture, it seems that this guy has absolute confidence and can kill 3 of them with 1 enemy and no suspense. Ha 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 ha. Nah, you stinky bastard. Do you know what you are talking about? Toripole laughed loudly with a big snot and waving the grass and flower scepter in his hand. Do you know who we are? I'm afraid this kid has never even heard of the Don Quixote family. Ha 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 ha. Diamante also barked his teeth and laughed. Only Pika did not say a word, but her face was also full of playful smiles. What's not to know about this? You're Toripole the big slug. Iger shrugged and pointed at Toripole, and then pointed at the 2 people beside him. That's the streamer Diamante. And what's he, baby, and Pika don't know about him. As soon as Iger said this, the air suddenly became silent, and Toripole and Diamante on the opposite side stared at Iger with wide eyes. Not only was I surprised why Iger knew the 3 of them, but I was even more terrified. Iger's words would directly stimulate Pika into a rage. Baby sound Pika. Too bad he can figure it out. Fu. What are you 3 thinking? Since this kid can appear here, he is even so familiar with our transactions, and of course he knows the composition of the members well. Doflamingo laughed when he heard Iger's 2 sentences, explained it gently, and then turned his eyes to Iger. Of course he knew his own Pika's personality, so he knew what was going to happen next, and laughed even more happily. But it's a blessing that you can figure it out. Then do you know what's going to happen next? Are you ready? From the very beginning, Brother Ming saw that Corazon was also present, but he never looked back. As a careful man like him, he had already seen some clues when he saw that Corazon did not sit in Dressrosa, but came here to intervene. However, there is no substantive evidence in hand, so I can't say anything. Now that the fruit of the operation is in Iger's hands, the firepower is naturally aimed at Iger. Come on, Pika, don't let this guy run away. Brother Ming explained softly, and then he pulled his hands to the sides of his body, and 2 invisible thin lines suddenly connected in the air. Brother Ming jumped slightly, and the whole person had already stepped on the thin line above the sky, away from the battlefield. Corazon also acted decisively, dragged low and hid by the sea, stepping all 4 of his feet into the sea. On the entire beach, there were only Toripole, Diamante, Ig, and Pika in a rage. Pika didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, but with the 2 big bloodshot eyes exposed under the black gold visor. Iger could see the rage in them even if he was more than 10 meters away. The air above the entire beach was oppressed by an unknown will and was extremely silent. All the air seemed to be tied with a heavy sandbag, and it was sticky and refused to flow. Even Toropol and Diamanti, who were standing next to Pika, felt as if their chest was being squeezed hard, and it was extremely difficult to even breathe in and out. The rocks in the formations of the entire island were violently shaken by Pika's rage, and then the entire ground as far as the eye could see, like water ripples, frantically gathered towards Pika. Not even the ground could stand on it. It became a solid wave, and all the trees, boxes, and even Toropol and Diamanti that were originally standing on the ground were all tossed around. On the ground, only Iger was still standing upright, with clumps of yellow sand swirling under him. Fur. It seems that your nickname is just right. Pika is going to make a big move. Davra hung in the air. Brother Ming smiled playfully, not knowing who he was talking to. Rumble boom. The entire island shook violently. The ground shook and cracked, and thick snake-shaped cracks spread, almost shattering the world. A violent rumbling sounded under everyone's feet, as if they were not stepping on the ground, but a real thunder. It was as if there were countless thunders blasting under everyone's feet. Hey, Pika, do you want to make it so big? Toropol panicked when he saw Pika's formation, shouting and dragging Diamanti to the side. If they don't run, the two of them will become part of Pika's body. Pieces of rock poured into Pika's body without money, and in just 10 seconds, Pika's body soared to nearly 100 meters high, and it's still going. Chapter 305 Dark Fruit vs Rock Giant. Rumble boom. The huge thunder continued, and the violent rumbling sound surging into Pika's body along with the flow of the rock. It was originally a bright moonlight, but a little bit was blocked by the swelled rock giants. In the end, all the moonlight was completely blocked, leaving only darkness in the whole world. The only light in the whole night was completely obscured by the rock giants several hundred meters high. The burly rock giant rose from the ground. At this moment, Pika was like a big mountain, and his head was almost buried in the clouds floating in the sky. Kara. Pika still didn't say a word, but those scarlet eyes that had expanded hundreds of times were always staring at Iggy, who was standing floating on the ground. The huge arm that was thicker and longer than a high-rise building was slowly raised, and countless rubble rolled down from it, making the sound of Karakala, and the fist wind was aimed at Yig. In the face of such a huge fist, Iger's face was still calm. He quietly raised his head and looked at the rock giant as high as 100 feet, quietly thinking about how to deal with this big guy. In the face of giants, it is of course to use giants to defeat giants. Iger's eyes suddenly lit up with a cocky light. He was about to activate the ability of the Shasha fruit, but he didn't want to. A snot-like green mucus suddenly came over, surprised in his heart. Before Iger could react, the sticky green mucus circled around his body several times, then quickly tightened, tying Iger like a zongzi. Emma, this thing is too disgusting. Iger struggled a few times symbolically. The green mucus was like a rubber. Firmly trap yourself in it. This thing, don't even think about it. You can see that it is a good thing done by Toropol. Sure enough, he looked into the distance along the green mucus and saw Toropol, who was drooping his nose and looking silly. Hey, nah, you said it yourself. You want the three of us to go together. Toropol shook the big snot on his face, his expression full of pride. Attention, oh, I mean 3, 1 people, oh, boom, bang bang bang. Before he finished speaking, Iger heard another gunshot, and in a blink of an eye, he saw Diamanti standing beside Toropol, holding a flintlock gun in his hand, and firing it towards the sky above him. Several shots. The blasting gunshots tore out tongues of flame in the darkness, and several black shadows shot into the sky, bursting into the sky with a bang. Those flocks fluttered and seemed to have no weight. However, with a snap of Diamanti's fingers, it suddenly inflated like an inflated balloon. Iger knew that it was not a balloon that was inflated, but a steel ball filled with molten iron. The flag fruit can make anything fluttering like a flag. No matter what the original quality is, it can float freely in the sky, and once the ability is removed, the item that was originally endowed with the flag ability will instantly return to its original shape. At this moment, floating in the sky is the steel needle-punched ball that has been turned into a flag. The acupuncture balls that had recovered their original quality stopped floating when Iger saw them, like a meteorite that had just been captured by the Earth's gravity, smashing straight to the ground. 1, 2, 3. Thousands of acupuncture balls directly above Iger's head formed a torrential rain of steel acupuncture balls. Rumble boom. At the same time that the torrential rain formed by the acupuncture steel ball began to fall, the giant fist that seemed to be hanging above the sky also began to make a rumbling sound like thunder. Immediately afterwards, it was like a high-rise building fell from the sky, and Pika's huge fist, which was made of rocks, slammed into Iger and smashed down. Whirring. The huge fist's surface squeezed all the surrounding air in an instant, and the tyrannical wind pressure almost sent off Brother Ming, who was hanging in the mid-air. The acupuncture steel ball, which was still accelerating slowly, was also blown faster by the air squeezed by the giant fist. A deeper shadow shrouded Iger's entire body, and with the state of destroying everything, he slammed it out. It seems that the huge and cumbersome fist is slow, but in fact Pika's punch is unobstructed, and it only takes less than a second to land on Iger's head. Phew 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 phew. This is the consequence of angering Pika. Doflamingo floated out along the wind pressure of his fist, and pulled out a spider web in the air not far away. Stop on top. Looking at Iger standing on the ground, the corners of his mouth couldn't help raising. Pika's punch, let alone this stinky brat who is less than 10 years old. Even this entire Cocoa West village will be directly shattered. The uniform on Iger's body rattled, and his hair fluttered wildly under the pressure of the wind. He sighed softly, and then an excited smile spread from the corner of his mouth. Then if that's the case, can I try my new abilities? He raised his head and looked at the huge rock fist and acupuncture steel balls that were smashed down quickly. He raised his palm gently but neatly, aimed at everything that fell from the sky, and drank softly. Dark fruit, awaken, laugh. Before he finished speaking, everyone present could see that a dark dot suddenly appeared in the sky above Iger. Although the light on the battlefield has been blocked by Pika's huge figure, there will still be some light reflected from the surroundings, providing some light for everyone. And the little black spot on Iger's head, as if in the faint light, had just plucked out a piece. Absolute darkness. It was obviously already in the shadows, but that little spot was even more obvious than the fire from Diamanti just now. Just when everyone was wondering why there was that black spot, the black spot between Ig and the rock fist suddenly expanded. The expansion of the black spot has a direction. In the eyes of Toripole and Diamanti next to it, the black spot just extends into a thin line with almost no thickness, but in Pika's eyes, the black spot is instantly turned into a huge black vortex. Black swirls without thickness. There are countless nouns collected in everyone's mind. Only this one can describe it. It is a quiet plane, suspended there, but it is the strangest existence in this world. And the next second the black vortex appeared. The giant rock fist that Pika had condensed that could destroy the sky and destroy the earth had already smashed it hard. Chapter 306. It looks quite big, but it's useless. Laugh. Above the sky, the incomparably gigantic rock fist with the might of destroying everything kicked up the sky with sand and acupuncture steel balls, smashing the surface of the thin black mirror suspended in mid-air. However, the seemingly powerful rock fist collided with the black vortex, but the expected explosion and thunder did not sound. Instead, there was a strange sound. Puff. Toripole and Diamanti, who had closed their eyes tightly and wanted to prevent their eyes from being dazzled by the splashing sand, slowly opened their eyes. It didn't matter when they opened their eyes, and Toripole snorted with fright several times longer. The result of this blow confrontation, it is from their point of view that it is most clearly seen. I saw in the mid-air, above the black vortex, the rock giant Pika with a height of several hundred meters. The rock arm that was smashed down in anger was still stagnant in the air, like a giant pillar hanging there. But under the black vortex, the giant rock fist that should have smashed hard on the ground unexpectedly disappeared, became empty air. From the perspectives of Toripole and Diamanti, it seems that there is a black line, which neatly cuts off the thick rock arm like the Tower of Babel, and the cut-off part of the fist seems to be out of thin air, disappeared like the black vortex hanging in the air was simply a big black mouth biting off the huge rock arm and swallowing it. Not only Pika's giant rock fist, but even the rain of needle-punched steel balls that burst out in the sky just after Diamanti hit, all disappears within the range of the black vortex. This is this. Toripole snorted and stared at the black vortex above the sky, exclaiming, "Dark fruit! This kid actually eats dark fruits? To be able to be so strange, like the ability to directly swallow such a huge thing, except for the dark fruit that can swallow everything in the natural system." He can no longer think of a second ability. Who would have thought that a kid who came to rob the fruit of surgery casually would be the person with the ability of the dark fruit? This is not the most exaggerated. The most exaggerated is that this little devil can develop this fruit to such an extent. You must know that the level of devil fruit is different, and the requirements for the holder are also different, especially a fruit with extremely dangerous abilities like this. If you want to cultivate this kind of fruit to this level, at least you have to have 5 or 6 years of skill. In other words, this kid had this dark fruit when he was at least 4 or 5 years old. Then the power behind him, absolutely powerful. This kind of person can be arrested and used as a bargaining chip for coercion with the power of their Don Quixote family, as long as the group on the opposite side is not at the level of the 4 emperors, they can definitely eat it. Dover. Toropol swung his snot at Doflamingo above the sky and shouted loudly, "Furfur furfur, this little devil is really capable." Doflamingo in the air also instantly understood what Toropol was saying, but he didn't say anything at all. He just quietly watched the battle below, bared his teeth, and blocked his own eyes with sunglasses. Any ideas? It seems that this guy dares to say let the 3 of them go together, really not just bragging. Looking at that kid's expression, it was flat and indifferent. There was not even a single bit of injury all over his body, and the white uniform on his body was not even a little bit of dust. And Iger himself stood in the same place, and his heart was quite uneasy. This. The power of the dark fruit is so terrifying. I was really young before, and I was jealous of those natural fruits that could be elementalized. So when Blackbeard first showed the power of the dark fruits, he was quite dismissive. I thought to myself, as a natural devil fruit, it can't be elementalized. It is simply the most unremarkable fruit among all the natural fruits. So even if Blackbeard's record is quite gorgeous, Iger still thinks that the dark fruit, in addition to the ability to be compatible with various fruits, is the boring ability to swallow some things. But it wasn't until I used it just now that I realized that this so-called swallowing something was her grandmother's that could swallow everything. There is no problem even swallowing the rock giant hundreds of meters high in front of him. Iger looked up at the giant face above the sky, revealing a mysterious smile. "You bastard." Pika, who had a big face hanging in the sky like a god, was finally willing to say his first words. His sharp voice did not become thicker because of his size, but even more harsh. He slowly raised the rock arm that he had worked so hard to put together, lowered his head and carefully scrutinized the broken end of the arm, his huge eyes filled with unstoppable horror. The arm that had been in contact with the black vortex had obviously been pulled back, but the broken end of the arm was still attached to a mass of pitch black matter. Not only that, the dark sticky substance seems to have life, and it is still gnawing at his arm at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha 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 ha, you are really ha 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 ha. On the ground, compared to Pika's horror, Iger was quite relaxed. Hearing Pika's lovely voice, he was amused and laughed. Pika couldn't stand this the most. The scarlet in her eyes suddenly became a little brighter, and she took the initiative to cut off the arm attached to the black substance, and then the rocks all over her body surged, and an arm grew again. The ground began to vibrate violently again, and the rumbling thunder sounded once. The gravel of Caracalla kept rolling down, and the anger and domineering gathered on the huge rock fist, and smashed it down again. He doesn't believe in this evil. This kid must be smashed today. What are you? Facing the punch that was more powerful than before, Iger seemed to have no pressure at all, but a cruel look appeared on his face. You look quite big, but you can't do it, so sorry. Before he finished speaking, Iger made a move with the palm of his hand, and the black vortex that had been suspended in mid-air suddenly spun like a saw. Immediately afterwards, a huge black light flashed, and the rock giant standing on the beach was directly cut off. Chapter 307 The Power of Black Holes Devour Giants. Laugh. No one thought that the black vortex that was originally suspended in the sky, like a mouth of a giant beast, would move so fast. When Iger stretched out his palm, almost at the same time, it spun at an astonishing speed. Originally, I could barely see the spiral arms on the edge of the vortex, but in just 2 or 3 seconds, the black vortex directly turned into a huge black hole with a smooth edge and a diameter of hundreds of meters. Although its surface is pitch black, anyone can understand through the cyclone that is spinning wildly around it that it is a black vortex that is spinning at a speed that can't be seen clearly. Feeling the violent spinning power above the black hole, Iger nodded with satisfaction, and then moved his palm. Immediately afterwards, as if attracted by the gravity of the earth, the thin black hole spun down and finally stopped at a finger-high position from the ground. Although Pika's fist was on the move, her eyes were always on Iger's every move. Seeing that Iger was controlling the giant black hole parallel to the ground, Pika seemed to understand something, and then the fist in his hand did not dare to be slighted, and the speed was increased by 2 gears, trying to kill it with the fastest speed. Hey, Diamanti, what are you saying that kid is doing? Seeing Iger's actions, Toropol didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, he poked Diamanti with his big snot. That's a super defensive skill. Why did you suddenly let it go? After all, with Doflamingo sitting behind them, they weren't worried at all that they would lose, and even because Pika was shooting now, even if Pika was dealt with, Toropol didn't feel ashamed. Who knows? In short, the 2 of us have no way to help in this battle. Diamanti's expression looked a lot more solemn. No way. Although the top cotters of the Don Quixote family all possess unique skills and have superb combat power, but together, it is difficult to achieve an effect. For example, he is obviously a swordsman, and he can win only by physical attacks, but compared to Pika's large formation and attack range, even if he goes, it is difficult to make moves, and it is even possible impossible to take himself in. Who said I can't help you? Show me this guy. Toropol immediately disagreed when he heard Diamante's words. You can say that Pika is not good, but you can't say that I am. Toropol slapped the scepter in his hand at that time, and a lot of pustules grew all over his body. It was really a pustule, and the sticky green and yellowish mucus turned into small droplets. Even if it was covered by Toropol's domineering arrogance, it couldn't cover up the yellow-green color. Look at my sticky projectile, Toropol shouted loudly, and the small liquid beads all over his body suddenly seemed to be pulled back by countless hands, and then used Toropol's elastic mucus to violently the ejection out. The target is precisely Iger, who stands on the ground and controls the black hole. Shhhhhhh. One by one, the slime bullets drew a faint shadow in the air, and the speed was even comparable to a bullet. Diamante, hurry! Fire! Toropol turned his head and shouted at Diamante. Because he turned his head quickly, and the big snot in his nose almost fell on Diamante's face. Got it? You are disgusting. Diamante looked disgusted, took out his pistol again, aimed at the rushing mucus bomb, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. A flag bomb was sprayed out in a blaze of fire, and the last one came first, catching up with the slime bombs, and then the flag slowly unfolded, revealing white phosphorus one by one. Chi chi chi. As soon as the white phosphorus came into contact with the air, it quickly burned, and the white flame rapidly expanded, directly engulfing the slime bomb shot by Toropol. At this moment the slime bomb is less than 5 meters away from Iger. Boom! The white fire devoured all the mucus bombs in an instant, and it was the mucus of high explosives, which was instantly ignited by the high temperature. One by one, the slime bombs exploded, one after another, the orange-red flames mixed with the white flame tongues, surging into a wave of flames, whizzing towards Ige. The short distance of less than 10 meters came in an instant, and the raging flame wave and the giant rock fist above his head, when the black hole rotated parallel to the ground at a high speed, bullied the surrounding of Iger at the same time. At this moment, Iger, who theoretically had nowhere to escape, not only did not have any panic, but a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Laugh. The flames rising from the front of the wave of flames have scorched Iger's head a few times, and the power of the giant rock fist has crushed the ground under Iger's feet to the point of collapse. Iger has been completely surrounded. However, just before they completely swallowed Iger, the black hole that was rotating parallel to the ground suddenly rose sharply. Everything seems to have come to a standstill. The flames are no longer surging, the giant fist is no longer advancing, and even the sound is completely engulfed. The only thing that is still moving in the whole world is the sudden surge of black light. The wave of flames that should have drowned Iger was sucked away by an unknown force in an instant, turned into a glowing noodle, sucked and sucked around the black hole, and quickly fell into its dark center. The giant fist that was supposed to grind Iger into powder seemed to be pushed by someone in an instant, and deviates directly from the original direction, and smashed towards the place dozens of meters away from Iger. If this punch hits the ground directly, the entire Coco West village will sink to the bottom of the sea. However, Pika never had a chance to hit the ground again with this punch. After directly swallowing the flame wave at an extremely fast speed, the diameter of the black hole seemed to widen by a few meters, and then like a black lightning, the black light flashed, directly cutting off Pika's huge body. The huge body lost its support, and then its own inertia temporarily flew up, and at the moment when Pika flew up a few meters and was about to fall, the black hole that cut off Pika's body suddenly grew in size. The black hole with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly stretched to a width of nearly 1000 meters like a stretched dough, and then like a huge dough, it directly wrapped the flying Pika. Hiccup. There was a faint burp in the void, and the rock giant that originally stood on the beach disappeared with the black dough. Chapter 308. I let him eat. He must eat. Silence. Absolute silence. Not only the flame wave just now, but also the giant rock fist died. Even the rock giant that was originally awe-inspiring and up to several hundred meters disappeared in an instant, and whether it is Toropol and Diamante on the ground, or Corazon and Lugo with half foot in the sea, or Doflamingo hanging in the air, they are all really seeing what the hell is going on. The rock giant, which gathered all the strength of Pika and almost all the rocks in Kokoyasi village, was finally wrapped up by the black big skin that Iger seemed to summon at will, and then the big black dough that wrapped Pika disappeared without a trace. Completely disappeared. Leaning on a scepter, Toropol rummaged back and forth on the beach, and even found it in the cracks of the stones, but he didn't even see the shadow of half of Pika. You little bastard, where did you get Pika? Toropol was anxious. He never dreamed that Pika would be cleaned up so easily. He originally thought that even if Pika would not be able to kill this brat in a short while, it would take at least an hour or two until each other's physical strength was exhausted before a result could be determined. Who knows, such a big Pika, he said that it would be gone. Did this kid eat the dark fruit in his mother mother's womb. How can you eat such a big thing at once? Ah, you said Pika. I'm sorry, I accidentally swallowed him too. Iger shrugged with an incredible look on his face as if he didn't know what he just did. In fact, Iger knew what he was doing the whole time. Not only did he know, but the blow just now was carefully planned by him. After all, he knows himself and his enemy. I have seen Pika and Suoda's peak duel for a long time. Iger naturally knows that the super huge stone man just now is not Pika's body, but just a huge moving stone statue. The real Pika body is hiding somewhere on the rock giant's body. So Iger simply cut off the waist connecting the half-length giant with the ground without doing anything else, so that Pika could only move among the giants in the sky. And Pika, who was among the rock giants, would never have imagined that the moment the giant as tall as the Tower of Babel vacated the sky, he would directly create a huge black hole and devour him in one bite. As for the disappearance of the fire wave rock fist at the same time, it is not within the scope of Iger's consideration. Well, give it back to you. Iger stretched out his hand, and a huge black group suddenly appeared on top of Iger's head. It was a rather oppressive group the size of the rock giant that Iger swallowed just now. The huge black mass slowly wriggled. As the black mass wriggled, its shape was also slowly changing. Finally, a large black mouth extended from somewhere in the black mass and spit out a broken piece towards the ground. Ugly figure. Everyone's eyes were immediately focused on the figure that was spit out, and they couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even though Khorasan and Ludo were far away, they still saw it very clearly, and their eyes suddenly became as big as copper bells. On the ground is obviously one of the top officials of the Don Quixote family, Pika, but they couldn't believe it was Pika himself, because he is so miserable now. The black gold armor that originally covered him no longer exists. Not even a sliver of debris remains, and the clothes are worn and tattered. The most important thing is his limbs, which are soft and lying in an absolutely distorted posture. Attach-it, a top cotter of Tang Tang, in just a few minutes, was cut off by him and completely lost consciousness. Even just said a word, Khorasan suddenly felt a coolness rise behind him. For this kid, age doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that he has such strength. It is enough to be on an equal footing with anyone present. Then such a ruthless character. Why did he come to help himself to snatch the fruit of the operation, and why did he have to eat it for Ludo? What purpose must he have? Perhaps he wanted to eat the fruit of the operation to cure Ludo of his disease, sell him a favor, and then use this favor to coerce Ludo to do some terrible things. No, that's not called coercion at all. It's Ludo's volition. Khorasan looked at Iger's figure from a distance and suddenly felt that the pressure brought on him by this kid in front of him was even greater than that of his cruel and unkind brother. At this moment, Khorasan's elder brother, the head of the Don Quixote family, Brother Doflamingo, is also staring at the miserable figure on the ground with a frown. Couldn't even laugh. This kid is far beyond his imagination. It can even be said that I never thought that Pika would be cleaned up by this kid. Think, how is it possible? Pika, who gathered all the rocks, Pika with a super armed color, and Pika, who could shatter an entire island with one punch, was solved in an instant by this navy kid who was less than 10 years old. Not even joking. But whether it was his domineering look or his intuition, they all told him that the kid in front of him was far more than he seemed to be. With the dark fruit, his manipulation is so pure, he doesn't know how many kinds of fruit abilities there are, not to mention, he even senses a tyrannical taste from him. This kid is strong. Fur. After understanding this, Doflamingo let out an unintelligible laugh again. Toripole, Diamanti, please step back. This guy, you can't conquer it. Dover. Toripole and Diamanti seemed a little surprised. Are you going to go on your own? Fur. Leave it to me. Doflamingo jumped out of the air and stood in front of the two. I have no reason to forgive the guy who hurt my family. Oh, are you ready to do it yourself? Iger squinted at Brother Ming, who jumped down, and then a shining silver light lit up on him, and the whole person turned into a lightning bolt and rushed towards Brother Doflamingo. Brother Ming didn't expect that Iger would not hesitate and was about to prepare to defend, but Iger didn't even look at him and rushed straight towards Khorasan and Ludo. In an instant, Iger was already at the beach. He pinched Ludo's mouth, took out the fruit of the surgery from the space backpack, and shoved it in. I told him to eat, and he had to eat it. Oh. Continue to work on new plots. The rhythm is flying. Chapter 309. You managed to piss me off, kid. Scoff. Iger's not so tall figure turned into a lightning that ripped apart the space, passed through the air between Doflamingo and Toripole in an instant, and appeared in front of Khorasan and Ludo in an instant. No, the two of them didn't react at all, and all of a sudden they were so frightened that their hairs stood on end. Just now, this guy was not dozens of meters away, but in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of him. Before the eyes of the two were about to widen, Iger's palm had already pinched Ludo's cheek, and with a little force, his entire mouth was wide open. Hello, what are you going to do? After all, Khorasan was the second head of the Don Quixote family. family. Although he didn't react for a moment when Iger made the next move, Khorasan reacted immediately and reached out his hand to stop Iger. Action! But Iger flicked his arm and interrupted Khorasan's movements roughly and directly. Taking advantage of the gap when Khorasan's hand was opened, he stretched out his hand and took out the surgical fruit he had collected from the backpack and stuffed it directly into Lugo in the mouth. Little Lugo didn't react until now, only felt that his mouth was smashed open by a huge force, and then something extremely disgusting was forcibly stuffed in. Yuck! The extremely disgusting taste rushed directly into the taste buds, fried Lugo's brain upwards, and directly penetrated his entire gastrointestinal tract downwards. Young Lugo had never eaten such a disgusting thing, but he felt that his stomach was constantly rumbling up and down, and he retched immediately. It was not until this time that Doflamingo finally reacted. With a flick of his palm, a bullet with a thin thread like spider silk was ejected. It accurately stuck to the surgical fruit in Iger's hand and then pulled it back with force. Iger did not resist his spider silk and let go of his hand very cooperatively. The fruit of the operation drew a beautiful arc in the air and slowly returned to Doflamingo's hands. After finally getting the fruit of the operation back, Brother Doflamingo hurriedly brought it to his eyes and observed it carefully. This observation didn't matter, it directly caused the blue veins and blood vessels on his head to burst. I saw that the surgical fruit that was originally supposed to be heart-shaped was empty at the apex of the heart at this moment, and there were clear tooth marks on it. He quickly raised his head and looked towards the beach. Brother Doflamingo saw Lugo, who had just taken a bite of the fruit of the operation, was kneeling on the ground, retching non-stop with his fingers in his throat, wanting to pull something out. Brother Doflamingo can no longer laugh out slowly. The blood pressure all over his body is about to blast his forehead, and he immediately flashes, coming directly to Lugo's body. A hand! Pick up Lugo's arm and lift him up quick. Spit it out quick! Doflamingo roared anxiously, turning Lugo upside down in his hands, shaking up and down, trying to make him spit out the mouthful of the surgical fruit he just ate. However, as the saying goes, when you eat something you pull out the shit what you swallow when you see it again. That's it. Furthermore, the devil fruit is the power of the devil, and every bite it takes will turn into the power of the devil, merge into the limbs and bones of the human body, and become part of the human body's ability. So Doflamingo's move is useless at all. He even stunned Lugo too, and he didn't see anything spit out. Brother Doflamingo looked at Lugo, who was dazed in his hand, and it took a long time to accept the fact that the fruit of the operation had been completely eaten by Lugo. Finally, he stopped shaking poor Lugo and threw him to Khorasan, who was standing beside him, his face as black as charcoal. Good on. The sound of rolling liquid came from Doflamingo's head, and on the blue veins on his face you could even see small blood clumps rolling. Doflamingo turned to Iger, who forcibly fed the fruit of the operation to Lugo. Iger's undisguised killing intent could be clearly felt by Iger through the sunglasses. The domineering purplish-black blazes like a flame, wrapping Doflamingo directly in the burning heart. In just a moment his figure seems to be raised dozens of times, casting a huge shadow on the ground and throwing Iger. The whole thing is shrouded in it. When confronting Doflamingo at such a close distance, Iger also felt the terrifying pressure that he had never felt before. With no domineering blessing at all, Iger only felt that every pore on his body was trembling, the pili muscles contracted violently, and the roots of the cold hair stood upright. Half of it is because of the excitement of the upcoming battle, and half of it is because of Doflamingo's overlord color, which is quite powerful. I have been out at sea for a few months. Whenever I see a strong man, I will rush to find a way to fight with others. Iger has also seen a lot of those famous strong men in the pirate world, but there is one thing to say: only the domineering arrogance that Doflamingo exudes is the most special among all the tyrannical colors Iger have ever seen. The general overlord color, whether it is the level of Hancock's black beard or the peak level of the white beard and red hair, is very consistent with the kind of domineering in a high position. As long as one stopped there, it is a kind of upright atmosphere, the spirit of giving up between heaven and earth, especially the red-haired and the white-bearded. The former is the kind of incomparably sturdy overlord who seems to dominate the world, while the latter is a kind of grand and tolerant feeling like a father standing there makes people want to call him dad. No matter who it is, every overlord color Iger has seen before is an extremely positive and aggressive feeling, and even the colors are extremely uniform, red and black. And this Doflamingo, his overlord color is purple-black that he has never seen before. Not only the color is completely different, but the feeling is completely different. Standing in front of Brother Doflamingo, he actually felt the coldness, as if he was being stared at by Yama in hell. There was a feeling of being surrounded by countless little ghosts. Evil, unspeakable evil. At the first moment of feeling this domineering, only one word flashed in Iger's head: this guy is not a normal human at all. Everyone's overlord color is a feeling of oppression, and this guy feels feels gloomy and cold. You know, how much is the fruit of the surgery you ate for Lugo just now? Doflamingo looked down at Iggy. You managed to piss me off, kid. Chapter 310. Oh, I want to beat you up too. Although Doflamingo was staring at Iger, blood was still dripping in his heart, and he was thinking intensely of the tender red heart-shaped surgical fruit. That is, the main government has to offer the ultimate fruit with a price of 5 billion. Just by leading the people under him to guarantee the acquisition, he can make a profit of nearly 1 billion Baileys. That's just outrageous. You must know that Roger, the pirate king who was once surrendered to the Navy, only had a bounty worth a little over 5 billion. Who is Roger? One Piece naval hero Garp chases the man he can't catch for most of his life. However, considering that this guy has gone to the island of the end, he has insight into the secrets that the world government has been hiding for thousands of years, and he is so powerful that it is almost impossible to be caught. It was such a man who held the important secrets of the world's official government that he only offered 5 billion bells more. It is no exaggeration to say that the official manor's high price for the fruit of surgery means that its significance is completely equivalent to Roger, the pirate king who holds the important secrets of the official mansion. Even more than that, and it was such a significant devil fruit that was eaten by people under his own hands. What does that mean? No matter how he explained it, he would be regarded as a middleman who had malicious intentions in the process of protecting the transaction and directly robbed the stolen goods. Even if this kid did everything, the Navy would definitely clear up all of its responsibilities and put the hat on its head of coveting a deal breaker. At the time, not only did the business with the Navy fail, it would directly affect his reputation as a middleman in the underground world, and it would also affect his next move to make more deals with the Navy. And these will greatly limit the development of the Don Quixote family, and it will also greatly hinder the communication between him and the world's official government and the gang of Tianlong people. My plan to return to the Tianlong people, my plan to dominate the underground world, and my plan to become a sea hegemon was completely destroyed by the crazy behavior of this Navy kid. What a deep calculation. The more Doflamingo looked at Iggy, the more he felt that this guy did this on purpose. The Navy must have arranged for him to snatch the fruit of the operation, and he was discovered by Khorasan while he was snatching the fruit of the operation, and then changed his mind temporarily and directly broke the deal. In this way, the Navy even has a reason to attack itself directly. Doflamingo has made up his mind. This damn Navy brat must be brutally killed by himself today. Oh, are you angry? Well, I just want to beat you up. Iger looked at Doflamingo's face as black as charcoal calmly and said something softly. As soon as the voice fell, violent red and black thunder and lightning as thick as a python, mixed with silver and white fiery thunder, lit up on Yi with a crackle. Boom, boom. Above the sky, the clear sky where the stars and the moon were originally visible was suddenly covered with dark clouds. If you look closely, you can find that the huge dark clouds covering almost the entire Coco Asia island are only composed of two huge dark clouds. The King's Dark Cloud, the clash of overlord colors. The dark clouds of kings above the sky has never been so clear. The situation in which Iger was suppressed was instantly leveled back. It was obviously a figure with an exaggerated contrast between one big and one small, but the momentum that filled the air was completely evenly matched. Feeling the imposing counterattack from Iger, Doflamingo couldn't help but raised his eyes and glanced at the two huge dark clouds suspended in the air, and a storm had already set off in his heart. Sure enough, the faint feeling of oppression that I felt from this Navy kid just now was the domineering look of a tyrant. This little devil, he was able to cultivate the domineering arrogance to such a level at this age. That is the King's Dark Cloud. Only those who have already exposed the king's head can be summoned. Is there such a role in the Navy? Even Doflamingo was like this. Tolbal and Diamante, who were hiding far away, were so frightened that their noses were thrown out. You know, the Don Quixote family was able to get together at the beginning because Toripol took a fancy to Doflamingo's overlord. It was because the young Doflamingo had already shown his domineering talent that Toripol and the top cotters decided to assist him all the way to Kaiwahe. And even at that time, Brother Ming was simply unable to control the domineering arrogance to such a high level. But the current Navy kid, unexpectedly, was able to summon the King's Dark Cloud. What is this? This is equivalent to a swaddling baby who can wield a heavy crescent knife and split the whole house with one knife. It's simply a monster among monsters. Toripol even raised a darker thought in his heart. If only I hadn't been so impulsive in the first place. Wait a few more years, maybe Iger could become the pirate king in the future. If I had met him sooner, he probably wouldn't have gone to the Navy. Just when Toripol was full of hopeful fantasies, Doflamingo and Iger in the distance were already fiercely facing each other, and the first shot was a killer move. Like a spider in his hand, Doflamingo pulled out an incomparably thick white line, wrapped around it with purple-black domineering, and then slammed it at Iger with lightning lightning speed. Laugh. The thick purple-black line seems to be a thick horse, splitting the surrounding air instantly, making bursts of explosions, and then the sharp wind swept directly towards Iger. The incomparably sharp wind has the aura that can cut everything off. Iger, who was just a few meters away from Doflamingo, suddenly felt the hairs on his body explode. This attack is obviously just a soft white line, but it is sharper than the slash that Kao's hero wields with his sword. Iger even has an intuition: if he can't dodge or block in time, his whole person will be cut in the middle. Before the troops and horses arrived, the momentum was first, and before the purple and black horses were split on Yig's body, the sharp wind had cut off the trees behind him lazily, and even the rock formations under his feet were cut deep, bottomless dark cracks. Chapter 311 Eagle vs Doflamingo. Whip whip. As a senior Haimai, Iger has a solid understanding of every role in the pirate world, and even a trivial character Iger can remember clearly, let alone a super popular character like Doflamingo. Just the moment he made the shot, Iger had already recognized this move in an instant. Doflamingo, as a person who is capable of the fruit of the thread, has been with his fruit since he was a child. He has cultivated all the way to the point where he has become a kaiwahe. The ability of the fruit has already been fully developed by him. Those thin lines that are so detailed that they are invisible have already been cultivated by him to a hardness that is stronger than steel, and after they are attached to the domineering, their strength is only a line worse than that of halustone. Thin silk threads are inherently powerful in cutting. Even ordinary cotton threads can easily scratch fingers, not to mention thin threads that are harder than steel. Under Doflamingo's high-speed slam, even a city made of fine steel can be cut off in an instant. Ha 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 ha, naive kid. Toripole, who was on the side, knew as much about Doflamingo as Iger, and also saw the considerable power of this blow, and couldn't help but lean on crutches and say sarcastic words on the side. Dover's thin line can even cut through steel. With his domineering power, even a person with natural ability can be directly injured. If you are not careful, you will be cut in half. After a short period of wandering, Toripoles will return to reality again, and it took less than a second to analyze the form on the court. Even if Iger can show the domineering arrogance that rivals Dover, but compared to the fruit development and combat experience, Dover is simply better than him by not knowing how many levels. Because of these, it is absolutely not possible to make up for it by talent. He needs to rely on countless escapes from death and countless experiences of overcoming powerful enemies before he can finally train it. And the blow that Dover is showing now is the result of his genius mind working hard to develop the fruit. It is usually thought that the thread fruit is a fruit that is not powerful, but in fact it is only because they did not find the thread fruit powerful. The ability of any fruit is related to its own attributes. For example, the dark fruit is devouring, the thundering fruit is violent energy and speed, and the attributes of the thread fruit are related to the thread itself. Cut and connect. Without any limitation, the effectiveness of the cutting and the effect of the connection depend on the nature of the thread. Even if Dover cultivates to an extremely high level in the future, even if he uses his line to connect to another time and space, even if he uses the line to cut off other people's time and lifespan, there will be no problem. In other words, this is a devil fruit with infinite possibilities, and Dover successfully discovered the power of this fruit and developed this devil fruit beyond everyone's imagination. Such a genius, after decades of polishing and tempering, has accumulated experience and skills that Iger cannot compare. Toripole and Diamanti have no doubts that this little devil in the navy may be able to last for a while, but in the end he will definitely be tortured and killed in the most cruel way. Even Khorasan couldn't bear to see Iger's own brother murdered. After all, he just helped him a big favor. After settling Lugoan, who had eaten the devil fruit, Khorasan also raised his head and looked at Iger with some worry. While gesturing to him, he shouted from a distance, "Hey, little devil, tell you, you have destroyed our family's business. If you are still obsessed with it, you will only be brutally killed in the end." Although these words are cruel, they are also a reminder. Cooperating with Khorasan's body movements, they are reminding Iger that he can't beat Doflamingo at all, so he should run for his life as soon as possible. Of course, such a hint from him is naturally impossible for Iger to adopt, because now Iger, in his eyes, only the whip that can cut everything in the hands of Doflamingo. Boom boom boom. One after another sonic boom sounded like thunder, and it exploded directly behind with the swing of the whip. The whole whip was like a white lightning slamming towards Iger. Iger didn't dare to neglect at all, and immediately gave up the strategy of the barrier fruit. The silver light on his body suddenly lit up, and then the thunder sounded countless times more violently than the sound of the sonic boom. The whole turned into a bolt of lightning and jumped straight up. Almost at the same time, the moment Iger jumped up, the whip in Doflamingo's hand slammed onto the ground like a large knife with a length of dozens of meters. Boom! The domineering whip, wrapped in purple and black like a chain made of sea tower stone, slashed into the ground, and then the strong wind it carried directly penetrated into the ground. Click. The tyrannical strong wind swept under the ground in an instant, and the whole earth was trembling, and a huge crack several hundred meters long was torn apart by the incomparably sharp wind. Whoa, whoa. In the seabed where the huge crack extends directly, the tyrannical wind is ejected from the crack under the seabed, directly setting off a turbulent high wall several hundred meters high. Ha ha ha. You know how powerful Dover is. Toropol and Diamanti avoided far away. Seeing the power of Dover's blow, their confidence suddenly rose. With this blow, some weaker admirals will be killed on the spot. However, compared to Toropol and Diamanti, who looked satisfied, Doflamingo, who was the party, frowned, because his extremely sensitive knowledge and domineering told him that just when he was about to hit him just now, this navy kid turned into a bolt of lightning and jumped into the air. Is the thunder fruit? You are really powerful as a dead kid. Brother Doflaming frowned, looking at the thunder that kept churning in the sky with the appearance of an enemy. Rumble boom. Dark cloud of kings belonging to Iger suddenly surged violently as if a huge palm was stirring constantly in it. After just a few seconds, as if a great new god was born, the huge dark cloud above the sky, like a cocoon, was torn apart by a pair of palms shining with thunder. Click. At the moment when the dark clouds were torn apart, a huge lightning that stretched several kilometers directly tore the sky. Then, a shining figure wrapped in thunder and lightning armor slowly descended from the sky. Thunder god possessed. Iger's voice resounded through the sky, and there were countless thunders echoing in his voice. I want to see today. How are you going to kill me? I'm ready to conceive a new plot. A new picture is unfolding in my mind. Oh. Chapter 312. Head to head. Thor, Tianming Flash. Ha 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 ha. Naive little brat. Don't you really think that you can defeat Dover just by relying on that thunder fruit? Diamanti looked up at the sky, the figure that seemed to be the god of thunder, although there was a hint of horror in his eyes, but it was replaced by a proud smile in an instant. Hey Diamanti, when do you think this kid will find out Dover's line? Toropol was also drooping his nose and stabbed Diamanti in the shoulder. Laugh. SHH. However, before he could finish speaking, Diamanti made a silent gesture at him, and then gave a low laugh. Let's just wait and see his surprised expression. Ringing thunder fruit. Is it strong? The answer is undoubtedly yes, it is strong, and it is quite strong. It is simply strong and boundless ability. When Toropol and Diamanti saw Iger's thundering fruit, they were really envious from the bottom of their hearts. Not only envious, but really horrified. How old is this guy now? It looks like she is about 10 years old. Not only at this age, he can have the most ferocious fruit in the entire devil fruit history, the dark fruit. He can even find the same powerful thunder fruit at the same time. This may seem simple, but it is far more than that. Not only how he got that dark fruit, but it is quite strange that he was able to develop the sub-attributes of the dark fruit to such a degree when he was very young. As we all know, the fundamental attributes of the dark fruit are gravity and attraction. The orthodox ability recorded in the devil fruit illustration is to use the huge gravity to attract and compress all things together and destroy them. To be fair, the attribute of the dark fruit that should really be cultivated is its powerful gravitational force, and only when the gravitational force is cultivated to a certain level, and the dark fruit has to be fed with a mass equivalent to the mass of a black hole, can the dark fruit have that kind of gravitational force and become a phagocytic force. In other words, the attribute of devouring is a byproduct of the cultivation of the main attribute of dark fruit, gravity, to a certain extent, and this little devil, at such a young age, was able to cultivate the dark fruit to this point, and he was also able to find the equally rare and powerful thunder fruit. This is not to mention even the thunder fruit he can cultivate to such a point. This little devil, saying that he is a human being, is to bury him. This talent is simply divine. Of course, even if this Iger is young, he can have two extremely powerful natural fruits, the dark fruit and the thunder fruit, but facing the head of the Don Quixote family, Brother Doflamingo, is still a bit unattractive. Don't look at how majestic he is now, with blazing lightning flashes all over his body, like a thunderbolt Buddha. But in fact, facing Dover's line is useless at all, because the line in Dover's hand is line. Yes, there is wind in the air, water in the ocean, earth in the earth, and all the threads, whether they are cotton threads, silk threads, gold threads, silver threads, or even fibers, all have threads. Lines extracted from various existing objects not only have all the attributes that lines should have, including connection, cutting and stitching, and more importantly, these lines are conceptual lines that have all the functions of lines without the substance of lines. In other words, it is Doflamingo's wire, which is almost invisible, completely non-flammable, does not conduct heat at all, or even absolutely does not conduct electricity. And this also means that no matter how wild the thundering fruit of his eagle bursts, it will not hurt at all when he encounters Brother Doflamingo. It was because of this that the two talents were not nervous at all, but looked at Iger, who was shining with dazzling thunder in the sky with a playful expression on his face. Thor, Tianming Flash, IG, the god of thunder above the sky, roared high, and then all the thunderbolts flashed at the same time, and the huge branch lightning directly tore the two huge dark clouds in the sky to pieces. The huge thunder that shredded the dark clouds twisted and flashed in a silver light that was more dazzling than the sun, and quickly condensed into thunder and lightning dragons that were 100 meters long and 10 meters thick. The thunder and lightning dragons were entangled one by one, alternating vertically and horizontally, directly merging into a huge thunder spear in the air, aiming at Brother Doflamingo on the opposite side and penetrating fiercely. Scoff! The huge lightning with a width of 100 meters ripped apart the entire space in an instant, like an ancient terrifying divine punishment crashing down. Fur. Damn brat, you are so confident. Doflamingo on the ground is also well aware of his ability attributes. Facing the Thor above the sky, he is not worried at all. Instead, he relaxes and smiles lowly. At first, I thought this guy was not easy, but as the kid revealed one card after another, Doflamingo found out that whether it was the dark fruit or the thundering fruit, he was not afraid of it at all. If you don't beat me today, you won't be able to leave. You know it. Brother Doflamingo's big hands were open like ghost hands, and a thin line that was too transparent to be invisible was out of thin air. Generate Caracalla, the crisp sound as if playing cotton. If there is no sound in the air, even the thunder rolling in the sky, there is no way to cover it up. Not only that, the dense elastic sound in the air actually crackled like a torrential rain, as if countless palms were playing the invisible strings, and even the sound of thunder was overwhelmed for a while. Momentum jump. Every time the sound of the piano sounded, a thin thread appeared in the dark space. As the sound of the piano became more and more dense and high-pitched waves, those threads emerged faster and faster. Thin lines appeared one after another, and in just a few seconds, a group of huge spider nests with a length of more than 10 kilometers was intertwined in the sky. The spider nest lies between IG and Doflamingo, turning into a super huge shield. Phew. Come on, if you have the ability, come on, fuck me head on. As if he was very satisfied with his masterpiece, Doflamingo's laughter gradually became high-pitched from the original downturn, and finally even the whole person opened his arms, mocking the face of Iraq above the sky. Grid laugh. Chapter 313 Stormpike vs Spider Nest. What if you have two natural fruit abilities? You can't break through my spider web nest at all. Fur. Doflamingo's self-confidence can be felt even through those thick sunglasses that are so thick that you can't see your eyes, because from his point of view, it is really difficult for him to see any weaknesses in his defense. In the sky, the fine silk threads seem to be sewn into the sky by a huge sewing machine. The stitches are extremely delicate, and the threads are stuck together and rolled together. It is simply airtight. Not only that, the huge spider nest supported on top of Doflamingo's head in the sky also takes into account the characteristics of non-conductive, non-flammable and non-conductive. No matter how domineering and tyrannical this giant gun with thunder and lightning properties is, Brother Doflamingo doesn't feel any pressure at all. Facing Doflamingo, who was taunting loudly on the ground, Iger was not surprised by the waves. His expression did not change in any way, and then with a stroke of his palm, countless sand and dust were ejected from the palm of his hand and instantly exploded into the sky. Shabu! The dust that spewed out was obscured by the lightning flashes that filled the sky, and only tiny shadows could be seen circling in the sky. After the tiny shadow fog erupted from the sky, there was no delay at all, and it madly gathered towards the tip of the thunder spear. One after another, blue rays of light shone out from the silver-white flashing thunder and lightning, setting off the already mighty huge thunder spear, even more domineering and violent. Shasha fruit crystallize. A high-pitched roar burst out from Iger's mouth, accompanied by thousands of thunders, resounding through the entire sky from a distance. The tiny sand and dust in the sky, in the mid-air, turned into firefly blue, frantically gathered towards the tip of the thunder spear, and in just less than a second, it had already condensed. A sharp point of a spear. This whole process seems to be quite long and laborious, but it is actually quite fast. Before Iger's roar has finished, the entire spear tip has been condensed. Immediately afterwards, the huge thunder spear that penetrated from the sky above the sky, carrying the situation of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, smashed into the huge spider nest in the mid-air for more than 10 kilometers. Boom! Zheng! The giant thunder spear and the giant spider nest collided fiercely, like countless giant strings suspended in the sky, being plucked fiercely at the same time. The terrifying violent sound that seemed to shake the ocean to the boiling point suddenly sounded, and the tyrannical sound waves rushed out like 1,000 troops, directly setting off 1,000 layers of huge waves in the ocean. Cokes la 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 la. The gigantic pirate ship of Boreros that originally stayed on the seashore, from the bottom of the ship to the mast, was instantly shaken into powder by the tyrannical sound waves. Even Even those pirates who were originally on the boat had bloodstains torn apart by the shock on their smooth skin without any wounds, and in places that are invisible to the naked eye inside the pirates' bodies, those internal organs are under the skin of the muscles and are shaken into pieces. Chi chi chi. The turbulent wave of piano sounds shook the air out, and bursts of gusts of wind seemed to inherit the attributes of the line in the hands of Doflamingo. Even the gust of wind oscillated by the line seemed to be a sharp blade. The ground is split open cracks. The bottomless dark cracks are like moths flying around, and there is absolutely no pattern to find. There was a chaotic strong wind, like a madman who was wielding countless sharp knives. He cut wherever he went. In just a few seconds, the rock formations on the entire beach were cut into pieces. Originally a complete coast, in an instant countless rock formations were cut into small pieces, drifted into the ocean, and rolled and sank into the deep sea bed with the turbulent current. Dover, Toropol and Diamanti, who were standing on the side, were going to watch Iger's jokes, but they never thought that these two people would collide with one another, and they could have such power. Just the strong wind that broke out almost destroyed the entire beach. The two could only shout while hurriedly dodging the frantic wind. Diamanti even took out his stainless steel cloak to block in front of the two in an attempt to block the frantic wind. However, even with Diamanti's arrogant and domineering stainless steel hood in front of the strong wind, it was as fragile as paper, and it was cut into hundreds of pieces after a few strokes. In desperation, Diamanti and Toropol could only dodge around and finally hit a full 100 meters away before they found a place that was not swept away by the wild wind. As for Corazon and Lugo, who were farther away, they were unable to speak for a long time as they watched the scene of the destruction of the world. They really had no way of imagining that a child about the same age as Lugo could even collide with Doflamingo. Just a few hours ago, Corazon was thinking very nervously how to let Lugo eat the fruit of the operation without being discovered by Doflamingo. There is no other reason, because Corazon has a deep fear of Doflamingo's power. Neither of them had the slightest doubt that if Doflamingo discovered this vote, it would definitely be a dead end. However, Iger's appearance simply made the two deeply doubt their rationality as a human being. This guy is only 10 years old. Can he fight Doflamingo? Compared with him, why does he look like a third-degree crippled? While being shocked, a frantic strong wind suddenly swept over and rushed over. Corazon finally managed to react, turned around and was about to run away. He couldn't bear the madman's strong wind, which was much faster than a person's running speed. He caught up almost instantly, cutting the two into pieces. At a critical moment, Rala took Corazon's shirt, handed him a stone of sufficient weight, and shouted at him, "Corazon, throw it as far as you can." The situation was urgent, and Corazon didn't ask why he did this. As early as when Iger wore the thunder armor, Lugo had quietly prepared the stone in his hand. It was originally to avoid Doflamingo's pursuit, but who knew it would be used in such a place? Call out! The stone flew out far away, and in an instant it crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters. At the same time, Lugo's palm turned over, and a white cyclone spun in his palm. Room. Chapter 314. Sorry, my thunderbolt counts as a physical attack. In the frantic bursting wind like a madman, Lugo was pinched by Corazon under his arm, his eyes firmly fixed on the stone thrown far away by Corazon, his palm stretched out. As Lugo's shout fell, Corazon, who was closest to him, suddenly froze in his heart, and there was a feeling in the dark as if there was an untraceable vibration from the depths of the space. There is really no way to express it in clear language, but in Corazon's concept this is the most correct expression. It wasn't the earth under his feet, the turbulent air, or Lugo beside him, but a slight vibration came from within all these things. The vibration was extremely short-lived, and it disappeared the moment Corazon felt it. But then Corazon saw that there was a light blue film passing through his body, together with the one he had just thrown out. Stuff, wrap it in together. This is the legendary superpower space of the fruit of surgery. In this space, the ability person can be said to have the highest authority to go, because everything that appears in this space is like a block of building blocks completely under the control of the able. This guy. Corazon glanced back at Lugo, and a trace of relief welled up in his eyes. I saw that at this moment Lugo's skin could no longer see the plagues left by the lead disease before, and even his complexion looked much better. Not only that, he even realized the ability of the fruit of surgery in such a short period of time. Just as Corazon was overwhelmed with emotion, Lugo's little hand had already grabbed his arm and shouted a line. Swap brush. As soon as the voice fell, the figures of the two people disappeared in an instant and appeared at a distance of 100 meters at the same time. The stone thrown by Corazon just now returned to the original position of the two people in an instant, crushed to pieces. Not only the stones, but the strong wind that madly annihilated everything. Even the rock formations under the feet of the two of them were instantly shattered. The fierce wind pushed forward all the way, and it was a distance of tens of meters in an instant. instant. Khorasan saw the opportunity, grabbed Lugo who was at his hand and rushed to the side. Two figures, one big and one small, hugged each other and rolled a dozen or so meters before they were able to escape another strong wind chasing after them. The two climbed up from the ground in dismay, looking up at the crazy collision between Iger and Doflamingo in the sky, and a trace of yearning suddenly rose in Lugo's eyes. It's good to be alive. Can be like him. When he is less than 10 years old he can be hard on Doflamingo on the front. The young Lugo silently swore in his heart that one day he must have such a powerful power as the young man in the sky. At this moment Iger, who is in the battlefield, naturally does not know that he has become the goal of a certain young man's future struggle unknowingly, because at this moment Iger's eyes are only under him. Doflamingo's spider nest defense firmly entrenched in the air. Doflamingo stood on the ground, and countless strong winds that could cut through steel blew through him, but he did not leave any scars. Instead, the volcanic rock layers around him fell apart. Doflamingo smiled lowly, as if he was certain that Iger would never break through his defenses. See, you stinky brat, the power of pride is useless in front of me. He was right at all. Above the sky, the fine white spider silk entangled the 100-meter thick Thor's spear that Iger had turned into tightly. The thunder and lightning on the thunder god's spear are each a few meters thick, and the silver-white shining light exudes an extremely hot and terrifying temperature in the air. Any spark that sputtered out was completely bounced back by those absolutely insulating spider silks. The thunder dragon spear, which was even able to shake the Blackbeard's bright fruit to purify the golden will before, was actually useless in this lair that seemed to be woven from fragile spider silk. Instead, it was like being trapped, unable to move. However, even in this way, Iger, who was hidden in the thunder light above the sky, did not show any panic, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry, my thunderbolt is a physical attack. As soon as the words fell, Iger's two eyes that were originally glowing with silver and white light suddenly turned into red and black. Rumble boom. Dark cloud of kings that had been entrenched quietly above the sky suddenly flashed with lightning. A stream of red and black lightning was fiercely brewing in the dark clouds, and then a few seconds later, a huge red and black beam of light crashed down. The red and black thunder fell on the thunder god's spear, and the red and black were mixed with silver and white. The silver and white lightning dragon roared loudly, and the light on his body increased countless times in an instant. It's like a supernova explosion. The red and black thunder and lightning did not dominate the guest, but when it came into contact with the Thor's spear, it quietly decomposed into small currents and turned into a tyrannical force after another. And after the red and black lightning merged in, the sharp blue spear tip suddenly turned into red and black, and a terrifying wave burst out from it. Bang bang bang. At the moment when the spear tip turned red and black, the spider web that had firmly blocked Thor's spear broke dozens of webs directly. In just a few seconds, a large piece collapsed. Bang bang bang. The collapse continued, and Doflamingo, who was standing on the ground, frowned solemnly when he saw this scene. He never imagined that this kid would become so strong after attaching the overlord color to the giant spear. He made a decisive decision, and he absolutely did not dare to linger. Immediately, he waved his hand, and the purple-black thundercloud in the sky that rivaled the red and black thundercloud suddenly surged. But it's just adding a domineering. Do you really think who doesn't have it? Hey, do you think I don't know what you're going to do? Seeing Doflamingo's reaction, Iggy knew what he was going to do, so he guarded against him. Iger's eyes gleamed brightly, and then the tail of the huge Thor's spear, under him. In an instant, countless Thunderlight _ Chapter 315 Overlord Color Showdown. Evenly divided. Chilla. Above the sky, there was already a huge thunder spear more than 10 meters thick. Above its last spear tail, a violent thunder light nearly 100 meters thick was sprayed out in an instant. Silver and white mixed with red and black, the entire thunder spear was like an upside-down rocket, accelerating suddenly. Bang bang bang. The sound of the strings breaking, which was already quite fast, suddenly became as dense as a rainstorm, and everyone could see it. The terrifying spider that was entrenched in the sky between Ig and Doflamingo. The nest collapsed at the speed of destruction. The thin lines that were originally pulling each other in the air were carrying quite a powerful and terrifying tension, but once the thunder spear was destroyed, the thin lines burst apart due to the tension, making the collapse above the nest not a hole or a crack at all, but empty. The thunderbolt that has skyrocketed for a while, every time it flashes, it will be accompanied by the breaking of thin lines, followed by the destruction of the fine and delicate structure of the spider nest. Rumble boom. Every flash of thunder light means the formation of a void. In just a few seconds, the huge thunder spear shone with terrifying thunder light has already torn apart the entire spider nest in a state of destruction. Scoff. It was as if a huge cloth was torn apart by a giant force in the sky, and the crisp and refreshing sound immediately spread throughout the entire beach. In the terrified eyes of everyone. The huge spider nest that stretched for more than 10 kilometers above the sky directly split into two halves in the middle. Immediately afterwards, the momentum of Thor's spear was still unabated, and it flashed through the huge crack that was torn open like a heavenly punishment from a god, and slashed at Brother Doflamingo, who was standing on the ground. Brother Doflamingo saw his spider lair being torn apart, and the muscles on his entire face were knotted together, twisted into a humanoid shape. No matter how he thought about it, he never imagined that the super strong defense he was proud of, especially the enhanced version he had carefully crafted, would be torn apart so quickly by this kid. This is still when one's own line has been cultivated to the extent that it can be insulated. If it was placed a few years ago, when one had not cultivated this ability, then this huge spider nest might have turned into a rain of fire in an instant. This is not to mention, in the same situation that both sides have the king's dark cloud, he has not even had time to summon the purple and black thunder clouds above the sky, and his defense has been broken through. What kind of insight is this? And what kind of rhythm control ability? He took advantage of a speed difference and completely tore down his defenses in a state of destroying the dead. What kind of identity is this kid? Never heard of such a talented person in the Navy. Relying on the identity of Tianlong people and Kaiwahei, I can always take it from various naval bases and even the headquarters of the Navy, especially this transaction. Just a little news about this guy. If there is such a guy in the Navy, it must be a super genius who is highly touted. It is absolutely impossible that there is no news at all, but since there is no headquarters, could it be? Do not. Absolutely impossible. Just kidding. As we all know, when the headquarters goes to the branch, the military rank is immediately upgraded to 3 levels. This is the strength of the headquarters on the branch. You said, does this kid come from a certain branch? It's just bullshit. In Doflamingo's mind, countless thoughts flashed in an instant, but when the huge thunder light that seemed to be punished by the sky fell on his head, all the thoughts in his mind disappeared like bubbles in an instant. Instead, it is full of evasion. However, the Thor's spear looked extremely huge and seemed rather clumsy, but in fact the speed could be described as having no way to respond. In less than 2 seconds after tearing the huge spider nest, it has already descended on Doflamingo's head. Under such circumstances, there is nothing to tell Doflamingo, who has the ability to move. There is no way to dodge at all. He can only continue to reach out and summon his own dark cloud of kings and fight hard. Click. It was not until this time that Brother Doflamingo completed his recruitment of the dark cloud of the king. The purple-black lightning instantly pierced through the air for several kilometers and came first in front of Thor's spear and descended upon the thunder god's spear. On the spider web in Doflamingo's hands, the extremely rich purple-black light shrouded Doflamingo's entire body in an instant, and then seemed to have spirituality condensed into a viscous liquid thunder slurry and surrounded Doflamingo's body. Around, the purple-black thunder slurry flowed slowly, lying between Doflamingo and Thor's spear, turning in circles and solidifying into an arc-shaped thunder umbrella that was enough to cover Doflamingo below. Doflamingo raised his head. Although he was wearing sunglasses, everyone knew that his eyes were looking solemnly through the purple-red sunglasses, looking at the spear of Thor that fell from the sky. Only the Overlord color can resist the Overlord color. If you want to defend against the spear condensed by the Overlord, you can only use the shield of the Overlord, and if you want to penetrate the shield condensed by the Overlord, you can only use the spear of the Overlord. In the moment when the thunder umbrella was formed, the huge thunder spear that fell from the sky like a punishment from the sky also smashed on the umbrella surface. Boom! The huge thunder light exploded as if it was a huge thunder tree with intricate branches and leaves, and the trunk was twisted and knotted directly above the beach, rushing into the sky at a height of 1,000 meters. The terrifying light illuminated the entire sky in an instant, and even the villagers on the other side of Kokoyashi village could see the purple, black, red, and white thunder tree clearly. The indescribable sound of collision suddenly erupted, and the fierce sound wave swept the entire beach again, but this time, the sound wave no longer had the sharp cutting power, but a completely indescribable terrifying oppression. Korasan, who was 100 meters away, only felt his hand sing. Looking down, Lugo, who had been holding his palm by himself, had been shaken and fainted. He shouted, quickly supported Lugo's body that was about to fall, and held Lugo in his arms with the force of his hand, and at the same time looked at Iger in the distance with a horrified expression. This is his grandma. This kid is really a monster. Clashing with Doflamingo with the Overlord color is evenly divided, and it's not just Lugo. It seems that even himself, Toripol and Diamanti, who are watching the battle on the other side, seem to be affected by this Overlord, and they can't stand up. Chapter 316 Brother Ming's Strength. Strange Overlord color. Truly feel how powerful his brother, Don Quixote Doflamingo, really was. At Doflamingo's level, he has long since cultivated to be extremely nuanced, and his observation observation of the opponent's strength is also quite meticulous. This has also caused a person like Doflamingo, who has a delicate mind and a deep sense of government, to observe the strength of his opponent before fighting. He will only take action when he is sure that he has a high probability of being able to defeat or even kill the opponent. In particular, this guy has a pair of sunglasses on his face, which is the icing on the cake for him, an old fox who already knows how to manage expressions. Every time he fights, this guy has a cruel smile, which makes it impossible for people to guess how much power he used, and even almost every opponent feels that he uses the same level of power. Apart from being able to sense this guy's aura through his sight, Khorasan has never seen his brother's true power, and today Khorasan, who finally saw it for real, finally understands how powerful Doflamingo is. A trace of fearful cold sweat slowly seeped out from his back. Although he had already made his decision to die, and as a spy of the Navy he really had this consciousness, but when he knew Doflamingo's true strength, Khorasan couldn't help but feel a little worried. If Doflamingo really finds out his vote today, then welcoming his own death is very likely to be extremely cruel. If he was discovered today, Khorasan might not be so afraid. Anyway, he had come with the determination to die, but now that he survived, his scalp felt numb, and all of this is thanks to the little figure above the sky, surrounded by shining thunder. The future of the Navy must have his place. Boom boom boom. On the battlefield, the fierce clash of overlord colors continued. Purple, red, black and white thunder and lightning flashed into huge branches, merging into the thunder and lightning giant tree that exploded in the air. At the place where the thunder umbrella and the thunder spear collided, the silver-white lightning on the thunder god's spear was like a giant python with gunpowder on its body, twisting its body frantically, beating the purple-black body with its tail violently. Cobweb thunder umbrella. The energy contained in the silver-white lightning can be described as violent. Just touching Doflamingo's lightning umbrella will directly cause a violent explosion, filling the sky with a purple-black domineering. In the thunder tree above, the purple-black thunder umbrella has completely different characteristics from the silver-white, red-black intermingled thunder light. Different from the energy of the violent explosion, the purple-black thunder umbrella is more of a calm devouring, and a group of tiny vortexes rotate on the surface of the thunder umbrella. The purple-black vortex, together with the sticky spider silk contained in it, surrounded the bursting thunder light and then silently dragged it into the umbrella of the thunder umbrella, turning it into its own power. All of a sudden, the thunder umbrella, which was supposed to be blown through by Iger bit by bit, actually used its adhesion strength to maintain the size of the thunder spear. The thunder umbrella and thunder spear were in a stalemate, and the two domineering confrontation did not dare to relax at all. Brother Doflamingo on the ground at this moment is no longer in the calm state. Just now, the corners of his mouth can no longer be lifted, and he is tilted down like a hillside. His whole face is hardened into a whole piece, and his teeth are gritted bitterly. Supports the thunder umbrella on the head. His face was so hard that he couldn't move, but Doflamingo's heart was filled with turbulent waves. Just now, I didn't have time to go through the tempering of the overlord color on my spider nest, and it was directly destroyed by Iger between the electric light and flint, so I even thought for a moment that if I added the overlord color and domineering, I would definitely crush him. However, this confidence turned into complete horror in just a few seconds. This guy's Thor's spear, the explosive power contained on it, after being intercepted and consumed by the spider nest, there is still such a tyrannical power. Even if he used his most powerful defensive means, he felt a little reluctant, and even the solace of his feet felt a little weak. Click. A crisp sound of shattering sounded, and the ground that was still intact under Doflamingo's feet suddenly shattered into a huge cobweb with a click. At the same time, Iger, who fell down with the thunder god's spear in mid-air, didn't look good at all, and was quite dignified. Doflamingo's domineering is really weird. Normal domineering, which one is not violent and fierce, especially his domineering. Originally the domineering of the red and black thunder and lightning attributes combined with the more violent and fierce thunder fruit, it is simply a flashing gunpowder keg. A little touch, it is a violent explosion. This violent explosion reflects the tyrannical oppression and exclusivity of the tyrannical domineering, and Doflamingo's purple-black domineering is more like his own dark fruit, and its nature is almost completely deviated from the exclusivity of the normal overlord color, and it has a strange tolerance. I don't know if it was due to the combination of his own abilities, but Doflamingo, who possesses all the properties of thread-like objects in the world, transformed his domineering with the properties of spider silk, allowing him to hunt like a spider web. It's not a solution to continue like this, Iger muttered in a low voice amid the rumbling thunder. He deeply knew that even if his various attributes had been systematically doubled up, his physical fitness was still not enough in the face of an opponent like Brother Doflamingo, especially the extremely violent fruit such as the thunder fruit. The power consumption is even more terrifying. Under the trade-offs with Doflamingo, the last one who suffers must be himself. Can't sit still. Iger understood the form in an instant, and the silver white and red-black pupils suddenly shone brightly, like two small suns shooting out two dazzling lightnings. Call out! Silver, white, red and black lightning flashed through a space of tens of meters, directly submerging into Thor's spear. In the next second, Thor's spear was like a lit powder keg, and the light emitted from it brightened sharply. It was originally a cloudy night, but it was only illuminated by lightning bolts. But then, the dark sky was turned into a blazing white by the thunder spear below. Chapter 317 Line double. True and false. Brother Ming. Everyone on the beach could feel that the huge thunder spear standing in mid-air suddenly vibrated violently for some reason. A trace of mad snake-like small thunder and lightning escaped from above and floated on the skin of everyone, immediately causing a burst of burning heat and numbness. Before everyone could react to the scorching heat and numbness, everyone's eyes felt an extremely unbearable burning pain, because the terrifying thunder spear that vibrated at high frequency suddenly seemed to explode as a supernova, and suddenly became as dazzling as the sun. Brother Doflamingo, who was closest, also felt that his eyes were sore and unbearable, and even a drop of tears rolled in his eyes. But he didn't have time to wipe them away at all. Instead, he blinked his eyes and let those tears flow out, and then took out a very small trace of purple-black thunder paste attached to his sunglasses, resisting those shining light. However, just when he gently put his heart down in order to resist the thunder light shining on the thunder god's spear, the brightness of the thunder god's spear above his head skyrocketed wildly again. If just now the brightness of Thor's spear has been able to catch up with the sun, then now the brightness of Thor's spear is 2, 3, 10, 100 suns about to explode. Not only the beaches of Kokoyasi Island, but even the entire sea area of tens of kilometers, including the entire Kokoaxi Island, was shrouded in intense rays of red, black, and silver and white. Nothing could be taken lightly on the beach. Even if he wrapped his sunglasses and eyes layer by layer with domineering, Doflamingo's vision was still blank white. I can't see anything at all, and I even feel like my eyes are going to catch fire. It's simply unbearable heat and pain. In desperation, he had to close his eyes and maximize the power of seeing and hearing. Closing his eyes, the fierce light that can blind people, the burning pain caused by it suddenly relieved a lot. Losing his eyesight temporarily, Doflamingo became more sensitive to external things. With his ears and skin, he could feel that the thing above the sky seemed to have reached its end. Boom. 1 second ago, everyone was deprived of their sight, and then the deprivation of hearing followed one after another. Boom. It was like a violent explosion, like the end of the world. Even if everyone used domineering to seal their ears in advance, they were still unable to resist the fierce sound waves, and they were shocked out of blood. An indescribably violent explosion exploded at the junction of the thunder spear and the black umbrella, and the silver thunder light like a flood directly swallowed everything on the beach. The black umbrella that had resisted the impact of the thunder spear was engulfed by the surging thunder in an instant, like a drop of ink washed away by the flood, and it was wiped out without leaving a trace. Everything was swallowed up in the raging thunder. Doflamingo, Toripole, Diamante, Corazon, Ludo, and the pirates who had fallen on the seaside all did not any sound is directly engulfed. Then, a huge thunder column with a diameter of 1 kilometer rose directly from the ground and went straight to the end of the sky. Whether it was eagles or Doflamingos, the king's dark cloud that was originally entrenched in the sky and obscured the whole sky was directly smashed by the violent thunder column, and suddenly became countless tiny shards, and then completely dissipated. The power of this blow is completely no longer limited to the beach of a Kokoyasi village. There is a huge thunder column with a thickness of 1 kilometer directly reaching the sky. At this moment, all the villagers in Kokoyasi are horrified. Belmel, what is that? It looks horrible. In the most famous orange orchard in Kokoyasi village, Nami and Nyoki-jeo grabbed Belmer's arm with fearful expressions and asked Leizu, who could see clearly from a few kilometers away. Boom. Before Nami and Nyoki-jeo could speak, an incomparably clear sound of thunder exploded in the ears of the three of them, as if a thunderbolt exploded above their heads, and the two little girls were so frightened that they immediately hugged Belmer's body tightly. Arm, you two cowards, you are also afraid of things that are so far away from you. Ha 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 ha. Belmer wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he teased the two little girls with ease. Belmer looked at the huge thunder pillar in the distance, and there was a reassuring smile on his face. She who has been in the Navy and has seen the world knows that it must be the little boy who made it this afternoon. Although he only used it once when he appeared, Belmer recognized at a glance that it was an ability only possessed by devil fruits. This kid is so awesome. Even though it was so far apart, the huge thunder seemed to be ringing in the ear. It was conceivable how powerful that explosion on the battlefield was. It's not a joke, but Belmer is someone who has played against Boreros boreros anyway, so with her knowledge of boreros, this blow is enough to destroy their entire boreros pirate group. Gently shrugging, Bermal patted Nami and Noki on the high heads and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this is what the little brother did during the day, and it will probably wipe out the ratings of the pirates in boreros." "Is that little brother?" Nami and Nakajao opened their mouths in disbelief, but they believed Bermal's words. Immediately after, Nami threw off Bermal's hand and rushed out of the orangery. Seeing Nami running away, Belmer quickly dragged Nakajao and chased him out, but saw Nami quietly standing in front of the gravel road outside the orange orchard with her hands expanded into horns and shouting in the direction of the thunder light. "Right, brother, come on, you must clean up those bastards." At the same time, not only Kokoyaksi village but also the surrounding sea was also attracted by this huge thunder pillar. Koko thought about a warship sailing slowly in a certain sea area dozens of kilometers away. Lieutenant General Crane. With a shout, a Navy soldier hurriedly pushed open the door of the office. "I saw a woman in her 50s sitting behind a long desk in the office, but in terms of temperament, figure, and appearance, she was no less than a young girl." Lieutenant General Crane. "What's the matter? You're so nervous." Lieutenant General he also raised his head and asked unhurriedly. "Just now, we saw signs of war." The Navy soldier gasped. "Direction, right in the village of Koko West." Chapter 318 Chaser. Lieutenant General Crane. "What?" Hearing the report of the Navy soldier, Lieutenant General Crane immediately slapped the table and stood up, then dragged the Navy soldier and rushed to the deck. "Quick, quick, where is it? Show me." As soon as they got to the deck, Lieutenant General Crane and the Navy soldiers saw that on the distant and dark sea level, a blazing white beam of light pierced the sky straight into the sky, and from that place, within a few kilometers of the surrounding area, the sky is covered with a blazing white color, even brighter than the daytime. And what's even more outrageous is that even if it is so far away, Lieutenant General Crane can still feel a faint feeling of heat and paralysis in the air. Someone, at this moment, is fighting on that island. Just what surprised Lieutenant General he was. What level of person was he capable of wielding such a powerful force? Just in that direction, the Navy soldier respectfully handed over the binoculars and at the same time looked up at the thunder and lightning beam in the distance. According to the chart, his warship is still dozens of kilometers away from Kokoyaksi village, and the thunder pillars that erupted there can be clearly seen with the naked eye. General Crane took the telescope with a dignified face and looked towards the thunder light in the distance. The field of vision suddenly enlarged, but after a while, Lieutenant General Crane could not see so clearly. Looking at it from a distance, you can indeed see a magnificent thunder pillar, but once you look closely, Lieutenant General Crane will feel an unbearable burning pain rising from the bottom of his eyes. It's so bright that you can't see anything. Is it really him? Lieutenant General Crane put down the telescope and muttered to himself. Lieutenant General Crane, you mean that Doflamingo? The Navy soldier on the side suddenly filled with horror and asked cautiously. As we all know, Lieutenant General Crane has been tracking the Vice Admiral of Doflamingo, who has been following the King's Lower Sea, although he has not taken any substantive action, but any news about Doflamingo she will be quite focused on. According to the latest naval news, Doflamingo is now acting as a middleman, maintaining the transaction between the Boreros pirates and the Navy on that island. Therefore, Lieutenant General Crane gave up the task he was tracking without saying a word and went directly to Kokoyashi village. Who is Lieutenant General Crane? That is the old Navy who entered the Navy at the same time as the Navy hero Garb, the Warring States General, and the Black Wrist Zifa. People who entered the Navy in that era generally have one characteristic, that is, they are very strong. Very strong. Even the Sengoku general known as a brain tank can still face Kaido Lingling's red hair alone, the kind of pirate who is the strongest without falling behind. And Lieutenant General Crane's combat power, even in the face of Lieutenant General Kuzan, who has natural ability, is nothing to worry about. So to let such a powerful Vice Admiral track down that Doflamingo, the Navy soldier has always felt that he is a bit overkill. Until today, he has witnessed the scene of the battle with his own eyes. Doflamingo, how terrifying. Yes, that's him. Of course, Lieutenant General Crane didn't know what the Navy soldiers were thinking. He nodded and continued, I just don't know who would be fighting him. Doflamingo is now trying to protect the fruit of the operation. Lieutenant General Crane can guess the cause of this battle with just a little brainstorming. There is a high possibility that the news about the fruit of the operation was leaked, and some monsters hidden in the mountains and forests were dispatched. After all, in the Navy's archives, those who have recorded this kind of lightning ability have long since died. Don't say anything, hurry up, speed me up, and get to that island as soon as possible. Lieutenant General Crane gave the order immediately without any hesitation. Since it's a deal from the Navy, you have to protect yourself no matter what. When Crane Zhong rushed to Kokoyashi village, he was on the other side of the coast of Kokoyashi village. Lieutenant General Carr brother will shouted and hurriedly rushed into Garp's office. "What are you doing?" Garp was sleeping soundly, and when Brother Will closed the door, his sweet dreams and snot bubbles were shattered directly. "Come on, something happened." Lieutenant General Garp. Big Brother Will looked shocked and dragged Garp onto the deck. As soon as the hatch was opened, Garp knew what Will was going to say. Garp raised his head with his mouth open and saw that the entire sky of Kokoyasi Island had turned a blazing white color, and a few kilometers away there was the thick thunder column of the sky. There was even a faint scorching heat and a slight tingling in the air. Admiral Crane may not recognize this scene, but Garp is all too familiar with it. This is Eagle. Originally, he was about to bring a group of Navy soldiers into the island to arrest the Sparrows, thinking of directly confiscating the fruits of his operation. But his grandson, IG, jumped out again and volunteered to take care of Barrow's pirate group by himself. Garp thought about giving Iger some opportunities to accumulate military exploits. Barrows was not a strong and outrageous guy in the file, so he felt relieved to hand it over to Iger. But it doesn't take such a big fight, does it? He did it to this extent when he dealt with that Titch at that time, and that Titch, as far as Garp's perception was concerned, could kill Barrows with one hand. Feeling that something was wrong, Garp immediately turned on his perverted sense of sight, and in an instant the entire Coco West Island entered the range of his perception. After a second, Garp's closed eyes suddenly opened, and as soon as he patted Brother Will's shoulder, he shouted, "Something happened. There's a strong guy there. Quick, let's go too." Iger's attack, like a signal light, directly attracted the two powerful navies who were wandering nearby. Of course, he himself did not know this. When Lieutenant General Crane and Garp immediately ordered to rush to the beach, the huge thunder column that went straight to the sky slowly dissipated, revealing a mess on the beach. At this moment, the entire beach had long since turned into a piece of scorched earth, and the rock formations had been blasted to pieces. All were stunned. As for Doflamingo, his body had already been blown to pieces and scattered on different broken rocks. Looking at Brother Ming's tragic state, Iger was somewhat relieved, but just as he was about to stand up, he heard a strange laughter. Fur. Chapter 319, line double. I'm back. Fur. Hearing this laughter, Iger's scalp felt numb. Good guy, they have been blown up like this. How can they still make a sound? What do you belong to? Flatworms. Can you survive no matter how many pieces your body is fried? Just when Iger's scalp was numb, that weird laughter began to speak again. Phew, you kid. It's really good. I haven't had such a happy fight in a long time. Good guy. Not only can he make a sound, but he can also speak. Iggy stood up with a weak body and staggered a few steps. With that move just now, I took a large part of my physical strength all at once, and for a while I just felt that my body was a little out of order. Forcibly stabilizing his body, he looked around at the surrounding environment, and when he saw the scene he had created, he was also a little scared. I really did not expect the power of this blow to be so great. The beach rock formations originally connected to Coco West Island stretched for several kilometers. They were all volcanic rocks with super hardness, and the thickness was tens of meters thick, and it is such a large rock formation, which was directly shattered into countless fragments after the indescribably violent explosion just now. The debris was scattered in the sea water. If it weren't for the thickness of tens of meters, all of them would have been submerged by the sea water. Even so, only a small part of the rock could still be exposed to the sea. Originally a huge and complete beach suddenly became a piece of reef. The ship of the Barreros pirates that was originally docked on the coast has long since been turned into pieces, floating in the sea, and the pirates who were stunned by Iger are also floating in the sea, comatose. Slightly better than the pirates are the officials of the Don Quixote family. At this moment they are all unconscious. Pika, Toripole, and Diamanti are stuck together, lying flat on a gravel. Above, Corazon also hugged Lugo tightly and passed out on the other largest gravel together. The worst is Doflamingo. His body has been blown into innumerable pieces, each of which is scattered on a piece of gravel alone, looking at each other across the sea. It was under such circumstances that the head, which was broken into pieces alone, was still wearing sunglasses, bared his teeth and smiled, and was able to speak with his mouth open. This Nima is outrageous. Hey, I said you're already like that. Let's stop talking and be a dead person, okay? Iger looked at the head that was still alive and complained angrily. Phew, I really didn't expect you to be so strong. The head didn't care about Iger's complaints at all, and was still talking to himself. But this is also more. Let me make up my mind to kill you. Just go on with your big dream. Your body is broken like this. Do you still want to stand up? Iger disapproved, rolled his eyes and said, a normal person has long since died. When you look like you, do you think you are a baby? Iger was talking, suddenly choked by his own words, and then a very solemn expression climbed on his face, because he suddenly remembered something. The first gladiator of Dressrosa, the first and only undefeated god of war in the Colosseum of Rome, Rome who won 3,000 consecutive victories. Cyrus once fought Doflamingo twice. In the first fight, Cyrus used one of his own as the prize to get a chance to slash at Doflamingo with his great sword. That time, he was killed by his subordinate Sugar before he touched Minga's body. Turned into a toy. This second fight was directly separated by a full 10 years, and the second time, when Cyrus slashed at Doflamingo again with the giant sword in his hand that was invincible all over the world, he directly cut down a lot of money. Flamenco's head. And it was the sword that the old thief Oda once again revealed the development ability of Doflamingo's line fruit through the hands of Cyrus. As a master of thread, Doflamingo has developed the skill to use his thread to weave a thin thread doll as a stand-in. Shadow Ride. The Doflamingo in front of him was made by his deity using his own thread. In other words, it's a dummy, so it's okay to be blown to pieces. Can even speak. Damn it, how could I forget such a thing? Doflamingo also has such a stand-in skill. Layers of cold sweat suddenly burst out from Iggy's forehead and back, and an unexplained chill suddenly enveloped him. It was as if there was a beast dormant in the dark staring straight at him. Goosebumps all over his body suddenly aroused, and every cold hair on his body stood upright. Iger suddenly felt that every muscle in his body seemed to be frozen, as stiff as a rock, unable to move at all, because, when he raised his head stiffly, Doflamingo's deity hung less than a meter above his head, a line so thin that he could barely see it, connecting his heel and the inside of his trousers. Rise. Wire saw. When the Dressrosa Road Alliance fought Doflamingo, Trafalgar Law was cut off by this jigsaw, and at this moment this sharp jigsaw is standing on his neck. Fur. What a pity. Brother Doflamingo looked sinister under the moonlight. Obviously, he has already exerted a lot of strength, and it was difficult to put. I blew it up and it turned out fur. Doflamingo's tone was full of pride. The purple-red sunglasses looked extremely shining in the faint light. The corners of his mouth were about to reach the base of his ears, and he wished all his teeth were exposed outside his mouth. How is it, kid? I didn't expect it. I'm back again. Fur. Doflamingo's calf was on Iger's neck, but his body seemed to have no bones. He put his head next to Iger and stuck out his long tongue. Iger even saw the long saliva flowing from him, dripping down from his tongue. How does it feel to be close to winning? Fur. But I'm really curious. Why did you take so much effort to grab the fruit of the surgery? Why would you feed it to Ludo? Let's just say. Brother Doflamingo turned his head and looked aside again. Corazon and Ludo, who had already passed out, had their eyes darkened. My brother and this Ludo have something to do with the Navy. What's the matter? Come on, tell me, otherwise your head will be hard to protect. Fur. Chapter 320. A Secret. Wonanda. As early as when Doflamingo's fake body arrived, Doflamingo himself came to the scene and hid at the same time. I don't know what the situation is. Sending a fake out in advance to attract firepower, and hiding in the dark to observe, is his Doflamingo's habit, and it is also a habitual routine to deal with many difficult enemies. Since he has practiced this skill, he only thinks that this skill is too convenient. How many opponents that are difficult to solve have been slaughtered by themselves because of this move? Originally, with Barrero's strength, Doflamingo had no reason to wear a fake body at all, or that Barrero's did not have the qualifications for Doflamingo to wear a fake body at all. But in line with the principle that observation is always harmless, Doflamingo brought a fake body to participate in the Barrero's transaction. This time, it turned out that something was wrong. When Pika found out what was going on here and rushed over with her fake body and Toripole and Diamante, she rushed to the beach through the clouds in the sky. It was from such a high altitude perspective that Doflamingo discovered his little brother Corazon, and this little devil in a navy uniform, among the small movements between the lights and flints. Although Doflamingo cannot be said to know everything about his own younger brother, at least he is quite familiar with his abilities. So he knew very clearly at that time, in front of the various members of the Barrero's pirates, Corazon opened the ability of the Fruit of Silence and communicated with Iger, and when they finished talking, Ludo seemed to be very angry and resisted fiercely. At this time, the Navy boy seemed to be provoked and stuffed Ludo's mouth with the fruit of the operation in his hand. Judging from the scene just now, it's not difficult to tell that what Corazon discussed with the Navy boy was obviously to let Ludo eat the fruit of the operation. As for the reason, it is quite obvious, that is, to cure Ludo's lead disease. Corazon, this guy is really kind. He was so kind that he couldn't hold back the urge to kill him. Iger already knew about these stakes, so when Doflamingo asked the sentence, Iger turned his eyes and knew that Doflamingo was obviously suspicious of Corazon. Countless thoughts flashed through Iger's mind for a while, and his head was running wildly. If he wanted to change the tragedy that Corazon was killed by his own brother Doflamingo, he had to eliminate Doflamingo. Brother Ming's suspicion. Hey. Suddenly a flash of light flashed in Iger's mind. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he laughed lowly. Virgo, Fergo, you once put you should know the spy in the Navy, right? Huh? When Doflamingo heard the name, he was immediately taken aback. Fergo, of course he knew. This was a long time ago, along with Torapol, Diamanti, Pika, and Doflamingo himself, who single-handedly established the secret minister of the Don Quixote family. And after the Don Quixote family made some achievements in the sea, Fergo was sent to the Navy by himself as an undercover agent, and he even became a vice admiral and the base commander of the G5 detachment. However, apart from the top officials of the Don Quixote family, no one should know about this. Even his own younger brother Corazon was unaware of the existence of this secret naval spy. It is absolutely impossible that he was discovered by the Navy. In that case, it is impossible for him to receive a tip from Fergo yesterday. He was a pirate himself, and he came to the Navy to be a spy. If he was found, he would definitely be executed. Therefore, it is impossible for the Navy to discover Fergo's identity as a spy. How could this Navy boy know of his existence? But if it wasn't discovered through official Navy channels, how did this guy know? For a while, Doflamingo didn't know what Iger was going through, so he fell silent immediately. Seeing Doflamingo's hesitation, Iger immediately clenched his previous routine and said, Vilgo told me about his identity. He is a member of your Don Quixote family, right? Besides, he also told me a secret from the Navy about Lugo and the fruit of the surgery, a secret that he has never even reported to you. What secret? Doflamingo asked immediately. When Iggy saw Doflamingo's appearance, he knew that this guy had already taken the bait. Just like Doflamingo's suspicious temperament, he dared to kill even his own younger brother, let alone Fergo, who had been released as a spy for many years. In his mind, there is no one person who is truly trustworthy. Therefore, as long as Iger gives a plausible news, he will directly take the bait driven by suspicion. Fergo has been out for so many years, and the frequency of contact is not every day. Fergo has a lot of time to do other things, and under the circumstance that all his life experience, actions, and secrets are kept secret, he is still known by such a stranger who has never heard of it, and he doesn't believe it if there is nothing. This is not to mention, if even such a Navy kid already knows, then there is no way to guarantee that the naval officer at his higher level will know any news about this guy even more. In other words, Fergo, at this moment, is not credible by such an unfamiliar naval soldier in front of him. Hey. Iger laughed lowly again, and made a gesture to Doflamingo to bring his head closer. In fact, Iger's goal has been achieved. As long as he releases this news to Doflamingo, with his temperament, he will naturally divert his attention to Corazon. And the more important thing is that, taking this opportunity to make Doflamingo hesitate for a moment, Iger will have some opportunities to play tricks. That secret is. Iger waited until brother Doflamingo approached before slowly opening his mouth and said with a mouthful of accent, Whoa, tender, stack, what? Brother Doflamingo heard Weyer's right words, and was immediately taken aback. What did you say? Why can't I understand this? Cough. Then I'll translate it into Mandarin and say it again. Iger slowly put his mouth close to Doflamingo's ear. Translated into Mandarin, it means, I'm your father. Blue veins suddenly burst out on Doflamingo's forehead, who had been in a daze.